Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This is part 10 of what if Naruto was in Maken Key and got a harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author. Link in description. Naruto leaned forward against the railing of the ship. He stared at the island ahead with calm eyes. He was wearing blue jeans, his ankle boots, and an unbuttoned red short-sleeved buttoned shirt with gold flames at the bottom and gold designs going down vertically from the trapezius muscles to the bottom on both sides of the opening of the shirt, revealing his bare chest and abs with his favorite necklace wrapped around his neck as usual. The button-up shirt is basically the same as Ichigo's in episode 228 of Bleach, or better known as the beach episode. Naruto thought about the training regime he had planned for himself. He was thinking of increasing the gravity and energy absorption of his sealed armor, but he felt he should focus on elemental Maken energy for a while to better wield it, along with training with Baransu. Although every time he had a thought in his head, whether it was about training or something else, his mind always went back to what Kurama had told him. I've decided to give you my power willingly. However, I do have another condition that needs to be fulfilled before I do so. You'll have to lose your virgin card to one of your vixens. Naruto blushed red as an embarrassed frown appeared on his face. Yar yar. Stupid fox. I know it's a form of motivation for me, but how the hell am I going to ask one of them to do the dirty deed with me? Naruto thought as he looked down to the side, scratching the back of his head while still frowning with his blush reddening a bit more. Excited. Huh. What? Naruto quickly said as he turned to Azuki. I said, are you excited? Azuki repeated with a raised eyebrow at Naruto's behavior. Oh, you mean for the training? Yeah, totally. Naruto quickly said with a grin as he scratched the back of his head. Azuki just shrugged as she joined Naruto in leaning forward against the railing. It's beautiful, isn't it? Azuki said with a smile. Naruto leaned back against the railing as he then eyed Azuki. Azuki wore a simple gray tank top, showing much cleavage, and black short shorts with a pair of running sneakers. Naruto couldn't help but take in her beautiful form, especially the cleavage and nice legs. Sure is. Naruto responded with a smile and blush. Pervert. Azuki said, playfully punching Naruto's arm, making the blonde chuckle as he rubbed the back of his head. Despite being eyed that way, Azuki smiled with satisfaction and joy that it was her favorite blonde doing so. You sure you're not going to button up that shirt? Well, I can understand that coming from Haruko-ne, but you. I'm just looking out for you. After all, with showing off that much skin, you're basically waving meat in front of a hungry cha-cha. Azuki said as she and Naruto laughed at that. Naruto then looked to her as he remembered those words again. Naruto slowly reached his hand towards Azuki's, and when he softly gripped it, she looked to him in surprise and confusion. Azuki-chan, I wanted. Look alive. Minori shouted as she slapped the two teens' backs, making them lean farther forward from the force behind the hands. We're almost there, lovebirds. Minori said with a grin as she wrapped her arm around Naruto's neck. Naruto sighed as he felt his heartbeat lessen. This is going to be harder than I thought. Naruto thought as he rested his left cheek onto his hand. Kurama's laughter echoed within Naruto's head. Still with your pick of the litter, with these two in it, the payoff will be worth it. Kurama said, making Naruto's entire face turn red as his laughter had gotten louder. Anyo Yaro tilde. Tilde, what's with the blush? Are you thinking of copying a feel of my mounds? Minori teased with a wide smile. Naruto's nose immediately shot out blood, landing into the water, making Minori laugh while Azuki sighed with annoyance. Oh cool. Sharks. Fu shouted as she leaned against the side railing with Cha-Cha and Kimi. Why is that? Kimi wondered. There's your answer. There's blood in the water. Cha-Cha exclaimed, pointing towards the red in the ocean. Really? Anaho joined them to see that it was true. Wow, I wonder how that happened. Anaho said. All the while Naruto blushed red while Minori laughed and patted his back roughly, and Azuki shook her head while still smiling. Everyone got dressed in their bathing suits and went to the beach. Either see the colorful manga page or watch the OVA of the first season to see most of the girls' bathing suits, because it's way better to see it than describe it. Takaru took in a deep breath through his nose and exhaled. Man, it feels great to take a break here. Takaru said. I hear ya. With all the crazy shit we've had to deal with over the last few months, this'll be heaven compared to all the fights we've delved into. Kengo said with a smile. Hey you two. I hope you guys aren't thinking that this is your own private playground. You're here to train. All of you are here to grow stronger as individuals and build up team chemistry between each other, understand? Minori shouted, with beach toys in her arms and a snorkel and goggles over the top of her head. You're the one who thinks this is a playground. Takaru and Kengo thought. Now, don't be so uptight. Cha-Cha said with a grin, wrapping her arm around Minori's shoulders. It's okay to have some fun once in a while, right Tilda? In your case, you have too much fun. Heimgami thought. You have too much fun sometimes, Nei-chan. Fu said with a grin. I'll say. Azuki said. Okay, let's have fun. Minori agreed with a smirk and thumbs up. Adults always give in to their desires. Kimi said with a smile and her arms behind her back. That's not a good thing. Takaru said with his hands on his hips. She's a bad example. Heimgami said. I don't blame her, I mean this place is so beautiful that we have to enjoy it. Anaho said with glee. Agreed. Everyone turned to see Naruto finally joining them. Naruto still had his unbuttoned red with gold sleeveless buttoned shirt to reveal his torso and Shodime Hokage necklace, while he wore black trunks with red flames, a pair of sandals and a cap that was black in the front with a black lid and the rest of it being gold. This place is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Naruto said tipping his cap. Ni-san. You look great. Anaho said while Kimi and Cha-Cha had hearts for eyes. Why thank you Imouto. Naruto said with a smile. Yeah, your style is awesome Naruto. Fu said with a smile. Naruto looked down at her to see she was wearing a green swimsuit combo with a gold bedazzled dragonfly on the left bra side. You look good too Fu. Naruto said with a grin making Fu blush. Thanks Naruto. Fu said with a bashful smile as she bit her hands behind her lower back, twiddling them, as she twirled side to side. Naruto-kun. Cha-Cha cheered as she hugged him close, her breasts smooshing his face. Fu groaned a bit and had a momentary pout, but she smiled as she could never be mad at her older sister. Hi Cha-Cha. Naruto mumbled into her breasts. Man she looks good in this swimsuit. Naruto thought. I'm happy you're finally here Naruto-kun. Kimi said making Naruto look to her to see the amazing red-tied bra with pink skirt with golden floral design. Naruto looked at her with amazement at her choice of swimwear. Honestly I always thought Kimi looked the best in her swimwear at this part of the series. Wow Kimi, you look beautiful. Naruto said as he pulled away from Cha-Cha. Kimi blushed red before looking down to the side bashfully with her fist to her mouth. Arigato Naruto-kun. Kimi said as she twirled side to side like Fu. Geez, you can't stay away from this baka at all. Azuki said joining them. Well you joined in didn't you? Cha-Cha countered with a grin making Azuki blush as she glared at her mocha-skinned friend. Suddenly there was the sound of a motor making everyone turn to see Yuka driving a jet ski with Furin holding onto her tightly. Yuka-chan tilde. Kengo cheered as his girlfriend rode towards them. Once making it to shore, Furin got dizzy and got off and was about to fall to the floor, but Naruto appeared next to her and held her up. You okay? Naruto asked. I'm never getting on a jet ski again. Furin said as she held her head to ease the dizziness. Yuka-senpai. Just wondering, is this island reserved for us? Anaho asked. We didn't actually reserve this place. This island is known all over the country as a place where normal people are forbidden from coming to since the only ones who train here are people with abilities. Using the island is free, but if you want to use this jet ski and the beach equipment then you have to rent them. Yuka explained. Then what about that charter ferry that we used to get here? Haruko asked. I used the Maken Key Club's expenses to pay for it. Minori answered as she had a popsicle in her mouth. Damn you. Why'd you do that? Haruko yelled as her and Furin stared at Minori with anger. Does that mean more paperwork? Naruto whispered to Azuki who looked at him with a dull look. Don't worry tilde. Yuka chimed as she gently clapped her hands together. I've already had the amount withdrawn from Minori's personal account. Damn you. Minori screamed. Run my love. I'll be your barrier. Kengo exclaimed as he stood in front of Minori with his arms out to the side, but Minori easily smacked him away. That was enough for Yuka to get a head start with her jet ski. I love you Yusui-kun tilde. Yuka called out as she rode away as Minori ran after her at a high speed. Tell me how you got into my account right now tilde tilde tilde. Minori screamed as she continued to give chase. I did good, Kengo said with a weak smile and thumbs up as he flew into the sky until he descended hard into the ground. Well, we need a medic. Naruto said. You can never let your guard down around either of those two. Takaru said with a grin and his arms behind his head, referring to Minori and Yuka. Tell me about it. Haruko said with a smile as she turned to him, but Takaru blushed as he stared at her. Even though I've seen Haruko in a bikini several times already, she looks really. Why are you staring at me? Haruko questioned. Naruto smirked and gave a humored snort at this. Your nostrils are flaring up. Himegami said with half-lidded eyes. It happens to guys all the time. Takaru quickly said as he covered his nose. Don't get too turned on. Himegami said as Naruto laughed. Aki, sitting on a lawn chair in a very sexy and very revealing bikini combo, blushed as she looked to Naruto. I wasn't looking at her like that. Takaru quickly said. And I'm Ayumi Hamasaki. Naruto said as he and Himegami laughed. Ayumi Hamasaki is a real-life Japanese recording artist, lyricist, model and actress. And a hottie. I don't mind if you want to look, but only for a bit. Haruko said as she held her blushing cheek. Wo tilde ne-chan, that's new. Naruto said with a teasing grin. I don't mean it like that. Haruko quickly said to hide her embarrassment. Naruto-kun, would you mind putting oil on my back? Aki nervously asked, earning the blonde and some of the others' attention. Sure. Naruto said with a blush as he made his way to her. Oi! Azuki shouted. What? She asked. Naruto said with a shrug as he stopped beside Aki's side. Aki quickly handed him the bottle and turned onto her front. Naruto opened the bottle, but Aki spoke. Anyo, Naruto-kun, you're going to need to untie my bra. Aki said. Naruto's entire face turned red with his eyes widened. Naruto looked to the tied part of her swimming bra on her back. Naruto slowly reached his hands towards it and untied it. The girls who liked Naruto shook with envy and anger while the other girls blushed at the sight. Takaru just grinned, finding humor in the sight. Naruto had then untied it and then poured oil onto his hands. Okay, calm down. Just calmly do the deed. Naruto thought as his heartbeat reached a faster rate. Why do I feel like some pervert is watching this from a safe distance? Naruto wasn't wrong as from his birthplace, Jiraiya watched the scene with excitement and a perverted grin with his book and pen ready. Naruto gently yet firmly placed his hands onto Aki's back making Aki moan loudly at the touch, making Naruto's entire face turn red while the other's jaws dropped. Naruto focused on the objective at hand as he started the massage. He was gentle, yet firm, respecting Aki's comfort zone yet still his hands explored, and his hands were so warm. In short, his touch was making Aki go crazy, as she moaned. Oh Naruto-kun tilde, you're so good tilde. Tilde, your touch feels, oh tilde. Please go lower tilde. Lower. Lower tilde. Oh tilde. Aki moaned with so much ecstasy and delight. The members of Maken all blushed red at Aki's noises of enjoyment. Oh Kami. If she keeps this up my pants will get tighter. Naruto thought as he tried to control himself, but was failing. Hey Naruto, I thought you had some magic fingers. Takaru called out with a grin, pissing off his blonde friend as Naruto threw the bottle at Takaru, but the reddish-haired teen caught it and still had his grin. Himegami imo uto, would you mind? Naruto called out. Kodama then electrocuted Takaru where he stood, causing his skin to char for a few moments. Thank you. What did I miss? Kengo said as he walked back to the others in time to hear more moaning. Damn. Kengo simply said. Oi Naruto, I think that's enough. Minori said with a dull glare as she came back. Alright. Naruto said as he pulled his hands away. Aki moaned with disappointment. Minori, you did that on purpose. Aki thought. Alright. It's time for some fun. Minori cheered with Kimi, Fu and Cha-Cha cheering along. Naruto walked towards Takaru and Kengo as the three then nodded and walked away. As the girls played, the boys were long away standing at a triangle formation, staring at one another. I hope you guys haven't been lacking off on your training. Naruto said with a grin as he cracked his knuckles. Hell no. I've been increasing my weights and getting stronger. Takaru said with his own grin and fist pumped. Same here. Kengo said as he slapped his training katana onto his hand. Remember, it's now sharp. It's like a rectangular-shaped metal Bakken. You're using that? Takaru questioned. Well, I'm not really as good with my fists like you guys. Kengo said. Point taken. Takaru admitted. Alright. Enough horsing around. Let's go at it. Naruto shouted. The three then got into fighting stances as they smirked and stared at each other. They all stayed silent and unmoving until a seagull gave a cry, and then they dashed to one another with two fists and a training katana slamming into one another, causing a shockwave. The girls felt the shockwave, making them turn to see the boys actually sparring with one another at a fast pace. Holy crap. I expected much from Naruto, but is that really Takaru and Kengo? Azuki said in shock. I can't believe it. That lecherous jerk is actually stronger than me. I'll kill him. Uruchi shouted with a shaking fist. It's amazing, isn't it? Yuka said, gently clapping her hands. Minori yelled with anger as she charged at Yuka, but the violet-haired Kunoichi quickly brought up a stop sign, that Minori's face impacted with the sign as she then slid down to the ground. Ever since the whole Wabisuke incident, Takaru and Yusui-kun have been pushing themselves to get stronger. They're both still wearing the weights Kenway designed and they keep increasing the weight at a moderate pace. Yuka said. Oh yeah, that reminds me, Takaru wants to learn how to control his blood pointer. At his pace, it seems like he'll get the hang of it quicker than expected. Minori said as she rubbed her sore face. Takaru sent a punch at Naruto, but the blonde dodged, then sent a knee, but Takaru X blocked it, then leapt over a side kick from the blonde. Then Naruto quickly went to the floor to dodge Kengo's training katana, then Kengo quickly stabbed his blunt sword into the ground as he balanced on it and sent a kick at Takaru, getting him in the jaw. Kengo then surrounded himself in elemental energy as he and his training sword spun at high speeds, becoming a sort of spinning tornado-like top, forcing Naruto and Takaru to jump away. The technique charged towards Naruto, who breathed in through his nose, then slammed his fist down into the sandy surface, causing it rise and come straight at Kengo like a serpent. Kengo quickly ceased his attack, as he then leapt high into the air, avoiding the attack. No way! Uruchi shouted in amazement as they all looked up at Kengo. That can't be the same perverted fool. Haimgami said with shock. Oh, but you're wrong. Yuka said with a smile. Suddenly Takaru leapt up and was behind Kengo as he then kicked him, sending him rocketing towards Naruto, who grabbed him, spun at high speeds and threw him away, but Kengo quickly sent an energy slash from his training sword at Naruto, who jumped away from it as it exploded upon contact. Kengo then flipped and skidding against the sand before surrounding his feet with element, then burst towards Takaru as the two clashed. Blunt katana met X block with the two gritting their teeth, before they both pushed off one another, then Takaru went for a clothesline, but Kengo ducked under it and then sent another energy slash at Naruto, before flipping over Takaru and sent a kick to him, forcing Takaru to block with his forearm, while Naruto quickly grabbed the energy blade and broke it apart with his bare hands, grinning in the process. Naruto then shot towards the two as they all then started sending blow for blow, block for block, all at a blurring speed as they all gave war cries. Wow tilde, they're so amazing tilde. Anaho said with sparkling eyes. Excellent form Yusui-kun. Yuka said with a dreamy smile as she held her blushing cheeks. Taki, Haruko stared at Takaru with shimmering eyes and blushed at how strong he is now. Go Naruto-kun! Kimi shouted. Show them what for. Cha-Cha cheered with a grin and fist pump. Minori did like that the boys were actually taking this serious now, but her eyebrow twitched as she frowned at the fact that the so-called slackers, Takaru and Kengo, were actually training while her fellow gender were actually lollygagging and not training like the boys. Okay. Fun's over. Minori shouted as she slammed her foot down, causing the ground to shake, making the girls give surprised sounds, while the boys stopped in mid-attack, with Naruto gripping Kengo's face and ready to throw a punch to Takaru's face, while Takaru had his palm pressed against Naruto's right cheek, While his elbow was pressed against Kengo's head and his knee up in mid-attack, and Kengo was about to stab Naruto in the throat with the blunt tip of his training katana, his fist pressed against the top of Takeru's head and foot pressed against his cheek. Training starts now. Minori shouted. Ah tilde. The girls whined. Don't whine. Those dumbasses have only been here for 1 semester and they already are showing better improvement than you. Have you no shame? Minori shouted. All the girls then groaned with self-disappointment as they all hung their heads in shame. Wow, I've never been both complimented and insulted at the same time before. Kengo said. You'll get used to it. Naruto and Takeru said. Are we going to let those 3 show us up? Minori exclaimed, pointing at the boys who were confused at what was going on. Hell no. The girls cried. Azuki. Fight me. Cha-Cha shouted with new vigor and an intense look. Gladly. Azuki shouted as she cracked her knuckles. The boys then watched as all the women then had gotten into an all-out sparring. Are we some sort of motivation for them? Takeru questioned. Pretty fucked up motivation if you ask me. Kengo said. Anyone want to keep going? Naruto asked. I don't know. It seems kind of weird to keep going when it feels like we'll just keep influencing them negatively just to invigorate self-improvement. Takeru said. I agree. Kengo said. Well, I brought a cooler. Anyone want a soda? Naruto asked. Sure. Takeru said. I'm gamed. Kengo said as they all went to get sodas. So I'm just saying, by a normal standpoint, Japan is one of the most advanced in technology, and Tokyo proves that, so I'm just confused on why we're not considered a major power like China or America. Kengo said as he, Takeru and Naruto sat around a large bonfire, Naruto cooking fish they caught and some rice as well. Well, because China is considered a great superpower because they are leading manufacturers when it comes to products used in parts of the world, like America, and in doing so brings countries into debt to them. America on the other hand, personally they do focus on military, but they also do well by being allies, case in point World War II where they allied with England against Germany. Naruto said as he cooked the fish. Wow. You're pretty good at this. Takeru said. Well, to be honest, I do think of my dream of Hokage, so I decided to delve deeper into political science. It's not as bad as I thought. Actually, I kind of like it. Naruto said as he shook a bottle in hand. What's that? Kengo asked, pointing to the bottle. Juice from some pork I made before. I sometimes add it to the rice for more flavor. Naruto said as he poured some on the rice he was cooking. Nice tilde. Takeru said. I do love pork. Kengo said. Didn't know you were a fan of the cops. Takeru said. Boo tilde. Kengo said while Naruto laughed. That was lame, but in a good way. Naruto said with a grin. Neither of you have any taste. Kengo said shaking his head with his arms crossed, but still smiling. Fish is almost done. Naruto said looking at them, but then he noticed a girl hiding behind a tree. Naruto blinked his eyes as he waved at her, making her hide deeper into the tree. Who are you waving at? Kengo questioned. No one. Naruto said looking back at the food. After a while, the food was done. Okay, so Kengo you wanted poached, Takeru wanted deep fried, and I wanted grilled. Naruto said as he handed them their plates as they then started eating. Naruto sensed the girl was still there so he vanished from sight, surprising the little girl, until she heard something behind her making her turn to see the young man placing a plate of the 3 different types of cooked fish with rice in front of her. He looked at her and smiled making her blush and feel bashful and nervous, before he left. Where'd you go to? Kengo asked as he chewed on his fish. Nirvana. Naruto said. Oh ha ha. That was so tilde not lame. Kengo said with a dull look. The girl looked at the blonde before turning to the food. Her father said be wary with ability users, but the food he left behind smelled so good. She couldn't resist. She took some fish and ate it as her eyes then widened with amazement at the taste. She then ate the rice, tasting a mix of pork in it. She was amazed. It was the best thing she ever tasted. She ate more of the food with a wide smile on her face. It looks like ability users are nice. Food. They all heard as they saw Cha-Cha and Fu sprint towards them and took some fish and rice. Oh man. This is so good. Fu said as she ate her meal. Thank goodness Naruto-kun cooks so much food. Cha-Cha said as she ate. I want some. Anaho called out as she and the others followed. You cook and people will come. Kengo said. I feel pride. Naruto said with a proud smile. Anyo, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked towards Kimi who looked to the ground bashfully. Yeah, Kimi-chan. I wanted to ask, will you please spar with me? Everyone looked at Kimi with wide eyes. Tilda. Kimi, I don't think you're quite ready to face Naruto. Azuki said. No, I didn't mean it like that. What I meant was, will you please spar with my spirit with your own? I want to make mine stronger and you're the only one with a spirit who can help me, so I wanted to ask. Kimi said, being more specific. Tilda, well sure, but I'm still learning too, so you might not get the results you're looking for so quickly. Naruto said rubbing the back of his neck. That's fine. I'll be more than happy to learn to control our spirits with you. Kimi said with new vigor. Naruto couldn't help but smile. Oyama, after this is done, we'll go train at the waterfall. Minori said. Alright. Takaru simply said, although inside he was hoping for the Kamis to be on his side since he'll be dealing with Minori as his teacher. After eating, Takaru went with Minori to train in his blood pointer and Kengo went with Yuka to either train farther in his shinobi skills or just get it on. So Naruto decided to train with Kimi in their spirits. Naruto and Kimi went a bit farther away from the others so they could train privately. Alright. Because of my body and power being heightened to huge levels, it's easy for me to form a spirit and have it fight, but like always, my real problem has always been control. If I had more control, I'm sure my clones could use spirit arms. Hell, I could probably be able to even clone Golden Asura if I keep it up. Sugoi tilde. Kimi said with sparkling eyes with her hands entwined and up to her chin as hearts flew around her. Naruto couldn't help but blush at her praise as he grinned and rubbed the back of his head in modesty. Though right now, I'm curious with your spirit, Kimi-chan. Naruto said, surprising Kimi. Kimi looked to the ground, twirling side to side. Well, actually, Naruto-kun, mine doesn't really have a form. Kimi admitted bashfully and with some sadness. No form. Huh. Guess that's the primary stage for people without both Maken and chakra energies. Naruto said with his index and thumb holding his chin. Kimi felt weak when he said that. Oi. Kimi looked up to meet his calm expression. Don't feel weak. For people with one of them alone, you're a rarity, so that makes you much stronger than many others, Kimi-chan. Even strong enough to take on both Azuki-chan and Cha-Cha-chan. Naruto said. Kimi looked at him with shocked wide eyes, but then she smiled as her eyes shimmered. Arigato, Naruto-kun. Kimi thanked him with a small bow. Now show me your spirit. Naruto ordered. Hi. Kimi enthusiastically said. Kimi closed her eyes and concentrated for a moment before a purple fog appeared behind her and then suddenly 6 fists took form in front of the fog as then white glowing eyes appeared in the fog. Naruto gave an impressed whistle as he stared at the spirit. How fast are those fists? Naruto asked. Kimi demonstrated as she controlled her spirit to send a barrage of punches. Naruto watched them closely. He could see that they were faster than his spirit's punches, but he sensed that their strength wasn't as great, but with that speed behind them they were still powerful enough to beat down something like Horus. Once she was done, Kimi panted as she placed her hands on her knees. Not bad. I can see how you kicked the crap out of Horus. Naruto said. Really? Kimi questioned in surprise. You see, your spirit's fists aren't as strong as Golden Asura's, but their speed is even greater, which adds more power behind them in numbers and with added geo-force behind it. It explains how you took on Horus. Horus' strength is its speed and unique katana, but despite being very durable, against something like your spirit and Golden Asura's punches, it will feel the impact and break eventually. Your spirit's definite strength does lie in its rate of attack. Naruto explained. Sugoi. Kimi cheered as she jumped into the air. So our training will be matching our spirit's speed, rate of attack and power. Naruto said as Golden Asura appeared behind him. Hi. Kimi quickly said as she and her spirit got pumped. Naruto pointed forward with a hand in his pocket. Yes, it's the Jotaro Kujo pose. Don't like it, kiss it, as Golden Asura flew forward. Kimi concentrated and sent her spirit flying forward too as they both started sending barrage of punches towards one another, each fist meeting each other. For this, Naruto was trying to match Kimi's speed, but lessened Golden Asura's power and strength so as not to bring injury to Kimi's spirit, although still enough to bring some pain so Kimi's spirit could advance in durability. Kimi was doing her best to match Naruto, but she still felt a bit disappointed that she couldn't give him her all, especially with her spirit not having a solid form, but that was all the more determination to improve. Kimi was panting as she laid on the ground face first while Naruto was still on his feet. Well, it's been a long day. Time to head out, Naruto said as he picked up Kimi bridal style. Naruto-kun. Kimi spoke. Could you help me get changed? Kimi asked with a blush. Naruto blushed red as he stared down at her. Okay. Naruto had Kimi on his back as they started heading towards the place they were staying at. Kimi rested her head against Naruto's trapezius muscle, feeling very tired after the long day. Naruto's upper torso was still the same, but he put his jeans and boots back on, and put away the hat. Kimi now wore a white short-sleeved shirt with the image of a bird on her chest and short shorts, and was still barefoot as she rode on Naruto's back. Hey Kimi-chan. Tilda. I was wondering, do you have a name for your spirit? Naruto asked. One crossed my mind. Violet Haze. Kimi said in a tired tone. I like it. Naruto said making Kimi smile. Naruto-kun. Kimi started. Yeah. Arigato. Naruto smiled at her. Anytime. Naruto simply said as Kimi then closed her eyes and snuggled closer into Naruto's neck. Naruto's smile didn't leave his face as he stared at her face, but when they got to their destination, his smile left. What's going on? Naruto asked as he saw everyone in front of the place they were supposed to stay. These people are saying they don't want us here. Kengo said with annoyance. It's just that we don't want to get involved. I know I was put to work here, but I just want to live in peace here with my family. The man, most likely the owner, said. Naruto looked at the man and his wife to see eyes he knew all too well. It was the eyes of fear, similar to the ones the villagers ha for him, but there was only fear of power, no hatred or consideration of a demon. Naruto looked down to see the girl from earlier. He smiled at her which made her flinch and hide behind her father, but she blushed and waved to him, which he returned, making sure her parents didn't notice, making her smile a bit. I've stood here listening to you quietly long anew, but Kengo was interrupted when Naruto punched him in the face, silencing him, which surprised the family. Don't worry, Naruto was just being polite by shutting Usui. I know he can be weird. Minori said with a grin. Anyway, I understand how you feel, but it's not like we can go anywhere else right now. Could you at least provide us with another place to stay? Minori asked. Very well, I'll prepare one for you. The man said. This is it. The man escorted them to a bungalow. A bungalow. How did it end up like this? Takaru questioned. Not again. Himegami complained a bit as she placed her fingers against her forehead. Furin then started falling back with the back of her hand on her forehead as she was about to faint in the old female faint fashion since that meant she'll be forced to bunk with boys, but then a strong arm caught her making her look up to stare into the eyes of the only man she gladly would like to stay the night, any night with. Her eyes twinkled as she stared into his strong shining cerulean eyes and she couldn't help but blurt out her next sentence. I'm sleeping with Naruto. Furin declared as she embraced him making everyone turn to her in surprise and shock. No fair. That's my line. Cha-cha whined as she then embraced the other side of Naruto-kun. No tilde. I want to tilde. Kimi whined as she hugged Naruto tighter. Oh for the love of you know what. I'm done. If he's going to sleep with anyone. It's me. Azuki shouted as she then grabbed a hold of Naruto. Suddenly now Naruto was being fought over as Azuki. Cha-cha and Furin played tug-o-war with him while Kimi kept hugging him tighter. All the while Naruto's entire face was red as when he heard the word, sleep. He thought of the good old making whoopee comment. Well isn't this a spectacle? Yuka said with her hands together. I'm just happy I grew past this or I would feel much envy. Kengo said as he and Yuka then held hands. Then suddenly a whistle was heard making everyone stop and turn to Minori who had a whistle in her mouth, which made them all wonder where it came from, before she spit it out and let it hung from a chain around her neck. No one is sleeping with anyone. Or at least no bunking with the opposite sex. Minori said, making Kimi, Cha-Cha, Azuki, Furin, Yuka and Kengo whine. I have a better idea anyway. Minori said with a smirk. The boys stared at their accommodations with half-lidded eyes and frowns. Hampers, really? Kengo said. Better than the ground. Minori said with a smile before leaving. The three stared at the three hampers for a while, before Naruto turned and left. Where are you going? Kengo asked. Suddenly fire spread from Naruto's hand and took the shape of a sword before dispersing as Habakiri was in its place. I'm gonna go brush up on my carpenter skills. Naruto said before leaving. Takaru and Kengo looked to each other, knowing exactly what he meant before they went to join him. After following Naruto for a while, the blonde used Habakiri to cut down a grand acre of trees down in one slice. You know, Kodama would kill you if she learned you were using that for stuff like this. Kengo said. True, but what else could I do with it? Imo Udo told the story behind it to everyone, so you guys know that it's a real gamble in battle. So for now I won't use it in battle. Naruto said as he held Habakiri sideways and placed his other hand beneath the flat side of the blade. For now? Takaru questioned. Let me guess. You're going to do the impossible again. Kengo said with his arms crossed. Naruto just turned to him and grinned. Well, let's just get to work. Kengo said. Naruto nodded as he extended a hand forward and then the palm of his hand burst into flames as tiny scrolls shot from his hand and dispersed into clones. By the way, how do those clones know what to do if you create them beforehand? Takaru asked. Easy. I just have a command in mind then I send it to the scrolls via chakra. Naruto explained with a grin. Only you Naruto. Only you. Kengo said with a smirk as Takaru grinned. Now come on, if we work fast enough, we can make the hot tub before dawn. Naruto said. Yay, hot tub. All the Narutos cheered. Hot tub. Takaru and Kengo questioned as they looked to one another before grinning. Back at where Maken Ki originally were supposed to stay, the owner of the place had heard some commotion making him get up and look out the window to see the blonde from before, with a cut-down tree next to him. This could be enough for the hot tub. Naruto said as he lifted up and left. Hot tub. The man thought with a raised eyebrow, but then his eyes widened as he saw his daughter follow the blonde. Kana. The man quickly left and ran after his daughter, but when he traveled deeper he was shocked to find a newly built mansion-looking building a ways from the bungalow where the Maken Ki group were staying. He saw Kuuna walk inside, making him gulp as he had no choice but to enter as well and most likely encounter the blonde from before. The man went inside only to be amazed at all the beautiful and most likely expensive furniture. In one corner there was a massive kitchen with countless cooking tools and utensils, the rest was the living room with furniture that was comfy yet firm in just the right places, there was a massive plasma TV. And a DVD player and what must have been one of those game stations he's heard so much about. He would explore more, but he was trying to find his daughter. He listened towards talking which led to below the floor. He found a door opened where the voices were coming out which meant it was most likely the basement. The man walked downstairs to find Kuna looking around the corner. Kuuna. The man whispered getting his daughter's attention. You shouldn't be here. We have to go. The man said as he walked to her. How in the hell do you have a generator? The man looked to see the blonde with the two other boys finishing wiring a generator. Forget that, how did you even have this stuff sealed away inside you? I can understand the process, but how are you so prepared? And how much money do you have? Kengo questioned before getting shocked on his finger making him flinch as he waved his hand to ease the pain. You never know when you'll need this stuff, and the money thing I'm keeping that to myself. Naruto said. They built this place all on their own. The man thought. Hey. The man flinched as Kengo spotted him and his daughter. What are you doing here? He just came to get his daughter. Naruto said surprising the father and daughter that he knew they were there all along. Naruto stood up and turned to them with a grin. I hope you don't mind, but we built a place for our group to stay. It seemed like the best compromise, Datbeo. Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head. And no, that's quite fine. The man said with a small smile. Although a lot of people will question if this is owned by the people of the island. He's right about that. Takaru said. Hate to admit he's right. Kengo said with his arms crossed. Well, luckily I already had an idea for that. Naruto said with a toothy grin, making everyone look to him. Everyone looked to above the main entrance as they saw a red circle with a swirl at its center. You engraved Yu clan's symbol on the house. Takaru said in shock. I said it once and I'll say it again. Only you, Naruto. Kengo said. All the while Naruto was grinning. The man sighed with relief as now it seemed everything worked out for everyone. Come Kuna. Let's go home. The man said to his daughter as they both started to leave. Kuuna turned back to the three boys as her eyes were on the nice blonde, who turned back to her and waved with a grin still on his face. Kuuna smiled as she waved back at him before she and her father were out of sight. Kuuna, I like that name. Naruto said as he turned back to their new place of stay. If we hurry we can be able to finish everything, including the hot tub before dawn. Naruto said. Hell, I'm gamed. Kengo said with a smirk. Same here. Takaru agreed with a smile. When the girls see this, they'll want to kiss us. Naruto said. Forget that. They'll want to marry us. Takaru cheered as all three laughed before continuing their work. The next morning, the girls had awoken thanks to a little help. Ah! They all heard a scream, making them all jump out of bed and head downstairs to find Cha-Cha in front of the three separate hammocks. Naruto-kun's gone. Cha-Cha shouted with worry. Where'd that idiot go to this time? Azuki wondered with annoyance. Suddenly they all heard a cute meow, making them all turn to see Matabi with a note in her little mouth. What is it, girl? Kimi asked as she knelt down and took the note to see. It said, follow the kitten. Matabi then started trotting away, so everyone decided to quickly get dressed in record time and then followed her. As they followed, they wondered what this was all about. Once they made it, their jaws dropped as they saw a mansion with the Uzumaki emblem above the door. You've got to be kidding me. Haimgami and Azuki said. Awesome. Fu cheered as she, Anaho, Kimi and Cha-Cha ran inside. The others stared at the mansion for a few moments before they went inside to find quite a sight. There in front of the plasma TV were Naruto, Kengo and Takaru playing one of those music-playing games. Naruto was using a guitar control, Kengo on the drums control and Takaru had a mic. Apparently the reddish-haired of the three was doing vocals and was actually rapping pretty well. Chorus: keep on shaking, move your body. Bump on da style crazy party. Are you ready? Move your body. Keep on. On and on and on. Keep on shaking, move your body. Bump on da style crazy party. Are you ready? Move your body. Keep on. On and on and on. Takaru Tumehen Sunagu Badass Groove. Jizde under Go Run Kara Makiokasu Boom. Gachi de Butsukario Street Rhymer. Bump on da style Masa ni Batoru Rowayuru. Nani o Kakuso Masa ni Kachinuki Kakutu. Jaji wa Furoa no Netsu ni Takuso. Hanpa na Oto Naraba Soko de Don. Kachitsuzukat Narao wa Overground. Tomo ni. Takaru-sama. I didn't know you could rap. Takaru immediately stopped rapping as his entire face turned red before Naruto and Kengo turned to see the girls, shocked by the inside of the place, with Haruko and Anaho shocked that Takaru could rap, with the latter clapping in amazement. Yeah, we were shocked when he picked up the mic too. Kengo said with a smirk. Welcome to our new summer home. Built by the Fantastic Three and owned by the Uzumaki clan, or in other words, yours truly. Naruto said with a bow and his trademark wide grin. Way to go, Naruto-kun. Cha-Cha cheered as everyone was now happy. Taki, I didn't know you could sing like that. Haruko said with a smile as she walked up to him. Yeah, Tilda, I kind of rap here and there as a hobby when I feel I'm alone. Takaru said with an embarrassed blush as he scratched the back of his head. Well, I like it. Haruko said with a smile, getting Takaru to smile too. I like it too, Takaru-sama. Anaho cheered as she hugged Takaru from behind, making his blush deepen. Boobs. Pressing against my back. So soft, Tilda. Takaru thought with a wide smile as Haruko sighed at the sight. I don't know why, but I kind of feel Takaru would be a good rapper. To me he kind of looks like he can, so I decided to make this his hidden talent in my story. So you three built this place? Furan questioned. Well, Naruto did most of the work with his clones. Kengo said. Still, it cut the time building this place. Naruto said with a smile as he turned off the game station. Oh my Kami. The beds are softer than clouds. Fu shouted from upstairs. No way. Yuruchi shouted as she and the other girls ran upstairs. I think they like it. Takaru said. No duh. Kengo said. Well, let's his the hay. Naruto said as the three now tired boys head upstairs, but Naruto noticed Shukaku about to rip up the couch pillow. Don't you dare. Naruto said with a deep, threatening voice as his shoulders and back of the neck burst with red fire while his hair started to rise. Even though he had the pillow in his mouth and he normally ignored Naruto's demands, Shukaku listened and released the pillow. Good boy. Naruto said as he patted Shukaku's head and went to bed. Everyone had decided to take a day off and relax at their new place of stay since they were all tired. The next day everyone did their training. Currently Takaru was running. He thought about his fight with Wabisuke. Honestly, he was surprised that he actually did better than he originally thought. He thought he was going to get bitch smacked by the guy, but he actually put up quite the fight. Although that still wasn't enough. If Naruto even had such a hard time with him, then that proved that he had to get stronger in order to help in any way he could, to help his friend and protect those precious to him. I'll get stronger. I'll push myself until I can give people like Wabisuke and Naruto trouble. Takaru said before he stumbled and almost lost his foot, but luckily he managed to keep himself from falling. Still got a long way to go though. Takaru said. Takaru looked to the ocean with shimmering eyes. You shouldn't get too close to the ocean. Takaru turned to see a guy with a cool looking smile and strange spiked back hair that kind of looks like a mane. Who are you? Hey, you still haven't realized who I am. That's super rude, dude. I'm the hero who protects this beautiful ocean. And I'm also a member of Kamigari. That alerted Takaru. The name's Hirata Leo. Glad to meet ya. The man known as Leo introduced himself in a suave voice. Leo-san. You're super cool as usual. Said one of the two guys behind him who looked at him with amazement. The both of them have sunglasses on and had pompadour hairstyles. Protect the ocean. Kamigari. Takaru questioned with a raised eyebrow. The three of them wore leather pants, zipped-up leather jackets and black shoes. Naruto wears them better. Takaru thought with a dull look. I've heard that there's a strange monster around the coastal region. It's been damaging the whole area, so I've been ordered by Kamigari to protect this place from it. I'm also known as Lightning Panther by the way. Leo said confidentially as his Maken shined on his right wrist. Are you sure it wasn't Lion? Your name's Leo. Takaru thought with half-lidded eyes. Suddenly Leo faced the ocean and thrust his Maken forward as lightning shot from it. Raiga. Lightning Fang. Leo shouted as the lightning flew and struck the ocean. This attack of mine is strong enough to shock that mysterious monster and electrify my audience at the same time. Leo said with pride. Ultra awesome Leo-san. The dark-haired of his two friends said. You really are an above-average B-class Maken user. The strawberry blonde of the two said, with him and his friend grinning at Leo and giving thumbs up. Stop me if this sounds strange, but, they all turned to see Naruto, dressed in leather pants, his ankle boots, black fingerless gloves and his white with black trimming undershirt said as he landed a bit away from them. But shouldn't a protector of the ocean not use his lightning abilities upon it, as the sea salt is so conductive that it could kill any underwater life dwelling nearby? Naruto questioned with a calm, cool look. Oh, that's true. Leo said feeling stupid, before remembering that he was being questioned by a new stranger. Wait, who are you? Leo demanded answers. Jotaro Kujo. Naruto said with a neutral look and cool tone. Don't lie. Especially with such bravado. Leo exclaimed pointing at Naruto. Is that really you ? They all looked to see Minori crouching atop of a tree with her horizon in her right hand, resting on her shoulder. It's been so long, hopeless Leo. Minori said with a grin. The natural calamity, Minori Rokuju. Leo exclaimed with new fear and shock. Damn, what a sexy name. Still jealous of it. Naruto said with a smirk as he placed his hands on his hips. How'd she even get that name? Takaru asked. It was back when we were students in Tenbi. Wherever she goes, she leaves nothing but destruction and bodies in her wake, Leo admitted. So she's always been a troublemaker. Takaru thought. Really tilde. So just wondering, do you have an example of her natural way of life? Naruto asked with an interested smirk as he rubbed his chin. Once when we were still students, she beat the crap out of like 16 or 20 students. I don't know, I lost count, but she took them all at once and piled them, standing on top of their unconscious bodies and shouting she was the one true queen of Tenbi. Leo said, making Naruto and Takaru's jaws drop. Minori-chan tilde tilde. Marry me. Let me be your king. Naruto called out with new vigor as hearts flew around his head. Is this kid serious? Leo yelled with wide shocked anime eyes. Ma, Naruto, you're making me blush tilde. Minori said with a blush and bashful smile as she scratched the back of her head. Wait, Naruto, Uzumaki. The devil child. Leo questioned with new fear as he and his friends shook with new fear. Naruto, Minori and Takaru turned to him. Devil child. Naruto questioned with a calm, neutral look with half-lidded eyes and an eyebrow raised. That's what Kamigari calls you. They say your power is off the charts, that they had to make a new ranking for you. Leo said. A new ranking? Minori questioned with shock and wide eyes. Devil child sounds pretty close to demon child, but if it scares Kamigari whenever it's uttered then I'm okay with it. Naruto said with a shrug. But, Naruto then gripped Leo by the collar and pulled him closer. Change it to devil man. Naruto said with a calm, yet frightening smile and half-lidded eyes. Hi. Leo stuttered with new fear. Minori laughed at the sight of Leo ready to shit his pants. By the way, why does Kamigari care about the ocean? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Sorry. That's classified. Leo said as he managed to get out of Naruto's hold. Anyway, I almost forgot that I was busy patrolling the island. See you later devil chill I mean man, Minori-san, boy. Leo said as he quickly left with his two colleagues. I kind of like that guy. Naruto said with a smile as Minori landed next to him and Takaru. Seriously. Minori with a smirk and a hand on her left hip. He amuses me, plus I can sense he's got a good heart. Naruto said with a smile. But also fear, I wonder if he dislikes working for Kamigari. But then Naruto sensed something which alarmed him. Yeah, he can make you laugh at how weak he is. Minori said with a joking smile. He didn't seem that weak. Takaru thought with a dull look. I'll meet you two later. Naruto said as he then vanished before the other two could ask what was up. I finally found you two. They turned to see Aki in a tight one-piece school swimsuit running towards them. There's something strange I need to show you. Aki-sensei. Why are you wearing a school swimsuit? Takaru questioned with anime shock. I messed up the last time so I wanted to make up for it. Besides, the swimsuit is designed for doing outdoor activities, so there's no problem. Aki said. I'm not sure about that, Takaru said. Anyway, look at this. Naruto was jumping from tree to tree, following the familiar energy, until he stopped to look down and find a group of 6 Mayanaka Moon Shikai living armor soldiers. Naruto glared at them with half-lidded eyes as he watched them lurk. They had light shooting from their faces, or helmets, that were used to scan the area. Naruto narrowed his eyes a bit as it was obvious they were searching for something on the island. The only question was what. One suddenly noticed Naruto, but before it tried anything, its head exploded alerting the others, making them look up to see Naruto with his right hand positioned like a gun. Now why is it that evil organizations always go where I go? Naruto said to himself as he pointed his index and middle at them. How the hell did this happen? Takaru thought. In front of him was a giant octopus that had its tentacles wrapped around the members of Maken, squeezing their breasts and bodies suggestively and getting underneath their swimsuits. Apparently it sucks the elemental energy from their bodies through its suction cups. Minori had fainted since she had a fear of octopi and now Aki was having the same treatment as the others. The scene was really turning him on, though luckily, or unfortunately, Kengo was having the same treatment and that got his pituitary gland to power down. I don't have time to be distracted. I have to defeat this monster quickly or else. Oh man where's Naruto to back me up? Hey! What do you think you're doing to my beloved Takaru-kun ? Takaru turned to see Syria drop-kick the giant cephalopod. You stupid octopus. Syria-san. Takaru and Anaho exclaimed as Syria gave her peace sign over her closed left eye with a smile on her face. What are you doing here? Takaru questioned. Takaru-kun tilde tilde. Syria cheered as she ran to him and hugged him with her breast smooshing his face. What a coincidence. Even though it feels so much like destiny that I just happened to be doing a photo shoot on this island tilde. Syria exclaimed with a grin as she held Takaru tight. The girls looked at her with dull, knowing expressions as they knew she was lying. We'll save our reunion kiss for later. First, I need to take care of that octopus. Syria said as she was ready to fight, but she then noticed that Takaru's side was the one helping while the girls in peril were on the side needed to be saved. Wanting a fairy tale moment with her precious knight, she decided on the only logical course of action. Eon tilde. I got caught. Save me, Takaru-kun tilde. Syria cried. Huh. Takaru exclaimed with a shocked anime face. That was on purpose. All the girls thought. Seriously. Takaru said as he then noticed some black element within the octopus. Tiansen told me about this element. It's like Gen-san's black element, only not as strong. I strike that and I win. Takaru thought but then jumped away before a tentacle could grab him. Damn thing. God, is this what those girls in my hentai movies felt? Kengo whined, but then he heard a familiar cry. He looked up to see Yuka being squeezed suggestively as a tentacles got tangled in her bikini bottom. No tilde. Not there tilde. Only Yusui-kun could do that. Yuka cried. Suddenly Kengo saw red, as he roared with energy bursting from his body, forcing the tentacle to release him. Let go of my Yuka-chan. Kengo screamed as suddenly his training katana flew to his hand. When did you learn that? Takaru shouted in shock and amazement at the blunt sword flying to Kengo's hand. Kengo roared as he ran up the tentacle, slashing it apart as the pieces fell behind him, then he shot towards the tentacle holding Yuka, then cut off the tentacle and grabbed Yuka bridal style before bouncing off the cut tentacle and then landing next to Takaru. Yusui-kun. Yuka looked up to him with a smile. I'll always have the strength to save you, my darling Violet. Kengo said with a suave smile. Oh Yusui-kun tilde. Yuka said with a blush and dreamy look on her face. Do you think you could help out since you and your girlfriend are free now? Takaru suggested. Yeah sure, just give me a moment or two. Kengo said with a smirk as he and Yuka then made out. Oh for the love of, suddenly something bulleted past them and hit the octopus straight in the head, causing a new wound that squirted blood. I leave for a few minutes to tear apart a bunch of living armored bastards and a cephalopod is getting fresh with my girls and family. They all look to see a pissed Naruto holding the arm of a living armor soldier with its upper body still attached, but missing the other arm. You just bought yourself a one-way ticket to a watery grave, you overgrown takoyaki. Naruto said with a glare and calm expression. Naruto-kun. Kimi cheered. He came to save us. Cha-cha cheered. Finally. Azuki exclaimed. Help. Furin cried. This feels weird. Fu shouted. Well at least we know what we'll be having for dinner. Naruto said as he stopped at Takaru's other side while Kengo released Yuka. Guys, do something about its tentacles. I'll handle the finishing blow. Takaru said with a serious tone and expression. Roger. Kengo said with a calm look and glare. Aye sir. Naruto said with a calm, neutral look. Naruto took out the small blade Cha-cha gave him while Kengo readied his training katana. Then faster than the eye could see, they sent slashes that sliced the tentacles in half. Naruto quickly summoned his tiny clone scrolls, summoning his clones as they all caught the girls, with the original catching Cha-cha. You still have the gift I gave you. Cha-cha cheered as she hugged Naruto close. I'll never separate from it. Naruto said with a smile. Take this. Rage. Make an overblow. Takaru shouted from midair before diving down onto the giant octopus and slamming his fist into its head. Drive duo. Suddenly the creature exploded with elemental energy and disappeared. Takaru landed on his feet as he turned to the others. Everyone okay? Takaru asked. No tilde I feel violated tilde. Fu whined with a frown, but then his eyes became fire as she shook with rage. I swear if that thing is still alive then all. Huh. Where did that giant octopus go? Minori questioned as she sat up and rubbed the back of her head, when suddenly something squishy landed upon her head. Naruto leaned in closer to her and looked at the drastically injured, most likely dead, now small cephalopod. I can't cook that for everyone. Naruto said with his eyes closed. I'll eat it. Fu exclaimed with her hand raised. Fu. Kimi exclaimed the mint-haired girl's name. What? I want some sort of revenge against that thing. Fu said pointing to the small creature. An octopus. Minori screamed as she hugged Naruto tightly and sprinted off with the dead octopus falling off her head. Is this octopus really the one that attacked us? Yuruchi questioned as she looked down at it. Suddenly Fu quickly snatched it away. Nei-chan. Fire up the grill. Fu exclaimed holding the dead octopus high in the air. Fu. That's sick. Haruko exclaimed. No it's not. Imo Udo's got the right idea. Octopi give good protein. Cha-cha said as she and Fu grinned making the other sweat drop. Minori panted as she released Naruto. They were at the waterfall that Minori trained Takaru at. Yar. Do you bench press the weight of 3 elephants or something? Naruto said as he rubbed his ribs. That's the fruits of my training. Minori exclaimed with a grin and winked as she fist pumped with her other hand gripping her bicep. She then sat down with her legs crossed and her hands against the floor. Gotta tell ya, that Lon may be a slave driver, but he definitely brings results. Minori said with a smile. Sounds like someone I know. Naruto said with a smirk, sitting down next to her, crossed-legged with his left hand on his left thigh. Only I'm much sexier. Minori proclaimed with a proud grin as she crossed her arms. Amen to that. Naruto said with a grin as they both laughed. Say I don't have any ink or octopus parts on my head do I? Minori asked as she touched the top of her head. Nope. Your beautiful hair is perfect. Just like the rest of you. Naruto answered with a smile. Oh Tilda, you charmer. Minori said with a grin and blush as she playfully slapped Naruto's shoulder, with the blonde returning the grin. Naruto then looked to her beautiful face and smiled. He always found Minori attractive and her personality was especially more attractive. The blonde then thought about his dilemma with Kurama. Thinking it over, he thought maybe the right person to finally let him into manhood was right by his side. Minori-chan. Tilda. Minori looked to him. I was wondering. Naruto looked to the side as his cheeks blushed red with his lips out. Naruto took a deep breath and decided to spit it out. Would you please be my? There you two are. Naruto stopped as he and Minori turned to see Aki running up to them, her breasts bouncing up and down with rhythm. Why is she wearing that? Naruto thought with wide eyes as big as saucers as blood trickled down his nose. Aki then knelt down next to Naruto and placed her hands on Naruto's chest, her breasts pressing against his muscular arm. Are you hurt? Where do you feel most tender? Aki asked as she leaned closer into Naruto, with her breasts squeezing deeper into Naruto's arm. No, I'm fine. Naruto said as his face started turning red. Damn Aki. You ruined the moment. Minori thought as she glared anime-style at Aki with her fist shaking with anger. Are you sure? Aki asked her favorite blonde. He said he's alright. Minori shouted making the two flinch as the principal stood up with her fists against her hips. Naruto, what did you want to ask me? Minori demanded his previously interrupted response. Naruto's entire face was blushed entirely red making Minori grin as a new thought came to mind. Oh Tilda, were you thinking of asking little ol' me to be your first? Minori purred with a smirk making Naruto's entire face burn bright red. Minori. You know that's unacceptable. We can't have those kinds of relationships with our students. Aki quickly said as she lightly glared at Minori. Hypocrite. Minori thought with narrowed eyes and her bottom lip out, before she sighed. Yeah, you're right. We have standards. Minori said scratching the top of her head. Naruto looked to the water with disappointment. Guess he'll never go that far with Minori and Aki so long as he's a student. Well, speaking of students, I better go meet back with everyone. Knowing Cha-cha and Kimi, they'll search the entire island for me. Naruto said as he stood up and walked away with his hands in his pockets. Yane, gorgeous maidens. Naruto said as he gave them a two-finger salute goodbye without turning towards them so they wouldn't see his look of disappointment etched onto his face. Once the two were alone, they actually thought over their previous statements and felt a sense of self-disappointment in themselves. I would have done it with him though. Minori confessed. No fair. You already lost your virginity. I want to be his first. Aki shouted. Oh tilde. So you really do have the hots for him. Well, I don't care about you wanting to lose your virginity to him, he's into me more so I have more of a right than you. Minori argued. Forget it. I'm more attractive. Aki shouted as she stood up. Oh ho tilde. So you finally play that card and show a new side of yourself. Well, too bad for you, he cares more about substance than appearance. Minori exclaimed. The two then glared at each other, unknown to them Takaru, coming to the waterfall to find Naruto to see if Minori didn't rough him up too much, heard everything and now was frozen for the moment with wide anime eyes and a red blush. Takaru's legs decided to function in reverse as the reddish-haired teen thought of only one thing. Aki-sensei's a virgin. Naruto made it to the beach and found everyone doing various things. He then looked at the girls he liked, Furin, Cha-Cha, Kimi and Azuki, and thought of one thing. Why the hell not take a shot in the dark? Naruto made his way to the girl he felt closest to, Azuki, and decided to ask her. Hey, Azuki-chan. Naruto started as the redhead turned to him. Yeah. Could you come with me for a moment? Naruto asked. Sure. Azuki said as she then followed Naruto. Once they were away, Naruto decided to take his shot in the dark. Azuki, there's something very important I wanted to ask you. Naruto said as he looked to the side blushing red. What is it? Azuki asked. Will you have sex with me? Naruto asked. They both stayed silent, but then suddenly Azuki kicked him in the side of the head. You bastard. Do I look like some kind of whore to you? Azuki shouted with anger. No. Naruto said rubbing the side of his head. I can't believe you, I'm leaving. Azuki shouted as she stomped away. Pervert. Azuki shouted one last time before leaving. I didn't think she'd react that way. Naruto thought as he laid on the floor, rubbing the side of his head. Well, you said it the wrong way. You should have asked, would you do me the honor of being my first, then things would have gone different. Kurama said. And here I thought I had a way with girls. Naruto thought with self-pity and disappointment. He felt unworthy of Azuki once again. Everyone looked as they saw Azuki return while Naruto was on the sandy ground. What happened? Haruko asked with concern. The baka wanted me to have sex with him. Azuki said with anger as she jabbed her finger towards Naruto's defeat form. What? All the girls, minus Yuka, screamed. Kengo and Yuka blinked a few times. She's pissed about that, Kengo said turning to his girlfriend. You think with how she said, if anyone's sleeping with him it's me, the other night, she would have jumped at the chance, despite it being in a different context at the time. Yuka said with her index to her chin. Naruto. Cha-Cha ran to Naruto, leapt up and stomped on him, causing him to groan in pain, making everyone's jaws drop. How could you? I thought you wanted me to be your first. I will never forgive you, Naruto Uzumaki. Never. Cha-Cha screamed before she ran off with tears in her eyes. Oh man tilde, now Cha-Cha-chan hates me. Naruto thought with sadness. Should have asked her instead. Kurama said. Shut your fucking mouth. Naruto thought with anger, but then a shadow loomed over him making him turn to see it was Furin. Furin-chan. Don't call me that. Naruto looked to her in shock, before she stomped on his face. I thought you were different. Furin yelled with anger and tears before she turned and walked away. Naruto laid there, not defeated, but broken. Naruto sat up as another shadow loomed over him. He knew it was Haruko. Naruto, how could you even, you baka? Haruko swung down her bakan, but Naruto suddenly grabbed it, shocking her and the others. Naruto stayed still, his back turned to them, before he released the wooden training sword and stood up and he walked away. Naruto, Haruko now knew that her brother was hurt and that he only meant what he said as a sign of love, not lust. When she reached towards him, he vanished in a flash of yellow light. I didn't know he could do that. Uruchi said. Azuki, Furin and Cha-Cha looked to the floor with self-disappointment. I went too far. Naruto said on a log, looking to the ground with hollow eyes. He then raised a shaking fist before slamming it down to the ground, causing an explosion of debris as a cloud of dust rocketed into the air as the island shook. A while later the dust vanished to reveal a large trench going long from where the fist slammed by Naruto's side with running water heard below the deep trench. Naruto brought his hand back as he rested his forearms onto his knees with his hands hanging. He continued to look to the floor, thinking over the events that happened. I hate you, Fox. Naruto thought. Kurama stayed silent. I don't mean that. I know. Kurama said. I should have waited. Naruto thought. Until what? Akaza jumps you in the shower. Kurama said, getting Naruto to laugh a bit. Good one. Naruto thought with a smile. Kurama smiled a bit, but still wished Naruto could cheer up. It's funny. Before the whole kidnapping shit months ago, Kurama only wanted to take over Naruto's body and be free once more, but now throughout this whole experience, his growth and his constant talking to him when he just wanted him to screw off, Kurama had learned to warm up to his Jinchuriki. The whole learning of separate worlds and that their world was known as a fictional book series when it was just coincidences, it was all real, despite a few changes, actually changed their lives and feelings towards each other in the good way. Kurama will always hate the shinobi and the shinobi lifestyle of their home world, but he learned to actually call Naruto a friend. He knew this boy was meant for greatness. After all, he is the child of prophecy. The two then sensed someone with them. Naruto turned to see it was Kimi. You came to beat me too? Naruto questioned. Kimi stared at him with teary eyes before she then suddenly embraced him and kissed him deeply. Naruto's eyes became wide, but then he closed them as he held her and returned the kiss her passionately. Kimi's hands graced through his hair as she brought her right leg up to his waist. Naruto slowly brought his hand down and held her right cheek and gave it a little squeeze. Their makeout session lasted for what felt like hours but was a minute as they separated. They stared into each other's eyes staying silent, before separating and sitting on the log, side by side. Naruto-kun, why'd you ask Azuki to have sex with you? Kimi asked turning to him. Naruto sighed. I just wanted one of you girls to be my first. Naruto admitted, making Kimi blush in surprise. I've been thinking about this since Kurama said he'd give me his power if I lose my virgin card, but really it was his form of motivation to get me to actually take the step I've been wanting to do for a long time now. So, you've been wanted to sleep with us for a while now? Kimi asked to make sure. Yeah. Naruto confessed, making him turn away as she blushed red. I know it's too soon, but I couldn't help myself. I mean, I never would have asked this to anyone before because I never felt this way. It feels way different. I think, it may be love. Naruto admitted, making Kimi's eyes shimmer. Naruto then started to chuckle, which surprised her. It's kind of funny. Who would have thought someone would feel love like this? With individual girls. I can safely say I never expected this to happen in my life. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Kimi looked to him. Naruto-kun, do you really love us? Kimi asked. With nary a doubt in my mind. Naruto admitted. Do you love me? Kimi couldn't help but ask. Naruto stared into her eyes as he took her hands. With all my heart. Naruto confessed. Kimi's eyes shined as she stared into his, seeing true love in them. Naruto-kun, please let me be your first. Kimi said. Naruto stared at her with wide eyes, but then he smiled at her. It would be my honor. Naruto then picked her up bridal style and flashed away. Yep. I promised lemons and Takeshi 1225 delivers. People have been begging for this and I will give the people what they want. To those who are reading, I will put Azuki, Cha-Cha, Furin and Minori in this chapter as well, but not in that order. But don't worry, the rest of the story won't be about sex here and there. Although I will put more lemons in the future, the focus will always be on Naruto's adventure to stop Mayanaka Moon Shikai and other threats to both Maken and Shinobi World. Now that that's out of the way, I give you this. People who don't want to read this lemon scene may skim down past it. Just look for bold letters, they'll be indications for beginnings and ends to these scenes. Trust me, you'll know which is beginning and end. And now bold lettered dialogue. Naruto and Kimi appeared in Naruto's room. Naruto's room was wide and large. It had the old-fashioned oak drawers, a walk-in closet with a mirrored sliding folding doors, a hard oak floor, a red with gold trimming rug in the center of the room, a balcony with a nice view of the ocean, a large mirror across the bed which was wide and king-sized with silk sheets and cherry wood finishing along with numerous soft pillows. I can't believe Naruto-kun built this whole place and bought all this stuff. Kimi thought, but then her mind went back to what her and Naruto were about to do. Are you sure you're ready for this? Naruto asked with a soft voice. Kimi nodded and said, Hi. Lemon scene. Naruto took off his boots and made his way towards his bed. Luckily Kimi was in her swimwear, the one she wore the other day, so she didn't need to worry about taking off any footwear. Naruto gently laid Kimi down onto the bed. She stared up at him, feeling meek, as then he suddenly took off his undershirt to reveal his strong muscular chest. Kimi felt the air leave her lungs as she stared up at his form. She sat up and gently placed her hands on his strong torso, her right on his chest and left on his abs. Naruto stroked her cheek and then leaned in as he captured her lips, making her give a little squeak as their lips made contact. Naruto then wrapped his other arm around her waist, pressing her close to him. Kimi had her hands pressed against Naruto's rock-hard chest. They scaled downward, feeling every ab, before traveling back up, returning to his strong tight chest. Naruto's hands traveled around her petite frame. Despite being the most petite of the girls he likes, Naruto loved Kimi's body. He didn't know why, maybe it was because whenever he touched any part of her body it fit perfectly into his hands, maybe because her body was a rarity that it is something to behold, or maybe because it was so different from what most men fantasize about. Either way he loved it and it drives him crazy. Naruto then slowly traveled to the back of Kimi's swimming bra. Once his fingers grabbed the knot of it, Naruto stopped, as if asking permission to go ahead. Kimi relaxed her body and rubbed her thumb across Naruto's cheek, her own way of saying yes. Naruto then slowly untied the knot and let the swimming top fall. Naruto pulled back as he stared at Kimi's breasts. Kimi blushed red in embarrassment as she then covered her breasts, but Naruto grabbed her hands making her look up to stare into his calm shimmering eyes. You're beautiful, Kimi-chan. Kimi's blush deepened as she then smiled and uncovered her small breasts. Naruto stared at them longer, taking in their form before leaning forward and kissed one of them making Kimi squeak. Naruto then started kissing Kimi's left breast and tapped his index on her other breast's nipple. Kimi shook with pleasure at this small but welcomed action. Naruto's kiss trailed around Kimi's nip, but then he took the nipple into his mouth, licking it making Kimi moan. Naruto then started to suck it as he played with Kimi's other nipple. Naruto continued to suck on her nip in a calm rhythm, only picking up a little speed with his other hand pulled and twirled her right nipple. Kimi moaned and shook as she felt the pleasure, this new pleasure that she didn't want to stop. What was making this so much better was that it's Naruto who was doing this to her. She felt like she was going to heaven and this was only the beginning. Then suddenly Naruto's free hand started traveling south as it reached into Kimi's floral pattern skirt, then pulled on her swimming panties as his middle and index touched the slit of her entrance. Kimi made a grunting noise from the simple touch. Naruto pulled back from her entrance and from her breasts, making her fear she did something wrong, but suddenly Naruto gently pushed her down to the bed, then undid her skirt and slowly and sensually pulled off her swimming panties. Kimi's heart raced as her beach panties came off inch by inch, and then she gasped when they had come completely off. Naruto stared down at Kimi with wide eyes, greedily taking in her form making her blush red. Gorgeous. Naruto said. Kimi developed a smile on her face as her blush deepened. Naruto then knelt down onto one knee as he then touched Kimi's entrance with his fingers making her flinch and shake as she gave a quick moan, closing her eyes tightly for the sensitive touch. Naruto used his index to slowly trace up and down Kimi's entrance, making her lightly grit her teeth as she gripped the covers. Naruto then slowly started tracing a circle around the entrance making Kimi's toes curl. Naruto just kept gently tracing his fingers around Kimi's entrance and already she was shaking with excitement. Naruto felt relief, joy and pride at this. Then his index and middle started slipping in, making Kimi's teeth grit more as she tightly gripped the covers. Naruto was slowly wiggling his fingers inside Kimi's entrance, making her head go left to right, before he then petted the walls inside making her back arch for a moment. Naruto played with her for a little bit, before ceasing with his fingers inside her stopped in a hook-like position. Naruto then brought his face close to her entrance, his mouth in front of it as he then kissed it, making her gasp. Naruto then gave a couple more pecks to her entrance, making her moan with delight. He then spread out the fingers inside her majesty, expanding the entrance as he then gave it a kiss, before he then licked the inside of it making her give a small moaning shout. Naruto then started to slowly lick up and down the inside of Kimi's entrance while he then put in his ring finger to hold one side of her entrance as he stroked the inside with his middle. Kimi felt her body start to heat up as Naruto's finger and tongue were caressing her insides. She gave long moan with her back arched for the moment before she started panting, and then Naruto stuck his tongue in deep making him cry out in ecstasy. Naruto now started picking up his pace as his tongue was licking the inside of Kimi's private spot at a quick yet rhythmic pace. Kimi was now panting at a fast rate as her hips were going on instinct as they moved up and down to meet Naruto's pace. This experience was new for the both of them. Naruto never felt so in control. He never felt so excited yet scared yet desperate for more. This was also new and mind-blowing, and it was even better than he was tasting what he thought was the tastiest thing he has even had in his life. Kimi's cheeks were flushed as she felt her heart race. She knew about the talk and how amazing sex can be, but she never thought it'd ever be this good. A feeling that was foreign and gave a chill to the nerves yet felt warm and inviting. Her whole body tingled, feeling completely spontaneous with every single action. She couldn't take it anymore. Kimi gritted her teeth one last time, before she screamed with her nails digging deep into the covers as her love juices came pouring onto Naruto's hand and mouth. Naruto greedily drank the substance, like water from an oasis he found after traveling for months in the desert. When they finished, Kimi panted from the much-needed orgasm. The taste. Naruto said as he stood up. He licked the juices from his fingers as he then grinned with delight. Naruto took off his gloves, then grabbed both of Kimi's legs and spread them out as he dove right back into her majesty and started licking it at a steady yet slightly quick rhythm. Kimi moaned with her fist to her mouth as she felt Naruto greedily lick her entrance with hunger and passion. Sugoi. Kimi couldn't help but stutter her words as felt electricity jolting and spreading throughout her body from feeling Naruto's touch. Kimi panted as she felt her lower lips shook with pleasure as Naruto licked the space between them. Then Naruto's tongue dug deeper within her making squeal with jolting pleasure as Naruto's tongue explored the space within, licking every wall making her squeak as she felt his tongue slide against her inner walls. Naruto then lifted her legs as he rose from the ground a bit and bent her legs back so her feet were at the side of her head as his tongue then dug deeper making her moan and cry with pleasure. Naruto bobbed his head up and down, his tongue going in and out of Kimi's entrance and vaginal walls. Kimi got teary-eyed with pleasure as she moaned from the new sensation. Su-o. Ah. Kimi kept making noise as her heart rate increased along with her breathing. Naruto K-kun tilde. Kimi moaned as stopped bobbing and made his tongue move in a circling position, licking and tasting every wall. Kimi felt like she would die with pleasure, but obviously in a good sense, and then once Naruto pinched her lips with one of his hand's fingers, she went over the edge and screamed. Naruto-kun tilde. Kimi then orgasmed into and all over Naruto's mouth with some fluid squirt his face. The orgasm lasted for like a minute before finishing. Kimi breathed at a lower rate as Naruto drank and sucked Kimi's love juices, his tongue lingered inside her. After a few moments, Naruto's tongue slowly exited Kimi's majesty making her squeak with each moment as it was leaving, until it was completely gone. Sugoi tilde. Kimi softly said as Naruto released her legs, allowing them to retract and fall off the side of the bed. Naruto wiped the leftover juices from his face with his thumb and licked it off slow and gently, savoring the taste. Thank Kami that Kengo forced me to watch all those adult movies and hentai. Naruto thought as he was sucking them clean of the juices. Honestly, without the help from his perverted friend he wouldn't know the first thing to do in this sort of situation. Naruto then looked down at Kimi's form, watching her chest rise up and fall from breathing. Her body shined, as if it were glowing. Naruto took his thumb out from his mouth with an audible pop. Naruto then reached his hand towards her and placed it against her stomach making her shiver to the touch as some love juices trickled out of her entrance. Naruto smoothly traced his hand down her stomach to her hips, gently and smoothing rubbing them making Kimi's breath stutter as she exhaled. Even a simple touch and rub from his hand was enough to make her shiver with delight and desire. Naruto then got onto the bed, picked Kimi up bridal style and hugged her, embracing her tight. Kimi's eyes cracked as she looked up to him seeing him place a kiss on her head. Naruto-kun tilde. Kimi stared at him with pure love. He ceased any more actions so she could regain her energy for further down the road. She felt touched and loved. Kimi then moved her body as her legs spread out until they were on either side of Naruto's legs, knees against the bed with her hands on the outer side of her legs. She then suddenly started to grind her sex against Naruto's own covered one. Kimi-chan. Naruto said her name in surprise as she moved her hips, her entrance sliding up and down the crotch of his pants. Gomenasai. My body, it's just moving on its own. It feels so good tilde. I'm sorry. Kimi said with closed eyes as she enjoyed the pleasure. It's alright. You don't need to feel sorry. It feels nice. Naruto said. Naruto bit his lower lip as Kimi increased the speed a bit. Kimi's breathing started to hitch a bit as she continued to rub her entrance against Naruto's covered crotch. Naruto grunted a bit as he felt pleasure from the experience. Oh man. Kimi-chan is driving me crazy. She feels so good. No, she feels amazing. I can't stop desiring more. Oh Kami, this feels too good. Naruto thought as he slowly humped along with her grinding, finding the right rhythm. The two moaned and groaned as they continued. Kimi panted as she kept going for a while longer, but then she picked up the pace, her back arching as she gave squeaking and sounds of pleasure as she continued. Iku tilde. Kimi cried as she gripped the sides of Naruto's shirt as her love juices spilled onto Naruto's crotch area. Kimi panted as he head leaned forward, sweat going down and drip from her forehead. Gomen, I ruined your clothes. Kimi apologized. Don't worry about it. Pants are just pants. I can wash them later. Naruto said with a soft smile as he placed his hand on the side of Kimi's bicep. Are you even alright to continue? Naruto asked with concern. Hi. Kimi said with new vigor as she looked up to Naruto with determined eyes. Naruto looked at her with surprise by her new determination. Suddenly Kimi started sliding off Naruto, then she bent down and unzipped Naruto's pants making him blush red. Kimi-chan. Naruto said the violet girl's name in surprise, but amazement at her new boldness. Kimi reached in and grabbed Naruto's member and pulled it out. Considering its size it took some doing to take it out, but when it finally became free, it stood erect, like a strong tower. Kimi stared at the long pole with amazement at seeing its full shape, thickness and size. Naruto gulped feeling embarrassed and fearful of his abnormality. He was scared that Kimi would feel too frightened to continue at the sight of it. Naruto-kun's. Kimi then took a deep breath through her nose, getting a whiff of its scent. Kimi, with new confidence and determination, gripped the sides of the member making Naruto flinch from contact as his lips quivered. I will return the favor. For Naruto-kun. Kimi thought as her eyes became a bit more intense as she started rubbing the sides of the cock. Naruto gritted his teeth as he felt his member twitch from the initiation of the hand job. Kimi rubbed the sides of it tenderly as she felt it warm her hands and feeling its pulse. Naruto started to breathe more through his nose, his chest expanding and retracting as he felt pleasure from being rubbed off by Kimi's small, delicate hands. Kimi concentrated on rub the large member in her hands. She stared at it with focused eyes, but then she looked up to him, to see his eyes closed. Not wanting to disappoint the both of them, Kimi then gently opened her mouth a bit and placed it over the tip of Naruto's member making the blonde flinch at the sudden action with his teeth gritted with a tiny growl coming from his throat. Kimi looked up at him as she started sucking his tip, making him shiver at the combination of her hands rubbing the sides of his member and the sucking of his tip. Kimi felt she was doing a good job so she continued both actions. Naruto felt like he was at the gates of heaven. He wasn't on cloud 9 yet, but being in front of the gates themselves gave his body a tingling feeling that made him desire more. Naruto was about to place his hand over Kimi's head, but he managed to control himself a bit as he ceased in fear of accidentally choking her. Last thing he ever wants is to bring harm and fear to Kimi. Kimi looked to his hand as it fell back against the bed. Kimi knew he wanted more, and despite feeling nervous to go further, she steeled her resolve as she wanted this as well. Kimi's mouth went deeper, making Naruto groan as he felt the entire tip of his shaft was now in Kimi's mouth. Kimi was now doing her best to suck the entire tip while still rubbing the sides of his member. Kimi then started licking the top of Naruto's tip, earning groans from his now open mouth. Kimi's tongue licked up and down the tip, but then upon instinct it went down the side and licked up and down it. Then her tongue then licked around the sides of the tip, going in a circular motion. Kimi sucked and licked his member with new delight. Naruto groaned as his muscles involuntarily flexed at the sensation of being sucked, licked and rubbed all at the same time. Kimi wanted more. More noise from Naruto. More small illicit movements. More in her mouth. More. More. Kimi's dove deeper as her mouth started taking in more of Naruto's member. Naruto gave a cry as he felt Kimi's mouth take in more and more of his cock. It slid deeper into her mouth, then started sliding down into her throat, until she stopped. She was nearly halfway there, and trust me, she shockingly took in more than anyone even herself thought, and stayed like that for a while. Her body shook as she held part of his member deep within her. Kimi felt like she was choking a bit, but luckily she knew in this situation that she needed to breathe through her nose, but it still felt like she was being gagged through the mouth, however she actually kind of liked it. After a few more moments of her windpipe adjusting to Naruto's size, she slowly started raising her head, leaving traces of saliva against his shaft. Once her mouth reached the tip, she slowly bobbed back down, taking it back in. Kimi repeated this slow process for a few more minutes. Throughout that time, Naruto was breathing in and out through his mouth as he felt new and greatly welcomed pleasure. It was slow, but enjoyable. He enjoyed the slow and gentle experience as he felt the nerves in his piece tingle as Kimi slowly slid her mouth up and down part of the shaft. Naruto's fists tightened as his biceps flexed hard from the feeling of pleasure and desire. Soon enough Kimi started picking up the pace, her through easing as it got used to taking the member in and out. In and out. In and out. Kimi's cheeks were red as she felt pleasure just from taking in the member through her mouth. She felt like she was getting high from it. If this was how she felt with it going in and out her mouth, she just couldn't fathom how it would feel going in through her most sensitive spot. Kimi was now having a faster rate of bobbing, but it wasn't too quick as she wasn't that used to this experience. She kept an above-average yet steady pace, her hands tenderly gripping the bottom of his member with her thumbs gently caressed Naruto's jewels. Naruto grunted and moaned with pure delight as he felt Kimi go up and down. This went on and on for what felt like hours, but was minutes. This had went on for 7 minutes, until Naruto couldn't take it anymore. He ejaculated into Kimi's mouth. Kimi's eyes widened as she felt Naruto's cum shoot deep into her. His shaft was still within her throat, so she felt the seed go deep into her stomach. Kimi started sliding her mouth off the member until she stopped at the tip. Cum was sliding out of her mouth and down the tip, but then Kimi took her mouth off the tip and kept her mouth closed tightly. Kimi's cheeks were puffed as her mouth quivered, threatening to open from the amount she took in. Kimi's eyes were shut tight as she endured, but she felt like it was about to come out. She quickly placed her hand over her mouth and coughed as white liquid squeezed through and dripped down her fingers and down her hand. Naruto immediately grabbed Kimi's shoulder with concern, but she regained herself and started swallowing the remaining liquid. She separated her hand from her mouth and raised her head up high as she swallowed the rest of it as it easily slid down her throat and into her stomach. Kimi then brought her head down as she was now on her hands and knees, breathing heavily from the experience. Kimi-chan, are you alright? Naruto quickly asked with worry. Kimi looked up as she stared into his concerned eyes. Her eyes shimmered as she stared into his shining cerulean eyes. She then captured his lips as she then inserted her tongue into his mouth. Naruto was momentarily surprised, but he then immediately returned the kiss with much passion. Their tongues pressed and danced around each other, tasting one another with delight and satisfaction. Naruto hugged Kimi close as her hands gripped the back of his head, pushing his face even closer to deepen the kiss. Naruto's hands rubbed and traced all around her back, with one hand going low until it gripped Kimi's left cheek and gave it a tender squeeze, making her squeak and then moan. They kissed and touched one another for a few moments, but to them it felt like hours turned into days. Unfortunately, they had to separate with a thin trail of saliva connected to both their mouths. I love you Kimi Sato. Naruto said with deep passion and love. I love you too Naruto Uzumaki. Kimi said with equal amount of passion and love. They then returned to kissing for a while longer, but then suddenly Kimi pulled back and went back down as she took in his member once more. Kimi-chan. Naruto said her name in surprise before then moaning. Kimi then started bobbing up and down with more vigor. She was getting so used to giving Naruto head that she now could take an inch or two more of his member and now was bobbing at a quicker pace. Naruto moaned with pure pleasure as he had a wide and blissful smile on his face. Kimi-chan, sugoi tilde. Naruto said with pure bliss. Naruto couldn't take it anymore. He pulled Kimi off, placed her back against the bed with his hands gripping her wrists tightly, but not enough to hurt her, as he placed them against the bed with both hands next to both sides of her head as he then suddenly started sucking Kimi's left breast making her squeak and moan. Naruto then picked her up, sitting her right on his lap as he then brought his right hand towards her back and from behind inserted his middle and ring finger inside her entrance and started to rapidly pump his finger deep inside it over and over again. Kimi cried with pleasure as she felt rapid pleasure from Naruto's magic fingers. Kimi's entrance was atop of Naruto's large thick shaft, and through instinct she started to move her hips, sliding across his length as his fingers continued to pump inside her. Kimi felt herself going crazy as she continued to cry with pleasure. Naruto's fingers inside her, his mouth sucking on her left breast with his tongue licking her nipple, and her sliding up and down his shaft. Everything felt incredible. She continued to make noises of pleasure, until Naruto gently bit down on her nipple making her scream with ecstasy as her sex exploded with a large orgasm right all over his shaft and spread onto the rest of his member. You come so much Kimi-chan. Naruto said with a lustful smirk as he then tightly pinched her nipples with hand fingers making her give another cry of pleasure as liquid shot from her nipples. Tilde, your first lactation is mine. Naruto said as he placed his mouth over her right breast and started drinking her milk. It was tart yet had a hint of sweetness to it. It was one of the best things he had ever tasted. Kimi panted as her lactation finished. Naruto pulled back as he stared at her body. She looked like she was glowing, probably from all the sweat. He loved giving her pleasure. It really turned him on when he did. He felt like he was getting off from giving her all this tantalizing pleasure. Suddenly Kimi gripped his left pec making him look to her. Naruto-kun, that's enough. Please, let's get to the. Kimi couldn't even finish her sentence as she blushed red in embarrassment, despite going through the whole experience with confidence. Naruto smiled as he held her hand over his chest. Hi. Naruto then laid her down, her head against a very soft pillow. Naruto then pulled his pants off along with his underwear as he was now full-on naked. Kimi stared at his bare form, feeling like she was staring at a god. Everything about him seemed perfect. No, is perfect. His muscles, his unique blonde hair and birthmarks, the shine in his eyes that spelled love, lust and care, and of course his well-equipped tool. Naruto placed both hands by the sides of Kimi's head as he leaned down to her. Are you ready Kimi-chan? Naruto asked. Kimi said with a nod, but she didn't like that response. Why yes Naruto-kun, I want you to make love to me. Be my first. Kimi spoke. Naruto smiled down at her. It will be my honor. Naruto then gripped his member and positioned it in front of Kimi's entrance. I'll only put in a little bit at a time. I don't want to hurt you. Naruto said. Well, it'll hurt anyway since, well, you know, Kimi said looking to the side as her cheeks blushed. I know. Naruto said with a smile. As his tip got closer, Naruto noticed Kimi staring at it with anxiety. We don't have to continue this if you want. Naruto said. Kimi looked to him, but once she stared back into those calm, loving eyes, she knew that this is indeed what she want. No. Continue. I'm ready. Kimi said with a much calmer voice. Naruto stared into her eyes seeing a hint of fear, but that's to be understood, but also much desire, calmness and bravery. He knew she was ready. Kimi-chan, arigato. Naruto said with a calm and content smile. Naruto's member then started to enter Kimi's entrance making her whimper with pleasure. Once it started going deeper and deeper, Kimi bit her the mid-knuckle of her index finger as he walls started to stretch. Naruto went deeper and deeper, forcing Kimi to quickly grab Naruto's trapezius muscle with her grip getting tighter and tighter as he went deeper in. Luckily she wasn't physically strong like Cha-Cha or Minori, so she wasn't hurting him. Naruto then felt a small blockade inside her, which was most likely Kimi's hymen. Naruto then grabbed Kimi's hand as they both stared into the other's eyes. Kimi smiled to him and nodded, giving him the okay. Naruto smiled before he swiftly and with some force, tore through her hymen. Kimi quickly closed her mouth tight as squeaks of pain were uttered from her throat, squeezing Naruto's hand from the feeling of pain. Naruto ceased his movements from below as he leaned down and started kissing Kimi's neck softly. He then noticed Kimi shedding tears, so he kissed them away for her. Kimi could feel Naruto's tender love and care with every kiss. Kimi's lips may have quivered, but she couldn't help but smile. She was now considered a woman, and the person who became her first was someone she looked up to and fell in love with even before finally meeting him in person. Kimi truly felt like she was in heaven and was the luckiest girl in the world. Naruto-kun, why you can continue now? Kimi said with a soft smile. Are you sure? You still feeling any pain? Naruto asked. Some, but I trust you. Besides, it'll pass. Kimi said. Naruto nodded understandingly before he leaned down, kissed her left cheek and leaned closer to her ear. I promise I'll be gentle. Naruto then slowly went deeper into Kimi until he hit something, most likely the entrance to her womb. Kimi obviously didn't take in all of Naruto's member, but it didn't matter as it was enough for the both of them. Naruto then started to slowly go in and out, in and out, in and out. Kimi's breathing started a new rhythm as he went inside and out of her majesty, the pain was subsiding with every gentle thrust. She had a small open mouth smile as she felt the pain going away with her arms wrapped around her lover's neck. Her lover. Naruto was now officially Kimi's lover and she was now his. Kimi giggled with joy as Naruto slightly picked up the pace, her legs up and moving up and down rhythmically. Happy? Naruto asked with a grunt as he continued. Oh, overjoyed. Kimi said with a small giggle as she brought herself closer to Naruto, hugging him tight. Naruto smiled as he then sat up, holding her by her waist with his strong hands, moving her hips with her soon moving her hips with his hands. The two locked lips, kissing passionately, their tongue touching and dancing with each other. They then separated a bit but their tongues were still dancing with one another for a while longer. Naruto-kun tilde. Kimi said as they stopped with her resting her head against his shoulder. Kimi-chan. Naruto spoke her name softly as his hands then traveled to her bottom and gripped both cheeks. The two then picked up their pace, panting a bit as they felt more jolts. Naruto then went a bit deeper, causing his tip to enter her inner entrance a bit making Kimi groan. Gomen. Naruto spoke softly. He made sure he didn't repeat his mistake, but he quickened his pace. Kimi bit the bottom of her lip as he started going faster. Naruto then brought them both down, with Kimi now back at the bottom as he started thrusting quicker. Kimi started making noises with every thrust as she shook with each one. Naruto felt his body feel ecstatic as he continued, subconsciously starting to quicken his pace. Kimi-chan tilde. Naruto now started pounding Kimi's hole, making her moan as she felt their pelvis slamming together. Na Naruto-kun. Kimi stuttered as he kept pounding her soft spot. Naruto continued to hump faster and with more force, but he made sure never to hurt Kimi. Now the bed was shaking from the strong movements, causing a sort of rumbling noise. Naruto then sat up as he lifted one of Kimi's legs higher and started increasing his rate of speed and force. Kimi-chan. You feel so good tilde. Naruto exclaimed as Kimi's body shook faster with every thrust. Kimi was moaning and panting as her hands tightly gripped the sheets. Naruto's right hand gripped the left side of Kimi's torso while his left hand went to between her legs with his thumb inserting into her entrance, pumping in and out and moving in a circular motion making her squeal from the new action. Kimi panted as she felt her heart race from the intense and fast pleasure. She then grit her teeth and arched her back as Naruto pinched her clitoral glands. Kimi gripped Naruto's arms and accidentally scratched his forearms with her nails. Naruto then gripped Kimi's small breasts and squeezed them making her cry, before he dove down and took the left one into his mouth making her cry even more. Naruto then started pumping faster and harder with more force. Gripping her right hip, Naruto then kissed her passionately with his right hand holding her cheek. The bed shook even faster, causing the floor to make rickety sounds. Kimmy's whole body was shaking as Naruto's tempo increased. She felt like this was the end. She couldn't take any more. Kimmy screamed as then her and Naruto orgasmed at the same time. Naruto sat up a little, holding both of Kimmy's hips as he felt himself release inside her. Kimmy's back arched as her body shivered and shook. Kimmy panted with her tongue out as she felt electricity jolt throughout her body, convulsing in a spontaneous way. Kimmy could actually hear her heartbeat as she felt herself get filled. The experience was strange, but oh so welcomed. This experience was incredible. Naruto panted as he felt his orgasm finish. Naruto hunched over as he stared into Kimmy's eyes. Naruto brought his lips closer and locked them with Kimmy's, his tongue exploring every inch of it. Kimmy's eyes were tired along with her body. She felt exhausted. She could sleep now after such a breathtaking experience. But then suddenly she felt her body heat up once again as new energy was coming back to her. Giving her life once more. Kimmy's arms wrapped around Naruto's neck as her legs then wrapped around his waist. Kimmy shockingly enough started moving her hips, making Naruto's member go in and out. Naruto wrapped his arms around Kimmy's back as he let her do the work. Kimmy then used her new strength to push Naruto to the bottom, with the blonde allowing it since normally she wouldn't have the strength to move his weight. Once he was laying down against the bed, Kimmy sat up and started riding him, with her hands to his chest. Seeing as his size was long, thick and large, Kimmy was forced to rise, but had her knees bent as she went up and down his member. Naruto moaned with a wide smile as he felt pleasure from Kimmy's actions. Naruto's hands traveled to Kimmy's legs as he rubbed them. Kimmy softly smiled as her lips gently quivered as she felt his soft strong hands on her. Although she felt unsatisfied as she felt she was disappointing Naruto with not taking him in more, but he was already satisfied, even if she convinced herself otherwise. I won't give up so easily. Kimmy thought as she then went in deeper as Naruto's member reached deeper into Kimmy. Kimmy panted as she felt sweat falling from her brow. Kimmy-chan, are you alright? Naruto quickly asked with concern and worry. Despite shedding tears, Kimmy couldn't help smile at him. I've never felt better. Kimmy said as she then started to go up and down again. Her inner walls felt strained as they were expanding even more, but Kimmy accepted it as she now felt pride in taking in more and pleasure as the pain was subsiding more and more. Kimmy panted as she started picking up her pace, her nails digging into Naruto's abs. Naruto assisted her by gripping her legs tighter and moved her up and down, both finding a rhythm. Kimmy's head reeled back as she started moving at a faster pace, feeling more pleasure. Then suddenly Naruto's hands traveled further up as his thumbs then went to the sides of Kimmy's lower lips, reached inside and stretched them as they started moving inside her, touching her walls sensually. Kimmy's head reeled back even more as she started giving more moans and sounds pf pleasure. Kimmy's pace increased as she started moving her hips side to side and in circular motions, gyrating around giving her more pleasure and Naruto's member and thumbs moved with her. Naruto then inserted his index fingers as they picked it up even faster, then Naruto quickly sat up and embraced Kimmy as his member went all the way inside as Kimmy screamed from both pain and pleasure as their orgasms exploded. Kimmy's body shook once more from feeling Naruto's fluids fill her up even more. Naruto held her tight as his fluids continued inside her, filling her up and expanding her insides even more. Naruto panted as he continued to hold Kimmy close in his strong arms. Kimmy rested her head against his shoulder with her hands against his chest, her face nuzzling deeper into Naruto's neck. She took in his scent and despite his body covered in sweat, he still smelt so good. Still she felt some more energy in her. Kimmy retracted back from his grasp, resting her hands behind her against the bed, with her now sitting back on her own as she then gestured for him to come closer with her finger. Naruto gladly listened as he came closer, locking his lips with hers as he gently brought the both of them down. Naruto's hands pressed against the bed on both sides of Kimmy's head, her back arches, her arms were wrapped around his neck and her hips moving up and down, taking in his member as he followed her rhythm. Kimmy moaned into Naruto's mouth as her tongue danced along his own. They were going at a slow pace, not daring to go at a fast pace at all. They kept their love-making at a calming rhythm. This felt perfect for them. They then pulled back as Kimmy turned around, Naruto's member still in her as she spun in a 180 angle, making the pleasure feel so much better. Now she was on her hands and knees, as Naruto gripped her hips and continued to go in and out of her special spot. Kimi panted as she felt Naruto continue to gently thrust in and out of her, but then he fully retracted as he then positioned his member in front of her rosebud and then slowly enter in it. Kimi bit her bottom lips as Naruto's member was slowly going in through her other hole, expanded those walls as well. Naruto gritted his teeth as he felt more pleasure as the walls tightened around his member despite expanding until it was almost completely in. Naruto then slowly started to go in and out as Kimi started panting even more as her body moved with her back arching every time he pumped into her anus. Kimi started making louder noises as Naruto's member went in deeper until his pelvis hit her bottom. Kimi's mouth quiver with her mouth being opened, having her noises become more audible. Her eyes shut tight as her body and muscles shook as his sighs completely entered her over and over again. Naruto leaned down, his torso laid against her back, as he then started kissing her upper back, trailing up to her shoulder then trapezius muscles, sucking on it, leaving hickeys. As he left marks on her trapezius muscles, Naruto felt a more dominant side in him rise as he gently bit down on the muscles making Kimi give an audible howling moan as she then orgasmed from her vagina. Naruto then picked up the pace of his thrusting as he then soon came inside her rear, making Kimi grit her teeth, before her eyes widened as she shut her mouth the moment she felt something come up. Kimi quickly placed both hands over her mouth as her head fell forward. She felt something come out of her mouth and wet her hands. Kimi shook from feeling Naruto release inside her. Naruto summoned a spirit arm to reach towards the box of tissues by the side of the bed that he put before on the drawer beside the bed, brought one back that he grabbed with his regular hand before his spirit arm vanished, then reached his to Kimi's mouth as he helped wiped away the fluid coming from her mouth. Kimi looked to her hands to see that it was actually Naruto's fluids that somehow traveled through her and exited through her mouth. So powerful, Kimi thought before she squealed as his member exited from her rear hole. Kimi panted as Naruto helped wipe away the remaining liquid on her hands and mouth. Kimi smiled to him with the blonde smiling back before the violet-haired girl kissed him once more with her arms wrapped around his neck as he hugged her tight. Now they found themselves doing it once more with Kimi lying against the bed, her head against the pillow with her arms still wrapped around her blonde lover's neck. Naruto's hands were pressed against the bed with Kimi's head between them. The two making love slowly once more. They continued to show much love as they rhythmically moved their hips to one another, slowly thrusting in and out, in and out, in and out. They two then locked lips once more, their tongues gracing with one another before they pulled back a bit and stared lovingly into each other's eyes. "I Shitaru, Naruto-kun." Kimi spoke. "I Shitaru, Kimi-chan." Naruto spoke softly. They then lightly gritted their teeth with Kimi's back arching, their eyes shut tight as Kimi gave a moan with Naruto groaning as the blonde released inside her with her own fluids drenching his member. Naruto then immediately bit down on Kimi's neck making her cry out in both pain and mainly pleasure. Lemon scene over. That's 17 pages worth of lemon. More to come. Oh, and don't worry about any thought of not playing it safe. I have that covered. Naruto rested against the bed, his hands behind his head. He looked down to Kimi, lying against him, resting her head against his chest with her hands against it as well, both being as the sides of her head. He stared at her resting face, her tired yet joyous smile making him smile. He listened to her calming breathing as he felt her chest expanding and retracting from breathing and her heartbeat against his torso. Naruto could help but smile as he stared at her beautiful, no, gorgeous face. "I Shitaru." Naruto softly said as he gently placed his hand on her shoulder, as she then subconsciously snuggled closer to him making his smile widen. "Well, congratulations Kit. You're finally a man." "Thanks." "A stupid man." "Stupid is not the best word to define me anymore," Naruto said through their link. "Yet you still have your moments," Kurama said with a smirk making Naruto frown. "Just shut up. I'd rather enjoy this before she wakes up." "That might take a while," Kurama said. Naruto looked down to Kimi and smiled. The covers wrapped cozily around their bodies. It did feel great, Naruto thought, but then his eyes widened as a new thought came to mind. How many times did he? Calm down. Thanks to being free from those damn restraints I can now control your body. That includes separate parts within you, certain organs. So thanks to me I made sure that no knuckle children were mixed with that fluid. Kurama explained. Naruto gave a relieved sigh. Thanks Kurama. Naruto thanked the fox through their link, but then his eyes blinked as he noticed something. Knuckle children. Just another name for sperm. I figured that, but it makes it sound like never mind. Naruto thought. He then heard Kimi make some noise making him look down to her. Naruto-kun. Kimi softly spoke as she smiled. Naruto smiled as he looked down at her, holding her closer. It was now the nighttime. Takaru and Kengo were heading to the laundry room, about to clean their swim trunks and other clothes, but when they got there they saw Naruto was in front of one of the washing machines. Hey dude, we were wondering where you were. Kengo said. Well I was here. Naruto said as the machine finished. Naruto opened it up to reveal his sheets, surprising his two best friends, before he put them to the side and threw in his comforters. Are those your? Yep. Naruto answered Takaru. Why are you? They smell like blood, sweat and fluid. Naruto answered Kengo. How did I not notice the blood? Because you were having too much fun. Kurama answered. Rhetorical question, Kurama. BS. Shut up. Wo tilde, you mean you? Takaru couldn't finish his sentence. Naruto simply said. He knew this was coming. All right. Takaru and Kengo cheered as they jumped Naruto, slapping his back and shaking his shoulders with admiration and respect. Great job brother. Takaru cheered with a grin. So who was it? Kengo asked with excitement. Gentlemen never kiss and tell Usui. Naruto said. You mean doesn't have thrills and spills? Takaru said. Shut up. Naruto and Kengo said as they gave Takaru dull glares. Either way it's obvious that it was Cha-Cha. Kengo said with a shrug and confident smile. Nope. Naruto simply said, shocking Takaru and Kengo as their mouths became agape. What? Takaru questioned. I said nope. Naruto said. You're shitting me. Kengo exclaimed with shock. So it was Azuki. Takaru questioned. Nope. Naruto said, shocking them even more. Minori. Nope. Aki. Kengo exclaimed. She's a virgin. Takaru immediately voiced upon instinct. No wait, what? Naruto looked to him with shock along with Kengo. I'm taking it that's a no. Takaru said as his friends stared dumbfounded at him, before shaking their heads. So wait, was it fur and then? No. Naruto said as he stared back at the washing machine. Takaru and Kengo turned to one another as the exact same thought came to mind. Yan's back. They exclaimed getting closer. What? No. And neither is Demetra. How hard is it to believe that I lost my virginity to Kimi? Naruto shouted. You lost your virgin card to Kimi. The two yelled with shocked large anime faces. They then earned whacks upside the head courtesy of Naruto's fist. That's for shouting that to the world you nitwits. Naruto yelled with a pissed anime face. Dude, how did it work? Takaru asked as he and Kengo stood up, rubbing the anime bumps on their heads. Yeah, I mean, she is kind of petite. Kengo said. She was determined. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head, his bottom lip out, looking to the side with embarrassment with a red blush on his cheeks. Woho tilde, the pair said in amazement. Way to go Kimi-senpai. Takaru said with a grin. New respect for her. Kengo said with his arms crossed and an impressed smile on his face. Naruto stared at them with dull eyes before sighing. Yar days. Unknown to the three, hiding by the door was Cha-Cha. Her lips quivered as she felt sad that she couldn't be Naruto's first, but then new determination etched all over her face as she swore to be Naruto's second. The girls were eating dinner. Luckily Naruto prepared it for them beforehand, while the guys went out for some reason. How does he do this so quickly? Uruchi questioned, earning dull looks her way. Yeah, I know it sounded stupid the moment it left my mouth. Uruchi said. Kimi just kept eating as she had a tint of red across her cheeks, and who can blame her? She not only had sex with Naruto Uzumaki, but had become his first. The problem was that it would cause a storm of questions coming her way and anger from Azuki, Cha-Cha, Furin and Haruko, with the latter being angry in the whole older sibling way. Hey Kimi-senpai, You look like you're glowing. Anaho said, leaning over the table, making Kimmy flinch as her entire face turned red with all eyes now on her. Oh. That's probably because of the lotion I bought. Kimmy said, trying to keep her cool. Well, it's really working. You should try it more often. Anaho said with a smile, making Kimmy flinch again as her whole face glowed red. Are you okay, Kimmy-senpai? Anaho asked with concern, earning a fast nod from Kimmy. Everybody may not know, but Cha-Cha knows the truth. And soon enough, I will be glowing too. Cha-Cha thought as she felt more determination. Suddenly they all felt a huge rise in energy as from the distance a pillar of golden fire erupted into the sky. What in the? Uruchi said as she and the others stared at the golden fire. That's Naruto-kun's flames. Fu exclaimed. Do you think he's in trouble? Uruchi wondered. Kimmy, Cha-Cha, Azuki, Furin and Haruko immediately ran towards the golden flaming pillar. Either way, it's not going to stop them from checking. Himegami said. Kengo and Takaru stared at Naruto as her was surrounded in golden flames. After a while it diminished, to reveal Naruto, but without any changes like in his manga. What happened? Aren't you supposed to be golden with weird black markings on you? Takaru questioned. I feel it though, Kurama's chakra, it's a part of me now. I'm one with it. Naruto said as he looked to his hands. One with it? Kengo questioned. Instead of changing me into a temporary state, his chakra became one with mine and is now a part of my system. Naruto explained further. So you mean, he gave up his powers so they could be yours? Kengo said. Dude, that's noble. Takaru said. Naruto looked down at his hands, shocked and amazed at his friend's selfless act. Kurama. So, does this mean he's dead? Kengo asked. Suddenly he was smacked in the back of the head by Naruto's spirit hand. Ow. What the hell, man? I didn't know it was a sensitive subject. That wasn't me. Naruto quickly said. Suddenly Naruto's golden Asura appeared before them. I'm not dead. The kid has my soul sealed inside him, two dumbasses. I'm not leaving for a long time. Kurama said through golden Asura. Awesome. Naruto cheered with a grin. Whoa tilde. They all turned to see the girls. That's so cool tilde. Kimmy said with new sparkling eyes. So you're stronger now? Cha-Cha questioned. Of course you are. Himegami said with a dull look and her arms crossed. Naruto just gave a chuckle with a toothy grin as he scratched the back of his head. Oh darn, why must our favorite blonde ruin our poor toy soldiers? They weren't even doing anything. Anna Belinda mocked whined. It doesn't matter. We have much time to find it. How is your research on the piece we have? Toshiyuku asked, sitting on his throne with large glowing green cables were connected to his body. Well, truth be told, when we discovered our first piece I may have had a hard time resisting learning more about it. Anna Belinda said with a wide calm smile. Should have known. So how is it with other organisms? Sugoi tilde. It's compatible with all, including Wabisuke-kun's blood. These pieces originated from a very powerful source and whatever it comes in contact with increases power exponentially tilde. Anna Belinda cheered with excitement and a joy-filled smile. Good. Toshiyuku said with a smile. Suddenly a round spy bot flew towards Toshiyuku as its center light glowed green. Toshiyuku tapped the center as a voice spoke on the other line. Yo, tilde, who am I talking to? Me. Who? Toshiyuku Rin. The boss man, right? Yes. Alright. I'm heading back. So you completed your journey. Anna Belinda spoke up. Who's that? Why, it's little ol' me, Anna Belinda. Anna Belinda said with a snake sound after finishing her name. Tilde, doesn't ring a bell. Anna Belinda sighed as she placed her hand over her right cheek. Forgetful as always, Lavender-kun. When will you arrive? Toshiyuku asked. Soon. How soon is soon? Anna Belinda asked. Soon. Please define it. Soon means soon. Don't play with him or else we'll be here all day. Toshiyuku said. We'll see you soon. Okay. See you soon, tilde. Toshiyuku. Right. The call then went silent as the spy bot flew away. Tilde, so he finally returns. I wonder if he's still stronger than Wabisuke-kun. Anna Belinda wondered with a smile. It's Lavender. It was past midnight and Naruto was still up. He was busy doing pull-ups on the beam of the ceiling. You could have warned me that with our powers fusing as one that my stamina would have increased as well. Naruto thought. And here I thought you were smart enough to know that it was implied. Kurama said. Are you just worried that you'll have too much stamina for sex like with that midget? Don't call her that. Right, right. If any of those others joined in you would have kept going. I know, and now with my stamina increased by, Kami knows how many times fold, I don't know what it will take for me to lose all this energy. Naruto responded. And to think he's going to try and get stronger. That kid will be a bigger monster than me. Kurama thought. Wait, you mean that? Naruto responded in surprising shocking Kurama. You heard me. Kurama questioned with wide eyes. Well yeah, you did just plainly say it. Those were my thoughts. Seriously. Huh. I guess now that we're sort of one, I can hear your thoughts now too. Damn. Guess now I'll have to actually try hiding them. Kurama mumbled to himself. Say Kurama, can you actually believe it? About you hearing my head or something else? I was thinking about that meeting with Imouto's mother. To think, Amaterasu. You think we'll actually meet her? With you, anything is possible. Kurama simply said. And trust me, he meant with purely genuinely. Wow, the goddess of the sun herself. Naruto thought with a smile. Suddenly there was a knock at his door. Naruto dropped to the floor, landing gently on his feet without making a sound as he made his way to his door. Once opening it, he saw there was no one there, but when he looked down, he found a trail of red and pink petals. Naruto's eyes widened a bit as he stared at the petals. Oh boy. 2 in 1 day. Kurama thought with a grin. Shut up. And it's past midnight so it's not in the same day. I've got to try harder. Kurama mumbled. Naruto decided to follow the trail, closing his door behind him. He followed the trail and as he followed he wondered how the person who left these for him managed to collect so many for this trail. Once going downstairs and walked further down a hall, he found the end of the trail as he now stood in front of a door. I got the feeling I know who left this trail. Naruto thought, cupping his chin in between his thumb and index. Really? I'm still pondering. Kurama said sarcastically. I hate you sometimes. Naruto thought with dull eyes. Suddenly the door cracked open, earning Naruto's attention. Naruto looked as his eyes slowly widened as the door opened wider and wider. There lying against the door frame was Cha-Cha, wearing a short white see-through nightie, that barely covered her panties, and barely could hold her bust as it tightened around it, her hair untied. Hi Naruto-kun tilde. Cha-Cha said seductively with a hand behind her head and a finger from the other to her lip. Holy of mother of all that is sexy. Naruto thought with his jaw dropped, his eyes widened anime style and blood shooting from his nose. Yep. This is going to be a long tilde night. Kurama said with a smirking grin. Looking for something? Cha-Cha asked turning her head to the side. You no, I was, following this trail and, I came here and, why you're not wearing a bra are you? Naruto watched as Cha-Cha's finger traced down her bust. Maybe tilde. You want to check? Cha-Cha said as she leaned her bust forward. Tilde. Naruto looked to the chest with wide anime eyes as drool came down his smile. Cha-Cha then gestured for him to come inside with her index finger. Naruto obediently followed, and once entering, the two immediately locked lips. Cha-Cha felt happy that her plan worked, but she felt Naruto wasn't able to get into it. Naruto pulled back and looked to the floor with sad eyes. What's the matter Naruto-kun? Cha-Cha asked with concern. How could you still put that at the end of my name when I hurt you? Naruto questioned with shame. Cha-Cha looked at him with wide shocked eyes as she immediately knew he was referring to the disaster at the beach. You feel bad for what happened? Cha-Cha asked. Naruto gave a silent nod as his response. Cha-Cha then developed a determined yet concerned expression. Well don't be. Cha-Cha was wrong. I knew that with how many women loved you that I probably wasn't going to be your first. I'm the one who should ask for forgiveness. Cha-Cha said with a small sad frown as she moved her bust wide to side. But how am I supposed to forgive you when I was never mad? Naruto questioned. Because what Cha-Cha did was wrong. Cha-Cha exclaimed. You were mad because I broke an unspoken promise. I can't fault you for that. Naruto admitted. Yes you can. Cha-Cha is sorry. Now accept it. Cha-Cha shouted, getting frustrated at the fact that Naruto wasn't frustrated. Okay, okay. I forgive you for what happened. Now please stop beating yourself up. I don't like it. Naruto said with concern. Oh Naruto-kun. You make me so happy. Cha-Cha cheered with a joy-filled smile as she tightly hugged Naruto. This girl's even more unpredictable than me sometimes. Naruto thought with a tired, slightly toothy frown. So if you had to do it all over again, would Cha-Cha be your first? Cha-Cha asked with a small hopeful smile with her index to her bottom lip and moving her bust side to side. Naruto's frown alerted her. I'm sorry, but, no. Naruto said, shocking Cha-Cha. It's just, if I did that then I'd be cheating it out on Kimi. She became my first and it made her so happy. Even if she wouldn't remember what was supposed to happen, I wouldn't, that would bring me too much pain that I hurt her without her knowing. Naruto said as he looked to the side with sadness. He figured that Cha-Cha was now furious with him, but of course he should have known better because when he looked to her he was surprised to see a joy-filled smile and tears of joy going down her eyes. Oh Naruto-kun. Cha-Cha immediately hugged him tight. I knew there was a reason I loved you. No matter what happens. No matter how much you change. Your totally unique golden heart will always stay intact. You're happy? Naruto questioned, tilting his head. Cha-Cha looked to him and nodded. You care so much for me and our friends. You'd choose Kimi all over again just to make her happy. I don't mind missing out anymore, now that I know that no matter what you always do what is best for everyone. I love you Naruto Uzumaki. Cha-Cha immediately kissed him passionately. Naruto's heart felt pure joy. This woman that loves him. She will always understand him and love him no matter what. Who he is who she wants, and it makes him happy she accepts him and will always be happy with him. He truly does love her. Once separating, the two stared longingly and lovingly into each other's eyes. I love you too, Cha-Cha Akaza. The two resumed their kiss, an expression of passion. Lemon scene. Cha-Cha's hands were holding the back of Naruto's head while Naruto kicked the door closed. Cha-Cha raised her right leg and wrapped it around his waist, as his strong arm groped and squeezed her right cheek, as his other hand traveled inside her nightie then went inside her underwear as his index and middle traveled down the middle until it reached her entrance and were inserted inside it, making Cha-Cha moan as she felt his middle gently rub the inside of her entrance while his index rubbed one of her vaginal lips. Cha-Cha shivered from the action as he went deeper in, bring satisfaction to Naruto. Naruto then started picking up the pace making Cha-Cha moan. Naruto's middle and index went deeper inside, pumping inside her and rubbing the walls within. Cha-Cha felt her lower lips shake with pleasure and excitement, feeling herself getting more wet from his action. Cha-Cha quickly stuck her tongue inside Naruto's mouth as both of their tongues now wrestled and danced with each other. Cha-Cha's breasts were pressed against his rock-hard chest as she now was moving her hips to match the rhythm of his fingers. Naruto's hand and Cha-Cha's hips moved in perfect motion, the female of the two getting wetter and wetter as Naruto's quickened his pace. Naruto's other hand continued to grope and squeeze Cha-Cha's toned yet soft right cheek, squeezing it then giving it a good smack, causing Cha-Cha's butt to tighten from the smack as she gave a surprised moan. Naruto's tongue then managed to invade her mouth, exploring every inch of her mouth making Cha-Cha moan as she felt tickles and pleasuring sensations from Naruto's tongue. Naruto's thumb then inched to her panties and slid inside as it then went into her rosebud making her moan from the new insertion. Cha-Cha's grip on Naruto's head tightened as she rubbed up against him. Naruto then tried something as he sent chakra to his fingers that were still inside Cha-Cha, causing them to heat up. Cha-Cha flinched as she moaned loudly inside his mouth as Naruto then quickened his fingers' pace, causing her to reel her head away as she cried with pleasure and then came all over his fingers and her panties. Cha-Cha moaned as Naruto retracted his fingers. The blonde brought them to his mouth and put them in his mouth as he tasted her fluids. You taste amazing Cha-Cha-chan. Naruto said with a smirk as Cha-Cha smiled back at him seductively. Naruto then placed both hands firmly onto her rear cheeks and lifted her up, her wrapping her legs around his waist, as he carried her towards her bed, their lips locked. Cha-Cha had started dry humping Naruto as he carried her. Naruto moaned with delight as he felt the pleasurable feel of Cha-Cha humping her crotch against his own. Naruto slid his left hand down in between his and Cha-Cha's crotch areas and inserted his fingers into Cha-Cha's pussy, making her moan delightfully as he then started pumping his fingers in her as she moved her hips a little faster. Naruto stopped at the edge of the bed, still carrying Cha-Cha as he pumped his fingers into her vagina as she continued to hump. Naruto once again surrounded his fingers with warm chakra, causing Cha-Cha to reel her head back and moan loudly. Naruto increased his rate of speed, making the inside of Cha-Cha's majesty feel warmer than a toasty campfire. Cha-Cha was sweating all over her body as she panted from the now warm sensual act. Cha-Cha's hips continued to move her hips in a humping motion as she started to feel like her entire body was starting to heat up, whether from normal circumstances as a result of pleasure or Naruto's warm toasty chakra, she didn't care, the pleasure is just all too good. Cha-Cha picked up tempo with Naruto's hand following. Cha-Cha's hips were moving faster and faster, with her panties getting wetter and wetter as her juices were coming out from Naruto's finger fucking. Naruto squeezed Cha-Cha's left cheek with a strong grip as he then helped her pick up speed by moving her hips forward and back with just his hand. Cha-Cha panted and gasped as her whole face was sweating. She was going crazy. Naruto's finger play, his warm energy, his strong body. It all was driving her crazy and she gladly welcomed it with open arms as it came from the only man she wants to spend the rest of her life with. Naruto then inserted 3 fingers inside Cha-Cha's rear, making her give a cry of pleasure. Oh, God. Naruto-kun. I'm going CC crazy. Cha-Cha cried as she felt her body go spontaneous with energy, heat and electrical sensations, all throughout it. Naruto then started pumping his fingers in her and moved her hips with his other hand at a blinding speed, giving her a new and intense pleasure as she felt her heart race faster, and faster, and faster, and faster, and faster, and faster, and faster. Oh my god, tilde 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 tilde. Cha-Cha cried as Naruto continued his intense and blinding finger play and hip assistance, until suddenly Her Majesty exploded with an orgasm all over Naruto's hand and his pants crotch area as the blonde bit her neck. Cha-Cha panted as her body shook with pleasure as her love juices continued to pour out. Su, goy. Cha-Cha managed to say as her panties were all wet as her fluids dripped from them. Naruto took out his hand from her entrance and licked them slowly with his tongue, enjoying the juices, savoring them. Cha-Cha was just getting hot seeing Naruto enjoy her juices so much in such a special way. Naruto smirked one more time before his right hand squeezed Cha-Cha's rear and smacked it, causing her to moan, before he tossed her onto the bed. Cha-Cha was breathing a little higher as she watched Naruto slowly enjoy the leftover juices on his hand. Tilde. Looks like I found something tastier than ramen. Naruto said with a smooth tone and smile, making Cha-Cha blush at his words. Naruto leaned down and licked his lips as he then licked Cha-Cha's collarbone and trailed his tongue all the way up to her earlobe where he flicked it with his tongue before gently biting it, making Cha-Cha moan as she quickly closed her mouth. Naruto grabbed her left breast and groped it in circular motions, making Cha-Cha give a series of gasps as she lightly opened her mouth. Naruto gently licked her cheek before he then kissed her trapezius muscles, sucking on it, leaving hickeys. Cha-Cha's toes curled as Naruto was sucking on her neck and leaving hickey marks. Naruto's left hand trailed down to Cha-Cha's panties, where his index was softly and slowly rubbed her covered entrance in a circular motion. Naruto slowly licked the hickeys he left on Cha-Cha's neck before he started to go down her body. As he traveled down, Naruto was kissing her all the way, from her neck, to her collarbone, to her chest, sucking on a covered right nipple, making her squeak and moan as he sucked on it for a little while longer. Then he kissed down her torso, kissing her stomach, until he neared her lower region. Naruto's hands gently rubbed Cha-Cha's inner thighs as they spread her legs apart. His mouth, kissing down her body, slowly made its way to her lower region. Naruto kissed around Cha-Cha's panties, teasing her as she shivered from his lips' contact near her womanhood. Naruto's mouth traveled to her right inner thigh, where it then sucked on the skin, making Cha-Cha moan as he left a new hickey there. Naruto then took a deep whiff of Cha-Cha's womanhood and panties, smelling her bitter yet strangely sweet juices. Naruto's left index then pressed against the panty-covered entrance, entering her entrance a bit through the panties, making Cha-Cha gasp and give a pleasurable moan. Your juices do smell good, Cha-Cha-chan. Taste better too. Naruto said with a smile before he retracted his finger and inserted the tip into his mouth to suck on the juices. No more. Naruto looked to her with half-lidded eyes. No more teasing. Please. Just devour me. Cha-Cha begged. Anxious huh? Naruto said with a smile as he pulled his finger back. Naruto then held Cha-Cha's inner thighs tightly as he lowered his head down to her womanhood. Well, what kind of man would I be if I brought disappointment? Then again, a begging Cha-Cha does look very nice. Naruto said with a smile. Now. Cha-Cha exclaimed as she quickly gripped the back of Naruto's head and tried to push his face into her womanhood, but of course with his superior strength, her strength wasn't strong enough to push his head down. Yar. Guess I've got little choice here. Naruto said with a smirk. Then he lowered his head down as he kissed Cha-Cha's wet-covered entrance, making her whimper as he then started kissing it some more. Cha-Cha's legs tried to squeeze shut upon instinct from the new pleasure, but Naruto kept them wide open as he continued to kiss her lower region. Cha-Cha panted with sweat on her brow as Naruto continued to kiss her down below, and then he suddenly gently licked her covered crotch, making her moan in delight. Naruto grinned at her noise, giving him satisfaction from hearing her noise. But it wasn't just the noise that was turning him on, but the fact that he was the one causing them to elicit from her mouth. Naruto then bit down on the cloth of the panties, surprising Cha-Cha as she then watched his head slowly go down her legs and take them off. Naruto grabbed them from his mouth, stretched them like in slingshot and shot them away, before he went back down and spread Cha-Cha's legs apart once more as he then licked up her majesty, making her give an audible moan. Naruto was now licking Cha-Cha's womanhood, making her pant as her hair laid back. Naruto's tongue went up and down her woman, causing Cha-Cha's toes to curl, but then he inserted his 2 index fingers inside her womanhood and stretched open her entrance diagonally, making her whimper with gritted teeth, before he inserted his tongue inside her womanhood, making her give an audible cry of pleasure as his tongue licked up and down inside her, touching all the walls inside her, her fingers digging into the bedsheets as he did so. Naruto then wrapped his arm around her waist and raised it up as he stood, his tongue digging deep within Cha-Cha's womanhood, making her cry with pleasure. Naruto's tongue trailed every inch and every wall of Cha-Cha's womanhood, making Cha-Cha squirm as her toes curled. Cha-Cha was moaning with pure pleasure as some drool came down her mouth, then Naruto brought his thumb closer and inserted them into her majesty, rubbing and stretching her lips. Cha-Cha gripped her head tightly as she felt more pleasure from Naruto's actions. Cha-Cha then started moving her hips up and down, with Naruto moving his tongue in circular motions as she did so. Cha-Cha was feeling her heart race as Naruto went faster and faster and faster, her juices coming out, lathering Naruto's tongue with them. Cha-Cha gritted her teeth as she felt the pleasure, but then she felt Naruto retracted his hands and stretched them to her bust, but he quickly summoned his spirit arms to hold her in place, and then he gripped the top of her nightie and pulled it down to reveal her large bust in all its glory, then he pinched her nipples, making her give a moaning cry. Naruto twisted Cha-Cha's nips and pinched tighter, making her bite her index finger to hold in the cry, but then she felt her majesty get warmer as Naruto was sending chakra to his tongue, causing her to give a pleasure-filled cry. Cha-Cha's body was sweating as she felt her whole body become consumed with heat, but it wasn't a burning heat, it was a warm, pleasurable heat that you'd feel in a sauna. Cha-Cha's breathing became heavier as she felt heat elapse throughout her body. Suddenly Naruto sent chakra towards his fingertips as all of them glowed gold, with his thumb and index fingers holding Cha-Cha's nipples tightly, while his other fingers pressing against the skin of her globes. Cha-Cha started giving noises of ecstasy as Naruto was giving her so much pleasure. Cha-Cha's legs were moving sporadically over Naruto's shoulder as his tongue dug deeper into her. She couldn't take it anymore. Cha-Cha exploded from all area. With one stronger scream, she orgasmed all over Naruto's mouth and lactated from her nips. Naruto quickly pulled back and dove down to drink from Cha-Cha's left breast, greedily drinking all he could. As he sucked on it, his tongue played with her nipple as his faces pressed down onto her left globe, before switching breasts as he licked the leftover milk off her breasts and then sucked on her nipple with his tongue playing with it, his hand fondling her left breast. Cha-Cha was panting, her body drenched with sweat, making her skin glow, her chest rising and falling with each breath as Naruto continued to suck on her right breast while his hand continued to squeeze and grope her left breast. Naruto licked Cha-Cha's nipple slow and sensually as his thumb and index pinched her other nipple lightly, making her breathing hitch. Cha-Cha can safely say that Naruto knew his stuff. Naruto then flipped Cha-Cha over, allowing her to lay on her chest, and then he lifted the bottom of her nightie up as his mouth dived into her womanhood, his tongue entering deep inside her as he sucked on her entrance. Cha-Cha panted as her fingernails dug deep into the mattress. Naruto's tongue licked up and all around her inner walls, tasting leftover juices, his hands gripping her rear cheeks tightly, squeezing them and groping them. Her rear was firm, yet soft. The blonde loved feeling them against his strong hands. Naruto then sent chakra to his hands, creating heat, making her buns warm and her nerves underneath tingle. And then he sent chakra to his tongue again, making Cha-Cha moaned as she lifted her head up. Naruto, no more foreplay. I want you to take me. Ravage me. Make me a woman, now tilde. Cha-Cha cried. Naruto lightly bit onto her womanhood, making her cry out with pleasure as she felt so much heat and energy poured into her as she orgasmed once more, all over Naruto's mouth. Naruto took his time drinking and slurping up the juices from within and all around Cha-Cha's entrance, feeling satisfaction from tasting the bitter yet sensually sweet juices. Naruto then pulled back as he stood up straight. I do as I command. Naruto said with a smirk as he pulled down his zipper as his member came out, making Cha-Cha develop an open-mouth grin. But first, I need you to rise up on your hands and knees. Cha-Cha obeyed without question. Tilde. Now how about barking like a pup? Naruto suggested. Cha-Cha then gave small barks as she also wiggled her butt as an extra incentive for him to plow her. Well, didn't expect that, but then again, it's much welcomed. Naruto said with a smile as her gripped Cha-Cha's behind and then lift up her bottom nightie, pulling it back before readying his member in front of her entrance. Naruto placed the tip of his member against Cha-Cha's entrance as he then trailed up and down her slit hole, making Cha-Cha's lips quiver from the sensation of his tip tracing up and down her lower entrance. Cha-Cha tried thrusting her hips back so his member would quickly enter her, but Naruto quickly pulled away before an inch could enter. Whoa girl. We'll get to the fun in a moment. Just relax tilde. Naruto said as he held Cha-Cha's hips in place as he trailed his tip up and down her entrance. Cha-Cha's toes curled as she felt the slow, sensual teasing pleasure. Cha-Cha bit her bottom lip, wanting nothing more than for his member to enter her. Good thing for her, Naruto was tired of teasing her and decided to ram his member in, making her cry out as it went deep in her. Cha-Cha's head had shot up as Naruto's member went deeper and deeper inside her, until it hit her hymen. Naruto bent down to her ear to whisper. Once I go in, I'll be gentle. He whispered. No. Just keep thrusting. I'll endure. Cha-Cha responded. Are you sure? Naruto asked. Yes. So please, ravage me. No. Naruto said with a calm tone and stoic look, shocking Cha-Cha. I'd rather make love. Naruto said with a smile, making Cha-Cha blush with slightly wide eyes before she smiled. Naruto then, without further warning, thrust deeper into Cha-Cha, breaking through her hymen. Cha-Cha squealed with pain as she gritted her teeth. Her body shook as she felt the pain, but then Naruto then pulled back and thrust forward again, getting a yelp from Cha-Cha as he then repeated the process. Cha-Cha panted from pain as Naruto continued to thrust in and out. His member was so long and thick that it felt like it was overwhelming her. Her walls tightened around his member as she felt it thrust in and out of her. Cha-Cha's nails dug deeper into her mattress as she felt her walls tightened around Naruto's member, with the blonde tightening his grip on Cha-Cha's hips. Oh man. This feeling, it's so good. Naruto thought with gritting teeth. Cha-Cha moaned with her head up as she felt her juices ooze all over Naruto's member as her walls were tightly constricting it the best they could. Oh man. So good tilde. Naruto's thoughts cried as picked up the pace. Cha-Cha panted as her body moved with the thrusts, and then she moaned along with panting as now she was feeling pleasure building up from each thrust. Naruto's member dug deeper and deeper into Cha-Cha as his pelvis slammed against her behind. Naruto felt Cha-Cha's innards heat up as he continued to thrust further in and faster. Soon enough his tip was hitting against the entrance to her womb. Naruto was trying to be careful as to not break through, which could most likely cause her pain, but it was very hard controlling his instincts when the pleasuring sensation was affecting his mind as his instincts were driving him. Naruto panted as he started picking up pace, feeling all of Cha-Cha's walls embrace his member with earnest delight. Cha-Cha panted as she moved her hips to thrust back every time her lover thrust forward. Yes. Her lover. Naruto is now her lover. And she will always give him the love her rightfully deserves. So good. So good tilde. So good. Cha-Cha thought as she picked up the pace with her back thrusting. Naruto followed her lead as he repeatedly slammed his member into her. He then swiftly bent over, wrapped his arm around her torso as he gripped her breast and fondled her right breast, as he then started kissing and sucking on her neck. Cha-Cha panted and moaned as he picked up the tempo and played with her breast. Naruto's other hand then trailed down her leg into her entrance where he stuck his index and middle fingers into her entrance. Naruto then started thrusting them in and out, following an opposite tempo with his member, going in when his member went out and out when his member went in. Naruto licked Cha-Cha's neck as he continued to pump and thrust within her and grope her, but then he bit down on her neck, making her cry as her juices squirted out. How about we warm things up? Naruto whispered to her ear as he covered his right hand, his left fingers and member in warm chakra, making Cha-Cha feel more heat. She was going crazy. His warm loving chakra was heating her nerves so well that they tingled as they sent electricity towards another and another, flowing a trail of jolts through her nervous system as she was now feeling her whole body go spontaneous and warm up like a toasty campfire. Oh God! Oh God! Cha-Cha thought with ecstasy as she felt her whole body heat up and tingle with pure excitement and pleasure. It was getting too much for her. She wasn't going to last. She tried to fight her urge to come, but Naruto's surprisingly expert technique was driving her mad. She wanted to release. She wanted him to release. She wanted the both of them to come at the same time. She wanted it now. Oh Naruto-kun tilde 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 tilde. Cha-Cha spoke as she and Naruto picked up the pace. Naruto-kun tilde tilde tilde. Cha-Cha's orgasm exploded, covering Naruto's member as the blonde then gritted his teeth as he released his load inside her. Cha-Cha shook from the awesome experience she just had. Her face fell flat against the bed as she panted heavily with her hips shaking as Naruto's load continued to pour in. Goi, Cha-Cha said as her lower lips quivered against Naruto's member. Naruto rubbed Cha-Cha's bottom as he let her rest for a few moments. Man, I gave off a lot in there, but I still feel fine. My stamina really has increased to way higher levels. Naruto thought as his thumb then subconsciously was inserted into Cha-Cha's rear hole making her moan through closed lips. Oops. Sorry Cha-Cha-chan. I guess my body's on autopilot. Naruto said with an embarrassed blush. Cha-Cha then rose up as she turned back to her boyfriend. Don't apologize. But, Cha-Cha smiled as she then pulled away, grabbed Naruto and laid him down onto her bed as she straddled his pelvis. Let your pretty little Cha-Cha-chan take charge now, huh? Cha-Cha chimed with a smile that Naruto gladly returned. I'd be honored. Naruto said still smiling. Cha-Cha then raised her hips up as she gabbed Naruto's member, giving it a tight squeeze making Naruto groan with pleasure as she then adjusted it so it would be directly underneath her hole and then she thrust down atop of it as it deeply entered her making Naruto groan as Cha-Cha moaned. Cha-Cha then started moving her hips in circular motions as she let the tower in her slide against her inner walls. Cha-Cha then sighed with satisfaction as she then started rising up and going down as she slowly bounced atop of Naruto's crotch, feeling his member slide in and out of her with satisfaction and delight. Naruto was having a field day. Not only is Cha-Cha amazing at this, but he could feel her stamina was high. Maybe not as high as his, but high enough to give him a long session. Naruto had his hands behind his head as he let Cha-Cha do all the work, and all the while he held no boredom as his form of entertainment besides the pleasure from his lower region was viewing Cha-Cha's amazing bust go up and down as she bounced off his pelvis. Oh tilde Naruto-kun tilde. Tilde. What a nice view. Naruto said with a smirk as he felt his strong-willed dominant side slowly taking over. Now this is pleasure. But I want more. Naruto sat up and took Cha-Cha's right breast into his mouth as his hands quickly gripped Cha-Cha's bottom cheeks with chakra warming them. Cha-Cha moaned as her lip quivered from the feeling of his mouth sucking her breast and her cheeks getting warmed like a campfire as Naruto picked up his thrusting pace. Cha-Cha panted as she tightly gripped Naruto's head. His member thrusting in and out of her, filling her whole self. Cha-Cha had always had fantasies of Naruto when she was younger and she definitely imagined him with a large member. Just remembering those fantasies just made her get even wetter. Once he came to their world, she had become consumed with joy and excitement, the fantasies rushing through her head as she had then developed hope, determination and desire for making them a reality. Everything she ever hoped. The man. The tool. The way of execution. It's even better than she could ever had fantasized. Naruto sucked on Cha-Cha's breast with much dominance, as if he was possessive of both her boobs. Naruto stuck the fingers from his right hand went into her pussy from behind and was pumping at a fast pace. Cha-Cha pressed her lips against the top of Naruto's head as her juices were splashing out every time they pumped into her. Cha-Cha toes were curling as she felt him warm his fingers with chakra, increasing the pace. Cha-Cha bit her lips as her body was going nuts. Her hips moved rhythmically with his own and his fingers. Panting, her hips thrust faster and faster, her love juices pooling out, covering all of Naruto's fingers and crotch area. Cha-Cha felt her lower lips quiver as her walls tightened around Naruto's member. Her chest bounced, with Naruto's mouth still sucking on one, as she panted, her breathing getting higher and higher. Giving one final cry, Cha-Cha orgasmed all over Naruto's member, but the blonde kept going, now increasing his pace. Naruto was now pumping faster and faster, feeling excitement as her juices drenched his member. Naruto bit Cha-Cha's nipple, but not too hard as he felt his load preparing to arrive. Naruto brought Cha-Cha and himself down, as he was now on top, pounding at her. Naruto was humping faster and with more force, making Cha-Cha give many noisy moans as his member thrust deep into her over and over again, feeling his pelvis slam against hers over and over again. Naruto pumped his member and fingers fast, feeling Cha-Cha's inner walls beat like a heart as they became warm as juices oozed across their surface. Naruto gritted his teeth and groaned as he continued to pounding into a moaning Cha-Cha. His muscles flexed and twitched and his teeth became elongated. He felt on top of the world. Naruto then gave a sort of groan howl as his came inside of Cha-Cha for the second time. Cha-Cha's toes curled as she felt him release deep inside her. Cha-Cha's body shook from the experience, but she was not tired. Cha-Cha whispered something into Naruto's ear as then they were now in a new position with Naruto lying back onto the bed, with Cha-Cha over him, sucking his stick into her mouth while he was sucking on her womanhood. Naruto's tongue was licking inside of Cha-Cha's womanhood, making sure every wall earned attention, tasting all the leftover juices stuck to them. The bitter taste was sweet to him, it gave his tongue goosebumps. Just the feeling of the tip of his tongue making contact with them just elicit excitement to him. With Cha-Cha, boy was she determined. As she was taking Naruto's size into her mouth, she was choking, but with much willpower and determination to make this the best night of their lives so far, she fought through as took in the whole length. She felt his member pulse inside her throat, the warm heat it gave off make her windpipe tighten around it. Cha-Cha moaned as he head smoothly bobbed up and down, sucking on Naruto's dick, making it twitch within her. Cha-Cha's hand was wrapped around the bottom of the shaft, stroking it up when her head went up and down when her head went down. Cha-Cha was concentrating hard on the task at hand, but she gave a pleasured cry as Naruto pinched her lower lips. Naruto pinched Cha-Cha's vaginal lips tighter making her squeal, with his member still in her mouth, making it sound muffled. Naruto now pulled on them, making Cha-Cha's body shake at the new sensation as her voice was muffled by his member. Cha-Cha quickly went back to pleasuring Naruto's member, trying to focus as hard as she could as he pleasured her. Naruto's tongue was rapidly moving inside her, making Cha-Cha's feet move around as Naruto's face dug deeper, forcing his tongue deeper into her. Cha-Cha tried to focus, but Naruto was just so good at what he was doing. The blonde then used his other hand to stick his fingers into her behind, now pumping them, making Cha-Cha go nuts. Seeing as she knew she would climax in no time, Cha-Cha quickly started bobbing her head up and down at a faster pace and stroke him member even faster and squeezed it a bit to increase the pleasure. Cha-Cha was feeling more and more energy in her rise. She didn't know how, but she felt her energy grow, and used it for their love-making. Cha-Cha was feeling her juices flowing out as Naruto's tongue dug deep, licking all it could. Naruto's mouth was being covered with Cha-Cha's love juices. The liquid flowing down and dripping from his chin. Cha-Cha moaned with her eyes shut tightly as she felt herself about to release. Naruto decided to end it with a soft bite onto Cha-Cha's lower lips, making Cha-Cha give a muffled scream as she came all over Naruto's face. Naruto greedily drank the juices that were pouring out of her lower region. Once drinking them, he brought his mouth back and licked her lower lips that had leftover liquid. Naruto then wrapped his arms around Cha-Cha's waist as he then sat up, surprising her as her sucked on her lower region more as he sat up. Cha-Cha placed her free hand against the surface of the bed as she then balanced herself to go up and down to continue sucking on his member. Naruto was licking her womanhood over and over again at an increasingly fast pace. Cha-Cha's body shook as she felt her love juices ooze from her womanhood and drip down from it and down her bottom and front. Cha-Cha knew that she would come many times over before she could make him come once, but then she gained an idea. Cha-Cha decided to send element energy to her hands and mouth like Naruto did with her throughout their love session. Succeeding, Naruto groaned as he felt more pleasure from the experience. Cha-Cha felt victorious, but then Naruto sent chakra to his mouth and tongue and then his fingers as he now pumped them into her anus. Cha-Cha moaned as she knew that this now became a contest on who would come first. Cha-Cha quickly bobbed her head up and down even more as the rate of her hand stroking increased. Cha-Cha moaned over and over again from pleasure as she then moved her head in circular motions, making Naruto's member move around within her throat. Cha-Cha then started picking up the pace, using Maken energy to increase her performance, power and speed. Naruto groaned as he started pumping his tongue fasted into Cha-Cha's womanhood, going in and out at a fast speed. The two were going crazy. They couldn't hold it together anymore. The two came. Cha-Cha's love juices drenching Naruto's face, with Naruto shooting his load inside of Cha-Cha's mouth. Cha-Cha's cheeks were puffing as her head shook as Naruto's liquid pumped inside her, feeling his heartbeat from holding his member within her mouth and hand. Naruto slowly licked away the juices from Cha-Cha's lower region. Cha-Cha's mouth somehow managed to make a squeaking noise, despite her throat being filled with Naruto's member and jizz. Cha-Cha then tried to swallow all that she could, despite it being a chore. It felt strange for Cha-Cha to swallow cum upside down, but it kind of felt like a rush and she enjoyed it. Naruto's tongue slowly licked Cha-Cha's womanhood once more as she swallowed the last bit of his cum. Cha-Cha's chest rose and came down as she was breathing through her nose. It was so difficult to breathe throughout the experience with them going at a rapid pace, so it felt good to be taking a breather. Naruto then released her, allowing Cha-Cha to fall forward onto her back, then he pulled out his long member, still feeling horny for more. Cha-Cha panted through her mouth, but her breathing hitched for a moment as she felt Naruto grab her by the waist, picked her up and put her on her knees as he positioned his member to her entrance and then stuck it deep inside her making her moan. Cha-Cha panted as she felt Naruto pump his member inside her. Holding onto her waist, Naruto gripped Cha-Cha's bottom tightly, focusing chakra and elemental energy into his fingertips, causing Cha-Cha to howl in ecstasy as she felt her nerves tingle from feeling both energies concentrate into her skin. Naruto panted, more out of habit than actually tired, as he continuously thrust into Cha-Cha, but then he pulled out and positioned his hard member to be in front of her bottom hole and then with one mighty thrust, his member went right into her bottom making Cha-Cha moan as he head shot up. Now Naruto was pumping his member into Cha-Cha's behind, and he felt his cells electrify as her innards tightened around his member. Cha-Cha panted with pure pleasure as sweat dripped from her face. Oh ho, God tilde. Cha-Cha exclaimed as her face was pressed against the sheets as Naruto pumped faster into her bottom. Naruto was picking up force and speed as his hips kept thrusting forward, his pelvis slapping into Cha-Cha's behind, becoming music to his ear as his whole body tingled. Naruto was picking so much speed that his hips were blurring and slapping noises were echoing throughout the room. Cha-Cha panted with her tongue out as she felt her rear hole expanding as he went deeper and deeper into her. Her vagina was getting all wet and dripping as he continued to pound her reed end. Sugoi, Sugoi, Cha-Cha thought as she drooled with delight as Naruto continued to thrust his member deep, fast and hard into her rear end. Naruto gritted his teeth as he felt himself getting closer to his release. Naruto then leaned forward and grabbed Cha-Cha's wrists as he then leaned back, bring Cha-Cha back towards him, only being arm's length away as he held her wrists tight as he increased his rate of pounding, causing Cha-Cha's body to bounce up as he pumped into her harder. So close, so close. Naruto thought as he gave a growl as he felt himself ready to release inside of Cha-Cha's innards. Cha-Cha panted with her tongue out, feeling great pleasure as Naruto increased his tempo. Naruto growled as he was about to release himself. Cha-Cha's head was spinning as she felt her brain became light, almost like air. She felt her juices dripping from her majesty, falling out like a sprinkler as drops fell onto the sheets. Her heart was beating 1,000 times a minute as she felt his member twitch inside her, as a sign that he was ready to come inside her. More, 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 more. Cha-Cha thought over and over again. Her whole body shook as his entire body tingled. Electricity was shooting out of every inch of her body. Oh my god, she felt Naruto's body start to increase in temperature. His whole body was warming up that it felt like he was as toasty as a campfire. She felt her rectum quiver while her love juices came out more and more. She couldn't take it anymore. She needed to come. She needed him to come. Oh my god, oh my god. Cha-Cha's thought as her mind was being consumed with pleasure. Naruto then quickly pulled Cha-Cha back as his arms then were wrapped tightly around her body as his strong warm hands gripped the center of her breasts as his thrusts slammed into her bottom. Oh tilde 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 my tilde 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 god tilde 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 tilde. Naruto then gave a small roar as his grip on her breasts tightened, his fingers pressing into her breasts making them shoot some milk into his palms as he shot his load inside her rectum, and biting her trapezius muscles making Cha-Cha give a shaky cry of pleasure and pain as she felt Naruto's liquid go deeper into her, filling up her intestinal tract. Cha-Cha was now making acking noises as her body shook, blood trailing down where Naruto bit her, but the blonde was softly licking the bite wound. Cha-Cha tried to speak, but she felt herself drained of energy to speak. Sugoi tilde tilde tilde. Naruto kept his hold on Cha-Cha as he felt his load continue to pour into her, her breast milk oozing down his hands as he continued to grip her bust tightly. After a while, and I mean a while, Naruto's ejaculation finished and he then allowed Cha-Cha to fall forward, letting her face hit the surface of the bed and her hands land beside the sides of Cha-Cha's head. Cha-Cha breathed heavily, his chest expanding then contracting against the bed. She moaned as she felt Naruto's member slide out of her. Naruto panted a bit, but it was more out of habit than actual fatigue. Damn. At this rate it seems like an orgy would be the only way to get me winded. Naruto thought as he stopped panting. Cha-Cha laid there for what felt like hours, but it was only moments. She was suddenly feeling more energy grow inside her. A new jolt of vigor was growing inside her. Cha-Cha then found strength to rise her upper body up on the front knuckles of her fist, catching Naruto's attention. Cha-Cha turned her head to him as she grinned to him. Naruto grinned back to her as he saw new life in her eyes. Naruto grabbed Cha-Cha and gently slammed her onto the bed, with her head lying onto a pillow and with one swift motion, he took off her nightie, revealing her now fully naked form before he quickly took off and tossed away his pants. Naruto was now over her as he tried to thrust in her, but missed because of impatience. Hyaku, Hyaku. Hurry, hurry, Cha-Cha said with a smile. Naruto then thrust his member straight into Cha-Cha's majesty making her moan as her head shot back with her teeth gritting. Cha-Cha's lower lips quivered as Naruto's members filled her whole womanhood. Cha-Cha panted with excitement as she then felt Naruto retract his member then thrust it back in making her moan once more. Naruto now was picking up the pace as he pounded into Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha's body moved with his thrusts as she made noises every time he thrust into her. Naruto thrust his member deeper and deeper into Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha wrapped her legs around Naruto's waist and her arms around his neck as her back arched with every thrust. Cha-Cha panted as she felt Naruto thrust fast and deep inside her. Naruto sucked on the bite wound that he gave her from earlier as she then felt the wound healing. Naruto then pulled back as he then locked lips with Cha-Cha, kissing her with passion as their tongues wrestled. Naruto's body started to heat up again, resonating heat that warmed Cha-Cha's own body. Cha-Cha felt her lower region become pudding. Between his tool, technique, his chakra and his body warmth, she wasn't surprised why her body felt like it was melting with pleasure. Naruto's pulled his mouth back as his hands then gripped Cha-Cha's breasts tightly as he pulled on them, making her moan, forcing her to release her hold around his neck as he leaned up more, pulling on them tightly, making Cha-Cha moan with her hands at the necks to the sides of her head. Cha-Cha's lower lips quivered as Naruto's member picked up pace as his chakra surrounded his member, delivering more energy and heat, which made all the walls in Cha-Cha go wet. Naruto brought his mouth down as he started sucking on Cha-Cha's left breast as his right hand grabbed her left leg and raised it up as he started thrusting in her faster. Cha-Cha's majesty started to have drops of her love juice splash out with every thrust. She panted as his tongue was now out and draped to the side as her whole body shook, with her breasts jiggling in Naruto's hold. Naruto sucked and groped Cha-Cha's globes with so much ferocity, that her lower region was getting wetter and wetter as Naruto pumped faster and harder into her. Naruto's hold on Cha-Cha's leg and breasts tightened as he then concentrated his and Kurama's chakra to his body as he started pounding into her faster than the eye could see. Cha-Cha's eyes were rolling so far back that they were almost reaching into the back of her head, as she felt the increased speed, power, warmth and energy put into Naruto's efforts. She felt her body was becoming like liquid, starting off like ice cream, only for the sun to slowly melt her into a tasty liquid. Naruto's hips moved faster than humanly possible as he quickly sucked on Cha-Cha's left breast and played with her other breast at a furious rate. The actions he was taking seemed impossible. Not just because he was going faster and stronger than the average man, but because it was also a shock that throughout this, Cha-Cha was still alive and feeling all the spontaneous, electrifying movements that her blonde counterpart was putting into her. Cha-Cha's head was back as her tongue was out and her eyes wide as Naruto continued his godly love-making. Oh tilde my tilde god tilde tilde tilde. I'm going crazy. Cha-Cha thought as Naruto pumped in her faster than the eye could see. This pleasure. The burning feeling was pure ecstasy that no normal woman would be lucky to experience. It felt like torture, but the good kind of torture where despite wanting time to breathe and relax you just didn't want it to stop. Cha-Cha was giving of noises that sounded like she was sitting in a vibrating chair as Naruto continued to thrust into her. Cha-Cha had been coming so much onto his dick that she had lost count, but she was not at fault. No one could keep track of something like that as they experience this god-amazing pleasure. Coming, coming, coming. Cha-Cha continuously thought as she now was coming with every thrust. Cha-Cha's heart pounded a million times a minute. Her skin was blazing with warm heat and her innards were like pudding as she shook like a vibrating pleasure chair. She could not take it anymore. IKU tilde 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 tilde. Cha-Cha screamed as she and Naruto then came at the same time. Naruto's left arm was tightly wrapped around Cha-Cha's torso as he brought his head back as his teeth gritted with a growl escaping from his throat. His grip on her leg tightened as it was now leaving red markings on it. Cha-Cha's mind was void of thought. The pleasure was so amazing and consuming that her mind had actually became blank as all she could feel now was Naruto's coming inside her. Her body was drenched in sweat. Her lungs gasping for as much air as possible. Her mind blown. It was official. Greatest sex ever. Naruto panted as the last drop of his ejaculation entered Cha-Cha's body, filling her entire inner majesty with his liquid. Thank goodness Kurama can control parts of his body, especially when it came to the work of his reproductive organ, or else he'd have to prepare for fatherhood, which he was too young for, and get killed by most of his friends, family and even the parents of the girls he slept with, again being too young for such things. Naruto panted, actually feeling a bit winded, although not by much, as he rested the side of his head against Cha-Cha's left breast. Naruto eased his breathing, but his eyes widened a bit as he heard Cha-Cha's heartbeat and it was low. He probably went a bit overboard with that last position. Naruto placed his hand over Cha-Cha's heart and pumped his chakra into it to give Cha-Cha life once more. Cha-Cha gasped as load into Naruto's eyes. Best experience ever. Cha-Cha exclaimed the best she could in a tired voice. Naruto gave her a smile before they share a loving kiss, holding each other in a soft loving embrace. Once finishing their kiss, the two remained still, neither moving, instead enjoying each other's embrace. Naruto-kun. Yeah. Let's do that again sometime. Lemon scene over. 18 pages that time. Everyone was groaning as they started waking up. They all had noticed that their ears were clogged, and after digging into them they had found that earplugs were found in their ears. The question now was why? Within Cha-Cha's room, moaning was echoing behind it. Naruto and Cha-Cha had gone at it again after Cha-Cha regained her strength, miraculously. Cha-Cha had then gave one final moan while Naruto groaned. Now inside the room, Naruto laid atop the back of a sweating Cha-Cha. Both panting with the blonde out of habit while the mocha-skinned beauty felt very fatigued. "I Shitaru, Naruto-kun." Cha-Cha spoke. "I Shitaru, Cha-Cha-chan." Naruto said back to her as he then locked lips with her. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, alerting the two. "Cha-Cha, don't be getting lazy. Get your butt up," Azuki called from the other side of the door. "Be just a minute," Cha-Cha called out as she and Naruto then heard retreating footsteps. "Go, now. Through the window," Cha-Cha whispered to her blonde lover. "Hi," Naruto said with a nod before he put his pants back on and leapt out the window. Cha-Cha rested her cheek against her hand and sighed with a smile. That was definitely a night that I'll never forget. Some of the group made it to the living room to see Minori drinking. "Principal, are you drinking?" Haruko exclaimed. "Don't judge me. It's 5 o'clock somewhere," Minori said. In truth she was drinking because in the middle of the night she had awoken to find the earplugs in her ears, although not paying much mind to them, but when she was walking to the kitchen to get an after-midnight snack, she heard moaning in bed springs. That's when she found that Naruto and Cha-Cha were getting it on. Pissed off, she went to drink instead. She had woken up a few minutes ago after getting hammered, but now she continued drinking as she thought it over and now had made a resolve. No more morality bullcrap. I'm going to get it on with that kid. No, man. No kid could give that much loving to a woman. Minori thought with a predatory smirk. What's with that look on her face? Anaho questioned as she and the others were getting nervous. Naruto had then come through the front door, drenched in sweat. Where were you? Takaru asked. Out training, Naruto said. With your shirt off? Haruko questioned with a raised eyebrow. It's a hot day. Sue me, Naruto said with a shrug before heading towards the kitchen. Oh, I bet it was some good tilde training, but the real stuff comes tonight. Minori thought with a smirking grin. She's got that look again. Anaho said with worry. Later, Naruto was out training, but right now he was sitting on a rock, dressed in the clothes he was in when on the ferry, but wearing his biker boots, as he leaned forward looking at his hand. Naruto had a focused yet thinking look on his face as he was thinking of trying out on creating Kurama's most powerful technique. So who are you going to lay next? Not what I expected to hear. Naruto thought as he looked up. You're really becoming perverted fox. Please, like I get off just by seeing you meet Bags hump. I'm just wondering who will be your next target. After all, you banged the brains out of two, now all that's left are the brainiac, the proud one and the one who makes you look tamed. I'm tamed compared to Minori. Naruto questioned with surprise. From the evidence we've seen, you'd have to be stupid not to see she's more mischievous and annoying than you. You not seeing it proves my point. Kurama said with a smirk. Yeah, she is pretty cool, but she's not that annoying, and I'm not stupid. I thought you hate people lying to themselves. Oh, that's it. I'm coming in there to kick your ass. Naruto shouted as he shot right up with his fists tightened and his face expressing his pissed off feeling. Woe tilde, threatening a being of pure energy. Naruto turned to see Minori smirking at him with her hands to her hips. You definitely have some balls there, Naruto. Yeah, no kidding. Naruto thought as he not only thought of the many enemies he, or his manga self, but of the nights he had with Kimi and Cha-Cha. How do I hold so much? Kurama busting his gut laughing caused Naruto's eyes to go in an annoyed dull anime stare with his pupil shrunk to black dots. So why are you out here? Minori asked. I was about to ask you the same thing. Naruto said. Well, I asked first so you answer first. Minori said as she sat on the rock he sat on before. Fine. Naruto said as he looked to the side. I was actually thinking of starting to train on the big fuzzball's favorite move. The Bijudama. Naruto answered. Minori looked to him for a moment before her eyes blinked. Sorry, not a big manga fan. What is that? Minori asked with a dull look similar to Naruto's look a moment ago. It's that giant dark ball he makes with red and blue chakra. Naruto said. Oh, I've seen those in commercials for your show and video games. That thing is awesome. Minori shouted with a new excited grin. Yep. Go for her, Kit. It's like a match made in heaven between you two. Kurama said. Naruto's cheeks reddened at those words. Yeah, so I was. Oh, you know what you should do? You should focus those to your fingertips and shoot them like bullets from a gun. Minori exclaimed. Naruto looked at her with surprise, but amazement. That sounds so super cool. Naruto cheered with a new grin. I know, right? All you have to do is point your finger like this and bam. You'd fill them with an explosion. Minori said, making her hand into a gun as she made pew, pew noises. I mean, with your chakra you can make like thousands of them and drive them into Wabisuke and Oken. Yeah, I'm so doing it. Minori, I love you. Naruto shouted with a grin. I know. Minori then gained an idea to convince Naruto to join her tonight. So since I am not only your beloved principal, but your favorite faculty member. Can't argue there. Naruto thought. I suggest we hold a celebratory feast in my honor. Minori said with her eyes closed and a wide smile as she placed her fist over her heart. Huh? Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow. Tonight at 11 at the beach. Maken bring food and a blanket. Don't be late or I'll skin you alive. See ya later. Minori said with a grin as she then left, waving goodbye. Naruto blinked his eyes in confusion at what just happened. What just happened? You got a date. Kurama simply answered. A date? With Minori? Naruto exclaimed aloud in shock. After a few moments of silence he cheered like he won the lottery. Oh yeah. Fucking A. I got a date with the lovely Minori-chan. Naruto cheered as he punched the air a few times in excitement. Now what to cook? Maybe some Italian, or maybe Spanish food. Women love Spanish food. Or maybe. How about focusing on training before deciding on how to charm her into banging you? Kurama said. He was happy for Naruto, but there was always a time and a place and he had plenty of time to prepare before his date. Oi. I would not go so low as to use my cooking as a manipulative tool to get someone to play under the covers games with me. Naruto replied with annoyance. Under the covers games. Kit, from the last 2 times you got laid, you were only under the covers when it was all over. Fuck you. I'm right, aren't I? Well yeah, but, you really think I've got a chance at that goddess? Naruto thought with a wide lecherous smile as he forgot what he was arguing about. Oh brother. Just do the damn jutsu and stop thinking with your dick. Alright. Damn, bossy fucker. Naruto thought as he then focused on using Kurama's chakra to create the Bijudama, but in hurrying without bothering to ask how the trick was done, Naruto instead created a golden Rasengan. And no, not a Yukina Rasengan, that's white gold. Ah, how exactly do you make one? Naruto asked. Kurama sighed and went on to explain it. After his explanation Naruto focused on making the jutsu and actually had created on levitating in front of his hands. Awesome. Now I. But then suddenly it exploded seeing as it was unstable, sending Naruto flying through trees with his hands burnt. Let's give him some time. After a few more tries Naruto managed to create a stable one in his hands. Finally. Now. Then it exploded, causing Naruto's hair to stand on end as he had a dull look on his face. Don't lose focus. Naruto groaned as he once again created a stable Bijudama in front of his hands. Okay, now how do I shoot it? Naruto asked. Just concentrate a small burst of chakra to send it flying. Naruto then did as he was told and shot the technique, sending it flying into the forest, where it had exploded, causing the island to shake. Naruto stared at the awesome power and explosion of the jutsu in shock, before grinning like an excited little child. Alright. Naruto cheered, before concentrating another ball, but this time grabbing it with his right hand, winding it up like a baseball and throwing it into the air, sending it skyrocketing until it could not be seen anymore and then it exploded, causing a dome of white light to appear in the distance, followed by harsh winds that rustled the leaves in the trees. Naruto whistled in amazement at the power of the jutsu. He literally just threw it like it was a toy ball. I'll give the kid props. He sure surprises anyone with his improvements. Kurama thought with wide eyes. Luckily he had found the exact right concentration to make sure his thoughts were his own and never heard by his blonde Jinchuriki. Although it took a little, can you hear me? Questions to the blonde with his thoughts to find the proper one. Naruto then repeated his ball throws with the jutsu a few more times, creating fireworks in the sky which confused the villagers and amazed yet annoyed his friends. Could someone get that baka to stop doing whatever the hell he's doing? Himegami said as she read a book. You mean training or this? Anaho asked, sitting on the floor watching the mini spectacle. If this ties into Naruto's training, I don't think he'll listen in any way. Fu said sitting beside Anaho as they both stared at the explosions in the sky. Back with Naruto, the blonde now could just generate one in each hand and throw it before immediately creating a new one. His rapid development was so frightening that even Kurama was starting to fear that Naruto could not just defeat him, but kill him if he wanted to after a few more months of training. Alright. Time for the finger bang. Naruto cheered with a grin as he pointed his finger forward with the rest of his hand imitating a gun. Kurama laughed at the finger bang comment, making Naruto blush as he gained a dull look. Oh, very mature. Naruto thought. Naruto then concentrated as positive and negative chakra came to form a bijudama in front of his index, but seeing as he was only focusing the power to the end of his finger instead of the palm of his hands, the ball was unstable as it then suddenly exploded, causing Naruto to fly back a distance. Naruto groaned in pain as he looked to his now burnt and bleeding finger. Damn it. Naruto cursed, but then he noticed something. Holy shit. My fingernail got blown off. Naruto shouted with wide shocked anime eyes. He then started looking around for his fingernail to put it back on. Why are you even bothering? Just grow it back instead of gluing it back on. Kurama said. In order to do that I'll need to drink a lot of milk. Growing fingernails isn't easy. How would you know? You've never had your nails come off. And I've been with you the whole time. I just know, alright. Naruto thought with annoyance, but then he immediately stopped his search when he sensed a familiar presence. No way. Here. Naruto shouted with a grin. Don't do something stupid, Kit. He is R. Wahoo. Naruto cheered as he shot forward into the trees. Ah, screw it. Naruto jumped from tree to tree at a breakneck speed. Naruto's speed increased as he then became a flash of golden light, going straight towards his destination. Speeding through the trees at a speed similar to light, Naruto appeared atop of a tree branch and grinned down to find a familiar well-dressed figure. Wabisuke Hayato. Naruto exclaimed grinning his happy trademark grin. Wabisuke was crouched below, but slowly stood up before turning to see Naruto. You found me. I should hide my presence better. Wabisuke said as Naruto landed next to him. Don't feel too bad. After all, Kurama and I fused our powers together, so now my senses got boosted along with my stamina and power reserves. Naruto said with his hands behind his head as he still grinned. Like I said, I need to work on hiding my presence better. Wabisuke said as he started walking with Naruto following. So what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I'm here to finish the job assigned to those armor phantoms you decimated. Wabisuke answered. What mission was that? Naruto questioned with a more serious expression. Armor Phantoms. Damn, that's a cool name. Inner thoughts obviously weren't expressed. Find a piece. Piece. You mean for a tool or something? No. More for a structure. Wabisuke said. Structure. Naruto thought it over and he did remember hearing something about a piece being stolen from Tengoku no Mon. Is this a piece of some sort of statue? Naruto asked. Yes. Wabisuke answered. I heard that Akaya stole a piece from Tengoku no Mon. How? I have no freaking idea, but what is this statue anyway? It's called the Orochi statue. Wabisuke answered. Orochi statue. Damn, I don't know what the hell that is, but if Mayanaka Moon Shikai is interested in it, then it freaks the shit out of me. Naruto said. Wabisuke then stopped, making Naruto stop as he saw Wabisuke looking in one direction before heading towards some plants on the ground. Bending over, Wabisuke pushed the plants to the side and found a tiny green piece of some sort of jade-like material. Picking it up, he stood up as he and Naruto stared at the piece. Is that it? It's so tiny. Despite its size, this one piece is strong enough to boost someone's power to great heights where it could even give people like us trouble. Wabisuke said. What? This little thing. But it seems so harmless. Naruto said, pointing to the piece. True, but if it touches any organic life it can connect to the energy source within and increase the power to new heights, but has the side effect of making that person bloodthirsty and mentally unstable. Wabisuke explained. But you're holding it. Naruto said. That's because my bloodline allows me to come into contact with this and not receive the effects. Although a larger piece would ensue, I suffer that fate. Wabisuke explained further. Bloodline. You mean like a Kekkei Genkai? Naruto questioned. I wouldn't say that. Kekkei Genkai are abilities that are only used by those of a certain bloodline. My bloodline is different. Honestly, I was beyond shocked when learning of what I really was. Wabisuke said, looking at the statue piece with narrow eyes. What you really are? Naruto questioned, with new questions flowing through his head in great curiosity. I'm sure you'll find it out for yourself. Wabisuke said, gripping the piece into his fist. Wait, that thing isn't going to cause immediate trouble, is it? Naruto asked with new worry. No. Luckily Mayanaka Moon Shikai doesn't plan on using it for any recent science. I believe they're saving it for another time. Wabisuke said. Well, at least I won't have to worry about fighting you as my enemy for now, but how about a quick spar? Naruto suggested with a grin. I would like that, but I don't think it would be wise to do so on an island owned by Kamigari inhabited with civilians. Wabisuke said. Yeah, I guess you're right. Although you still owe me one. Naruto said with a smirk. How in the world do I owe you one? Wabisuke questioned with a raised eyebrow and smirk. You just refused a sparring match, so now you owe me. Simple. Naruto said with a shrug. Wabisuke chuckled at the logic. You're too much sometimes, Naruto. So I've been told. Naruto said with a grin as he scratched the back of his head. By the way. Naruto looked to Wabisuke as then the dark-haired young man extended something to him. Naruto looked down only to gasp as his eyes grew wide. I got you something. As that, Naruto couldn't even finish his sentence as a lone tear fell from his eye. It was his shinobi headband. A shinobi must always keep a symbol of their pride. Wabisuke said with a soft smile. Naruto reached to it with shaking hands as he took one of his most prized possessions back. Naruto smiled at the forehead protector as he stared at the symbol of his birthplace. Naruto then noticed there was something underneath the cloth. Naruto turned it around to find a hole in it and lightly pulled out whatever was inside with his thumb to find paper inside. Naruto looked up to Wabisuke and was able to get the silent message. It was good to see you again, Naruto. I hope the next time we meet, we'll both be even stronger. Wabisuke said, tipping his hat to Naruto. You bet. After all, it's me you're talking to, Hayato. Naruto said with a smile. Wabisuke smiled at him before he disappeared through purple flames. Show off. Naruto said with a smirk. Naruto was now sitting on the rock that he was previously sitting on before, staring at his forehead protector in hand. Naruto smiled down at it, remembering all the good times he had back in Konoha. He does love his life here, but he does miss his old friends and the makeshift family he had back in Konoha. He especially missed Ichiraku Ramen. There was so much he wished to be there for. Seeing Konohamaru grow into a fine young shinobi. Seeing Sakura surpass Tsunade. Meeting the, oh-so-famous Killer Bee. Actually, now that he thought about it, there really wasn't much to look forward to back in Shinobi World, but he still missed it all the same. Naruto tightly gripped the Shodime Hokage's necklace around his neck as he remembered what it was meant to be. A promise of becoming Hokage. The title Hokage. Naruto would be lying if he said it was extremely important, as it always was. Now for Naruto, he got what he wanted in life. To be acknowledged, loved and respected like any other person. The only good that would come to being Hokage was to make the people that believed in him happy, like Tsunade, Jiraiya, Konohamaru and Sakura. The words of his Yami counterpart echoed through his head. He did feel hesitant when he heard that he might go home. Though it might have been a lie, Naruto still felt fear in his heart of leaving the people he loved here. This place became home to him. It became his own home. His greatest home. The home he would gladly return to. Naruto's head was swirling with so many thoughts, but now one was clear. Which place was his true home? Naruto shook his head as he stood up and pocketed his Hitai-8. Naruto stepped forward, but managed to notice his missing nail on the ground. Picking it up, Naruto decided to pocket it as well and reattach it back on later before going back to creating the Bijudama at the end of his fingertip. No need for it to get blown off again after fixing it. Kengo and Takaru were reading dirty magazines on their hammock, when another explosion was heard making them flinch for a moment, yet was able to continue reading. The two along with Naruto decided to bring over their hammocks so they could relax in them whenever they want. After a few more explosions, Azuki walked up to them. Do you two mind finding that idiot and getting him to stop? Azuki asked with her hands to her hips. Why don't you do it? I thought you'd rather do things on your own than ask others to do them for you. Kengo retorted. Normally yes, but Cha-Cha's got more energy than usual and she's my sparring partner, so I can't ignore her. Azuki said, stretching her leg. Seriously? Do you think anyone can ignore Cha-Cha? Azuki retorted with a raised eyebrow. Good point. Kengo admitted as he and Takaru put their magazines away, got up and stretched. Someone needs to get him to stop. We can barely relax with this noise. Kengo said as he scratched his back. Forget your slacking. The people on this island will bitch to us if this keeps up. Azuki said. So tell them to screw off if they come a-knocking. Kengo said. Whoa man. Takaru said with wide eyes. What? They don't like us because we have powers, but that doesn't make us any less human. I'd rather tell them to take a hike before telling us to leave. Kengo said as he walked away. Azuki sighed at Kengo's behavior. She honestly couldn't blame him. The people on this island can get annoying with their fear of people with superhuman abilities, but she was empathetic about their feelings. Honestly, the whole situation was an all-gray matter. No real right answer and no real wrong. After all, it wasn't all of them that they feared, but Kamigari itself. Hopefully those bastards won't be a problem soon enough. Takaru and Kengo made their way towards where the explosions were coming from. What do you think he's training with? Takaru wondered as another explosion was heard. Maybe that bomb or whatever Kurama can make. Kengo said. Well, that would make sense. Although why is he using it so much? The two continued on, the explosions getting louder and louder, until they made it to see Naruto concentrating a Bijudama at the end of his index finger and then shot it forward. There's you answer. Kengo said. What is that, your form of the spirit gun? Takaru asked. Huh. Naruto looked to them before looking down at his burnt red finger. Oh yeah, I guess it is like that. Naruto said before aiming his finger forward ahead, concentrated his Bijudama and shot it forward. Aren't you worried about shooting some animals? Takaru asked with concern. I can sense any living life form's energy even better now that Kurama and I fused our powers together. Naruto said as he shot another ball of death. Okay, then how about stop blasting shit at random? You're pissing us all off and the people of this island are gonna bitch. Kengo said. You actually care about what the people think? Naruto questioned. No, but the others are, including Azuki. Plus I'd rather read my literature in peace. Kengo said. Alright, you big babies. Naruto said as he then reached into his pocket and took out his nail. Ew. Dude, is that your nail? Takaru shouted as he and Kengo had looks of disgust on their faces. Yep. Blew it off when I started shooting with my finger. Naruto said as he pressed the nail back into place and then focused his energy to have his cells reattach themselves to the nail. See? All better. Naruto said with a grin showing his now fixed nail. Takaru and Kengo stared at him with disgusted narrow eyes. A little traumatic though. Kengo said. Whatever. Naruto said reaching into his pocket and taking out his forehead protector. What the no way? Is that your? Yep. Naruto said with a grin as Takaru and Kengo stared at the piece of Konoha. When did you get it back? Kengo asked. Naruto just grinned before placing it over his forehead, but when doing so he felt the paper inside, remembering that Wabisuke put it inside. Naruto took out the folded piece of paper and unfolded it. What the hell is that? Kengo questioned as he and Takaru leaned in to see what it was. It was placed inside the cloth. I almost forgot about it. Naruto said as he finished unfolding it. Huh. The three amigos collectively said as they stared at what looked like a map of the island with a large red circle in an area that said, Restricted Area, the Labyrinth, and a picture of what looked like a shrine with a woman in it and a red arrow next to it pointing to within the red circle. The Labyrinth. Kengo questioned. What the hell is that? More importantly, why was that inside the cloth of your forehead protector? Takaru questioned looking to Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes to the map. Why would you give me this, Hayato? Naruto wondered as his eyes then looked to the shrine. Naruto wondered who the woman in it was, but then he noticed what looked like a rising sun behind her. Amaterasu. Naruto said with wide shocked eyes. Huh. Takaru said as he and Kengo looked to him. That's Amaterasu. The woman in the shrine. See, the rising sun behind her. Naruto said pointing to the picture. Oh yeah. I guess that means there's a shrine dedicated to her there. Takaru said. In a restricted zone. That's odd. Kengo said. I'm going there. Naruto said. Nani? His friends said looking at him in shock. This was in my headband for a reason and I'm going there to find that shrine. Naruto said. Dude, think about it. This restricted zone is called the Labyrinth. There's a reason why it's restricted. Do you even know what the Labyrinth is? Kengo said. Do you? Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow. Yes. It was originally a maze-like prison created by Greek architects to hold the mythical beast known as the Minotaur. Kengo said with his arms crossed. Someone give Kengo an A. Naruto said with a smirk. A maze with a monster in it. Naruto, at this point there has to be a limit to your gutsiness. Takaru said. I still haven't found it. Naruto said. Well hell. Takaru said with a dull look. I'm going in there and I'll fight my way to find this shrine or whatever is really in there. Please don't say it. Takaru begged. That's a promise. Naruto exclaimed proudly with his fist to his heart. He said it. Takaru said hanging his head as he then sighed. Well, Takaru placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder making the blonde look to him to see him give him a smile. I guess I better make sure you don't get yourself killed by any monsters. Takaru said making Naruto smile. The two then looked to Kengo making him lean back as he then groaned with annoyance. I really hate you guys. Kengo said as he noticed the pleading stares in their eyes. Fine. If getting myself killed will make you feel better. Fine, don't come. Naruto said with a shrug as he and Takaru went back to staring at the map. Hell number. Kengo Usui ain't no whiny bitch who gives up when the going gets tough. And I ain't giving you pair of jackasses the satisfaction of remembering me that way. Kengo shouted, pissed off as he pointed at the two. So is that a yes? Takaru asked with hopeful eyes. Yeah, but let's do it later. The girls are using us as motivation, so they're always watching. Best do it when things cool down. Kengo said with his arms crossed. He's right. Even Haruko-ne and Haimgami are jealous of me and that's something only thought to exist in imagination. Takaru said. Alright. So it's agreed. Soon we'll conquer the labyrinth. Naruto cheered as he thrust his fist into the air. Yeah. Takaru cheered doing the same. Yeah. Just my luck you guys would drag me into danger again. Kengo said, but had a smile on his face as he brought his fist up with less energy than his two best friends. Naruto couldn't help but grin. Months ago he would have left them out of the adventure through concern for their lives, but now they were all strong and he believed that together they could do anything. Fantastic 3. Naruto cheered. Fantastic 3. Takaru cheered as well. Never agreed to that name. Kengo said. No way. Anaho, Cha-Cha and Kimi cheered as they stared at the forehead protector around Naruto's forehead with starry eyes. How'd you get it back? Haruko asked. Everyone has to have their secrets. Naruto said with a smile and shrug. Did he tell you two slackers? Azuki asked Takaru and Kengo. No. They both said. Azuki narrowed her eyes at them. They're not lying. Haruko and Yuka said. You know they say only someone that truly is in love with someone can tell when they're lying. Haimgami said with her arms crossed and a smirk. Her intended effect was to make Haruko blush red with embarrassment, which she succeeded, but Yuka just held her blushing cheeks as she smiled and moved her hips side to side. I'm not in love with that perverted fool. Haruko tried to defend herself. Yusui-kun and I truly are meant to be, aren't we? Yuka said with a dreamy tone as she continued to sway her hips side to side. Please tell us, Tilda. Anaho begged. Sorry, Imouto. Maybe in the future. Naruto said, making Anaho whine with sad eyes and a cat-like frown. Stay strong, Naruto. Do not give in. Naruto thought as he tried to resist telling Anaho everything with that look she's giving him. But that doesn't matter. My forehead protector is back. And that's what's important. Naruto said with a victorious smile as he pulled on it a bit with his thumb. By the way, what in the world were you doing out there? Furin asked with her usual calm stoic look. Just creating a kick-ass new technique. Naruto said with a grin and his fists to his hips. He was making that black ball Kurama usually makes and shooting it from his finger like a gun. Kengo said with his arms crossed. The Bijudama. You were making the Bijudama. Kimi said quickly with new sparkling eyes and her hands interlocked together. Yes. So epic. Cha-Cha cheered with a grin as she thrust her fists into the air. Naruto, you have to teach me how to do that. Fu said as she grabbed onto Naruto's arm tightly making the blonde blush. Well could we please just have one day where we don't go all crazy over the fox baka? Himegami said with her arms crossed. Minori looked to them from the corner with her arms crossed. Naruto really was shaping up into a great man. The blonde kind of reminded her of herself when she was younger. Maybe that's why she liked him so much. He was a kindred spirit. A very sexy kindred spirit who she was going to nail tonight. Screw society's rules and morals. Tonight I will have no regrets. Minori thought with a grinning smirk. Everyone was ordered to get to bed at 9 o'clock sharp by Minori. Naruto immediately knew that was her way of getting everyone to stay out of the way of her and Naruto's night together. Naruto decided not to wear his forehead protector for a while, so from now on he left it on the nightstand in his room. When Naruto checked on everyone, she found that Minori took Cha-Cha's route and put ear plugs in their ears, so they wouldn't hear a thing just in case. Naruto was now up at 10, cooking in the kitchen for his picnic on the beach with Minori. Naruto decided to do a little variety and make a few different dishes, mainly made of meat and dessert. He knew how much Minori loved meat and dessert. He obviously was going to bring a truckload of alcohol for the both of them. Tonight his intentions were to make this night with Minori perfect. After all, it was kind of no secret that Naruto had a crush on Minori. Hopefully these dishes will make tonight perfect. Naruto thought with nervousness and hope. Would you have done the same thing for that pink-haired girl you've always liked? Kurama questioned out of boredom. Who? Naruto responded. He then felt horrible as he blushed red from the sound Kurama's laughter. I mean, oh of course I would do this for Sakura-chan as well. Naruto quickly responded through his thoughts. Well, it looks like the blonde's feelings for Pinky aren't as strong anymore. Kurama said with a grinning smirk. Naruto wanted to argue, but he found no point since it was Kurama after all. Yar days. Naruto simply said with his eyes closed as he sighed. Naruto quickly yet expertly put the dishes in several baskets, with the help of Golden Asura's fast handiwork, and then sealed them within the seal in his stomach. Don't eat them. Naruto ordered. It's pretty tempting. Kurama said with a smirk, but then his stomach growled, surprising the fox more than Naruto. I swear to the gods themselves that if you eat a single dish, I will. Alright, I'll keep myself from eating your offerings to the manic woman. You better. Naruto said as he grabbed a large dark magenta-colored blanket and expertly left the manor without making a sound thanks to his super-powered shinobi skills. In return I want my own banquet. Challenge accepted. Naruto thought with a smirk. Naruto had made it to the specific spot on the beach, but he was a half-hour early, thanks to his quick cooking skills and superhuman speed. Naruto looked around out of habit before checking the time on his phone. Damn. I make good time. Naruto said as he put the phone away. Well, no, we're stuck waiting here until she comes. Just great. A half hour of resisting temptation. Kurama said with annoyance. If you want I can just set up right now. I mean I could just use our flames to reheat the food. Naruto responded. No, they're fine right here, safely being kept warm by my ass. Don't joke about that. Naruto responded with annoyance written all over his face. Who's joking? Kurama said before he laughed. Naruto gritted his teeth with anger, clearly angry about Kurama's comment. Golden Asura. Naruto said as his spirit appeared beside him. Looks like we'll have to kick some furry ass tonight. Naruto said with a stern tone as his spirit then slammed its fist into its palm. Alright. Take a joke you little pansy. Kurama said. Yeah, that's right. Behave yourself. Naruto thought, but then Golden Asura smacked him in the back of the head. Ow. Did you just possess my spirit? Naruto shouted. And there goes the first dumb question of the night. Kurama said through Golden Asura. God damn you. Naruto said narrowing his eyes. Lighten up dipshit. Kurama Asura said. Yes, that's what we'll be calling Kurama possessed Golden Asura. How can I lighten up? You're controlling my spirit. Naruto said with narrowed eyes. How's that a bad thing? Kurama Asura said with his arms crossed. Because I don't trust you when you're controlling him. You've seen what he can do. Naruto shouted. Oh yes I have. Kurama Asura said with a cocky delighted tone as he grabbed his left bicep. Just give him back. Naruto said. Hell no. I can finally connect to the outside world through him. So I'll do whatever the hell I want. Kurama Asura said as he levitated higher into the air. You know he can't go far. Naruto said. He can at least go farther than those stands who punch like hell in your stupid books. Kurama Asura said pointing at Naruto. So you do pay attention for my favorite series. Naruto said with a smirk before frowning again. And they're not stupid. The JoJo series is usually about outsmarting your opponents to gain the upper hand and claim victory. It's not all about beating the hell out of people. Naruto said with his right hand on his hip. I'll admit that I'm surprised that your favorite story is one where you have to think ahead and outsmart your opponent. Using tactics and trickery to win instead of beating the hell out of your opponent. Kurama Asura said floating back down next to Naruto. I remember your friends saying that you would have been more interested in that one about fighting space aliens. You mean the Dragon Ball series? I do like it a lot, but JoJo has a charm to it. I mean I do fight a lot, especially nowadays with martial arts, but I feel more connected to JoJo because I don't always rely on a much stronger form or overpowering techniques. I try using my head in battle. Don't get me wrong, there is thought put into the battles in the DB series, but it's mainly overpowering your opponent with mainly brute force, new transformations and flashy devastating techniques, which is badass, but I've always felt more akin to JoJo because they always try thinking ahead, using their heads and using trickery to gain the upper hand and win. That's also the shinobi way. I guess in a way, JoJo reminds me of home. Naruto explained. Kurama Asura stared at Naruto, impressed by his logic and opinion. Plus I find it way tilde more interesting. I mean sure vampires and beings who eat them are pretty silly, but at least now it's about fighting people with manifestations of their inner power and psychological instinct. Dragon Ball went from a kid trying to grow stronger through many battles and facing a demon in the meantime, to discovering hidden extraterrestrial origins, to facing off against an alien overlord, then androids, then a being of pure evil created through magic, now about beings called gods of destructions treating the universe like it's their own playground that they could destroy on a whim. At some point you have got to say, I think that's enough. Naruto explained. Plus when interesting people die, they stay dead. That brings more emotion since there aren't any balls of alien origins that grants the wish of resurrection. Okay. I still love Dragon Ball, and yes I may be a huge JoJo fanboy since late 2015, but I just wanted to have Naruto have his own opinion on manga stories. And truth be told if I made Naruto a Dragon Ball fanboy, then that wouldn't really be original. It's like, oh, of course he'd love the story about beating the hell out of people because it's so cool, it just seems kind of predictable if I did that. I mean Naruto saying JoJo is his favorite is unique and unexpected. I bring this up because I had a conversation about this with a friend of mine who is the unofficial editor of my stories. I'll shut up now. I think this conversation has gone on longer than it should have. Kurama Asura said with his arms crossed. Then leave Golden Asura alone and return back inside to take a nap. That's what you'd normally do to get out of talking to me. Naruto said. Ah, that's true. Although just to get this over with. Since you already made peace with that Akaza girl, when are you going to do the same with the red and four eyes? Kurama Asura asked. I don't know, but I don't want to keep them in the dark like my manga self did to Hinata. Though in his defense there was a lot of shit he was dealing with in the meantime. You don't have to defend him. Kurama Asura said with dull glowing eyes and his arms crossed. Right, but you get my drift. I'll just talk to them tomorrow to get this over with. If they felt the same way Cha-Cha felt, then I've got to be a man and be straight with them. Naruto said with a confident look on his face. Kurama Asura stayed silent for a moment before nodding, then disappearing. Don't eat any of the food. Quit your bitching. Naruto checked the time on his phone to see that it was 11 o'clock on the dot. Alright. Now where could she be? Naruto said to himself as he pocketed his phone. Well, you came here early. Naruto turned only to have his jaw drop as blood came from his nose as Minori came in a red bikini combo with a ring in the center of the bra, holding it together, and an unzipped red with white trimming sweatshirt on, basically the same thing she wore in Chapter 35, The Clumsy Bunch. It's mainly known as the picture with her and Aki standing side by side in their bikinis and unbuttoned, unzipped clothing over them. I like that in a man. Minori said with a smirk and her hands on her hips. Humana, oh, wah, humma, wow. Naruto said with a daze as blood came down his nose while he had a wide smile on his face and his eyes anime wide. Jackpot. Minori thought, feeling victorious in earning Naruto's arousal. So where's the food? Minori asked. Inside the seal on my stomach. Naruto said pointing to his exposed stomach. Minori said licking her lips, making Naruto blush red as he felt the blood go to his loins. The fox didn't eat it, did he? Minori asked. I told him if he did I would kick his ass straight to hell. Naruto said with a stern expression. Good man. Minori said with a grin and thumbs up which Naruto gladly returned. Damn hyperactive knuckleheads. Kurama thought with a twitching eyebrow. Naruto then took in Minori's form. He may not be like Takaru and Kengo, who perv over a lot of women, but he was a man, a perverted one at that, and his instincts were telling him to take in Minori's half-naked form, and take it, and he did. He stared at her long firm yet milky legs, her well-rounded seductive curves, her toned yet soft-looking stomach, her large firm yet soft eye-cup breasts. Oh, he could squeeze, grope and motor-boat them all day. Of course all that would have been meaningless without that gorgeous face of hers. To Naruto, Minori was an all-or-nothing kind of girl, in personality and looks. She was the epitome of perfect to the blonde shinobi and he happily drank in her form with greed. Minori was just feeling on top of the world from just having the blonde ogle her beauty. It's always been Aki since she was young, like she wasn't good enough, that her beauty never mattered, it was unimportant. Just having Naruto, a boy, no, a man that both she and Aki were attracted to, finding her more beautiful than Aki, making the brunette jealous of her, all of it made her feel on top of the world. You going to ogle me all day or are you going to set up the blanket? Minori said with a smirk causing Naruto's face to turn entirely red. Alright. Naruto said with a nervous grin as he quickly unfolded and placed the large dark magenta on the sand ground. Kurama, no shit better be on that food. Naruto responded with menacing thoughts. I was just kidding you little shit. Geez, next time whenever your homemade meals are involved I'll just keep silent. Kurama grumbled with annoyance. Much appreciated. Naruto responded. With the snap of his fingers, all the food he prepared appeared on the enormous sheet through golden fire, not burning a thing as they disappeared. Damn, this kid is talented. Minori thought with a smile as she clapped, making Naruto smile as he gave a bow. Madam. Naruto remained bowing as he gestured for Minori to sit. What a gentleman. Minori said with a smile with her hand over her left breast with her fingers pressed against her breast. Minori sat down with her legs facing out to the side. Man, all this looks great. Minori said with a grin, rubbing her hands together as Naruto sat down next to her. I also brought along some of this. Naruto said as he showed Minori some sake. Wait a minute. Minori took a bottle from his hand and looked closer. Vintage. How'd you get this? Minori questioned with shock and amazement. I have my ways. Naruto said with a smirk and his eyes looking to the side. You know by the looks of all this food and this no doubt expensive sake, it's almost like you're trying to treat this like it's a date. Minori teased with a knowing smirk. Naruto blushed as his eyes looked to the side while a nervous smile was plastered on his face. Calm down. Just relax, dork. Minori said with a grin as she slapped the back of Naruto's back, actually forcing him to lean forward from the strength behind the slap. The actually painful slap. Alright. Geez, you actually hit like Granny Tsunade. Naruto said. Maybe even harder. Naruto mumbled. Oh, so you think I can take on your grandma, huh? Minori said with a smirking grin. Well, I never said that. Be a good fight though. Naruto said. Glad to know that you're aware of how badass I can be. Minori said with her arms crossed. She then took in a whiff of the food as she looked at it with hunger written all over her face. Lot of meat and dessert here. You know me so well. Minori said with a grin as she wrapped her arm around Naruto's neck and purposely pulled him in so the side of his face would be smooshed against her left breast. Why yeah, well you know, if I didn't know anything about one of my favorite people, then I would be such a lame ass, Ibeo. Naruto said as his face was blushing red. Guess I'll have to work hard to be number one. Minori said with a smirk as Naruto's cheeks reddened even more. Now let's eat. Minori exclaimed as she released Naruto and started digging in. Naruto wiped some blood that leaked from his nose as he then popped open some sake and started pouring some in a glass. Already drinking. You really are a catch, Naruto. Minori said with a grin, making Naruto grin with a small blush on his cheeks. Although, don't bother just drinking from a glass for my sake. Minori said with a smirk as she popped open a one and start drinking the sake from the bottle. Naruto just shrugged and followed Minori's lead, but then she took his small glass while he drank from the bottle. Oi! Don't let your guard down. Minori said with a smirk as she then drank the glass of sake. Naruto sighed but he couldn't help but smile at Minori's personality. Aren't you going to have anything? Minori asked. Nah. I'm okay with not having any of my meals so long as someone else is enjoying them. That's all the satisfaction I need. Naruto said with a smile. Just shut up and eat something. Minori said as she extended a plate of yakitori to Naruto. Naruto stared at it for a moment before he took a stick of takoyaki and chowed on it. You know you should consider yourself lucky. Women love a man who can cook. Minori said with a smile as she leaned back with her right hand pressed against the blanket. Is that right? Naruto said with a smirk. Oh yeah. Play their cards right and that woman will want to marry them. Minori said with her eyes closed and a smirk on her face. While her eyes were closed, Naruto quickly turned around and fist pumped as he grinned with glee. Minori knew Naruto was silently celebrating and that just made her all the happier. Speaking of marry, didn't you ask me to marry you the other day? Minori rhetorically asked. Naruto flinched as his entire face blushed red. He chuckled nervously while scratching the back of his head, a nervous smile plastered on his face. Well, I wouldn't mind waking up in the same bed as you. Naruto's eyes then widened as his whole face turned red, all the while Minori had a wide open mouth grin on her face with a blush across her cheeks. I'm not dead for this, am I? Oh, calm down, Foxy. Minori said as she came close and wrapped her arm around Naruto's neck, bring him closer with the side of his face smooshed against her left breast. It's okay here. You can say whatever the hell you want. You're a man anyway. So be one. Minori said with a grin. A man. Naruto said as he looked up to her as she nodded. Naruto looked into Minori's beautiful eyes. It felt like they were staring into his soul. He welcomed it. His eyes then wandered to her lips. He soft, plush yet firm lips. They were so inviting. He wanted them. He needed them. He will have them. Why the hell are you so cool? Suddenly Minori's lips became silent as Naruto's lips were pressed against them. Minori's eyes were wide in shock at his bold move. Now that's a man. Minori then dropped her bottle of sake as she closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss as she and Naruto forced their tongues into each other's mouths, battling for dominance. Minori moaned, enjoying the taste of Naruto's lips, tongue in the inside of his mouth, not caring about her spilt sake, as Naruto's mouth is much tastier. Naruto then surprised her as his left hand lingered to her bottom and squeezed her right cheek, making her gasp within his mouth. Taking the opportunity, Naruto pushed Minori's tongue back inside her mouth as he licked it and everything else within Minori's mouth. Naruto's left hand caressed Minori's right butt cheek, as his other hand then reached her left breast and squeezed it, making her moan deeply into his mouth, as then Naruto brought them down, with her on the bottom. Minori felt so much ecstasy. Naruto's mouth and tongue dominated her own, while her continued to rub her bottom, his right hand going underneath her bikini bra, rubbing her bare boob. Minori's legs were extended high into the air as she let Naruto have his way with her. She wanted to fight back and be the dominant one, but his technique was so good. Naruto's mouth then separated from her own as it then dived onto her other breast and started sucking on it. His tongue pushed the fabric up as he quickly bit onto it and pulled it up, off to expose her right breast as his mouth resumed sucking on her right breast with his tongue licking her nipple. Minori gritted her teeth as her toes curled from the pleasure. This wasn't her first time, but Kami did she wish it was. Naruto was so much better. His mouth felt so warm. His hands were so firm yet was the right amount of gentleness. His body was giving off the warm and enticing energy. This is the kind of experience she's always dreamed of. And this was only foreplay. The main course no doubt has to be better. Naruto's mouth separated from her breast, alerting her as she looked down to see him trailing kisses down her toned stomach as he then reached for her bikini panties. Minori panted with excitement, but she was having this strange feeling in the back of her head that didn't feel right. Naruto's tongue wrapped around her underwear, licking her wet entrance from the process making Minori moan, and then he pulled it aside as he started licking Minori's lower region. Minori squealed through her gritted teeth as her hand was placed on the back of Naruto's head, but then her grip tightened as his tongue was inserted into her majesty, her heart pounding from the pleasure. Guess it has been a while. Minori panted as she felt electricity throughout her whole body. The kid was indeed skilled. No. The man was indeed skilled. This was so fresh, so new. It was like it was her first time all over again. She now knew she landed the man her and Aki had been silently fighting over. Then her eyes widened. Not in pleasure, but in realization. Naruto, wait. Minori said as she pulled his head away. Naruto stared at her, thinking he was in the wrong, but one look into her eyes and he could see guilt and self-disappointment. Naruto pulled back as he and Minori sat up. This isn't right. What's eating at you? Naruto asked with concern. Did you know that Aki wants you the same way I do? Minori asked. You mean she wants me to take her virginity? Naruto questioned with wide anime eyes. Where'd you hear that? Minori asked with surprise, turning to him. Takaru overheard you blather it out. Naruto said. Blather. You little punk. Tell Oyama I'm coming after him for spying. Minori shouted as she painfully pulled on Naruto's whiskered cheeks. Okay. I'm sorry. Naruto said with anime eyes as his cheeks were hurting. Minori sighed as she released him, letting him rub them. So what's the problem? Because I don't see any so far. I'm confused. I'm not sure if my feelings are pure. Minori confessed. What do you mean? Naruto asked with a surprised look. I mean at first I did show some interest and I do enjoy flirting with you, but when I learned Aki had affections for you, I upped my ante. As I spent time with you, I started to like you even more and more. Becoming attracted to you, but at times I thought things like, take that Aki, and, I'm more attractive than you are right now. I sometimes try to tease other men because, I feel insecure about my looks. I constantly feel like I'm less womanly and that I'm getting old. Compared to Aki I feel like a dirty, dry sponge trying to soak up attention. Knowing that I was more beautiful to someone that Aki really liked, I just couldn't help but egg it on. Though I do feel like I do have feelings for you, but I don't feel it's from the right source. I feel worse than scum, because, I feel like I'm playing with your feelings. Once Minori was done explaining, Naruto stared at her. Her eyes were closed and she was hugging her legs. He didn't need to look into her eyes to know that she felt regret and was sorry for anything she did. Her tone was enough to say it all. Naruto then grabbed the bottom of Minori's chin, making her open her eyes as he then turned her head towards him as he then looked her in the eyes. Were you thinking of being better than Aki this whole time? Naruto asked. Minori shook her head. No. Do you want to be here? Minori nodded. Yes. Do you have feelings for me? Minori's eyes looked down as her cheeks reddened. Then you don't need to worry. Naruto said with a smile as Minori's eyes widened a bit as her cheeks took on a shade of pink. Naruto then pressed his lips against Minori's. Minori's eyes were still wide, but then they softened. This feeling, his lips locked with her own, it felt right. Natural. She felt like this spot was where she was meant to be. Second thoughts be damned. She is going for it. Minori closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and deepened the kiss. Their tongues entered each other's mouths and instead of fighting for dominance, they danced with each other, letting instinct take over as they moved in a calm yet aggressive rhythm. Minori's hands traveled down from his neck to his chest. His nice strong chest that felt powerful, but also like it could be the perfect pillow. Then they went to his abs. His smooth, strong abs that felt like they could grind anything, even pure steel and iron effortlessly. This young man who was nearly a decade younger than her felt to be the perfect man for her. A charming personality, seemingly limitless energy, an infectious smile and cheery disposition, courageous, determined, selfless, assertive, passionate, the list goes on and on. It's funny how he's supposed to be a man of fiction, but he just felt so real. More real than any other person she had ever met. She pushed him down to the blanket as her hands came back up, but now were holding the sides of his cheeks. Naruto's hands roamed the curves of Minori's body. Minori is a true woman. She's strong, passionate, determined, had an infectious attitude and smile and personality. She is powerful, unique, protective of all she cared for, unpredictable, fun to be with, can be serious when needed. She was like everything he always dreamed of. Minori is like a dream girl, only she is very much real. The two felt safe and a sense of belonging in each other's embrace. The two separated from each other to breathe. They stared into one another's eyes, finding lust, affection, passion, desire and what could grow into something more. Something strong. They both knew what they wanted and they were going for it. That is the purpose of tonight. No regrets, only capturing desires. With someone you truly feel for. Wanna go for it? Naruto asked. We're alive and young aren't we? Minori responded with a smirk. Lemon scene. Minori sat up with Naruto following her lead as he then took off her zip-up and then slowly took of her bra, exposing her massive mounds. Naruto stared at the exposed breasts with awe and excitement, and a wide aroused smile on his face as he felt his pants get tighter. What's the matter? Haven't you seen a woman naked before? Minori teased with her index to her bottom lip. Not one's as good looking as you. Naruto said trying to act cool, but his cheeks betrayed him. Charming. Minori said sarcastically with a smile and half-lidded eyes. Naruto's left hand suddenly gripped Minori's right breast making her give a loud moan at the tender yet strong touch of his hand. Yar yar. Guess I should quit with the compliments and get down to business. Naruto said with his eyes closed and a smirk on his face. Naruto groped Minori's breast some more, before he leaned forward and took her left breast into his move, lightly biting and sucking it. Minori moaned as she brought her left hand up and lightly bit down onto her pinky nail as Naruto did his work. Naruto sucked and licked on her breast, but then her gently bit on one of her nipples. Minori's pinky retracted as her hand made a fist and her teeth bit down onto her bottom lip as she felt the lightly painful yet erotically tingling sensation in her breast from her nip. Naruto sucking on Minori's breast deeply as his other hand groped her other breast. Then suddenly his mouth and hands started growing warmer, generating heat to Minori's breasts making her give a cry of pleasure. Oh wow. All he's doing is groping and sucking my breasts and he's already making me go crazy. What skill. What a man. Minori thought with pleasure and excitement. Suddenly she felt Naruto's free hand rub her left thigh sensually making her moan. It creeped up into her inner thigh, then inched to her bikini bottom, wrapping his fingers around the cloth, pulling them away from her sensitive spot. He then pushed his middle and index finger straight into Minori's majesty. Minori moaned and gave a squeak from feeling his now warm fingers go straight into her, an embarrassed blush appearing across her cheeks from involuntarily squeaking. She felt her spine shiver as Naruto's fingers grew hot, smoothing across and tickling her vagina inner walls as his fingers pumped into her. Minori's left hand came to her collarbone as her fingers retracted into a fist while her other fist shook from the pleasure Naruto was delivering upon her. Minori's toes flexed as her breathing hitched a bit. Has it really been that long? Suddenly Naruto's fingers went deeper inside and curled, touching a certain sensitive spot, causing Minori to scream with pleasure as she orgasmed all over his hand. Naruto retracted his mouth back as he smirked. Era, you actually came quicker than expected. You really do need this, huh Minori-chan? Naruto said with a smirk. Don't you dare talk down to me like that. Minori said with her teeth gritted as she then squealed when his fingers curled inside her again and he bit down onto her nipple. Naruto then pushed Minori's body back down, her lying on her back as he returned to sucking, groping and fingering her. Minori's legs rose up as her toes curled, her right hand behind her head while her left tightly gripped the side of her own head, holding her own hair tightly. Minori panted, her breathing hitching as she felt her whole body going nuts from Naruto's skillful techniques. Minori gritted her teeth as Naruto's fingers were exploring throughout her inside of her entrance. Minori's arms wrapped around Naruto's neck and her legs wrapped around his waist. He felt so good tilde. Definitely better the second time around than her first. She wanted this man inside her already. She wanted to be fucked silly. Oh man was she going nuts with the teasing. Her heart is pounding. Her blood pumped within her veins at a fast rate. Her lungs are working overtime. He is just so tilde good tilde. Minori gave a cry of pleasure as she came all over his hand once more. Naruto managed to get out of her grasp and lick the juices from his fingers. Tilde, tasty. Naruto said with a smirk. Suddenly Minori pinned him down with her hands gripping his wrists tightly. Naruto looked up at her to see a wide desiring animalistic seductive smile on her face. You're so smug. Don't think you're a master because I came 2 times. Minori said with her smile widening and a glint in her eyes. Naruto chuckled nervously as his sweat dropped. Damn it. I just lost my cool. She really knows how to get to me. Naruto thought, but then he felt soft globes press against his face. Era tilde, are you getting nervous now that I'm in control? Minori said with a smug smirk. Nervous. In control. I don't see many proof. Naruto's voice mumbled through Minori's large breasts. Minori's smirk just widened as her throat chuckled. I'll give you proof. Minori said as her hands went to his pants, unbuckling then unzipping his pants, as she then sat up, letting his long, thick member come out. Her eyes awed at the blessing, but her expression remained strong. Minori bent over, grabbed his member and started stroking it with her thumb making Naruto groan a bit. Minori wasn't confident in taking all of it in her mouth, but she was ready to try with all her willpower. Get ready. Minori bent her head down and took the tip into her mouth, making Naruto groan in within his throat. Minori's tongue licked his head in circular motions. Naruto grinned with satisfaction as his lips quivered with pleasure. Minori's lips curled as she expertly sucked and licked Naruto's head. Naruto then breathed in through his nose as he composed himself. Minori's eyes then gave a gleam of determination as she was prepared to knock that calm face down a peg into a look of ecstatic pleasure. This isn't just a manner of sexual activity, this is also a competition to see who would completely dominate who. The two loved a challenge and this will be no different. Minori's head dipped down deeper, to take Naruto's member in deeper. Naruto's head moved back as he tried to hold in a groan. Minori felt the member go deeper into her throat making her feel like she could gag at any moment. Minori remained strong, but as she was 2/3 of the way down, she stopped as she felt his stick go far in her. She didn't even know how deep it was within her. She kind of lost track. Minori was forced to rise her head up, but once her lips were around his head, she went back down, taking the whole thing as far as she could once more. Naruto tried to hold in sounds of ecstasy and pleasure as Minori started bobbing her head up and down, but he felt her mouth getting hotter. This heat, is she? You're not the only one who can generate their body temperature into a warmer heat. Minori thought victoriously. Using her thermal heat like that huh? Well 2 people can play at that game. Naruto thought as he then sent heat to his member, making it even hotter than Minori's mouth. Holy crap. This heat. No, I will not give up to this. Minori's eyes narrowed and twitched, before her bobbing increased. What's happening? I'm going crazy. My body's not listening to me. My body is just going on its own. Oh wow. I think it's getting hotter. Sugoi. Minori thought as her bobbing rate increased faster and faster by the second. Naruto groaned with his teeth gritting. Oh man. This backfired. She's just gotten better. Her mouth's even hotter. Sugoi. Naruto thought as he gritted his teeth. Naruto bit down on the side of his hand to suppress his moan. Minori's head was swimming, she felt her entire being heat up. Her head was bobbing so fast, she should be getting a headache, but all she could feel was heat and pleasure travel throughout her body. Her breathing through her nose increased as her heart was pumping 1,000,000 times a minute. Her tongue managed to come out as he was licking the bottom area of Naruto's shaft. Naruto made a moaning sound that turned into groaning as his hand shot away from his mouth. Naruto's body shook as he felt his lower region burn. Is this the fox's doing or is she just that good? No. She's fucking amazing. Naruto thought as his teeth became elongated. Minori was going crazy. She felt her lower lips tingle and shake. She couldn't help, but let her right hand go under and have her fingers inserted inside her majesty. Her fingers curled up as her toes curled. Between sucking on Naruto's member and playing with herself, she felt her whole body go nuts. Just sucking on him was making her wet and ready to cum. Now with her fingers pumping and playing inside her, she was about ready to explode. Naruto's lower region shook as he felt his balls tighten. Sugoi. Naruto thought. Suddenly Naruto ejaculated into Minori's mouth. Minori's cheeks soon became puffed up as Naruto released his liquid inside her mouth. It was bitter and stung, but it tasted so sweet. It was like sake, but it tasted better than any sake she had ever had before. Minori tried to hold it all in, but so much came that she pulled back and closed her mouth tightly as the rest of Naruto's jizz came out and stained the blanket below. Minori swallowed the liquid that filled her mouth. Although it looked like it could only fill her mouth, in truth Naruto's orgasm filled her throat and esophagus. He really knew how to pack it. How does someone have all this inside them? Minori thought as she swallowed the rest of the liquid. Suddenly she was pushed down to the surface of the blanket. She noticed that golden flames consumed the food they stopped bothering with, meaning that Naruto resealed them into his seal. Naruto threw off his unbuttoned shirt and took off his forehead protector as he then slammed his lips onto Minori's, making out with her, making her moan from the hot, loving touch as he licked her lips with her licking his tongue. Naruto then grabbed his member with his right hand and spread open Minori's entrance with his other hand's fingers as he then slammed his member deep into Minori. Minori screamed with pain and pleasure while Naruto groaned with his teeth gritting as his right arm wrapped tightly around Minori's waist while his other arm had its hand pressed hard against the blanket. Minori's teeth gritted as her hand gripped Naruto's left bicep as she felt her lower region pulse from the pain and pleasure of having Naruto's member break through inside her, filling her whole vaginal spot with his member. Naruto groaned with gritting as he felt Minori's inner walls tighten around his member. Holy damn. She's not a virgin, but she feels as tight as one. Sugoi. Naruto thought. Naruto's right hand gripped Minori's right bottom cheek tightly as his muscular right arm tightened around her waist, causing Minori to squeal from his tight grip. Naruto then started thrusting in and out of Minori, making her cause sort of hiccuping sounds as he thrust in her hard and strong. Minori's body moved sporadically with every thrust. Naruto is strong and powerful with each thrust, yet he was also showing care as he was being tender, making sure not to hurt her. She was actually thankful, because it felt like if he really went all out to his heart's desires he would probably crush her pelvis. Despite that most definitely being the best pleasure she and any other woman for that matter may feel, she would rather not have her lower bone region being turned to dust from intense lovemaking. Naruto locked lips with Minori as he focused his thrusts to go in deeper making Minori moan within his mouth as she then wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck as her left leg wrapped around his waist, while her other leg pressed hard against the blanket's surface, pressing deep into the sand underneath it. Oh God. Oh yes. Please pound me. Make me feel whole. Minori thought as she and Naruto deepened their kiss as their tongues danced and fought against one another in a unique rhythm. Her pelvis trying to thrust up to meet Naruto's rhythm, but he was moving so fast and strong that it was difficult to keep up, but the pleasure was still oh so grand. Naruto's left hand grabbed Minori's right thigh, with his right arm still tightened against her waist, as he then stood straight up and thrust deeper and harder into her. Minori gave a cry, before she bit down onto her bottom lip as she moaned. Her breasts were pressed against his steel-hard chest. Minori was panting now with each thrust of his strong member, but then his right index finger creeped under her bikini bottom fabric and had been inserted into her rosebud, making her squeal as then his middle finger joined as both middle and index went deeper in. Minori started thrusting forward as Naruto's fingers pumped deeper into her rear while his member thrust faster into her other hole. Minori licked Naruto's face as the both of them thrust faster and deeper into each other with more force. Their eyes were closed as they continued to thrust within each other, their hearts racing as their blood pumped fast with heat building up within their bodies. Naruto and Minori's foreheads were pressed against their foreheads as their bodies sweat from the feeling of one another's heat. Oh God. More. I want more. Minori thought as she thrust deep in as she locked lips with Naruto, and pushed her tongue into his mouth. Naruto tightly grabbed Minori's bottom as he thrust her hips back and forth, helping his member go in and out at a powerful pace. Minori's mind was going overboard. Naruto was moving her hips at a pace that was mind-blowing. Is this what Cha-Cha felt? How did she handle this beast? And he's not going all out. Oh Lord, what a man. Minori's thoughts were swimming that she didn't even know that Naruto had brought them both down onto the floor, with her on her back against the blanket as Naruto was hunched over thrusting deep and hard into her. Oh God, oh God. Minori's mind felt like it was about to explode any minute now. Oh Naruto. Minori cried as they both orgasmed, with Minori's love juices drenching Naruto's shaft while his member came inside her. Minori had her eyes closed and an opened mouth smile as her chest rose and fell as her breathing became calm. Oh, God, that felt right. Minori thought with bliss. Minori then opened her eyes only to gain a look of confusion as she noticed Naruto look to the side with a small disappointed and jealous smile on his face. What's with you? Minori asked with a raised eyebrow. It's just, I'm kind of sad that I'm not your first. Naruto said, scratching his right cheek. Seriously. Cha-Cha wasn't enough for him. Minori thought, but she couldn't help but smile at the fact that Naruto wanted to be her first. Don't worry about it. Minori said with a grin. Then she suddenly pushed Naruto back as now she was the one on top, sitting on his lower region, while Naruto was the one lying at the bottom. Besides, you're way better than him. Minori said with seductive eyes and an equally seductive smile. Naruto couldn't help but gulp at her new bold approach, but he now had a wide happy smile on his face. Take that, whoever was before me. General was at the Macaroon mansion, where he was choking on his meal. Gen slammed his fist into his chest, as he spit out a piece of pork. I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong? The maid who cooked the meal asked with worry. No, you did great. The meal's delicious. It's just, I have this feeling that someone just hurt my feelings. General said with a gloomy look and sad purple aura surrounding him, scaring his maidservant. Now let me have a turn at this. Minori said in her most seductive voice as her finger trailed against Naruto's right cheek, making the blonde purr from the touch. Hey, okay tilde. Naruto said dumbly as he got lost in Minori's eyes and touch. Yep, it's official. She was the boss. All she needed to do was calm him with a soft voice, put on a flirty sexy look and smoothly trace her hand or fingers across his skin and he was putty in her hands. Hell, he'd probably even start a war for her. Minori's smile just widened as she softly placed her hands atop of Naruto's pectorals, making them shake from the touch. Minori leaned down to Naruto's ear and whispered. Relax tilde. Minori whispered with a gentle yet seductive voice that sent shivers down Naruto's entire body. Minori started moving her hips back and forth as she rode Naruto's member. Minori brought her right hand behind her neck, her fingers going through her hair as it traveled up to the back of her head. Naruto had a wide smile as he felt so good tilde from having Minori ride him. His hands gently smooth across Minori's thighs. The felt so creamy yet firm. This whole sensation, her touch, her skill, the feel of her body, the pleasure she gave. This is what a woman should be like. Should feel like. Minori moaned with delight. Now this is what pleasure should feel like. She felt she was ready to orgasm any second now. Naruto's right hand then inched to her inner thigh as his left thumb went right in her entrance, making Minori moan as she lightly bit her index finger from the new pleasure. Naruto's left hand then came up and grabbed Minori's right breast, squeezing it tight, making Minori wail with pleasure. Naruto was expertly manhandling and fondling her right breast while his thumb squirmed and pumped into her entrance as she rid his member. Minori held her left blushing cheek as she couldn't help but blush from Naruto's manhandling of her. She would be lying if she said she never had fantasies before. Especially one where a handsome man like Naruto would manhandle her, although they weren't in a train and in public. Minori Haim-chan, grown, you're so beautiful. So hot. Naruto said with a wide smile. Minori looked at him with surprise, before she then smiled happily. Yeah, I'm beautiful, and hot. Minori cheered with a wide happy smile as she laughed with joy and quickened her pace. Naruto moaned as Minori increased her hip speed. Minori rid Naruto at a faster rate, panting as she had both hands behind her head, her torso moving forward and back in like a wave motion as she rid him. Naruto then inserted his index into Minori's entrance as now 2 fingers were pumping and squirming inside her. Minori smiled as her right index was placed on her lips as she rid him faster, bring more pleasure as his member and fingers went in and out faster, her walls tightening around them. Yes, 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 yes. Minori said over and over again as her juices oozed out, drenching Naruto's member and fingers. Then suddenly Naruto shot forward and took Minori's left breast into his mouth, making her scream with pleasure, as she rid him faster with the blonde moving his hips forward to meet her own. The two were now thrusting against one another in a strong and fluid rhythmic motion. Minori was making sounds and gasps of pleasure as she and Naruto quickly pounded into one another. So good. So good. Minori exclaimed with ecstasy as she bit her left finger. Naruto then pumped faster than the eye could see as his hips became a blur, making Minori give a loud cry of pleasure as then she came all over him, but Naruto continued to pump inside her, making her gasp with every thrust, as her juices came flowing out of her as he thrust deep and hard within her. Minori's mind was spinning. Her eyes were going up and looked like they could go to the back of her skull any minute. Her lower region was hot and felt electric as she felt non-stop pleasure. Naruto thrust with power. So much power that her body felt like it was only working for him, but she also felt like she was becoming putty. Her tongue was sticking out, with the blonde taking it into his mouth as he then locked lips with her, his tongue scavenging inside her own, tasting every inch of her mouth. Minori's folds were squirting her love juices, dirtying Naruto's pants while her bikini bottom was completely drenched in them, both their sex covered in their fluids. Minori's head couldn't think anything else. She was being overwhelmed. Oh yes. Minori thought as she felt herself explode. Naruto. Minori screamed with pure ecstasy and pleasure as she then released all over him for the 16th time, while Naruto gripped her tight, squeezing her breast, inserting his fingers deeper, and his mouth clapping on her left breast tighter, as he then came inside her. Minori panted from the intense experience, her tongue out while her eyes almost went to the back of her head. It was otherworldly. Minori's fell forward, but of course Naruto's body kept her from falling to the covered ground. Her head rested on his left shoulder as the blonde then wrapped his arms around her waist. Minori panted as she felt her body shake from the intense experience, but she still had enough energy to burn. Well, it's official. You are the only man who can keep up with me. Minori said with a small smile. Me keeping up with you? You were the one having a hard time meeting me halfway. Naruto said with a smirk. Don't get overconfident. Minori said with an annoyed look, but then she started moving her hips as she started riding on Naruto once more. You're the one starting again. Naruto said. Oh, shut up and enjoy it. Minori said. I would, but I'd rather like a change of pace. Naruto said as he grabbed Minori by the waist, pulled her off and then putting her on her hands and knees. Oi, don't go, but Minori became silent as Naruto slapped his hands onto her ass, making her squeak which caused an embarrassed blush appear on her face as he then gripped her rear cheeks firmly. Naruto then leaned his face close as he bit her drenched bikini bottom and starting pulling it off. Naruto grabbed Minori's thighs, lifting her up by them as he expertly slipped her bikini bottom off with his mouth, let it drop, licked his lips and then dove his face into Minori's wet spot making her moan as Naruto started licking her majesty. Minori moaned as Naruto wrapped his arms around Minori's waist as he dug his tongue into Minori's entrance. Minori bit her right thumb as she felt Naruto's tongue dig deep within her, and then she squealed as his hand tightly gripped her bottom cheeks. Naruto used his hands to thrust Minori's hips forward, creating a new tempo that met his tongue. Minori was making pleasure-filled hiccup-like noises as she felt Naruto's tongue thrust inside her majesty and explore all within her, licking every wall, tickling every fold. Minori panted as the nails of her left hand dug into the magenta blanket, while her other hand's fingers were to the side of her mouth. Naruto's tongue dug more and more inside, savoring and greedily licking all of her juices inside her. She tasted so sweet, yet strong, just like sake, but she tasted so much greater than any sake he had ever drank or smelt, and trust me, he's had a lot, no shit. He loved her taste. He could drink it for all eternity. Minori's right hand held the side of her face as her eyes were shut tight and her closed lips quivered with pleasure as a mumbled moan was heard behind them. Naruto then inserted his right thumb into Minori's rose bud, forcing a pleasured wail to break open from her mouth. Naruto then inserted his other thumb inside, both stretching it open a bit, making Minori moan loudly as both her hands were on the dark magenta blanket. Naruto bobbing his head forward and back, his tongue going in and out, as his thumbs pumped in and out of her rear hole. Minori panted faster as her breasts were smooshed flat against the blanket, her body moving forward and back, causing wrinkles upon the blanket. Minori's hands went to her face as Naruto's tongue managed to dig deeper. How is he doing this? His skills were beyond belief. Or at least it feels that way as she was feeling such pleasure, such heat, such a sensation, like electricity was running through her body. Her nerves feeling the shock being sent all within her. Naruto's tongue suddenly started licking in circular motions, making Minori moan through her closed mouth. Her toes were curling from the sensation. Suddenly she shot her head up as she gasped and wailed. Naruto had licked her G-spot. Unbelievable. Minori slapped her left hand onto the blanket a few times from feeling Naruto licking her most sensitive spot within her sex. She bit her right hand as she felt she was ready to burst at any moment. Suddenly Naruto's left hand retracted from her rear as it then smoothly traveled down to her entrance, dug in and pinched her clitoris. Minori's eyes widened as she gave an ecstatic scream of pleasure and ecstasy as she came all over Naruto's mouth. Naruto brought his face back as he licked his mouth of the juices as best as his tongue could. Naruto then used his left hand to pull down his pants some more, brought Minori down a bit as he then thrust up into Minori's entrance, making Minori cry with pleasure as his member went so far in that it hit her G-spot. Naruto held the sides of Minori's waist tightly as he started pumping in her hard and strong, moving her hips with his hands. Minori panted as she felt herself get plowed. Sweat was going down her brow and all over her body, feeling the adrenaline her body was producing to pump within her veins. Her toes were curling as she pressed her hands against the blanket and lifted her body up as she made gasping and panting noises. So much pleasure. So much. Minori had her tongue out as she relished in the savory pleasure. Lusting for more. Minori grabbed her right breast and started to fondle it. She panted and gave high-pitched moans. Between Naruto pumping his sex within her own and herself fondling her own breast, she was going crazy over the pleasure. Her body shook as Naruto thrust into her over and over at a fast and strong pace, filling her up with his magnificent gift. Naruto then inserted his whole thumb within her rear hole once more, making Minori cry with pleasure as she then pinched her nipple upon instinct. Her nails dug into the blanket, her tongue was out of her mouth for a few moments, before she retracted it and gritted her teeth. Her body was moving fast with Naruto's fast-paced thrusting. Suddenly Naruto's energy went to his member as golden energy exploded from his member, causing intense heat within Minori's sex, making her give a loud scream of pleasure as both she and Naruto came together, his ejaculation swimming deep within her while her juices drenched his member as it returned to normal. Minori panted as she lost strength in her upper body for the moment, as she fell to the blanket's surface. Naruto held Minori in place for the moment, until he finished spreading his liquid within her. Good thing Kurama was keeping his sperm at bay, or else he would have impregnated Minori by now. Naruto gently placed Minori's legs onto the blanket, but he lifted her hips up as she was back onto her knees. He slipped his member out of her pussy, but then he grabbed it and inserted it into her anus. Minori moaned again as she felt her body shoot with energy again. feeling an electrical surge pulse throughout her body. Naruto pumped deep within her rear, enjoying the tightness of her second hole. It was like taking someone's virginity. In a way, it was. Naruto's member twitched inside of Minori, causing the principal to flinch every time it did. Naruto then pulled back, making Minori squeak through closed lips and started to thrust in and out of her. Naruto smiled with delight as he pumped his member in and out of her behind. For some reason Naruto actually liked anal intercourse. It's weird, but with how tight it was and how different it feels to a female sex organ, it felt like an odd pleasure, of an optional adventure that one is curious about. To Naruto it's one that feels really good when tried. Naruto thrust back and forth as his member went deep in, stretching the narrow passage. Naruto rubbed Minori's right butt cheek as he pumped inside her rear hole at a steady pace. Minori felt her larynx make noise every time Naruto pumped inside her. This is the first time she ever did anal and it sure was weird. Definitely something no one would be used to, but strangely she invited it. She was okay with this. Her passage was stretching and despite the pain, it also strangely felt pleasurable. Suddenly Naruto slapped Minori's right cheek making her moan. She was no masochist, but strangely that felt good tilde. Naruto pumped hard in her, making Minori give hiccuping sounds of pleasure with every ram, and then he slapped her rear again making her gasp. Naruto kept this up for a few moments and slapped her rear once more, but then his left hand creeped under and went inside her entrance, stretching the folds making Minori whimper before Naruto started inserting his middle finger in it making Minori's lips quiver. Naruto was teasing her by having his middle finger trace up and down her majesty, with only the tip of his finger inserted in, all the while he was still thrusting his member in her rear. Minori's hands were made into a fist as she just wanted him to stop playing with her and just insert his hand inside her front view. She tried thrusting forward to do so, but Naruto's grip on her rear with just his right hand was strong enough to hold her in place. Then again, what else would you expect from a person who can lift an entire carrier truck carrying 5 tons making it a total of 14,500 pounds with armor that weighs 15 times Earth's gravity strapped to his body, and that was only on his first day with the truck. Now it's 145,000 at 25 times Earth's gravity, for all she knew he could do more. In short, no shit this guy can hold her in place, she was at his mercy, but did she want it? That was the question. Naruto then sent a hard thrust into Minori's ass that pushed her forward, causing Naruto's fingers to go straight into her majesty, hard, causing Minori to cry with a mix of pain and pleasure in both holes. Naruto picked up the pace, slamming his member hard into her rear, making the inside stretch as it went in and out, hard, fast and deep, while the fingers in Naruto's left hand pumped inside her vagina every time he thrust in, causing Minori's entrance to shoot forward and consume it before retracting, the process repeated over and over. Minori gasped and gave cries of pleasure as she felt the new erotic sensation. She felt pleasure in both holes and both felt amazing. Naruto was going at a strong yet fast rhythm that caused Minori to move with it, her breasts bouncing forward and back as Naruto pumped into her hard and strong. Minori was feeling her juices ooze from her sex, wetting Naruto's fingers. Oh, she was getting so hot from this. Her body temperature was increasing from the feeling of pleasure and ecstasy, her body shaking from the feeling. Naruto then used his right hand to grab Minori's right breast, squeezing them hard, giving her a little pain that made her grit her teeth slightly, but then he groped them, going in circles as his fingers tickles the skin of her breasts. Minori had an open-mouth smile, panting as she enjoyed being fondled, fingered and fucked. Minori had energy to keep enduring, but Naruto was like a god when it came to this, and this was what? His second time. Third. It could be his 15th time for all she knew, but it didn't matter because he was rocking her world. Oh man, I'm going nuts. I could come any minute. Hell, I'm wetting the hell out of his fingers. All 5 of them jamming into me. Touching every wall. Making my insides tickle with excitement. Oh god. Yes. Minori thought as she was drooling from the pleasure. Naruto then gave her nipple a pinch making her moan as he then started thrusting faster and faster and faster. His hips becoming blurs. Minori was being fucked and fingered at an alarming rate, faster than the eye could see, her breasts moving fast, but Naruto still held a firm grip on her right one as he continued to grope it. Minori had her tongue out as she gasped and panted at a fast rate, her body shaking at a high speed. Her love juices were squirting as she was being fingered faster than humanly possible while she was being humped from the rear. Minori's eyes were wide as she drooled from her open mouth, her tongue moving fast, but not as fast as she was being pleased by her special blonde. So God, so good, 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 so good. Minori thought over and over again. Suddenly Naruto's hand went deeper in her entrance, making her cry out with new pain and pleasure. Naruto then brought her back as she was now sitting up on her knees, getting rammed from behind, while still being fingered in her majesty, and still having her right breast groped, albeit at a faster rate. Minori's eyes were going up as she was being pleasured, her tongue still out as the sides of her mouth drooled more. Then Naruto summoned Golden Asura's left hand to grab and fondle Minori's breast, making her moan loudly, especially from feeling the heat off of the spirit's hand. Naruto had then increased the heat of his hands and member, causing Minori's juices to spurt out from the new incredible pleasure. The speed, the strength, the power, the heat, the skill. It's driving her mad. I'm coming. Minori thought as she instantly came. Naruto continued to pump hard into her, only now feeling the sensation in his member and jewels. Minori's fingers clawed into the blanket, coming over and over again as Naruto continued. Oh my god. Doesn't this guy ever stop? Minori thought as she felt like she was losing her mind to the pleasure. For real this time. Naruto was like a god. And to think this is just anal mixed with fingering and groping. That shouldn't bring this much pleasure, but of course this is Naruto and he is better than any normal man. Minori's eyes looked ready to come to the back of her head. Naruto gripped Minori's breasts hard, as he then suddenly pressed both her nipples hard with his and Golden Asura's fingers, causing Minori to lactate, before Naruto then brought her and Minori down to the blanket, pumping his member hard into her as he gripped both of Minori's wrists with his hands, retracting Golden Asura's hand. Naruto pumped hard again, and again, and again, until he then gave a groan as he came inside of Minori's ass. Minori wailed with pleasure as her head shot up with her eyes almost made it to the back of her head, her tongue stuck fully out. Minori's body fully fell forward, drenched in sweat as she panted from the experience with her tongue stuck out and pressed against the dark magenta blanket. She felt some liquid leak from her nipples, wetting the blanket a bit. If Naruto was so skilled enough to make a woman lactate, then you know that this is the kind of man with skill to make a night for you the greatest and most intense one you'll ever have. Naruto panted. He was sweaty, with his hair wet from the experience, making it droop a bit. His muscles twitching as his chest slowly rise and fall from panting. He still felt stamina to continue, obviously, but the experience was still intense and exciting for him. This is his third time, so he still isn't used to sex, but man is it incredible. No wonder Jiraiya encouraged him to explore these hormonal actions. Naruto leaned forward until he now lied against the back of Minori's body. Minori panted, managing to bring her tongue back into her mouth, as she then felt Naruto lean closer to her ear. Tired yet? Naruto asked with a smile. You kidding? Pant, I've got enough energy to run the longest marathon ever. Minori said with a cocky smile. That's the strong woman I've come to love and respect. Naruto said. You better. Minori said with a small grinning smirk. Minori then flinched and shook a tiny bit from the feeling of Naruto's member twitching inside her. She felt her lungs let out hidden air as Naruto's hands smoothly traced across her side and to the sides of her breasts. Such soft skin. A lovely body. A powerful fighting spirit. I could do this all night. Naruto said with a smirk. That ignited new energy and desire for Minori. Then what's stopping you? This is our special night. Our date. We can do whatever we want tonight. Let's enjoy every little moment. Minori said with a seductive grin. Naruto developed an animalistic grin as new desire pumped into his heart, pumping into his veins, his loins. Minori's body twitched from feeling Naruto's member get harder and twitching inside her. Naruto took his member out only to immediately shoot it back into her vagina. Naruto sat him and Minori up as he now started pumping into her majesty, making Minori give whines of pleasure as he filled her up. Naruto's hands played with Minori's breasts, massaging them to give her a relaxing pleasure, a calm before the storm. Minori panted as she felt a calming pleasure, but it's not by much in normal standards considering Naruto's member is so large, long and thick that it pretty much expanded her inner walls to widths that she didn't know was possible. Although, Minori now was feeling new life in her. New energy was coursing through her body. Is this endurance? No, this felt stronger. Minori didn't care where this came from, she is using it to the fullest right now. Minori started bouncing up and down, trying to oppose Naruto's thrusts. When he went down, she went up, and when he went up, she went down, causing an even better, harder thrust that brought great pleasure. Minori gasped from the thrusts, her breasts being massaged tenderly, making her moan as Naruto gave them a nice squeeze. Naruto increased his speed of thrust as he laid his chin upon Minori's right shoulder. He massaged her breasts more sporadically, before giving them a nice hard squeeze, causing her to wail with pleasure. Then Naruto started to manhandle them as he was now more rough with her breasts, pulling and squeezing them, causing Minori to give cries of pleasure. Naruto thrust harder, stronger, pumping his member deep into Minori's majesty. Getting her all wet, as his member was being drenched in her love juices. Minori bit her left pinky nail as Naruto increased the intensity of his thrusts and his fondling. Minori's toes curled as she gritted her teeth with pleasure. Naruto pumping harder and harder into her. Her juices spilling all over the blanket, as she felt her legs shake with pleasure. Then Naruto pulled on Minori's breasts hard and gave them a strong squeeze, making her cry with pleasure as she then lactated, her breast milk spraying out and falling to the dark blanket below. Naruto gave one hard thrust as some ejaculation shot inside Minori, before Naruto pulled her out, then laid her down onto the blanket as he quickly pulled off his pant and underwear, going commando, as he was now on top of Minori, thrusting into Minori hard and fast, causing Minori to move with every thrust, her breasts bouncing with each strong, manly thrust he gave. Minori panted as she felt him thrust into her. Loving the experience. Minori's hands scaled down to Naruto's bottom, grasping both his strong, firm buns of steel in her hands, gripping hard to hold on as Naruto's thrusting came faster and faster, at an increasingly faster than normal speed. Minori gasped as she felt him fill her up, as he then came faster, and faster, and faster, and faster. Naruto pumped into her with power, causing Minori to move faster with him. She felt her strange shake and melt with every thrust, like it was molding with his member. She's almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Oh my god, she's so ready. Minori was thrusting up to meet Naruto's, feeling herself leaking from below. Naruto now was thrusting in a blur, causing Minori's love juices to spurt out at a fast rate. She screamed wailing sounds of pleasure as she was coming over and over again with every thrust. He was a man. He is a man. He's a man that she wants to be with for the rest of her days and beyond. He is her dream man. Oh my go tilde 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 d. Minori then screamed as Naruto roared, releasing his fluids in her, causing Minori to wail as she felt him fill her up inside. Lemon scene over. Lying on the blanket still naked, Minori lit a cigarette, then took a deep drag before she parted the cancer stick from her lips and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, before giving a deep satisfied sigh. Those people who say that smoking is always better after sex were so right. Minori said with a wide satisfied smile. Minori sighed with delight. She laid naked on the blanket with one leg bent and her left arm across her breasts. Next to her, Naruto laid down with his hands behind his head. You want one? Minori asked. Nah. It's a bad habit. Naruto said. Suit yourself. You won't have another opportunity like this. Minori said with a smile. So this is a one-time only thing? Naruto questioned with a sulking look as he looked away from her. Ah tilde, don't tell me you're sad tilde. You know if you play your cards right, this might not be the only time. Minori said with half-lidded eyes and a teasing smile. Even without that gift from above, this won't be the end of it. Minori thought as she mentally laughed. You know you're pretty ballsy. Naruto said staring at the stars. Obviously. Minori said with a smug smile, her eyes closed and her chin being held between her extended index and thumb fingers. And weird. Naruto said looking to the side. Oi. I'll kick your ass for that. Minori shouted with her fist tightened. And you've got guts too. Naruto said. True. Minori said as she immediately re-entered her previous smug pose. Why me? Naruto asked, making Minori look to him. I mean, I know you're no ordinary principal, even though you're the only principal I ever met, so why go into one of these teacher-student relationships without fear? And with me of all people. Well, why not you? All the boys back at that school are cowards and whiners. Yusui and Takaru are just a pair of punk kids. Jen, and I don't need to waste my breath with Akaya. You on the other hand, Naruto, you're special. I feel like I can be normal without consequence without you. I feel like we're kindred spirits and like you can be the only one to understand me at times. Plus Tenbi would be real boring without you and I love a fun guy. Minori said with a grin and thumbs up. Naruto blinked in surprise as a blush appeared on his cheeks. So what does this make us? Naruto asked. Minori blinked as she thought it over. She hadn't really thought about it. She really likes the blonde moron, but could she really say it? What the hell? Naruto's the kind of guy who only understands, or at least truly does, when he hears things for himself. Not 100% sure, but I know that I'll never like another man more than you. Minori said with a grin and wink. Naruto blushed red as he noticed sincerity in her tone and one opened eye. He smiled. You know, this would be less controversial if we were the same age. Naruto said, still smiling. Screw that. If anyone's got a problem with that, let them bitch and gawk. They don't have a hot, steamy relationship like us. Minori said with her head held high as she had a confident smile and her eyes were closed. Hot and steamy, I like the sound of that. Naruto said with a smirk as he suddenly sat up and embraced Minori's naked form and started kissing and licking the nape of her neck. Oh. Hold on. You sneak. So unfair of you not to give me a heads up. Minori said with a wide pleased smile. Oh yeah right there, handsome. Oh ho ho. You animal. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Oh. Naruto. Minori then giggled and laughed with joy and pleasure as they returned to the dirty deed. The next morning, the two were still lying naked on the large dark magenta blanket. Minori was lying against Naruto's naked form, her head resting on his chest with her hands against his pecs, while Naruto laid below with his hands behind his head like previously. Both resting with wide smiles on their faces. That night of passion was truly breathtaking. Naruto-kun. Naruto and Minori woke up groggily with one eye opened and some drool coming from the side of their mouths. Who put on the alarm? Minori questioned, still feeling tired. Naruto-kun. Where are you? Huh, that alarm sounds like. Naruto's eyes widened as he then sat up with Minori wrapped around his strong right arm. Cha-cha-chan and Kimi-chan. Naruto exclaimed with new worry. Huh, those two. Why are they up so early? Minori wondered. Wait. Naruto looked up to the sky to spot the sun's position. His eyes then widened as a new frightening thought came to mind. It's past breakfast time. Naruto said with horrified anime eyes and his jaw dropped. Now that you mention it, I am hungry. We still got any leftovers from last night? Minori asked with tired eyes as she turned to Naruto. Too late. Ate it. Kurama said. The fox ate it. Naruto relayed the message. Damn greedy furball. Minori grumbled with a pout and her arms crossed. A match made in heaven. Kyuubi thought as he smirked on how similar Minori and Naruto are. Naruto. Where are you? Wait, that sounded like. Naruto's eyes then widened anime style with new fear. Haruko ne-chan. Naruto exclaimed with fear. Now that could be a problem. Minori said with a slightly nervous smile as she scratched the back of her head. No shit. Naruto exclaimed as he shot up from the ground, now standing. Suddenly Golden Asura's hands appeared and moved fast than the eye could see as now he and Minori were fully clothed. Whoa. That was impressive. Minori said looking up at Naruto. Naruto quickly picked her up bridal style as the blanket was consumed by golden flames. Naruto and Minori then vanished in a flash of gold. Teleporting atop of a tree, Naruto started jumping from tree to tree, taking great leaps than a normal shinobi of his world, going as far as 1/4 of a mile from each jump, the wind blowing into his face and through his hair. Minori's eyes blinked as her hair was feeling the wind hitting it, blowing through it as it moved with the wind. Minori looked up at Naruto for a moment before smiling. Naruto finally made it back to the manor, standing at the side of it as he looked up to the windows to determine which one leads to Minori's room. That one's my room, Minori said, pointing to a window with birds on the window sill. I know because those damn birds like being on my window sill, tweeting their hearts out. Damn things woke me up early in the morning after I took out those earplugs Cha-Cha put in my ears. Minori said with an annoyed look with half-lidded anime eyes. Wait, how do you know it was Cha-Cha who put in those earplugs? Naruto questioned with half-lidded anime eyes directed towards Minori. Minori's eyes looked to the side as they remained half-lidded and she had a bashful smirk on her face. You saw us. Naruto said with narrowed anime eyes, but then they became half-lidded as he gained a grinning smirk which surprised Minori. Oho tilde, so Miss Minori-chan got jealous of Cha-Cha and wanted her own turn with Naruto, huh? Don't get cocky. Minori said with a small annoyed frown as she had annoyed half-lidded anime eyes. You love tilde me. Naruto said with a grin. Urasai. Minori exclaimed as she slammed her palm into the side of Naruto's face, pushing it away. Just get me back to my room. Whatever you say, my sweet Minori-chan tilde. Naruto said, still retaining his smile as Minori's hand was still pressed against his face. I belong to no one. Minori shouted as Naruto leapt to her windowsill as Golden Asura's hand came from his body and gripped the windowsill as the birds flew away, but one pecked Naruto in the face. Ow! Ow! Get lost, you flying jerk! Naruto shouted. Suddenly the rest of Golden Asura's upper body was fully summoned and roared, Aura, scaring the bird away. Yeah, that's right. Flee you flying rats! Minori exclaimed with a smirk and her fist shaking in the air. Golden Asura opened the window as then Naruto went inside and let Minori's feet touch the floor. Well, that was a nice night. Minori said as she then stretched, with her left arm stretched up with her other hand grabbing her left forearm as it stretched as well. Naruto looked to Minori's breasts as they bounced, making him smile with arousal. Minori looked to him with one open eye before she then smiled cheekily as her fists were pressed against her hips. What are you staring at? Minori asked rhetorically with half-lidded eyes as she continued to smile cheekily. Nothing. Just admiring your eyes. Naruto said with a small blush, but still smiling. I bet. Minori said with a smirk as she gripped the bottom of her breasts and bounced them up. Well, I better head off to show everyone that I'm still alive. Naruto said as he started walking to the door, but after 3 steps, he stopped and turned back to Minori. We should do this again. Naruto said. Define this. Minori said with a smirk as she took a step towards Naruto. Well, Naruto then looked into her eyes, her sparkling seductively beautiful eyes. Tilde. Minori moved up closer as she crossed her arms under her breasts, pushing them up. Naruto stared at her body then gorgeous face. He felt a new rush. Naruto wrapped his arms around Minori's waist as he pushed her forward and locked lips with her, surprising her and squeezing her buns making her gasp. Minori's eyes were wide, but then they slowly closed as she grasped the back of his head, and deepened the kiss. The two made out with their tongues pushing and dancing against each other. Minori brought her left leg up and wrapped it around Naruto's waist as she leaned back when Naruto leaned in. Minori was moaning as she felt her heart race from not just excitement, but belonging. That she wanted to always be here. With him. Is this what love feels like? The two then slowly separated as they stared longingly and lovingly into one another's calm half-lidded eyes. You better go, or else I might not let you go. Minori said in a low voice. You don't have to let me go. Naruto said in a husky voice. Minori then kissed the side of his neck while he softly groped her butt. See you later. Minori said in her low voice. Naruto took that as the leave before we start again and get caught signal. The two hesitantly separated as Naruto then left the room, closing the door behind him as he let out a breath of air he didn't know he was holding in his lungs. Holy hell, that was an intense feeling. Was that love? Naruto said to himself with wide eyes. Oi, Kurama, you think that's love? Wouldn't know. Never felt it. Kurama said. You've been in 2 female Uzumakis before me. How the hell could you not tell from past experience? Naruto wondered. His response was Kurama chuckling, which made Naruto develop annoyance. Yo Naruto. The blonde turned to see Kengo and Takaru. I knew you'd be here. Takaru said with a smile. What else could explain something saying, aura, like that? Kengo questioned rhetorically with a dull look. Why were you in Minori's room? Takaru asked, although they had a feeling, but Naruto's eyes quickly looking to the door confirmed their suspicions on where the two were this whole time. Bump that. Kengo said as he and Takaru extended their fists to him. Naruto just bumped their fists, now earning more of their respect as the blonde now landed a hot big busted woman last night. Minori had her ear to the door, hearing the exchange as she fist pumped with a grin on her face. I knew I was worthy of that. As a way of showing atonement, at least feeling like he has to atone for something when he doesn't at all, Naruto made a huge lunch for everyone, which looked more like a banquet. No one complained, for obvious reasons, as they all dug in. Naruto went out in this. Meats of all kind, fish of different species and size, most likely caught by him before he started cooking, fruits and vegetables either made into salads or decor around the other meals like the meat, fish. He even made pastas, soups, pastries, cakes, gelatin, pies, sushi and a huge honey-glazed ham placed in the center of the table. Everyone's eyes were stars as they stared at the banquet. They had all slapped their hands together and simultaneously screamed, Itadakimasu, before they all dug right in. They all moaned in delight as they all enjoyed the feast. Say, where is Naruto-kun? Cha-Cha wondered. He went to train. Kengo said. Again. Guess I shouldn't have expected anything less. Haruko said as she took a bite of some jello. Open up Takaru tilde. Syria said trying to feed Takaru, who was a bit uncomfortable with being treated that way. He thought Syria's gesture was more treating him liking a kid than romantic. Why are you still here? Haruko and Inaho grumbled with dull anime glares. Speaking of people, where's Principal? Yuruchi questioned as she turned towards Aki and Tomiko to see if she had an answer, but they shrugged, not knowing where she is. She went to take a bath. Furin said. Makes sense. Kengo mumbled to Takaru who nodded. What's that supposed to mean? Haruko questioned, as now Takaru and Kengo had all eyes on them. Nothing. Just that Naruto told us that after knocking out last night from training, he bumped into her and apparently she was trying to build up on her survival skills. You know her. She's weird. Kengo said. That's true. Himegami said as she took in a bite of her baked potatoes. Suddenly there was an explosion of golden flames from afar. Taki, Kengo, do you mind? We're on it. The pair said, knowing Haruko's request, as they stood up and left. That guy is going to give the villagers a heart attack. Yuruchi said. Well, you can't blame Naruto ni. This place is property to ability users. Inaho said. Yeah tilde, but technically it's owned by Kamigari. Yuruchi said. Oh yeah. Then doesn't that mean you guys are all trespassing? Syria questioned as everyone stopped eating and realized that they were indeed trespassing on Kamigari-owned property. Who cares? Like anyone's going to have a say when we have Naruto. Himegami said with closed eyes, sounding uninterested in the trespassing matter. Oh yeah. Syria said with a smile. Naruto ni really is the best. Inaho said with a cat smile. In both positive and negative ways. Himegami said as Haruko sighed, but the two couldn't help but smile. Takaru and Kengo found Naruto, now dressed in his white with black trimming undershirt, leather pants, fingerless gloves and ankle boots, to see golden flames dancing on his hand. Hey guys, check this out. Naruto exclaimed as he shot his hand forward as golden flames shot forward and consumed the trees, but when it dispersed, the trees were all completely fine. I didn't burn them. And tilde that's cool because tilde. Kengo said as he and Takaru looked to him. Naruto pointed to a different direction to show a completely destroyed path with burnt roots seen within the ground. I can control these flames with my mind. If I want something not to get destroyed by them, then all I need is to think of them not being destroyed. Pretty cool, huh? Naruto said with a grin. That is handy. Takaru said. So now you did Minori. That makes two. Kengo said, changing the subject to something that he likes. Actually 3. I did cha-cha before Minori. Naruto admitted. Nice tilde. Kengo and Takaru cheered with huge toothy grins. So that's 3 out of 5. Who's next? Kengo pressed on with curiosity. Next. Naruto said as his cheeks turned completely red. Back with the girls, Kimi kept picking at her food, not really eating it since her mind was on Naruto. Since he was mentioned, she couldn't help but think of her blonde. Ever since that night, she had become even more into Naruto. If that was even possible. Although she wasn't the only one. Cha-Cha was in the same boat as Kimi as well. I mean, how could you not be even more into someone after a night of passion like that? Some of the other girls noticed the two, Kimi picking at her food with a dreamy smile and red tint on her cheeks, while Cha-Cha was chewing on her food, but was looking up to the side as she had a far-off look, complete with wide smile and red tint on her cheeks. What's with you two? Azuki asked with narrowed eyes, smelling something suspicious that she did not like. Cha-Cha and Kimi flinched as they now had some sweat as Azuki gave them a stare that made them nervous. Nothing. Cha-Cha chimed as a way to get out of Azuki's suspicions. She gained the right name for both her Maken and title back at school, because she was eyeing her like a hawk spying on its prey. She didn't like being Azuki's prey. At least sometimes she didn't. Kimi. Azuki looked to the violet-haired loli. Kimi tried to remain strong and not spill the beans, but Azuki's stare was very intimidating. Ever since she became roommates with her, she had come to see her more like an older sister, and when your older sister, who you respect and love highly, is looking at you like that, she couldn't help but feel the pressure. Kimi shook in place as she was feeling more nervous each second, feeling a lump in her throat as she started sweating more. I think you're scaring her, Azuki. Cha-Cha leaned over and whispered to Azuki. Azuki was feeling guilty now that Cha-Cha had shared that logic, so she then directed her look to her mocha-skinned friend, making her grin nervously as she leaned back with her hands up in defense. I did it with Naruto-kun. Kimi unconsciously said in a low voice, before placing her hands over her mouth. Excuse me. Azuki exclaimed with wide eyes, not sure if she heard something right. She heard I, within Naruto, so she was now curious to hear it in full. Azuki leaned forward and narrowed her eyes as she stared at Kimi. Kimi shook in place with wide, fearful anime eyes as her lips quivered with worry. I had sex with Naruto-kun. Kimi screamed out of defeat. Everyone stopped what they were doing as they all had wide shocked anime eyes and their jaws dropped. Kimi's face was entirely red as she had the embarrassed anime expression of somehow having no mouth and her eyes becoming just black dots. Azuki's dropped jaw was shaking as she then turned towards Cha-Cha. I may have done it with him after her. Cha-Cha said with a small timid smile as she looked up to the side while rubbing the back of her head. Azuki was pointing a shaking finger at them as she made an acking noise. Well, you didn't go for it and you were the first one asked, so you don't have the right to yell at us. Cha-Cha said with a sort of serious frown in eyes as she pointed at Azuki. Azuki tightened her fist, feeling like punching someone, but who? Cha-Cha. Kimi's out of the question, because she has too much of a soft spot for her. Or herself for not saying yes. Because as much as she hated to admit it, Cha-Cha was right. She didn't have the right to yell at either of them. Azuki leaned back and sighed with self-disappointment, but her pride was still said stay strong. Sometimes her pride can be a headache or respected. Never one over the other. That little perv, Haruko in a low tone said as she shook with new anger and annoyance, but she took a deep breath in through her nose and sighed as she resumed eating. He's old enough to make his own decisions. He's done adult stuff before. Maybe not anything sexual, but still considered adult. Haruko said in a low tone trying to calm herself. You did him too, Kimi. Minori showed up with a towel wrapped around her neck. Kimi gave an embarrassed scream as she closed her eyes and tried covering her face with her fists. Wait, are you saying you did him too? Is that why you weren't in your bed this morning? Cha-Cha asked. What? No. I was just surprised because I saw you having your way with him in the middle of the night. Minori said with her arms crossed as she held her head up high, but then she noticed the shocked looks upon everyone's faces while Cha-Cha's whole face was red. You're a voyeur. Fu exclaimed, pointing at Minori. No, I'm not. She plugged our ears that night and I just happened to wake up and see it all. I'm not some jealous voyeur. Minori said with her arms crossed and turning to the side. I never said jealous. Fu said. Well, I wasn't. Minori said. Then why are you blushing? Himegami questioned with a raised eyebrow. It's hot out. Minori quickly said. Cha-cha then gasped. You did it with him last night too. Cha-cha exclaimed pointing to Minori accusingly. What? No tilde. Minori said as he face turned redder. Everyone looked at her with wide eyes. Alright fine, I did. Minori said rubbing the back of her head as everyone's jaws dropped once more. Aki had turned white with her eyes become black, kind of hollow-like, she kind of looked like a ghost woman. That wasn't helping Himegami. Can't really blame me. That guy knows his stuff. Minori said with a wide smile and her arms crossed. Yeah tilde. Cha-cha and Kimi said dreamily with a dreamy expression. Azuki and Furin's eyes were shadowed as they were feeling a mix of gloom, anger and jealousy. But then suddenly everyone felt a menacing aura making them all turn to see Haruko was shaking with rage as her teeth were gritting tightly and her eyes were angry anime ones. She broke her utensils with her bare hands as she was surrounded by a mix of a dark purple and blood-red aura. Uh-oh tilde. Cha-cha and Kimi said with new worry and fear. Inappropriate. Haruko screamed as she slammed her bakken against Minori's head, causing the principal to slam into the ground with a huge lump on her head that was steaming from the impact. Back with our 3 male Maken key members. I mean, I haven't apologized to them. Do I even have the right to even get a kiss from them, let alone sleep with them? Naruto had been rambling on about probably not deserving Azuki and Furin's acceptance for the deed, or even earning any more of their love from them. Dude, you just wanted to give your first to someone you love. They all agreed, maybe silently, that they would share you. For those two, they actually were willing to go with it. Take it from someone who knows true love. They're the ones who made the mistake. You need to sit down with each of them alone, and tell them that they said they were willing to go through this, not just for you, but for themselves as well. Either they're in this or they're out. Kengo said with a serious expression. That sounds kind of harsh. Naruto said. It's called tough love Naruto. It's part of a relationship. Hell, don't Azuki and Furin display the same to you? What gives them the right to do it to you and you can't give it to them? Like friendship, love is a two-way street. You can't show weakness, but you have to show concern. You've got to be the tough guy, but also the considerate one. You showed a lot of love to them, now show them the strong assertive Naruto. Show them, Naruto Kujo. Kengo said. Naruto stared at Kengo with surprise for a moment, but then he started to laugh. Naruto, ha, ha. Kujo, ha, ha, ha. Seriously. Ha, ha, ha. Naruto started laughing hard. What? I'm just getting my point across. Kengo said with a slight glare, an embarrassed blush and his fists to his hips. I know, but you don't have to say it like that. Naruto held his gut as he felt it hurt from all his laughing. I mean, I'm a fanboy of JoJo, but I never once thought to replace my last name with Jotaro's. Naruto's head shot back as he laughed his butt off, holding his forehead as he was now developing a headache from all the laughter. Forget about pain or Wabisuk. That's gonna kill me. Biwa, ha, 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 ha. It is pretty funny. Takaru said as he joined in the laughter, but it was more controlled. Alright, I made myself look like an ass, but my point is true. Kengo said. I know pant I know. Ha, ha. Okay pant. I'm calm. Naruto said as he got control of himself, but his lips still quivered from humor. You know you should take his advice. I mean it's rare to get actual good advice from Kengo. Takaru said. Oi. That's it asshole. You are never getting any advice from me on how to woo Haruko. Kengo said with annoyance. Nani? Takaru exclaimed, flinching with a red blush. Not tilde ru tilde to tilde. Haruko screamed. The 3 men froze with wide anime eyes as they all slowly turned to see Haruko, with an angry anime look charging towards them with her bakken ready and creating a trail of dust behind her. You baka. How dare you consent to statutory rape? Haruko screamed with pure rage. Oh shit. Naruto said with wide fearful anime eyes and a quivering lip. The Konoha 11 were all having lunch at Team 10's favorite barbecue spot. They all had decided to celebrate a job well done on finally collecting all of the jewels to activate the ripple. However, there was a problem that Sakura had learned from Lady Tsunade that she had to address when the idea of using it immediately to go get Naruto had come up. What do you mean we're not going to use it yet? Kiba questioned. Lady Tsunade said that because of the ruckus made from collecting the last jewel, the Raikage discovered what we have been doing and now we have a strained relationship with Kumo. Lady Tsunade now has to deal with trying to negotiate with the Raikage. Sakura explained. But all the jewels do is allow people to go into another world. What use would that do? Tenten questioned. A lot really. Everyone turned to Shino. The Raikage may not know the story behind it, or possibly does, but we know about the truth about this world of Maken. Weapons that can connect with a person's pool of energy and affinity for element will be of great use for any village within the nations. If this somehow gets out, then it could most likely cause a war for these jewels, just to attain a new form of power that could greatly increase a nation's military power. It doesn't matter if it's another world, the Raikage wants answers. Seeing as he's stubborn, he will not let this die until all is explained, or else we could expect hostility from Kumo. This mission to just achieve these 5 pieces have had the consequence of dealing with a possible war from the start. Whether the truth is revealed or if it is hidden. We had to have expected this from the very start. Sadly, Shino's right. Because of this, the operation to retrieve Naruto has been postponed. Sakura said as the other whined. Seriously? Kiba shouted. Almost dying for nothing. Sort of. Ino whined. But I wish to test my new skills upon Naruto-kun in a friendly spar of youthful explosion. Lee whined with anime tears going down his eyes. I don't like this either. I miss him. Sakura said with sad eyes as she looked down to her lap. Sasuke had his arms crossed, and his eyes were closed. He looked to be calm, cold and stoic as always, but on the inside he was pissed. He expected to immediately confront Naruto after collecting all the jewels, but now he had to wait until some dispute was resolved. What angered him the most is that Kumo doesn't even know what the jewel could do. Hell, they didn't even knew that it existed before and now they want it back like they had a use for it, when it'll just be useless to them either way. Wait, what if the other villages hear about what we did? Will they cause a fuss as well? Tenten asked with new worry. I don't know about Kiri, but Konoha has always had problems with Iwa. This gets out, we'll defiantly have a troublesome experience. Shikamaru said. Why is it that Iwa hates us so? Lee questioned. It's mainly because of the Yondaime Hokage. He had taken the lives of many of them back in the Third Great Shinobi War and had won the war for us against them. Iwa is just a land of sore losers. Neji explained. At the mention of the Yondaime, 4 of the 11 shinobi, Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba and Ino, remembered one of their viewings of the other world. They heard Naruto call himself the son of the Yondaime. It was definitely surprising. Appearance-wise, the resemblance was uncanny, excluding the fact that Naruto's face was of a different shape and his eyes were bigger, but personality-wise, they seemed like different people. The Yondaime was a calm, intelligent and very likable individual. Naruto was always a loud, brash, knucklehead that had a talent for annoying people. They seemed so opposite. Although to Sakura and Sasuke, they knew that it had to be true. They saw a book that had Naruto's name and what looked like the back of a figure that resembled Naruto, only seemed to be an adult. It was possible that the world of Maken somehow had their own knowledge on their home world, through a different source. For all they know, Naruto may know more about their world than they do. Sakura-san, Sakura-san. Huh. Sakura turned to see Lee's face up close to her face, making her scream as she then slapped Lee's face away. Lee. Don't do that. Sakura shouted. Gomen Sakura-san, but I wished to ask, could you please show me Naruto-kun's development? Lee asked with a bow. Huh. Sakura looked at Lee with surprise. All this time I have heard of Naruto-kun's development, but I have not seen him, and from what I have heard, you possess the ability to show him to us. Man, we are lucky to have this table away from eavesdroppers. Kiba said with his arms crossed. Please Sakura-san, I wish to see my rival. Lee begged with his hands interlocked with one another as he had teary eyes. Well, I haven't seen Naruto in a while, so, sure, why not? Sakura said as she reached into a bag she brought with Naruto's old jacket and the crystal ball. Ah. Man Sakura. Don't you ever wash that jacket. Kiba exclaimed as he squeezed his nose to stop smelling the stink off the jacket. It's not that bad. It's not like it started off dirty and I've been keeping it either sealed or in a bag this whole time. Sakura said. That thing still gets dirty every day either way. Sheesh. Kiba argued. Whatever. Sakura said as she wrapped the bottom of the crystal ball in Naruto's old jacket then went through the numerous hand signs. The Konoha 11 were always amazed whenever she went through the numerous hand signs. To memorize it all was no doubt a feat, and because of it her hand speed had increased tenfold from constant use, along with her chakra reserves. Sakura then placed her hands on the crystal ball as chakra was pumped into it. Everyone leaned in as they started seeing an image. I finally get to see Naruto-kun again. Hinata thought with new joy. What they saw was extremely jaw-dropping. Haruko nay, show mercy. Naruto cried as he ran at high speed with anime eyes that were crying anime tears. How dare you have that kind of affair with the principal? Haruko screamed with her Bakken glowing of power. Wait, what? Kiba shouted as he leaned in more with new excitement while the others were shocked to hear that. Haruko slashed faster than the eye could see, sending blades of energy that Naruto dodged, rolled under and jumped over to avoid them. She's strong. Ino said while Tenten and Lee's eyes sparkled with amazement and admiration. Tenten for both the weapon and the girl, while Lee was just interested in the beautiful maiden. Haruko then jumped high into the air and held her Bakken up high in a kendo position as its aura grew 3 times as then she slashed it down as an enormous blade of elemental energy came down on Naruto, exploding upon impact, causing nearby trees to either burn away or get uprooted with harsh wind blowing throughout the area. Once it faded away, Haruko landed back onto the ground, turning away and huffing with a small frown, her eyes closed and her Bakken placed over her right shoulder. I hope you've learned your lesson. Haruko said as she walked away. Naruto groaned with pain as his whole body was charred. Anime charred so it's not a lethal injury. Just one of those charred bodies you see after someone, usually the idiot, gets an energy attack sent their way, but then next second they're okay. Everyone from Shinobi World had their jaws dropped at what they just witnessed. Damn, Kiba said as he leaned back. Kengo and Takaru were sitting on rocks, having viewed the whole thing and watched as Haruko walked past them and headed back towards the others. Woof. And you're in love with that woman. Kengo said to Takaru as he jabbed his thumb towards Haruko's direction. Shut up. Takaru exclaimed with an embarrassed blush and anime eyes. Naruto groaned as he made his way towards them, wiping the last of the soot away from his right shoulder, and then placing his right hand on his trapezius muscle and gyrated his left arm to get back the feeling and reinitiated its proper movement. Thanks guys, for being such awesome spectators. Naruto exclaimed with annoyance. Oh quit your bitching. You took a giant sword straight through your entire torso and lived. Kengo said making shocking Naruto's other friends watching. Wasn't he knocked unconscious from the pain after that? Takaru said. Not the point. You're just lucky Haruko gave you a light whipping because she loves you so much. Plus at least it was just a regular Bakken and not Murakumo. Kengo said. True. But I've been on the end of Haruko's blast attacks a bunch of times and I can tell that that's even more powerful than the blasts she's had before. She's getting even stronger. Takaru said with a smile. Well no duh there. Naruto said with a smile as he then sent a right jab to the side as the force from the punch created a huge tunnel of force and wind that tore through numerous trees effortlessly. We all are. Naruto said he looked to his right fist that then ignited with gentle golden flames. Thank you for proving that statement by showing off. Kengo said with a dull look. My pleasure. Naruto said nonchalantly with a smile, his eyes closed and his fists to his hips, the golden flames diminishing before contact. The viewers from Shinobi World stared at the sight with shock evident on their faces. The hell he did not just. Kiba couldn't even finish his sentence. He's gotten even stronger. Neji said now developing a smirk at the new challenge, but still sweated a bit from how powerful Naruto has now become. That girl only used a Bakken to send that attack at him. I've got to meet these people. Tenten exclaimed now with new excitement and desire to travel to the world of Maken. Haruko, Lee spoke softly getting Tenten and some others' attention. What a gorgeous name from the heavens literally meaning spring child. She is such an enchanting maiden, and with Naruto calling her Nei-chan, she must be worthy of respect. Who am I kidding? With such power like that and hiding even greater behind it, she must be respected. Truly youthful. I must meet her. Lee exclaimed with anime tears as he now found a new love. Everyone stared at him with dull anime looks. At least he'll hopefully stop pining after me. Sakura thought, seeing the bright side. Naruto-kun. He's gotten so much stronger. And I think he's even more confident now. Hinata thought with a smile, proud of her crush. Well anyway, good luck with your love affair. I'm going to go eat and spend time with my lovely lady Yuka. Kengo said with a smirk as he stood up and left. Wait, what does he mean by love affair? Choji asked. Naruto's got a few girls after him. Ino said, shocking everyone and causing a certain Hyuga sadness. 7 with a possible 8th. 2 of them being women in their 20s. Along with a whole cult of stupid fangirls. Sakura said through gritting teeth as she had an anime glare. Damn forehead, how many times do you spy on him? Ino questioned with wide eyes while everyone was shocked at how many girls were interested in Naruto. Hinata's heart and confidence was breaking. I don't spy on him. Sakura exclaimed with an annoyed anime expression. Sure you don't, stalker. Ino said with a smirk. I'm not a stalker. Sakura shouted at high volume, causing not just their group to flinch and lean back in fear, but also people in the restaurant. Excuse me, but is everything alright, miss? A waiter asked. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Sakura said with an embarrassed smile and blush as she rubbed the back of her head. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck as he turned to look up at the sky. There's that feeling again. What feeling? Takaru asked. Sometimes I feel like someone is watching me, but they're not in the area at all. Like they're somewhere entirely different or something. And it feels like a source of chakra, Ibeo. Naruto said. The others watching were purely shocked. Now they knew Naruto could sense them. Could be some people from Mayanaka Moon Shikai. I mean, they have Wabisuke and the other Biju hybrids. Takaru said. Did he say Biju hybrids? Neji questioned as now everyone was on alert. Biju hybrids. Just hearing that spoke instant volumes of bad news. Wait, you don't think it is Wabisuke, do you? Takaru said with new fear as he immediately stood up. Why? You scared? Naruto teased with a smirk. Me? Scared? No tilde, of course no normal sane person would be afraid of the man who almost killed us all in Venus. Takaru exclaimed. Calm down. If he ever comes for a fight, I'll give it to him. Naruto said with a smirk as he cracked his knuckles. Not that I don't believe in you, but it still feels unsettling seeing as you two caused Mount Amanohara to shrink down 7 meters. Takaru said. It went from 389 to 382 meters because of us. Damn, guess I shouldn't suggest a place of high elevation next time. Naruto said looking to the side. Did he just say big words? Choji questioned with surprise. Now I feel someone insulted my intelligence. Naruto said with narrowed eyes. Choji gulped and he didn't have anything in his mouth, so you know it was out of fear. Then it's got to be someone working with those bastards. Takaru said. Come on, let's just head back. Haruko's attack probably scared the living shit out of the people on this island. People fearing my power brings back some harsh memories. Naruto said. His friends from Shinobi World felt sadness and some guilt from remembering the harsh treatment he got, some from them, just for being the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Hey, at least you don't have to suffer alone. Takaru said with a comforting smile as he wrapped an arm around Naruto's neck. You know, that does kind of cheer me up. Naruto said with a small smile. At least they know that he wasn't alone in that department anymore. That did bring the Konoha 11 a strange sense of peace. The two best buddies started heading back to the manor, walking side by side. Hey, imagine if it was your old friends watching somehow from back in your world. Takaru said as he laughed, playing it off as a joke. Oddly specific, but eerily correct nonetheless. Naruto's eyebrow twitched as he gained a small tick mark. Suddenly the sound of something cutting like a blade was heard as now Takaru remained still with a frightened smile and dots for eyes while Naruto had his hand up in a chop position. Then I'd be really pissed off. Naruto said with an irritated smirk and tick mark on his forehead. He then walked away, leaving Takaru alone as then the surrounding trees around him all fell to the group as they were all cleanly cut apart effortlessly. Remind me never to piss him off, ever. Takaru said with a nervous tone. Who am I talking to? Takaru questioned as he looked around. The image in the crystal then faded as everyone sat up with new worry and fear. We're never telling him. Sakura said. No shit. Some of them said. Anyway, getting on Naruto's bad side aside, we better tell Lady Tsunade about what we've just heard. Shikamaru said. I'll go tell her. Sakura said with a new serious expression. Now things have gotten even more difficult. Once Naruto and Takaru came back, Kengo was there leaning back against a tree with Yuka by his side, and brought a hand up to stop them as now the two looked to see most of the girls leaning in and listening to Minori, Cha-Cha and Kimi, who were in a dreamy state, while Haruko, Anaho and Haimgami were blushing red as they had their fingers in their ears. Oh, and how he used his hands. He has some magic hands. Minori said with delight and a wide smile as she remembered her experience. And that amount of stamina. I don't think I actually satisfied him at all. I think he needs an orgy to satisfy him. Cha-Cha said, making everyone turn bright red. I remember his tongue. Kimi said with swirls for eyes as she was feeling lightheaded with her whole face being red and steam coming out of her ears. Oh my god. His tongue was amazing. Minori exclaimed with new excitement. It really went all over the place in there. So deep. Cha-Cha said with a huge grin. No more. I can't take the wooziness anymore. Fu said as she felt ready to faint at any moment. Well, if you ever get him in bed Imo Udo, then at least you know what to expect. Cha-Cha teased with a grin. Nei-chan. Fu shouted as steam came out of her ears and blood came down her nose. All the while Cha-Cha laughed at her little sister's torment. Naruto's eyes were anime-wide styled and his jaw then dropped. All you needed was the cartoon sound effect of heavy metal falling to the floor. I wish I had your stamina. Kengo said to Naruto as Yuka then giggled and blushed at the thought. By the way, these hush puppies are really good. Kengo complimented Naruto's cooking as he ate from a plate of hush puppies with Yuka sharing. Naruto and Takaru were too in shock to say or do anything. Stupid Naruto. Why'd he have to be so good at everything? Azuki whined with her hands at the sides of her head. Why are you complaining? He asked you to be his first. Cha-Cha retorted. I know I just wanted to say something about him, but I got no right. I hurt him. God, it's like I'm always hurting him in one way or another. I mean, I never had this before. A guy this into me, willing to die for me at a moment's notice, someone who wanted to share an important moment in his life with me. I've never had this before and it's killing me because I never know what to do. Azuki whined as she placed her chin against the table. It's called having a boyfriend. It's not something easy to deal with at first, especially when that guy you love is an idiot. Haimgami said. It's so tortuous, but I can't live without him. Azuki said. That means you're in love with him. Haimgami said with a smile. Love sucks. Azuki said, slamming her face into the table. Tell me about it. Haruko whispered as she, Anaho and Syria understood Azuki's pain. Honestly, I don't care if I ever take the next step with him or if he wants to leave me. Yes you do. Cha-Cha said. I know. I'm just trying to make a point. What I mean is, before someone rudely interrupted me, is that I don't care what happens in this weird relationship next, as long as I get the chance to apologize to him. Azuki said. Or more like the guts. We've had plenty of opportunities to apologize, but we're just too scared to start. We're ashamed of what we did and we feel unworthy of his love and trust anymore. Furin said as she looked sadly down at the food she was picking at it. She then let her utensils drop as she covered her face with her hands. Oh god, I feel like trash. The one boy I actually fell in love with and I treat him worse than dirt. I'm such an idiot. All I want to do is say I'm sorry to him. Same here. Azuki said with her face still pressed into the table. Suddenly an arm came between them, making them look to see it grab a small piece of sushi and brought it back, making the two turn to see Naruto popping it into his mouth. Apology accepted. Naruto said with a shrug. Azuki and Furin looked at him, surprised he was there. That's not right. We're supposed to apologize to your face. Azuki immediately said as she stood up from her seat. You and your pride sometimes, Azuki. Cha-cha said with a smile. Shut up. Azuki exclaimed, turning to Cha-cha with an annoyed anime expression. I'll come to your rooms tonight and we'll deal with it then. I have a few things to say too. Naruto said with calm, stoic eyes. For some reason, his gaze made them gulp. Say Naruto, you didn't hear what we were saying before, did you? Minori asked. Hear what? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh, nothing. Minori said as she went to eating. Well, whatever. I'm going to take a nap. Naruto said with his hands in his pocket as he appeared on the other side of the table and headed inside with his hands in his pockets. Oh, and thanks for the compliments. I didn't know I was so skilled with my tongue. Naruto said, making all the girls' eyes widened as they all blushed red, while Minori, Cha-cha and Kimmy's faces became red with Kimmy finally fainting. Hey, I'm still the man. Naruto thought with a smirk as he felt like giving a victory pose. Kengo and Yuka laughed at this while Takaru was still frozen. His brains probably on pause. Furin sat on her bed in her room. She was dressed in a dark nightgown, looking down at her lap with her hands on them. She was waiting patiently for Naruto to enter her room and talk to her. Whatever he planned to say gave her great nerves. It's obviously about their relationship, but that worried her greatly. She never had a relationship like this before and she honestly didn't want it to come to an end. It will hurt her more than anything she has ever experienced. Even if she didn't switch teams thanks to Okan, Naruto would actually be the only guy she would be interested in. When she was young she was always interested in the kind of gentleman you'd see in those fairy tales and romantic movies you'd see where they were handsome, greatly well-mannered, suave, and perfect etiquette gentlemen, like a dashing Prince Charming. However, she had apparently fallen in love with someone who was supposed to be the exact opposite. Granted, Naruto is handsome, suave, and well-mannered and had some good etiquette, but he wasn't exactly a dashing Prince Charming. Sure, he is dashing and charming in his own unique way, but he was definitely no prince. He acted more like a general. In a way, some sort of mix between a shogun warrior, daimyo and emperor. At least in her eyes. It made sense because Naruto was the clarity of a tough, strong-willed yet compassionate man of the people. He's more than anything she could have ever asked for. She didn't want to lose. She wasn't sure if she could ever be happy or even survive in this world without him. She loves him. I love him. Furin thought with teary eyes. Suddenly there was a knock at her door. She gulped, but then she took in a deep breath before responding. Come in. Opening the door, Naruto came right in. Looks like I got it right this time. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. What do you mean? Furin asked as he closed the door behind himself. Well, I think this is Furin's room. Naruto said to himself as he then opened the door, only hearing moaning before gasping. Tomiko-sensei. We were just cuddling. Kengo quickly said with worry and fear as Yuka covered her breasts with the covers. Oh god. Sorry. I thought this was Furin's room. Naruto quickly exclaimed as he covered his eyes. Her room's the last door on the left at the end of the hall. Yuka calmly explained. Thanks. Naruto said as he then started leaving. Now I've got to gouge out my eyes and grow new ones to heal the burning. Naruto said as he left. Well, that was kind of random. Kengo said. Now where were we? Kengo said in a husky tone with a wide lusting smile as he then embraced Yuka and started kissing the nape of her neck, with a hand going down lower, as Yuka laughed with delightful giddiness. However, they stopped as they sensed a dark aura making them turn to see Tomiko not staring at them at the entrance. We were cuddling. Kengo quickly said with new fear. Oh my tilde busted. Yuka said with an embarrassed smile and her hand to her blushing cheek. Furin couldn't help but laugh with Naruto joining in. I swear, you sometimes have the worst of luck. Furin said with a happy smile, wiping away a tear from eye. Story of my life. Naruto said, shaking his head at his bad luck sometimes. Furin stared at him with a smile, but then she frowned a bit as she felt this was it. I love you. Naruto's eyes widened for a moment, but then they became somber. Naruto walked forward, grabbing a nearby chair, placed it across from Furin, facing backwards as he sat in it, leaning forward with his arms folded over the top of the backrest. I want to talk about something serious. Understand. Naruto voiced calmly. Furin nodded. Just letting you know first, I already talked with Azuki. Naruto said calmly. Furin felt herself sweat a bit. When Naruto wasn't being, well, the Naruto that everyone remembers, the loud, exuberant young fellow, and instead a calm, placid mature individual who got straight to the point, you just can't help but either admire him, usually on the sidelines, or be deathly nervous underneath his gaze. When will this fear go away? Furin questioned to herself, as she couldn't even look Naruto in the eye. Furin, look at me. Naruto said. Furin flinched when he said her name without the suffix. That really hurt her, and it showed that meant he was very serious about the situation. Naruto remained silent. It was his way of saying, I'm not going to ask Again, she could tell. Furin mustered up all the courage she could collect and looked Naruto in the eyes. His calm, placid, yet sparkling gorgeous eyes. What you said on the beach really hurt me. Do you know why? Furin's eyes narrowed sadly as she looked back down. Because, you trusted me and I stabbed you in the heart. Furin stated. Wrong. Naruto said, shocking Furin as she looked at Naruto with surprise. It's because it sounded like I did that to you. Furin's eyes widened with shock as she had not felt he'd feel this way. She had forgotten that Naruto is the kind of man to consider someone else's feelings before his own, whether they'd be friend or foe or even neutral. Mainly his friends and allies. I don't know what your definition of a man is, but I figured after not just getting to know me, but even Takaru and Kengo that it would change a bit. Although I understand your fears, I've known you for months now. Despite what you said back there, I am different. We both know that. Furin could only nod in confirmation and acknowledgement. Furin. Naruto. Naruto's head picked up a bit as he stared at her with new attention. Sorry to interrupt, but I was wondering, why have you stopped calling me Furin-chan? Furin asked with a meek blush. Because you told me not to. Naruto said. Furin blinked in confusion, until she remembered that she did indeed tell him not to call her that. Furin's entire being became pale white as an aura of gloom surrounded her. Those words hurt her, both spoken by her and Naruto, like being stabbed in the heart. Furin hung her head in shame. Gomen. I accept your apology. Naruto said. But, do you still want to be with me? Furin asked. Of course I do. Naruto said. Furin had hope as she looked up to him. But that's why I've come here. When this weird relationship started, you said you'd try to live with it. So far it looked like you were getting into it better, but after the incident, it makes me think otherwise. Furin held her breath as her heart started to ache again. We all chose to take a chance on this, including you, but if you cannot commit then I don't think it will work. I can't choose because it's impossible for me to, especially when I try. You all accepted my inability to choose and I'm grateful for it, but at this point it's looking more like a double-edged sword. I fell victim to the pain, but I got back up and I am trying to repair not our loving relationship, but our friendship. The only way this relationship of love can continue is if you commit to it, but if that is too much for you, then we can end it right here and now. It all depends on you. Naruto explained as he looked Furin straight in the eyes. Furin stared at Naruto with wide eyes. So he wasn't breaking up with her. He's confronting her to see if she can go on. Furin looked to her lap as she took in Naruto's words. She can choose. Is this the end or will she be able to go on? The moment the question came into her head, Furin immediately knew the answer. With a determined look on her face, her head shot up as she stared into Naruto's eyes and spoke her answer. I'm not giving up. Believe it. Furin exclaimed as she shot her fist forward, almost clocking Naruto in the face, but he was completely unfazed. Is that what you really want? Naruto asked. Yes. Furin said as she brought her fist back, placing it against her heart. I know that if I let you go, I will never forgive myself. Ever. Furin said as some tears appeared in her eyes. Naruto stayed silent for a few moments. Was that a good sign for Furin? Naruto stood up from the chair, making Furin perk up, as he then walked around the chair, walked up to her, stopping in front of her and extended his hand to her. Furin stared into his eyes for a moment, before looking down at his hand. Furin then looked back into Naruto's eyes with more determination as she took his hand and immediately stood up. They stayed there holding each other's hand for a few moments, before Furin embraced him tightly. Furin's head rested against Naruto's chest, ear pressed against his left pectoral. She could hear his gently heartbeat. It was nice. Naruto wrapped his arms around Furin, holding her tightly, but with care. Naruto smiled, happy that he still had Furin. Furin snuggled into his chest, feeling warmth coming off of him. Now she knew that this is the person she is meant for. Well, Naruto separated from her, much to Furin's disappointment. I better let you get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Naruto said with a smile. He turned around to leave, but when he took 2 steps forward, Furin grabbed his hand, halting him. Naruto turned to her, wondering what was on her mind. What's up? Naruto asked. Furin shook in place as her cheeks were burning red. Naruto's eyebrow had risen, wondering what was on Furin's mind. Suddenly Furin pulled Naruto to her bed, pushing him down onto it, letting him sit on her bed. Furin. Naruto looked to her in confusion. Please, call me Furin-chan. Furin said as she grasped the straps of her nightgown and pulled them down. Naruto's entire face turned red. Whoa. Furin-chan, I don't think you're ready for this. Don't just jump into this just to prove your love for me. Naruto quickly said. Furin gave a slight gasp, staying silent for a moment, but then she smiled as she shed a tear. Naruto looked to her in surprise. That's the reason, Furin started, making Naruto blink. That's why I love you so much. Arigato. Furin said with a smile as she shed tears of joy. Suddenly Furin launched forward as she embraced Naruto once again and locked lips with him. Naruto's eyes were slightly wide, but then he closed them as he hugged her and deepened the kiss. These lips, I could spend an eternity like this. His embrace. His lips against mine. His warmth surrounding me, keeping me safe. This is love, isn't it? Furin then felt Naruto's tongue press against her lips. She opened her lips, allowing Naruto's tongue to enter her mouth. Furin's tongue pressed against Naruto's, as the two then mingled and danced with one another. Furin moaned as she felt Naruto become the dominant one, tasting every inch of her mouth. Naruto moaned as he tasted Furin. She was delicious, but now he wondered what her other area tasted like. Naruto's right hand traced down her back and went under her underwear, then he started groping her left cheek, making Furin squeak within his mouth as her toes curled. Naruto squeezed her cheek as his tongue went deeper into her mouth. Furin felt her body getting hot, as Naruto caressed her body inside and out. Furin felt her body burning with love and desire. She couldn't take it anymore. Furin started thrusting forward, her covered majesty rubbing up against Naruto's covered crotch. Naruto groaned as he felt himself getting hard. Furin squeaked and moaned as she felt Naruto's joystick press into her panty-covered lower region. That didn't stop Furin. Her nails dug into his skin, as she continued to rub her lower region against his hard one. Furin managed to push Naruto down, separating their lips as she then gave a loud moan as she continued to rub herself against his strength. Furin's hands were against Naruto's chest as she continued to trip his lower region. Naruto groaned as he grabbed both cheeks of Furin's bottom, with the blonde female lightly biting her right index mid-knuckle. The two kept thrusting into one another, they were dry humping, and it felt exciting. Naruto slapped Furin's left cheek, making her squeak and moan as she bit her mid-knuckle again. Furin then went down, and locked lips with Naruto again, their tongues tasting and dancing against one another. The two couldn't help it. They wanted more. They wanted to be one. Suddenly Furin pulled her face back as her eyes closed tight and her lip quivered as she felt herself orgasm into her panties and against Naruto's pants. Did you come? Naruto asked. Gee Gomen. Furin apologized. It's alright. Naruto said as he brought his hands back from her bottom and instead rubbed her back and arm. Furin rested her head against Naruto's chest again. Naruto was being so gentle with her. He's so caring. She could tell he was worried with her. He may have had those special relationships with 3 women prior, but none of them had androphobia. Naruto was being patient and considerate with her because of her uneasy feelings with the opposite sex. Especially with him being the only man that she was comfortable with, he didn't want to scare her away. She remembered when Haruko had asked her to tutor him so he can be up to date with academics. Honestly, she of course wasn't thrilled at first. What? You want me to tutor him? Furin exclaimed with her jaw dropped and her glasses pressed up. If you don't mind, Miss President. Haruko said. Furin had hung back to look over some documents to make sure everything was accounted for. Knowing Azuki and Cha-Cha, they probably had some errors here and there or were too rough, but then Haruko came in to ask a very important request. Well, I mean, Furin's body shook as she felt queasy with the thought of being alone with Naruto. She knew his character, hell who didn't. He's a freaking anime character. Not just that, but considered a loud, brash, oblivious, clueless, rude, annoying, did she mention loud? Baka. She was definitely not comfortable with this. Oh, and he is known as a pervert, she's really not comfortable with this. Please, Miss President, I feel really bad for Naruto. All he knows is the life of a shinobi, and that's not really good for mostly anything around here. I'm worried that he might not have a future. Please just teach him enough for him to understand basic concepts. Please, Tilda. Haruko begged with puppy dog eyes. Furin had to admit, she did have a point. Although with his shinobi skills he could work for Minori, or even be a bouncer, bodyguard, security guard, or even police officer. Although you do need some know-how for most of them, and you aren't going to learn that on the street, or even if you could, it wouldn't be impressive on a resume. But why can't you do it? Furin asked. I can't because I have too much to deal with thanks to Take-chan, I mean Takaru. Haruko said with a red blush. Furin still wasn't really sure. Oh, and since he's going to be joining Maken, he needs to improve his grades, or else that will result in a bad image for the club. That convinced the blonde. Alright, I'll do it. Furin said, adjusting her glasses. Arigato, Miss President. Haruko thanked Furin with a smile and bow. I'm really not looking forward to this. Furin thought with a frown. Furin waited in the club's room, waiting for Naruto. Right now she was nervous to be stuck in a room with the other blonde. I mean, what if he gets too close? What if he tries something? What if he grabs her breasts? Furin shook with disgust and fear, as she then uncapped her bottle and took a big chug to calm her nerves. Suddenly there was a knock, making her choke on the water and cough a bit. Cough, cough, see, come and cough. Furin spoke. Naruto opened the door to find Furin coughing. Hey, you alright? Naruto asked as he ran up to her. Yes, I'm completely fine. Please don't come closer. Furin said with her hand outstretched. Why? You sick or something? Naruto asked. No, I just was choking on some water. Furin said. Oh, you need mouth to mouth? Naruto asked with a blush. Furin's eyes widened like saucers. No. That's only for people when they're drowning. Don't try anything. Just sit down. Furin quickly said. Oh, okay. Naruto said with a sweat drop. Man, Tilda, this girl kind of weird and scary me a bit. Naruto thought with a frown and his eyes closed. Naruto then unzipped his bag and tossed everything on the table. Hey. Don't do that. Furin exclaimed at the sight of all the clutter. I need help with this. Naruto said, extending some paper to Furin. Furin slowly took the paper, shivering when she felt Naruto's fingers against her own, and then adjusted her glasses as she read them, only to look in surprise. Naruto, this is just basic grammar and math. Furin said. Naruto sat down with his arms crossed onto the table as he looked to the side with self-pity. I don't know how to read all that well. Or do numbers that great. Naruto said, feeling disappointed. Why not? Hasn't anyone taught you this before? Furin asked, not believing what she was hearing. Well, not really. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his neck. Usually, most of the teachers I've ever had have never bothered teaching me anything. Huh? Furin exclaimed in surprise. But, why is that? Furin exclaimed. Naruto wasn't really comfortable with telling the answer. He may have just recently learnt that in this world he is a famous icon and people knew about his burden as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but he still didn't like to talk about it. Naruto just stared away from her, making her look concerned, but then it hit her. The Kyuubi. People used to think of him as a monster, a dumb beast, so they ignored him. Now she felt bad. What about that teacher you liked? Uruka. I never bothered listening because I always thought he felt the same like the others. Never wanting to teach me anything and just watch me fail. I mean, I did think he was different because this one time I had gotten an answer correct, but I had written the same thing on a previous test with another teacher and he said that was wrong. Naruto explained. Someone purposely failed you even when you got a single answer right. Furin shouted as she shot up from her seat and slammed her hands into the table, scaring Naruto. Yeah. Naruto nervously said. That is completely unforgivable. Shame on them. You could have probably become a genius by now if they treated you right. Furin shouted. Naruto blushed when he heard Furin's words. He couldn't help but smile at her. Arigato. That's one of the nicest things anyone has ever said to me. Naruto said with a happy smile. Naruto stared at him with wide eyes. That was one of the nicest things anyone said to him. But, I criticized one of his teachers for their poor decision. I only offhandedly remarked on him possibly becoming a genius if they had done right. Furin thought as she stared to Naruto's grinning face. Just how much have you been deprived of? Furin wondered with sympathy. Well, what about your godfather, Jiraiya? Furin asked. Naruto's eyes widened with anime shock as his lips became small. Godfather. Naruto screamed at high volume, causing Furin to cover her ears. And not so loud. Furin exclaimed, but then she was concerned when he had a gloomy aura surrounding him. No way, that old pervert, and he knew all along, too. Furin stared at him with sympathy, before nodding. He really has been deprived of much. A sad boy only wanting not a perfect life, but a normal life like any other person with a family and friends. Suddenly he had a red aura surrounding him, which now scare Furin. Naruto gritted his teeth tightly as it looked like he now had fangs, his fist tightened as the veins on his forehead and neck bulged and his eyes were now angry and pure white. I'm gonna kill him. Naruto roared as he now stood up from the seat and started punching the air. That perverted old bastard was the only family I had and he put me in a large jug for being too noisy, like I was some regular brat and not his godson. Brushed me off for peeping on girls. Furin shivered at that. Blew me off to go skirt chasing. She shivered again. And went off to get laid. Naruto, please stop. Furin exclaimed, not able to take any more of hearing his perverted godfather's tendencies. Huh. Naruto looked to her with question marks over his head as he noticed Furin shivering. Are you alright? Please, don't talk about that disgusting man anymore tilde. Furin said as she covered her ears and continued to shake, but then she remembered that he is his godfather and she insulted him in his presence. G. Gomen. Furin quickly said with her hands up. No, I'm sorry. Honestly I've never met a girl who'd be so creeped out like that from him. Usually they just blow him off, punch him or just play along to get something out of him. Naruto said. What classy women. Furin said looking to the side. She then heard Naruto laughing making her look to him. I like you. Naruto said with a grin. Me. Furin questioned as she pointed to herself. Yeah, you're the most normal and honest girl I've ever met. I respect that. Naruto said with a toothy grin and his fists to his hips. Furin's eyes widened when he spoke his words. He likes and respects me. Furin thought with a small blush. Furin then shook her head before clear her throat. Please sit down so we could start. Furin said. Huh. Oh yeah, sure. Naruto said as he turned his seat and sat down with his arms crossed over the backrest. Furin's sweat dropped at his unorthodox position. By the way Furin-san, why did you mention Ero Sennin in the first place? Naruto asked. Oh, because I figured that maybe he could have taught you some of this. Furin said. Naruto stared at her blankly for a few moments, causing Furin to start to feel nervous again, but then he burst out laughing. Yeah right. Him. You're funny Furin-chan. Naruto exclaimed as he laughed more. Furin's eyes widened as she blushed. Furin-chan, Furin thought as she felt a small tingling sensation inside. She then started to laugh with him, albeit at a lower volume. You're right. I don't know what I was thinking. I mean, what could he teach you that isn't fighting related? Furin said with a humored tone. Maybe how to get several bruises and a broken arm from a girl in 60 seconds. Naruto said as the two then laughed louder. So true. You know, instead of calling him Sage, you should call him Ero Gigi for being so out of touch with current life. Furin said as she laughed more, but then Naruto was silenced. She slowly stopped laughing as she felt she probably went too far, but then Naruto burst with laughter as he leaned far back in his seat, almost falling off, but luckily her grabbed the backrest with his hands to cease his descent. Ero Gigi. That's perfect. Way better than Ero Sennin. Naruto laughed his butt off. You're a genius, Furin-chan. Naruto exclaimed as now both he and Furin laughed together. Furin was actually having fun. She never expected this. Naruto was actually a really fun guy. She failed to register the small tint of pink she received from being called genius. Okay, let's get to the lesson before we die of laughter. Furin said, waving her hand while smiling. Yosh. I'm all ears, Furin-sensei. Naruto exclaimed with a grin and a salute. Why, you don't have to call me that. Furin said, feeling too embarrassed at being called sensei. Oh, then Furin then. Naruto asked. Furin now felt a bit saddened for some reason. Although he instinct knew right away as he subconscious spoke for her. Actually, you can call me Furin-chan, if you wish. Furin said with an embarrassed small frown and blush as she bashfully moved her shoulders. Naruto blushed as he stared at her, but then he smiled brightly. Understood, Furin-chan. Naruto said with a wide bright smile. Furin smiled back at him with joy. Although she was confused why. After all, it was just an added suffix at the end of her name. But it was a very welcomed one. Furin looked tired. Naruto had been having some complications, but he was getting it. It just took time, effort and patience, lots and lots of patience. Okay, show me what you've learned. Furin said in a tired tone as her left cheek rested against her knuckles. Naruto wrote something down for a second, but then he brought the eraser to his bottom lip as he thought it over before writing some more down. How's that? Naruto asked as he extended the paper to Furin. Furin took the paper as she examined it and then she gasped with pure joy. You did it. You solved for X. Furin cheered with sparkling eyes. That was hard and weird. Who the hell puts letters in math? Naruto questioned with his eyes closed and a sweat drop over his tilted head. Great. Now how about? Furin picked up her pen, but then suddenly her stomach growled, causing her to stop as her eyes went small and were now small white anime dots. Naruto blinked at her when her stomach stopped growling. You want to go get something to eat? Naruto asked. Well, we have been here for quite some time, so why not? We both need a break. Furin said as she and Naruto stood up. She stretched her back with her hands on it as her bones cracked a bit from stiffness. Are you okay? Naruto asked. Yeah, I'm fine. You really are a challenge, Naruto. Furin said with a small smile. Cool. Naruto said with a small blush. Furin then walked past him. Naruto noticed she reached for the door, but then for some reason, instincts kicked in as he ran to the door, opened it first and gestured for her to exit first. Furin stared at Naruto in surprise. Gomen. Well, I'm not sorry. My body just moved on its own. Naruto said with an embarrassed smile and blush as he rubbed the back of his head. Furin stared at him in surprise before smiling. Arigato. Furin thanked him before she exited first, followed by Naruto. You don't think someone will steal our stuff, do you? Naruto asked. Well, I don't see people actually stealing school equipment, but to trespass in the security committee's room would be a foolish decision that will lead to a harsh sentencing. Especially if anything has been stolen. Furin said, adjusting her glasses as she had a calm, serious face. Wow, Furin-sensei, you're really smart. Naruto said with an impressed smile. It's just a normal observation, and I told you that you don't have to call me that. Furin said, turning away as she blushed a bit. Gomen, it'll take some getting used to. Naruto said as he apologetically bowed twice with a small smile as he rubbed the back of his head. The two then continued walking as they decided to get something to eat. So what do you plan on getting? Naruto asked. I was thinking of getting red bean buns. Maybe some Anko dangos to go with it. You. Ramen. Naruto said with his trademark grin and a fist pump. Of course. Furin said with a sweat drop down her head, but she couldn't help but smile. She actually enjoyed Naruto's company. How long has it been since she was comfortable around a man? Let alone enjoying his company. She guessed it wasn't so bad spending time with someone like Naruto. Furin remembered the memory with a smile and shimmering eyes. Now look where I am. It's been months since then and I'm in the arms of that loving fool. The fool that I love. Furin thought with such joy and love in her heart. She now knew she was ready. Naruto. Naruto looked down to her. I'm ready. Furin said. Naruto's eyes widened. Are you sure? Naruto asked. Yes. Furin said as she reached for her glasses and took them off. I love you. And I want to share this moment with no one else, but you. Furin said as she stared into his eyes with a blush across her cheeks. Naruto stared at her with shock as a blush adorned her cheeks. Naruto regained his composure as now he must be strong, for the both of them. Okay. I promise I'll be gentle. Naruto said. Arigato. Furin said quietly before she shared a deep passionate kiss with Naruto. These sweet lips. I could spend an eternity with these against my own, and yet this isn't even supposed to be the best part. Furin thought as his cheeks heated up more and her heartbeat quickened. Lemon scene. Naruto rubbed Furin's shoulders, gripped the straps of her nightgown and then slid them down to the side. Furin decided to help him, as she got out of his grasp and stood up on the floor. Naruto sat at the end of the bed as he watched Furin pull down her nightgown. Naruto brought his hands up to help her, but Furin gently grabbed and slowly pushed them down. Furin then slowly finished the job as the nightgown fell to the floor. Naruto stared at Furin's now half-naked body. She was now only in white underwear and a bra. She had her arms crossed over her chest, with her hands holding her shoulders. She was nervous and embarrassed. Furin couldn't look him in the eye. She was blushing red as her eyes looked elsewhere. Naruto noticed her predicament. Naruto stood up and placed his hand over her own hand on her shoulder. Furin-chan. Naruto spoke softly. Furin turned her head down a bit, feeling embarrassed by having him so close to her and touching her skin. Naruto used his other hand to gently grab Furin's chin and guided her head up to face his own. Furin looked him in his eyes as her face faced him. You're beautiful. Naruto spoke softly. Furin lightly gasped as her eyes widened and sparkled with joy and love as she stared into Naruto's beautiful eyes. The two then leaned in closer and locked lips again, a gentle yet deep one filled with love. Furin's hands gently came off her shoulders and made their way to cup his cheeks. Naruto's hands slowly cascaded down her back. She thought he was going to take off her bra, but his hands smoothed over the clip of it, and stopped at the middle of her back. She could feel Naruto's anxiety on messing up with her. She was making him feel this way. She didn't even know her influence on him was this strong. Honestly, she felt that she'd be the nerve-wrecked one if she ever was even in this situation, with another man. She tried to stray her mind from those thoughts. From that day, Furin moved her hands to her back, where she grabbed Naruto's hands and brought them up to the clip of her bra. Naruto took that as the okay, as he then unclipped the bra, making Furin flinch. Naruto felt like his legs could shake any moment from the tension he was feeling. Naruto slowly pulled the clip away, allowing Furin's bra to become loose. The two separated as they looked to each other. Furin noticed that Naruto's eyes were shadowed. Concerned, upon instinct she placed her hand on his chest only to look in surprise as she felt the left side of his chest beat sporadically. Furin couldn't help but smile a little as she blushed at the effect she was having on him. You're hopeless right now, Furin said. Naruto silently gulped. Well then, Furin grabbed Naruto's hands once again, surprising him as she made him grasp her bra straps. I guess I'll lead, Furin said. No, it's okay. My mind's made up, Furin said with her eyes closed, making Naruto look at her with surprise. Be faster next time. Naruto stared at her for a moment before smiling. Isn't the proper term, be more responsive. Naruto corrected. Don't correct me. Besides, it doesn't matter. Furin said, looking away with a blush on her cheeks. Kawaii tilde. Naruto said with a grin and blush. You Urusei no. Don't make things weird. Furin quickly said to him before turning away in embarrassment. Naruto then leaned forward, surprising her as his lips were next to her ear. I'll try my best, Naruto said before he gently nibbled on her earlobe, making Furin give a cry of pleasure and ecstasy. Man, just this gets her calling out like that. I really got to be gentle. Naruto thought as he nibbled a little more. Oh tilde, sugoi tilde. Furin chimed with pleasure as her head moved side to side and her body shook. Naruto then gave a tiny lick to her earlobe, making Furin shiver as her lip quivered and her toes curled, herself feeling pure delight. Naruto then started kissing down her neck to her trapezius muscle, where he gently bit down on her, making her moan with pure pleasure. Now she was feeling like putty as Naruto licked where he bit. Furin's whole body wiggled as some drool came down her mouth as she moaned. Naruto continued to kiss her trapezius muscle as he slowly brought his hands down, having them hover over her bottom, then he started counting to 3 as he then gripped and squeezed Furin's rear cheeks. Naruto-kun. Furin exclaimed as she gasped. G. Gomen. I'm sorry if that was too forward. Naruto said as he leaned his head back. Quit being so nervous. It's just us, okay? Furin quickly said as she moved back only for her bra to fall off. The two blinked for a moment before they looked down at Furin's now exposed breasts. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of them. They were normal, but beautiful. Furin quickly crossed her arms over her breasts in embarrassment as her cheeks reddened to a severe degree. Naruto then used his hand to bring a few strands of hair behind her ear, making her look up to him to see a calm look, but a smile on his face. You're beautiful, my president. Naruto spoke sincerely. Furin gasped as her eyes widened. They sparkled with love for this knuckle-headed charmer. Furin's arms loosened their hold and came down a bit. Naruto stared at her breasts for a bit, mesmerized, before he leaned down, pulled her arms down a bit more and started sucking on Furin's left breast. Furin closed her eyes as her lip quivered. Naruto sucked on Furin's breast with care, and then he stuck his tongue out as he started licking her nipple, flicking it and moving around the tip in circular motions. Furin's body shook with pleasure, her arms up to the side as her hands lightly tightened into light fists, her right heel raising as her toes curled. Furin panted as her body leaned forward, getting her breast deeper into Naruto's mouth. Naruto's right hand came up and squeezed the left side of her left breast. Furin moaned as she sweated a bit, but then suddenly some images came to her head, causing her to gasp as she pushed Naruto back a bit. Naruto looked to her in surprise, which caused Furin to realize her mistake. It's not fair that you are still wearing clothes. She quickly said. Naruto looked at her with somber eyes for a moment, before they softened as he gave her a small smile and nodded understandingly. Naruto then grabbed the bottom of his undershirt and took it off, revealing his muscular body. Furin marveled at the powerful body her had. Granted, she's seen it before, but this he exposed himself to her in a sexual manner. You'd think with a few years of fearing men that she'd find them unattractive in any way, especially muscular handsome ones, but of course, as always, Naruto is a different story. In fact, that's the story of his life. Furin's hands slowly made their way to Naruto's torso. Just a touch. She needed to feel a touch. Her hands slowly came closer and closer until her fingertips touched against his chest. The two held their breath as they stayed silent. Furin's hands brushed slowly down as the rest of her hands touched his strong skin, now both of them feeling down his well-built abs. They were so different from skin she felt before. Normally she has felt female skin, but on those unlucky occurrences that she had touched male skin, none of them felt like Naruto. She felt muscles from males, even females, before, although feeling disturbed with the male contact, but Naruto's muscles felt warm. Like the rays of the sun. Which is the perfect way to describe Naruto. He's like the son of Tenbi. Tenbi's own symbol of the will of fire. Furin blushed as her hands went down to the bottom of her torso, and upon instinct her hands suddenly unbuckled his belt and unbuttoned his pants. When she noticed, she looked up to Naruto with a blush to see he was staring at her in surprise with wide eyes, making her whole face blush red as she let go. Furin was so embarrassed that she stared down at her bare feet, unable to look Naruto in the eyes. You don't have to feel so embarrassed. Naruto spoke softly, causing Furin to calm down a bit. He then cupped her chin with his index and thumb as he gently lifted her head up so she'd stare him in the eyes. I'm happy now, because now I know that you do want this. Naruto said. Furin stared at him with soft yet happy eyes. Honestly, I've been nervous the whole time. Naruto said as his eyes looked to the side while he scratched the back of his head and had an embarrassed smile on his face. A moment of silence passed by before sounds of muffled laughter was heard coming from the female of the two. Furin suddenly started laughing, which confused Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, nervous. Furin said as she laughed like she heard a hilarious joke. Oi, I can get nervous. I don't see how that's funny. Naruto said with an annoyed anime expression. I'm sorry. Furin said with an amused smile as she tried fighting off the giggles. It's just unexpected, you know. You just seem so calm and confident now. Furin said as she tried calm herself no, but still held her amused smile. So I'm considered that cool now, huh? Well, now that's more like it. Naruto said with a smirk as he held his chin with his thumb and index. Don't get a big head now. You're still a baka. Furin said with a smirk and her head moving to the side a bit with her eyes closed. Naruto then leaned forward, becoming only centimeters from her face before speaking. But I'm your baka, aren't I? Furin blushed as her eyes looked down to the ground with slight bashfulness. Naruto then grabbed her chin with his index and middle finger, as he then brought her closer as their lips made contact. The two shared a deep kiss as they then brought their tongues out, having them slide against and dance with one another. Furin moaned from the delicious make-out session as she placed her hands onto Naruto's hard chest. Furin's cheeks were blushing even more as she now was feeling her whole body heat up. It wasn't out of embarrassment. Oh, far from it, it was pent-up sexual desire. She has never told anyone this, although Yuka most likely noticed it make that most definitely, but Furin had always hid a deep restless sex drive behind her strict, focused persona. She had always fawned many girls that can be sexy. Their legs, soft skin, milky thighs, various breast sizes, she was actually a closet pervert who did desired intimacy with anyone, or at least anyone of only female gender after the incident. Who would have thought that now her mind was screaming for Naruto? A male student. A real man. She wanted to feel his muscles, run her hands through his golden locks, have him embrace her in his strong, warm inviting arms and feel that mighty gift he possesses, used with power, strength, skill and his unbelievable stamina. She could take it anymore. Furin pounced as she wrapped her legs around Naruto's waist and her arm around his neck where her hands gripping the back of his hair tightly. Naruto's eyes widened in shock at Furin's assertive, bold move. Furin's tongue went deeper into his mouth, tasting his mouth's walls, his gums, and gliding against the length of his tongue. Naruto was shocked, but his body moved on instinct as his hands then cupped both of her bottom cheeks, as his tongue went deeper into her own mouth and skillfully tickled and licked all around her mouth, giving Furin a tingling pleasure. Naruto's hands squeezed and groped Furin's bottom, making her moan in pleasure. Naruto turned and brought them both down onto the bed, him on top, but his weight not crushing her, still holding her while she was on the bottom. Furin's left leg was up high into the air as her lower region started grinding against Naruto's covered crotch area. Naruto's body heat up more, causing Furin to feel toasty, as if his own heat was embracing her in a gentle yet strong hug. Naruto then separated from Furin's mouth, to her disappointment, but then he started kissing the nape of her neck, making her moan, as his mouth then trailed kisses down her neck, to her collar where he nibbled for a bit, making Furin squeak with pleasure as she bit the mid-knuckle of her left index finger, but then she moaned with a smile as Naruto licked the small bite marks he left, before continuing to kiss down until he made it to her breast. Naruto kissed Furin's left breast, kissing in circles, going from outer to inner, like a whirlpool, all the while his strong left hand gripped around her right breast, squeezing it, making Furin squeak again before she moaned. Naruto kissed around Furin's nipple, circling around it, before he took in the nipple into his mouth where he gave gentle bite, making her moan louder as her toes curled. Naruto put some pressure on her nipple with his teeth, making her arch her head back as she moaned louder. Man, this woman can moan. Naruto then started to suck on her nipple as his tongue licked around it before licking up and down the nipple. Furin moaned as her right foot trailed up Naruto's lower back, and then Naruto's hand grabbed a hold of the peak of Furin's right breast as he then squeezed it hard, making her wrap her arms around Naruto's neck in a tight hold, then he pulled on it making Furin moan loudly as her nails dug into his hair. Naruto didn't mind the pain her nails were causing, just feeling her satisfaction was all he needed right now. Naruto gently bit Furin's nipple again, still licking it, causing her to moan louder, before he pulled his mouth away, causing an audible pop after his mouth pulled completely away from her breast. Naruto then started trailing down further Furin's body, now at her stomach, where he was now kissing and sucking on her bare stomach, pulling on the skin with every suck, leaving hickey marks. Furin moaned with delight as her hands went to the back of her head as her nails dug into her hair. Naruto's mouth went down to Furin's belly button where he sucked on it and was licking the inside of it, causing Furin to giggle from the tickling sensation. Naruto pulled back, leaving a noticeable hickey mark over her belly button. Naruto then went down further, making it to her underwear. Naruto then kissed her panties, causing Furin to gasp as her lower lips shook from being kissed. Naruto started kissing Furin's frontal area of her lower region, causing her to make squeaks and noises of new enticed pleasure. Furin's toes curled as now Naruto's face went deeper in as he kissed and licked her covered majesty. Furin moaned through her closed mouth as her legs tried to wrap around Naruto's head, but he pushed them away before his hands trailed up her body as he continued to kiss and lick. Furin gritted her teeth from the pleasure as she felt her strange heat up with pleasure and further desire. Furin brought her right hand down to grab the back of Naruto's head, her grip strong as her nails dug into his golden locks, her right hand brought up with her indexes mid-knuckle up in front of her gritting teeth. Naruto continued to kiss and lick Furin's panty-covered entrance, making her go nuts as now her left hand went to the covers and dug deep into it. Suddenly Naruto's tongue came under her panties, licking her entrance, causing her to gasp before moaning with pleasure. Naruto's tongue wrapped around Furin's panties before he gently bit into them and then in one swift motion, he pulled them off quicker than Furin could comprehend. How did he do that? Furin questioned with wonder as she stared at her panties hanging from Naruto's mouth, before the male blonde took them with his fingers and then slingshot them away, which turned Furin on, especially since he had a calm, strong yet cool expression on his face. Naruto then spread Furin's legs apart as he went down and kissed Furin's entrance, grasping it with his mouth, making her moan. Naruto licked her lower lips as he sucked on them as well. Naruto then started placing kisses all over her lower region, at times sucking on her inner thigh, then he put his left index inside her, stretching one of her lips to the side, causing her to grit her teeth before he then took her entrance into his mouth and stuck his tongue deep inside her. Furin moaned loudly as Naruto's tongue went deep in and started licking her inner walls. Furin's hands went to the sides as her nails dug deep into the covers and mattress. They weren't wrong. His tongue is amazing. Furin thought as she grabbed a pillow and covered it over her face as she gave a loud, screaming moan that was muffled into the pillow. Naruto's tongue glided across her inner walls, while it moved sporadically, and his finger pumped in and out gentle. Furin's legs were bent as her toes curled from the feeling of his tongue orally please her with his finger giving a bit more pleasure, but then Naruto took his other and used both fingers to grip Furin's lower lips, making her grit her teeth, before they pulled on them, stretching them out, causing Furin to give a muffled scream of pleasure. Naruto's tongue traveled all over inside her, already getting wet from her love juices. Furin's feet started to pat down on the bed over and over again as she felt herself go crazy. Naruto is indeed skilled in pleasing a woman. And this is only his fourth time. The man made it feel like that he's been doing this for years. It was like he had great experience in this sort of situation. Then again, he has been surrounded by perverts for a good amount of his life, so he had to have picked up something to use, especially when his godfather forced him to read those god-awful perverted books he writes. As Naruto dug deeper with his tongue, he started to retract his mouth before diving back down, pumping his tongue into her now. Furin was going crazy. Naruto was making her crazy. The pleasure, feeling good, too good. Furin threw her pillow away as she gave a small scream, but then images flashed through her mind, causing her to feel fright now. No! Furin shouted as she pulled herself away from Naruto. Furin panted as her body sweated, but then she noticed the surprised look on Naruto's face, causing her to realize her error. I mean, let me return the favor, please. Furin said, trying to sound calm. Furin, whatever's wrong, you can tell me. Naruto said. Nothing's wrong. Furin quickly said. Furin, I know you're. Just take off your pants so I can fuck you. Furin shouted. Now there was a pregnant pause between the two as Furin's entire face turned red while Naruto just had a red blush across his cheeks. Well, safe to say that's more than expected from the president. Kengo, tied to the ceiling by steel wire, said. I'm so proud of her. Yuka said with a proud smile as she wiped away a single happy tear as she sat up on the bed. Naruto and Furin stayed staring at each other, neither moving a muscle, remaining silent. Please just take off your pants. Furin said. Furin, I really want to talk about this. Naruto said. Oh, forget it. I'll do it. Furin said with annoyance as she quickly unzipped Naruto's pants, letting them fall to the ground as she then pulled down his underwear, gripped his member, causing him to groan from feeling the tight squeeze she gave him, before she then brought it up and started taking it into her mouth. Naruto groaned with pleasure, his fists tightening as his muscles twitched. Furin tried going deep, but she couldn't take it all in, not really a surprise actually, but she took in what she could as it went down her throat. Furin then pulled back until her lips held the tip, then she took in some of the length again, repeating the process. Naruto groaned as Furin deep-throated him, in and out, in and out, in and out. Furin-chan groaned, so good. Naruto said through gritting teeth. Furin moved her head faster, her mouth getting hotter as Naruto's member resonated a strong warmth. Furin's cheeks heated up, giving a red blush, as she felt ecstasy from sucking Naruto off. It was strong, warm and pulsed with power. Just like its wielder. God, he is amazing. Furin then gripped her right breast with her hand as she played with it, groping it, pulling it and pinching and twisting her nipples. She then pulled on her breast hard as a flash of white went through her mind. She then shot her head forward, taking in more of his length into her throat as she then used her other hand to insert her fingers into her pussy, pinching her clitoris, as she tightened the grip of her breast and pulled on it, but then more images flashed through her mind, causing her to cringe, which Naruto immediately noticed, as he then pulled out of her as she pulled away at the same time. Naruto watched as she fell back onto the bed, panting and shaking as she released herself, not that kind of release. Furin panted with fidgeting eyes, but then noticed the calm stoic look on Naruto's face. Furin now felt worried and was berating herself. Furin then spread her legs apart as she stared up at Naruto. Naruto remained still, staying silent as he stared at her. Furin gulped before she tried speaking. Please, enter me. Make me feel whole, Naruto-sama. Furin said, trying to sound seductive, but Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the hesitation in her voice. Furin could sense Naruto's her worries and doubt, so she sat up on her knees, grabbed his member and started rubbing her hand up and down its length. Please, make me feel good, Naruto-sama. I'm begging you. Furin said in her best seductive, yet domesticated voice as she then wrapped her mouth around the tip of his member and started slowly bobbing her mouth forward and back. Stop it. Naruto said. Furin could tell he was serious, so she stopped blowing him, released his member and laid back down, using her fingers to stretch her vagina lips to make it easier for him to enter. Naruto could see Furin was trying to be strong, but was able to see underneath it all. Naruto went over her, his hands to the sides of her head as he then aimed his member to her entrance, before pushing it forward, but once the tip got into her entrance, Furin immediately covered her eyes as she gritted her teeth. That was all Naruto needed as he ceased his actions. Furin noticed Naruto stop moving, so she uncovered her eyes to see his stoic expression, but somber eyes. Furin tried to fix her mistake by trying to push her hips in so his member could go in deeper, but he grabbed both her legs, keeping her from doing so. Furin looked into Naruto's eyes to see disapproval and sadness. That's enough, Furin. Naruto said, causing Furin's eyes to widen as he then pulled away and sat at the edge of the bed. No, Naruto, everything's alright. I want this. Furin said as she sat up and grabbed his arm. Then how come you're thinking of him? Naruto asked rhetorically as he stared forward, his back to her. Furin's eyes widened with pure shock. So he did notice. Furin started to sweat as she felt her throat dry up as it felt like it could close any moment. I don't, you don't. Furin tried to find the words to say, but Naruto remained silent as his back still faced her. Furin tried to say something, but she had lost her voice. Suddenly flashes of light came to her as she started to remember that gruesome day. Her fingers started to tighten as they dug into Naruto's skin, causing him no harm though, as then her breathing increased. It was all coming back to her. The moments. The horror. The fear. The pain of losing something she will not get back. The touching. The disgusting touches of that thing. All those grimy feelings of disgust, fear, dissatisfaction, only desiring to end it all. It came back. It came back. No. 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 Furin shook as her eyes displayed fear as she grit her teeth, her body shaking like a leaf. No. 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 Furin felt queasy. She could puke any minute, her body becoming pale as her finger dug deeper into his skin. No. No. Furin started to cry as she remembered him taking away her innocence. No. Furin screamed as her head shot forward, hanging in shame, disgust, fear and sadness. Furin then started to sob as her tears hit the sheets below her. Naruto moved his arm away from her grasp. She thought she had now lost him, but then his arms gently embraced her, wrapping her in a hug that displayed love and care as it resonated warmth. This was different. This warmth. This touch. It felt otherworldly. Yet it felt like she belonged here. Furin cried onto Naruto's chest as she let it all out. The years of torment, of fear, the mental strain giving her great fatigue. All finally let out. Is she alright? Kengo questioned, but then he felt a strange warm sensation coming from a different area of the house. She is. Yuka said as suddenly she used a blade to cut apart the steel wires holding her boyfriend faster than the eye could see, causing Kengo to fall to the ground. That's good. Kengo said as he stood up and rubbed the back of his noggin. Yuka patted the space next to her as Kengo gladly joined her under the covers, but instead of having at it as usual, he just laid back with his hands behind his head while Yuka rested her head against his chest like a pillow. You think by tomorrow she'll feel better? Kengo asked. Of course. She has him right now. Yuka said with a soft smile on her face, silently thanking Naruto for being there for her best friend. With that said, the two then rested their eyes and dreamed. Furin and Naruto stayed in that position for God knows how long. Honestly, Furin wasn't keeping track of time. He felt unique. Instant, but at the same time it felt like they stayed like that for eons. Like a statue of two lovers. One comforting the other. Furin had stopped crying some time ago. She just remained still for the reason of feeling his warmth, his love and hearing his heartbeat. He was different. His love, so bright and welcomed. So warm. I love you. Furin softly spoke. I love you too. Naruto softly spoke as well. The two were now silent. All this time, I've been so scared, all these years. I could never sleep right. I was always on edge. Always scared that he might come back. Waiting for me around a corner just to have me again. I don't want that. Furin said as fresh tears came to her eyes. Neither do I. Naruto spoke. I'm never letting him get near you, let alone touch you. But what if he comes back? Furin questioned with fear in her voice. Then I'll kill him. Naruto said calmly. Furin gasped with wide eyes as she then looked up to him to see the seriousness in his eyes. But, you don't kill. Furin said breathlessly. I know, but I'll put my morality aside. What he did to you caused me more rage and anger than I have ever felt in my life, and ever since you told me, a day has not gone by where I wish to march up to him and give him a real hell on earth. I will never forgive him, no matter what. I love you, Furin, and whoever does something so vile to someone that I love, I promise to make them pay and give them a worse punishment than anything Izanami can deliver. Naruto spoke with genuine passion. Furin's eyes sparkled as she stared at Naruto. He's willing to put his personal feelings aside just for her. You don't have to do that. Furin said. I know. I want to. So you can sleep at night. Naruto spoke softly. Furin felt her heart burst with pure love. This is the man she has been waiting for. The man who would gladly walk to hell and back for her, even for the most menial task. She did not care about sharing him anymore. She cannot live without him anymore. He is the man that she will always love. There is no more doubt within her mind. Naruto, I'm not afraid anymore. Furin said as she continued to stare at him lovingly. Naruto simply smiled, happy to hear that. I want you to take me. Furin said. Are you sure? Naruto asked to be sure. Yes, but, I'm not a virgin anymore. He took that away from me. Furin said with sad eyes. I figured, and I will make him regret it. Naruto said. Do you care? Furin asked. Naruto knew what she meant. I do wish that I would have been your first, but so long as I'm with you, that is the only thing that truly matters to me, Furin-chan. Naruto said softly. Furin's eyes became teary, but they were tears of joy. Arigato. Furin said as she and Naruto then shared a passionate kiss. Their kiss lasted a solid 5 minutes. No tongue. It wasn't rough. It was passionate. Pure love within it. It was perfect. Once separating, the two stared into each other's eyes lovingly, reading each other's emotions. They were now ready. Furin laid onto the bed, her head resting against the pillow. Naruto took his underwear off and tossed them off the bed before hovering over Furin with his hands pressed onto the bed, both to the sides of Furin's head. Tell me when it hurts. Naruto said. I trust you, so don't worry. Furin reassured. Naruto smiled, happy that Furin trusted him. Naruto then pushed him member in, making Furin tighten her lips closed as they quivered from the feeling of having her walls stretched. Even if she had been deflowered, the second time still brought pain, whether if Naruto was gifted or not. She still was feeling a mix of pleasure with the pain, so she endured. Naruto slowly pushed in deeper, but ceased as Furin shed some tears of pain. Naruto leaned down, kissing her tears away as he also whispered to her calming words and sweet nothings. He was so strong, yet gentle. Assertive but caring. He is the perfect combination of strength and tenderness. Once she felt the pain subsiding, Furin smiled to Naruto and gently nodded. Naruto took the sign as he pushed in deeper, going in deep into Furin's majesty. Naruto stopped as he felt he reached the limit within Furin's sex, feeling the wall of her womb. Furin's body shook of both pain and pleasure. Furin panted a bit as her chest rose and fell. Furin smiled as her eyes stared into Naruto's, both not losing an ounce of love within them. The two then shared another passionate kiss, getting their minds off of the pain of one having her walls stretched while the other felt a twinge of pain from the tightness. Furin's hands gripped Naruto's shoulders as they pulled back. Furin's eyes and smile were seductive, as she was now feeling pure desire for Naruto to make love to her. Naruto, desiring to make love to Furin as well, smiled as he then pulled his member back then forward, then back and then forward, repeating the process. Furin was making small noises of pleasure with a twinge of pain, but it then became complete pleasure as she smiled at the feeling of such pleasure. She never thought she'd feel joy and excitement from having this experience with an actual male. She was happy. Truly happy. She's the happiest she's ever been. She's never been this happy before. She was in love. Furin panted as Naruto's speed increased, bit by bit. Her walls were expanding as he pumped deep and faster into her. She felt his hips smack into her own at a faster, stronger rate. Furin wrapped her legs around Naruto's waist as he dug deep into her. Furin panted as her breasts bounced a bit and then Naruto took one into his mouth, causing Furin to moan with pleasure. Furin then wrapped her arms around Naruto's strong body as he increased his speed. Furin felt her body alight with passion, joy and pleasure. She felt so ready to come. Naruto was feeling much pleasure, his body heating up from making love to Furin. That's right, love, no special ways of eliciting pleasure, just good old-fashioned love-making. And it is awesome. Naruto moved his hips faster, harder, with more passion. Naruto, I'm about to come. Please, let it all out. Furin exclaimed. You sure? Naruto whispered into her ear with a surprisingly calm husky voice, but then he gently bit her earlobe making her squeal with pleasure. Yes, yes. Fill me up. I don't care about the consequences. Make me whole. I want to be one with you. Furin shouted with pleasure and a red-hot heart filled with desire and passion. I do as you command. Naruto whispered into her ear, his breath tickling it. Naruto then pounded his member into her at a faster rate. Furin panted but then she moaned loudly as her inner walls tightened with her lower lips shaking with delight as then with one mighty thrust, Naruto came inside of her. Furin gasped as she felt Naruto come inside her. She gasped in a pattern as he filled her up. This wasn't horrible in any case, by that she meant that she had no memories flash back to her. This was new. A completely new experience. She was feeling Naruto's love. She felt connected to him. Now she knew what it truly meant to be one. And to someone that you truly love. Naruto's muscles tightened as the last bit of his ejaculation entered Furin's womb. Thank goodness for Kurama for keeping his seed from spilling in. He'd really have to show his appreciation for the fox. Maybe a nice banquet will do. Once it finished, Naruto lowered his body as he hugged Furin in his nice strong arms. Furin eased her breathing as she felt herself complete. She smiled and nuzzled into his neck, however she was then feeling a new source of energy in her. She felt vigor burst throughout her system. Furin, surprisingly, had the strength to roll Naruto over, so now she was the one on top. It's my turn now. Furin said with a big seductive smile. Naruto's slightly wide eyes blinked, but then he smiled back at her. Be my guest. Naruto simply said. Furin let out a small giggle before she then started moving her hips, riding Naruto. Furin was making small gasping noises as she rode him, but then she moaned as she brought her left hand to the back of her head. Naruto groaned with delight as his strong hands grasped Furin's thighs, but he let her continue on in her own rhythm as she rode him. Furin's right hand traced all over Naruto's torso. Her fingers cascaded across his tight, strong muscles. His strong abs, his muscular pectorals, his broad shoulders. She squeezed his strong biceps. How a man like this wasn't sought after back in his old home she will never understand, but right now she didn't care. Furin bit her left pinky as she rode Naruto faster. His member hitting all her walls as she moved, faster and faster, and faster, and faster. Furin gave a gasp as she then moaned. She panted as her hips gyrated, going back and forth with herself going up and down a bit. Furin hanged her head a bit as she felt her entrance getting hotter, her whole sex felt like a toasty campfire. She wasn't sure if this was natural or a thing only unique to having it out with Naruto. Her body was now heating up. Her entire body was becoming filled with heat. She felt like she could burst into fire at any moment. Furin's left hand grasped the back of her head once again as she increased her speed and power, riding Naruto even faster, stronger, with more passion. She felt like she was about to explode, her love juices already leaking out. Naruto firmly gripped Furin's behind, his fingers pressing into her cheeks, making her scream with pleasure as he assisted her increasing momentum. Furin slapped her hands onto Naruto's strong chest as her hips were moving faster than an average person. Furin panted as her head hanged. Her heart beating faster with every thrust, her juices wetting Naruto's member and crotch area all over. Furin's head then shot back as her tongue stuck out a bit from the feeling of pleasure. Sugoi tilde 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 tilde. Her mind screamed as then suddenly she orgasmed, her love juices exploding from her entrance and drenching Naruto's entire member and crotch area. Furin screamed as her orgasm flowed out, until it ceased. Furin panted from the feeling. Any normal woman would quit, but she felt her energy was still spiked. Furin looked down into Naruto's eyes, and in that instant he could tell that she wasn't finished. Naruto quickly sat up and embraced Furin in a tight hug as he then thrust forward into Furin, pumping his member into Furin's strange. Furin panted at a quick pace as she bounced up and down every time Naruto's member with every thrust he stabbed into her. Naruto held onto her tightly when then his left hand went down to her bottom and squeezed it, making her give off a hard gasp from the feeling. Naruto pumped harder and faster into Furin, her breasts squishing into Naruto's steel-hard chest. Naruto's body was otherworldly, at least to her. Sure, there were people out there with much more muscular bodies, but Naruto's was perfect. The perfect strength, muscles, height, feel and control. Plus she didn't think there's anyone out there with the size he's packing down below. Speaking of it, how the hell is she able to take this much? Was this new energy she was feeling is helping her endure the pain? Who cares? Naruto's hips were moving faster and faster, with much power behind it. She could feel his strength pouring into every movement. She felt his muscles tighten around her. It was a firm, but amazingly intense feeling. She could feel his muscles twitching, he felt so sensitive, yet firm and powerful. There's so much to describe Naruto and the experience. Although it's not going to matter as his mind was going blank a bit. Naruto pumped his member deep into Furin, hitting the entrance to her womb over and over again. Furin gritted her teeth as she felt her inside being filled by his member. Her walls, the entrance to her womb, was all being touched by the length and thickness of his member. Dear God, she felt her wall expanding from the constant thrusting. Suddenly Naruto's member shot its liquid into her, making her arch her back as she moaned through her gritted teeth. Naruto then moved forward as now her back hit the surface of the bed. He was now pounded harder into her, making her body move from the member, like she was a puppet, in a way. All Furin could do was gasp as he thrust into her. She wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. God, this is intense. She was feeling her mind losing itself. Is this even possible? So far Naruto had orgasmed twice in her, and yet she was already losing her mind. What a marvel. Furin's tongue stuck out as she panted from feeling Naruto filling her insides up with his length and thickness. Naruto placed his tongue onto Furin's, as the two were now sliding and dancing their tongues against one another's. Naruto then took her mouth into his, as the two were making out, their tongues still having their dance as now Naruto thrust even deeper, his tip going past her womb's entrance. Furin's whole body tingled, it felt like electricity was surging throughout her nervous system while a warming heat spread out from the core of her stomach to throughout her body. Naruto increased his speed and power going in deeper and deeper, causing some pain in Furin but that was overshadowed by the pleasure being shot into her. Naruto separated his mouth from her own as he nuzzled into her neck, groaning as he grit his teeth that now had fangs. Furin's whole body going numb, but she felt it tingle at the same time. She still felt the heat, the electricity, the elating sensation throughout her body. She felt she was going to burst from all this pleasure. Naruto grunted as he delved deeper into her, all the while she panted with her tongue. This was it. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh tilde Kami-sama, set me free tilde tilde tilde. Suddenly Naruto's teeth bit into her trapezius muscle as he gave one more hard thrust straight into her womb, as he came right inside of her womb. Naruto embraced Furin tightly as her body twitched. When he came, Furin had gasped, now she was making sounds that sounded like she was choking on the air itself. Some drool came down the side of her mouth as her eyes shook and her tongue was completely out. All she could do was have one final thought before things went white. Sugoi tilde tilde tilde. Lemon scene over. Now the two blondes were lying back onto the bed, the covers over them. Naruto had his hands behind his head as the back of the hands lied against the pillow. A content smile on his face as he felt amazing. Furin was lying her head against his chest, like it was a pillow with her hands gentle laying against his pectorals as well. That was perfect. Furin managed to say with calm, tired-looking eyes. Sure was. Naruto said with a smile. It wasn't because this was the sex that had fulfilled him. Oh no, he still retained a lot of stamina. This is perfect to him, because Furin wanted this, she wanted him completely. That is truly perfect to him. I'm not leaving. Naruto looked down to Furin who snuggled deeper into his chest with a smile on her face. Arigato, Furin-chan. Naruto said with a smile. The two relaxed in a calm silence, enjoying the peaceful aftermath of their love-making. Naruto. What would you like to name our children? Naruto's eyes widened like saucers as Kurama laughed his ass off at the comment. Naruto looked down to Furin who was smiling at him widely. Oh boy. Naruto thought, knowing he had to explain some things. Azuki was sitting in her bed, looking down at her bare lap. Naruto had come earlier to talk to her about their relationship. It still stung. Azuki waited in her room for Naruto. She felt a bad feeling in the pit of her stomach. A knock at the door was heard. Come in, Azuki said. Naruto opened the door, walked in and closed the door behind him. Naruto made his way to Azuki, grabbed a chair, placed it across from her and sat right down. You know why I'm here, right? Naruto questioned. You're still pissed. Azuki said. No. Naruto said. He reached forward, grabbed her chin, lifting it up a bit so her eyes would stare into her own. I want to talk about what we have. Azuki's eyes widened as she gulped a bit. What we have? Azuki said as her cheeks turned a tint of red. What am I to you? Naruto asked. Azuki blinked in shock at what he asked. You're not even sure. Naruto said. That's not it. Azuki shouted. I'm sorry I hurt you. What I did was wrong and. Shish tilde. Naruto said pressing his lips. You know what hurt me the most? Naruto whispered making Azuki heart beat faster and her toes curl. I felt that I am the one that did wrong. But you didn't. Azuki exclaimed with sad eyes as she placed a hand on his cheek. Now she was feeling full regret. She had truly caused him pain, making him feel that it was indeed all his fault when really it is her own. She feels she can never forgive herself for this. I messed up. You should not feel this way, understand? Azuki said with a stern yet soft look. Okay. Naruto said, his expression remained calm. And about us? Izuki looked at him with a firm gaze, before she then tiptoed up to him and locked lips with him with her arms wrapped around his neck. Naruto placed his hands on Izuki's waist, holding her, then went down to hold her bottom as he pulled her closer. Izuki couldn't help but raise her leg up like a woman in those movies being passionately kissed. After a few minutes, the two separated. Izuki blushed as she looked into Naruto's calm cerulean eyes. "We're not normal," Naruto said, surprising her. "You know that our relationship is odd. Sharing me, I know you said that you aren't a big fan of it, but you said you were willing to go into this for me. I feel your emotions. I need an answer now. Are you still willing to go into this? Because if you can't take it, we'll end what we have now," Naruto said with a calm voice. Izuki stared at him with wide eyes. Did he actually just say that? And with a straight face. She could see it in his eyes. He's not lying. He's completely serious. You leave me? Izuki questioned with teary eyes. Only if you want me to. Everything now is up to. Naruto said. I love you. Izuki confessed. Naruto stayed silent as he stared at her. Naruto released her and walked away. Wait, I told you That's not the answer I am looking for and you know it. Naruto said, his back turned to her. Izuki stared at his back. I'll give you time, Naruto said as he headed to the door. Once his hand gripped the knob, Izuki spoke. Are you going to sleep with her? Izuki questioned, wanting to know if he intends to have sex with Furin. If she's ready, Naruto answered. Let's have sex, Izuki shouted. Naruto remained still. Izuki stared at him with a firm expression, but inside she was feeling desperate. Izuki marched her way to Naruto, gripped the back of his undershirt and turned him around as she immediately locked lips with him, her left arm wrapped around his neck. Izuki's right hand went down to his crotch as she started rubbing it to arouse him. Izuki felt him getting hard. Feeling she was succeeding, she pulled back her hand and then pushed her own lower region against his own, rubbing it against his crotch. Izuki moaned as her cheeks reddened. What she was doing, rubbing herself against him, it felt so good. Was this foreplay? God, it felt great. Izuki wrapped her right leg around his waist as she continued to grind her covered crotch against his own, her right arm wrapped around to his back, her fingernails digging into his clothing and skin. Izuki's toes curled as she moaned, feeling herself getting wet. Izuki separated her lips from Naruto as she then started to unbutton her sleep shirt. Enough, Naruto ordered. Shut it. We're going to enjoy ourselves tonight. No ifs, ands or buts about it, Izuki said as her entire cleavage was exposed, leaving only for her to pull back her shirt to expose her breasts. No. I said. You're not ready. Naruto raised his voice as he gripped Izuki's shoulders. Izuki was now silent as she remained frozen in place. No way in hell are you going to feel obligated to do this. I refuse to wake up with that kind of regret, Naruto said with a serious yet calm tone and expression. Izuki remained in place as he then released her, opened the door and exited the room. I'll expect my answer by tomorrow, Naruto said, not even bothering to turn to her before he closed the door behind him. Izuki remained frozen as she stared at the door for what felt like an eternity. Izuki slowly walked over to the door until she was right in front of it. Gently placing her hand against the door, her head hung as she spoke. But I love you. She heard it. Naruto had sex with Furin. No, they made love. This makes it the second time. She had a chance at the beach. She had a chance now. Yet she wasted them both. She was just too prideful. Naruto saw it. She got prideful, and for what reason? He wanted her to share one of the most memorable moments in both their lives, and she got prideful in thinking that she was being seen as an excuse for pleasure. This time her pride got to her as while she was trying to initiate the dirty deed, making her feel like she was acting like a whore and she should have been disgusted. Naruto saw it and refused her right on the spot so she wouldn't feel horrible once it was over. He was looking out for her. She couldn't say the same. Izuki sat on her bed and as these thoughts rolled by, she clenched her fists as she now got pissed. A new resolve pumped into her heart, through her veins, in her very soul. Her pride hadn't stopped, in fact it now changed. Naruto had now become someone she was proud to have. Someone whose attention she took pride in achieving. No regular girl back in Tenbi, or even his world had the attention he's given her. Sure, there are a few who share that attention, but she had been one of the first to have caught it. If not the first. She helped make him the person that he is, he's told her. That's the thing she took pride in the most. Now she was confident. With a firm, steely glare, Azuki swore that she would be next. Then again, she was the only one left who hasn't slept with him. Except Aki. She needs to do it fast. Naruto was busy cooking breakfast with everyone. Haruko was helping him out, although she was silent. Of course she would be. Everyone was having a bit of a hard time sleeping since they did hear him make love to Furin. Naruto decided not to address it for a while. Or at all. His ne-san can be really scary. Naruto was dressed in his black undershirt today and wearing blue jeans and his black with white sneakers. Naruto. Naruto turned to see a wooden spoon full of sauce in front of his face. Could you try this? Haruko asked. Naruto would have normally thought back in the day if it was poisoned since he would figure Haruko was pissed at him or something, but nowadays he wouldn't think anyone close to him would tamper with cooking, and even if they did his body would eradicate the poison in the meal. Naruto sipped it and analyzed it. Could be a little sweeter. Naruto said as he then reached into a nearby pantry and handed Haruko a small jar filled with some powder. Thank you. Haruko said as she added it to her sauce. Watching them cook, Anaho, Kimi, Cha-Cha and Fu stared at them as they were getting hungry just from the smell of what their two close friends were cooking. Takaru and Kengo were playing a fighting video game. They were surprised that Naruto actually bothered to buy a system since he actually sucks at video games. Coming down the stairs, Furin had her hair down and she was dressed in a white buttoned shirt and black skirt. She turned to find Naruto cooking with Haruko. Furin ran at him and tackled him into a hug, although he managed to stay on his feet. No duh. Furin locked lips with Naruto with her leg up. Naruto returned it wholeheartedly, but had one hand still cooking like an expert. Once they separated, Furin hugged him close with her ear over his calm beating heart. Aishita Amasu. I love you, Furin said, causing Naruto to smile as he gave her a one-arm hug. Furin, wow, you're glowing tilde. Anaho said with a cat-like smile. Furin separated from Naruto with a blush on her cheeks. Arigato. Furin said with a small bashful smile with her cheeks still possessing a tint of red as she rubbed the back of her neck. So how was he? Cha-Cha said with a grin as she leaned forward with her chin resting on the back of her interlocked hands. Naruto-kun was amazing, right? Kimi said as her eyes looked down, remembering her experience causing her entire face to turn red with her fists over her mouth. Fu and Anaho's faces turned red while Furin's cheeks reddened as well. Well, yes, I mean, the whole thing was otherworldly. Furin couldn't help but confess with a smile and her hands over her cheeks. Anaho gave an embarrassed scream. I don't want to hear this. Knowing about Ni-san's private life makes me feel so embarrassed. Anaho said with her hands over her ears and shaking her head side to side, while Fu's entire face glowed red with her mouth shrinking and her eyes widened anime style. Amen. Kengo said with his finger up. Same here. I don't want people knowing what I can do. Naruto thought as his entire face turned red as he had an embarrassed frown and half-lidded eyes, while Haruko's eyes were closed with her eyebrow twitching and a frown on her blushing face. Azuki then came downstairs, dressed in a black tank top and black short shorts with white trimming. Hey Azuki. Sit next to me. Cha-Cha called out waving her hand. Both seats beside you are already filled. Azuki said. Cha-Cha looked to see that Anaho occupied her right and Kimi on her left. Cha-Cha had then suddenly lifted Kimi high up by the chair, grabbed the one that was supposed to be on Kimi's left and switched them around. Sorry Kimi. Cha-Cha apologized. It's okay. Kimi said. I've never seen Cha-Cha show off that kind of strength before. Azuki thought with a raised eyebrow. She ignored it and walked over to Naruto. Yo Azuki-chan. Naruto greeted Azuki. Azuki stopped in front of Naruto, sporting a calm steely gaze which unnerved him a bit. Everyone stared at the two when suddenly Azuki grabbed the side of Naruto's face and brought him closer as she locked lips with him, making everyone's eyes go wide in surprise. Sticking her tongue inside, Azuki explored the insides of Naruto's mouth for a few moments before separating. Aishiteru wa. I love you female speech. There are different ways to say those three special little words in Japanese. Azuki then released him and walked out of the house. Everyone looked to the door that she exited out of, still surprised at her sudden behavior. Ah, ha. Naruto said, still a bit confused but felt happy with his finger up. Okay, she's broken. Kengo said with a half-lidded eyes before quickly tapping on his control, winning his match. What? Oh, damn it dude. Takaru cursed with annoyance. Take advantage of all distractions that come your way. Shinobi 101. Kengo said with a smirk. Ah, screw it. I'm changing the TV back. Takaru said as he grabbed the remote. Sore loser. Kengo said with a smirk and his arms crossed, resulting in Takaru side punching him in the chest, but Kengo chuckled, ignoring the pain. Once changing the TV back to views of programs when a special commercial hit. Jojo no Kimyu na Boken. Eyes of Heaven. Eyes of what now? Naruto exclaimed as he appeared on the couch between Takaru and Kengo, gasping as he saw what was on the TV. There's a video game of Jojo. He vanished for a moment before reappearing with a notebook and pen in hand. Must write down and buy when get home. Naruto said like a drone. Dude, it's a fighting game, and you suck at them. Kengo said with half-lidded eyes. Shut up. I'm still getting it. Naruto shouted before returning to his notebook. And this Takaru is what happens when you sell your soul. Kengo said with a dull look. Azuki was busy practicing her kicks as she kept kicking the side of a tree. She had been leaving a dent inside the tree. She felt she was becoming stronger, but she needed to get stronger. Somehow Cha-Cha had recently gotten stronger. She lifted Kimi and the chair over her head effortlessly. She didn't know where she could have gotten that strength. She was his sparring partner and she could tell that she hadn't had that strength until about 2 days ago. Azuki stopped as she now was wondering what that was about. What did Cha-Cha do 2 days ago? No, it couldn't be. Azuki suddenly felt a burst of rage in her that she sent a hard kick to the tree, breaking right through it, sending it falling. Azuki blinked as she stared at the tree. She looked to her leg, seeing it a bit scuffed, but the momentary burst of power she had there. Azuki had been noticing that she had been stronger than she was before reaching this island. Actually, she noticed everyone was a bit stronger before reach the island. The question was why? Wait a minute, the battle atop of Amanohara. That's right. Naruto's energy was literally all over the mountain when he woke up. We were all there. It carried us. Did we absorb it? Does that mean we all now have chakra in our systems? Azuki looked to her hands as she focused some energy to her hands as they glowed a mix of blue and red, surprising her. I need to confirm this. Azuki said before she ran off to find Naruto. Making it to the beach, she found everyone training. She looked all around for Naruto. She spotted him. He was training with Kimi. Naruto had Golden Asura out while Kimi had her strange mist spirit out. Kimi had mentioned that she had named it Violet Haze one time during breakfast. The two spirits were matching their fists with one another. Golden Asura kept shouting aura aura aura. It even had the same voice as that spirit thing from that JoJo series. Naruto must controlling somehow since she has heard Golden Asura have Naruto's voice before. Man, he's such a nerd. Azuki couldn't help but giggle at how devoted Naruto was to such an old series. Suddenly Golden Asura was punched in the face by Violet Haze. Azuki and Kimi gasped in shock while Naruto's left eye twitched for a second from the pain. Whoa! Way to go Kimi! Fu shouted as she saw what had happened. G. Gomen. Kimi apologized with a frown. Kimi-chan, don't apologize for making progress like that. Feel pride. I'm very proud of you. Naruto said with a calm, suave smile. Kimi blushed as she had an open-mouth smile. She then ran up to Naruto, jumping at him and hugging him tightly as she laughed with joy. Naruto smiled as he hugged her back, completely proud of her and happy that she is now getting stronger. Azuki smiled at the sight, but then it became a small frown. She couldn't believe that Kimi had become Naruto's first. A right she could have had if she didn't reject it like an idiot. Azuki gained a new determined look as she headed back to the house. Naruto yawned as he headed back to the house. It was night time. The team had been training for a long time. Cha-Cha had called for a bonfire celebration. Deciding it was a great idea, Naruto made meals for everyone so they could eat while they relaxed. Naruto and Cha-Cha had noticed Azuki wasn't around, so Naruto decided to go find her while everyone relaxed. So now he came back to the house, or manor as it is properly called. Opening the door, he searched inside for Azuki only to find her sitting in the den. There you are. The others had gotten a bit worried. Especially Cha-Cha-chan. Naruto said walking into the den with his hands in his pocket. Sit. Azuki said, her eyes closed. Huh. Sit. Azuki said pointing to the seat in front of her. Naruto complied and sat down in front of her. I have my answer. I made it last night. Azuki said. Naruto stayed silent as he had a serious look on his face. I'm not giving up. What we have is too good to give up, or at least that's how I feel even though I have to share. I'm at least happy that it's with others who are my friends and I like. Well, most of them. Azuki was referring to Yan. You sure you can deal with this? Naruto asked calmly. I've already gotten used to Cha-Cha and Kimi. What's a few extra? Azuki said with a smirk. Naruto smiled, happy that he still had Azuki. Azuki then stood up, walked over to him, sat on his lap, surprising him, as she then locked lips with him. The kiss was soft and long, she inserted her tongue into his mouth. Naruto responded by placing his hands on her waist and returning the kiss, making out with her. After a few minutes, they separated. Azuki leaned closer to his ear and whispered. Make love to me. Naruto's eyes were wide. He did not expect this so soon. You sure about this? Naruto questioned as he leaned back to see the blush on her cheeks and the lightly bashful look on her face. You're blushing. Well, this'll be my first time. What do you expect? Azuki raised her voice. Naruto stared at her, not sure if she was fully ready for this. Look, I want this. What do I have to do to prove to that I want to do this with you? Azuki asked. You're willing to do anything to prove that you're ready for this? Naruto asked with half-lidded eye and his index cupping over his chin. Azuki nodded as she developed a fierce determined look. Naruto tapped his chin with his finger as he then developed a thought. Naruto chuckled mischievously and perversely with a toothy grin. Azuki did not like this. Everyone was sitting around the bonfire eating their meals with delight. Cha-Cha then sensed two energy signatures. He turned around to see Azuki with Naruto leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. Oh hey. You found her. Cha-Cha said with a grin. Azuki started making her way towards Cha-Cha. Sit down, we got a fresh hot meal for you right here. Cha-Cha said grinning, extending a bento that Naruto prepared before leaving to Azuki. Azuki stopped in front of her getting Cha-Cha's attention as the redhead then grabbed Cha-Cha by the shoulders, lifting her up to her feet, then suddenly grasped her cheeks making Cha-Cha blink in confusion, before Azuki then locked lips with Cha-Cha, causing the mocha-skinned girl to widen her eyes in pure shock. Everyone stared at the action with their jaws dropped, minus Yuka who had her hand over her mouth and Kengo blinking in shock. Naruto smiled widely as he took pictures of the long kiss with his phone. Cha-Cha was shell-shocked by the action. Safe to say she never saw this coming. Cha-Cha had then suddenly closed her eyes as she grabbed onto Azuki's waist. Then she suddenly squeezed Azuki's rear, causing the redhead to widen her eyes in shock before pulling away. Okay, that's enough. Azuki said as she then walked away leaving a very confused Cha-Cha and shocked group. The group remained silent as they watched Azuki walk away with Naruto walking beside her. Well, that was a sight. Yuka said turning to Kengo with a smile as her boyfriend laughed with a grin. Best bonfire ever. Takaru said with a smile as he slurped some noodles. Cha-Cha remained standing still as she watched the blonde and redhead walk away. Her eyes then looked down to Azuki's firm, attractive bottom. Now a new hunt begins. Cha-Cha thought with an excited aroused grin and blush. Naruto and Azuki walked back inside the manor, with Azuki's eyebrow twitching. There. You happy? Azuki exclaimed as she turned back to Naruto. Very. Not gonna lie, I've always wanted to see that. Now I can die happy. Naruto said with a smile and his eyes closed as his arms were crossed. I'll kill you right now if that's what you want. Azuki said with an annoyed frown and annoyed anime eyes. Pass. Naruto said. So have I proven myself to you, or do you plan on me having sex with Cha-Cha in your bedroom while you videotape the whole thing? Azuki questioned with her arms crossed. Naruto giggled perversely as he rubbed his chin. I was joking. Azuki shouted. She sighed with her eyes closed as she looked up to him. Have I proven that I'm ready? Azuki asked with hopeful eyes. Naruto remained silent as his bangs shadowed his eyes. Azuki was about to say something, but Naruto suddenly picked her up bridal style and started heading for the stairs. Let's get you out of those clothes. Naruto said with a smirk. Azuki remained silent as she blushed with a slightly bashful look. Azuki just enjoyed the ride up as she felt her heart race, with Naruto carrying her like a princess or a bride. She couldn't help but silently gaze into his beautiful eyes as he carried her to his room. Lemon scene. Naruto kicked open his door as his lips were locked with Azuki's, the two making out. Azuki's toes curled as she felt Naruto's tongue slide against her own and lick all over her mouth. They entered and Naruto kicked his door closed as he then brought them both to his bed. He laid Azuki down, and then went down lower to her as he pulled down her shorts. Azuki shook with nervousness as Naruto stared at her lower region. You didn't wear underwear today. Naruto said, making Azuki blush red. Naruto then put his finger against her entrance and slid it up and down, making Azuki close her eyes and whimper at the touch. You definitely were ready for this. Naruto said in a husky tone. Shut up. Azuki said as her toes curled and her knees bent. Naruto smirked as he continued sliding his finger up and down her entrance. He then inserted the tip of his finger inside, making her squeal as she tightened her fists. Sensitive. Naruto said. I said shut up. Azuki exclaimed, but then Naruto hooked his finger, making her cry out with pleasure. Naruto traced his hooked finger inside her and pulled, making her cover her eyes and grit her teeth. Naruto was blushing as he was surprised at what he was doing to her. I'm doing this to Azuki. It feels so strange that I'm the one doing this, but I like it. Naruto thought with a smile. He then brought his mouth forward and took in her entrance, making her cry out in pleasure again. Naruto now started sucking her lower region, making her grit her teeth more and her toes curled even tighter. Naruto sucked on her entrance, using the tip of his tongue to lick up and down it. Azuki gripped the back of his head with her hand as her eyes twitched from the pleasure, then he inserted his tongue into her, making her cry out in pleasure as he licked the inside of it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Tilda. Azuki said as Naruto continued to lick inside her. Azuki panted from the feeling of pleasure. She then arched her back as he used his finger to pump inside her while it was hooked. Azuki's feet start slapping against the bed as she felt new pleasure that she had never felt before. Azuki was never one of those girls who pleasure herself, mainly because she usually never found any man so attractive to masturbate to them, so she was real sensitive when the one man she wanted inside her was actually pleasuring her. Her chest rose up then went down as Naruto pumped his tongue and finger into her. Naruto then took out his finger as he then wrapped his arms around Azuki's waist as he rose up, standing up straight, bringing Azuki's lower body up into the air as he continued to lick the inside of Azuki's lower region. Azuki gripped the top of her head with both her hands as he licked, but then he started to bob his head up and down, making her cry in pleasure again. Azuki made noises of pleasure as her heart raced from Naruto's execution of love-making. Then Naruto gripped Azuki's lower cheeks, making her moan through gritted teeth as she felt him tightly squeeze her buns. Then he pulled his right arm back as he then brought his hand closer to her lower front region, inserted 2 fingers in and pinched her clitoris tightly. Azuki's eyes shot open for a moment before she closed them tightly as she gave a scream of pleasure and orgasmed all over Naruto's mouth. Naruto licked Her Majesty clean of her love juices before he dropped her lower body back to the bed. Azuki panted from the experience, her chest slowly going up and down as she sweat a bit. Naruto licked his right hand's fingers as they were covered in her love juices, slowly licking them to savor the bitter yet sweet taste. Once done, he licked his mouth clean of the juices, before he looked down to Azuki. You're pretty sensitive, Azuki-chan. Naruto commented. Azuki looked to the side with a pout as her cheeks blushed red. Naruto then took off his shirt, exposing his muscular torso, making Azuki blush more. He then fell forward as he started kissing Azuki's neck, making her shiver a bit, before he then sucked on it, getting a squeak from her. Naruto kissed and sucked on her neck, leaving hickeys before he licked her neck. Azuki had her hands on his shoulders as he continued on. Then suddenly he brought his hand down as he inserted 3 of his fingers inside her entrance, causing her to grit her teeth as she groaned in pleasure. Naruto continued to kiss, suck and lick her neck while he pumped his fingers into her hole. Azuki moaned before she started to pant as his fingers went in and out, in and out, in and out. Azuki moaned from the pleasure as she felt her inner walls tighten. She then started to move her hips forward, grinding against Naruto's hand as his fingers went in deeper. Naruto sucked on her neck for a few more moments, but then he pulled back a bit and lifted up her training top to expose her breasts as he then licked her left boob, making her grit her teeth before he then sucked on it, taking her nipple into his mouth. Azuki moaned and then started panting as she continued to grind against Naruto's hand while he pumped his fingers in her and sucked on her breast. He then gripped her other breast with his left hand as he squeezed it, making her squeal with pleasure, as then started groping it with his strong hand. Pulling on it made her arch her back, then he squeezed her nipple tightly in between his thumb and index, making her scream with pleasure. He was squeezing her nip, sucking the other and licking it with his tongue, and was pumping his fingers into her. She was losing her mind to the pleasure. She couldn't take it anymore. Azuki wrapped her arms around his neck as she humped his fingers faster, causing droplets of love juices to squirt out. Naruto increased his rate of fingering, causing more pleasure to go through Azuki's system. She couldn't take it anymore. She was going to explode. Giving of sounds of pleasure as he pumped into her, she then arched her back as she gave one final fast hump. Azuki released a large orgasm that squirted out from her lower region, drenching Naruto's hand, wrist and some of his stomach. Azuki fell back, panting as Naruto pulled away from her. All his fingers, his wrist and his abs were covered in Azuki's love juices. Man, she came a lot. Naruto thought as he took his fingers into his mouth. Azuki panted as she was sweating from the experience. What was that? Was that real pleasure? Dear gods, I don't think I'll survive tonight. Azuki thought as she panted and sweat went down her brow. Azuki then flinched when she felt Naruto's clean hand. Azuki looked from his hand, then her eyes trailed up his arm to his face to see him finishing licking his other hand clean. You taste delicious, Azuki-chan. Naruto said in a husky voice, making Azuki blush. Be baka. Don't say such. Don't be embarrassed. Naruto said calmly, which caused Azuki to lose her voice as she just stared at Naruto with a slightly bashful expression. Naruto leaned over and placed his hands firmly against the bed with Azuki's head between them, surprising her as he then leaned down as his face was inches from her blushing one. Relax. Just go with instinct. Naruto said. Azuki looked to the side as she blushed. Naruto, do you think I'm beautiful? Azuki asked. Depends on what beauty you mean. Naruto answered, making Azuki blush more. I mean, just me in general. Azuki said. So everything from inside to out? Naruto said, surprising Azuki as she looked up to him. Yes. I do believe you are beautiful. Naruto said with a soft smile. Azuki stared into his eyes for a second with surprise before they softened. Why do you love me? Azuki asked. You helped me grow up. Naruto said, shocking Azuki. You stood by me. You didn't give up on me. No matter how you acted on the outside, I somehow always saw that you actually cared about me and just wanted to help me become a better person. You've done more for me than many others have. For that I was grateful, and in time, I fell in love. Naruto confessed with a loving, genuine smile and soft shimmering eyes. Azuki stared into his shimmering gorgeous blue eyes with her own shimmering violet eyes. Both pairs displaying pure love. This is their moment. They lean in with half-lidded eyes before locking lips, completely closing their eyes to enjoy the taste of one another. Azuki wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck as he held her cheeks, then she wrapped her legs around Naruto's waist as he then stood up and held her up with his hands on her butt. Whatever doubt was in my mind before is now all gone. I want to be with this man. Forever. Azuki thought, with love taking over. Now she was lying on the bed, her head against the pillows, her clothes completely discarded. Naruto was sitting on his knees as he gazed down and greedily drank in Azuki's bare form. Are you going to stare at me all night? Azuki questioned with a small smile and blushing red cheeks. Just taking in your gorgeous form for the moment is all. Naruto said with his own cheeks blush as he smiled down at her. He then bent down as he locked lips with her once more, his hand on her cheeks as their tongues slid against one another. Naruto then unbuckled his pants as his member was now erect out of his pants. Naruto placed his hands next to the sides of Azuki's head, looking down at her. Once this is done, there is no going back. Naruto said as a final warning. I know. Azuki said with a smile as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and locked her lips with his one more time to make out for a brief moment. Azuki pulled back with loving eyes as she nodded for the go-ahead. Naruto slowly thrust forward, inserting his member straight into Her Majesty. Azuki gritted her teeth and closed her eyes as she felt her walls expand in pain as Naruto's long, strong member went deeper and deeper into her. Azuki grunted in pain as she felt herself get penetrated. Naruto slowed his movements so Azuki could adapt to his size more. Azuki's lip quivered as Naruto then stopped his movements. Naruto stayed silent as he watched Azuki's face tightened with her eyes closed and her lips quivering before she started to pant as Her Majesty started to adapt to Naruto's member. Azuki opened her eyes a bit as she held onto Naruto's shoulder. How are you feeling? Naruto asked. Better. It just takes some getting used to. Azuki said. How did the others get used to you? Especially Kimi. Azuki asked, amazed that her friends were able to take the beast known as Naruto. Naruto chuckled a bit with embarrassment. How would I know? They're strong, ya know. Naruto said with a small smile. Yeah, and I'm no different. Azuki said with a confident smile. Azuki then thrust forward as she took in more of his member, causing her to close her eyes as her lip quivered. Azuki took all she could. Sadly she couldn't take it all. Damn it. Azuki cursed, unhappy that she couldn't take in all of Naruto's gift. It's okay. The others couldn't take it all either. Naruto said. Could anyone take you? Azuki questioned with a smirk. Not one I've met. Naruto said. Wrong choice of words. Azuki said with half-lidded eyes and a smirk. Gomen. Naruto said with his eyes closed and a grin. The two stayed silent as they stared into each other's eyes, Azuki panting. You good now? Naruto asked. Yeah, let's keep going. Azuki said. Naruto then moved back and thrust forward making Azuki her teeth as she felt him thrust in her. Naruto continued moving his hips, causing Azuki some pain, but then it started becoming pleasurable. Azuki blushed as she panted with every thrust. She was feeling good, real good. Like, oh god. Azuki moaned with a wide smile and her eyes closed as some of her love juices leaked out, drenching his member. Oh man, this feels great. Azuki thought with pure delight. Azuki then wrapped her legs around Naruto's waist as she humped forward, meeting Naruto's thrusts halfway. She panted and made pleasurable gasping noises as she stared into Naruto's eyes. Wow. This is sex. It feels so good. I can't believe I missed out on this days ago. Azuki thought as she and Naruto continued to thrust into one another. Naruto then grabbed Azuki's rear as he then slammed his member straight in making Azuki give a surprised cry, as he then started to increase his rate of thrusting. Naruto thrust fast into Azuki, making her give audible moans of pleasure as he went deep into her. So deep. Azuki cried as she felt his tip hit the entrance to her womb. Azuki's lip quivered as she was feeling a mix both pain and pleasure. Naruto was going in hard as he felt ecstasy from just being inside of Azuki. He has been dreaming of this for so long. He wanted to be more with Azuki. He wanted to be more than friends, he wanted to be more than boyfriend and girlfriend, now that they're officially lovers, and somehow Naruto wanted more. Naruto. Naruto looked at Azuki to see her face scrunched up in pain making him stop. Azuki noticed him ceasing his actions. What's wrong? Why'd you stop? Azuki asked. I saw I was hurting so. Suddenly Azuki gripped Naruto's nose in between her index and middle fingers. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? I can take any pain that's dished out at me. So don't you dare underestimate me. Got it? Azuki said with a smirk. Hi. Naruto said in a nasally voice as he gave a toothy grin. Azuki smiled, happy that he considered her first, before she then wrapped her legs tighter around Naruto's waist, bringing herself up, making his member go in deeper as it then went straight into her womb. Azuki's lip quivered as she felt the pain. Naruto stayed still, knowing where his member was in, so he waited for her to tell him it was okay. Well. Naruto perked up as he stared at Azuki's smirking face. Keep going. Don't go acting like a baby on me. Yar yar. Naruto said with a smirk. As you wish. Naruto groaned as he pulled back then thrust back into her, making her moan in pain, but mostly pleasure. Naruto started pumping into Azuki, faster, harder, with more power in each thrust. Azuki moaned as he went deep into her. His hips were moving faster than the average man, and that was great for Azuki, well after her body got used to the giant inside. Naruto was moving so fast that the pleasure was going through Azuki's mind faster than she ever thought her brain could process. SSS Sugoi tilde. Azuki said as she then let her tongue hang as her blonde lover pumped into her faster and with more strength. Naruto then locked lips with Azuki again, their tongues dancing and sliding against one another. Naruto gripped Azuki's ass and gave it a squeeze, eliciting a moan from her occupied mouth. Naruto wrapped his arms around Azuki's body tightly as he then went faster and faster and harder and faster. Azuki was on cloud 9, if it was a roller coaster. Naruto's movements were so strong, so fast. She couldn't believe the girls, even Kimi, could go through all this, but damn did it feel amazing. So good. So good. Azuki thought as her love juices were pouring out with each thrust, her eyes going to the back of her head. Naruto thrust so fast that the bed was shaking, causing the floor to creak. Azuki's legs were extended as her feet was pointing to the sky. Azuki wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck as her head was resting on his shoulder, her tongue out and her eyes rolling to the back of her head. Naruto gritted his teeth that grew fangs, as he hurried his thrusts and increased the power as he then released himself inside her. Azuki made squeaking noises as she felt Naruto release himself inside her. She felt his warm liquid spray inside of her, covering all her walls as both their sexes were drowning in his liquid. Naruto held Azuki tightly, his muscles flexing and flinching, his hold never breaking as he filled her up. After what felt like an eternity to Azuki, Naruto had finished his ejaculation. Azuki's legs fell as they were now bent, her feet pressing against the sheets and her arms were out to the side. Azuki panted with her tongue out. That was the most intense experience that I have ever had. Azuki thought as she panted. Suddenly Naruto pulled back, but he then suddenly grabbed Azuki's left leg by the ankle, lifting her whole leg up in a 90-degree angle while he held her other leg's thigh down as he then started thrusting into her, albeit at a slower pace. Azuki panted as her eyes were closed. I guess I'm not done yet. Azuki thought with a blush as she enjoyed the rest of the love-making. Naruto kept a steady pace as he pumped his member into Azuki. Azuki had her pinky to her mouth as she lightly bit her nail as Naruto sensually moved inside her. It was calm yet thorough. He's getting deep in there. Sugoi. Azuki thought as she felt her walls expand from his thick, long member. Naruto kept the tempo for a little while longer, but then he increased it a bit, making Azuki pant now as he pumped inside her. Naruto leaned over as he was now atop of her, with his mouth connected to Azuki's, their tongues dancing and sliding against one another. Naruto now increased his rate of thrust as he was now thrusting strongly into her. Azuki moaned and whined with pleasure as she felt him thrusting into her with strength. Naruto pulled his mouth back as he immediately took off the rest of his pants, tossing them off the bed, as he then wrapped his arms around Azuki's waist and started moving her hips on his own, having her meet his thrusts halfway with strength as now their hips started making smacking noises. Naruto increased the speed making Azuki pant at the new rate of tempo and pleasure she was experiencing. Naruto gritted his teeth as he then hurried their pace, causing their thrusts to increase speed, which in turn increased Azuki's panting rate. Naruto then sped up Azuki's hips and his own as then the whole room was filled with the smacking sounds. Azuki's tongue was out, her breasts moving around as Naruto controlled their love-making. Naruto's muscles flexed as he pumped harder and faster, causing his thrusts to blur. Naruto growled a bit, then he gave an audible groan as he released his fluids in her. Naruto then came forward as he slammed his hands against the bed, thrusting straight into Azuki, keeping up his strong fast pace. Azuki panted with her tongue out as Naruto thrust more into her. Such pleasure. Such strong pleasure. Naruto then came down as his body now rested onto Izuki's, her breasts pressed against his hard strong chest. Naruto pumped into her with more force, causing her hips to buckle and her raised legs to extended straight up when he pumped inside then bend back as he came out, before pumping back in to extend her legs. Naruto wrapped his arms around Izuki's waist, constricting her in a strong grip. Izuki panted as he thrust hard into her, holding her in an unbreakable grip. She was completely in his grasp. No, no. She refused to be the puppet. Izuki wrapped her legs around Naruto's waist as she met his thrusts the best she could, her arms wrapped around his strong neck. Izuki did her best to meet his thrusts, but Naruto was so skilled in hip work. He had speed, he had strength, great power. Izuki panted as Naruto pumped into her. God. 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 I'm going to burst. Izuki thought. She then released a great orgasm with a pleasure-filled cry, but Naruto was still thrusting into her. Too much. Too much. Naruto pumped harder into her as he then gave a strong growl as he came inside of Izuki, making her give a cry of pleasure as he filled her up. Once done filling her up for what felt like the longest time, Naruto fell to the side, panting out of habit as he lied on the bed, back first. Izuki laid on her side panting. That was the most intense experience she had ever went through. No amount of training could compare to what she went through. She loved it. Izuki managed to raise herself a bit as she got strength back to her arms. Naruto turned his head to her only for his eyes to widen as he stared at Izuki's body. Izuki noticed his stare which made her feel a bit uncomfortable, despite what she just did with him. What? Izuki questioned, her bare skin glowing and shining as she was drenched in sweat. You look gorgeous. Naruto said with a blush. Izuki blushed with a surprised look on her face. She then closed her eyes, turned her head to the side and smirked. Sweet talker. You just want another round. Izuki joked. Like you don't want it. Naruto said with a smirk as he grabbed her hand. Naruto sat up along with Izuki as he then wrapped his arms around Izuki's body with her hands against his hard chest. The two then locked lips with their tongues licking and dancing against one another. Izuki moaned a bit from the touch of his lips, the taste of his mouth. Once done, Izuki rested her head against Naruto's chest. I love you. Izuki softly said. I love you too. Naruto said as he held her closer but kept it gentle. Naruto's hands then glided down her skin until they were at her booty where he then squeezed her cheeks, making her squeak from the sensation. Sleaze. Izuki said with a smirk. I remember how you'd kick my ass when I'd go low in a hug like this. Naruto said with a wide perverted smile. TCH. Hug. Yeah right. Izuki said with half-lidded eyes. Your heart's not racing, and you're not even tired either are you? Nope. Naruto simply said. Have you ever been winded in this type of activity? Izuki asked with a blush. Nope. Guess it takes more than one. Naruto said with a blush as his eyes looked to the side. Then maybe I should invite Cha-Cha to make things even. Izuki said making a red blush come across his cheeks and his nose gush blood as an image of Izuki and Cha-Cha embracing each other giving cries of pleasure. Pervert. Izuki said with a smug smirk. Well don't blame me. That's a very welcome sight. Naruto said with an embarrassed grin. Whatever. What makes me and here doing each other such an appealing sight? Izuki questioned. Have you seen yourselves? Naruto said with a smirk. Whatever. Izuki said. She smiled as her head rested against Naruto's chest, but then she was feeling more vigor. Is this because of Naruto? Izuki wondered, but then she managed to gain the strength to lay Naruto down. Izuki then got on top of him and straddled him. My turn. Izuki said with a seductive smile as she blushed, looking down at him with seductive eyes. Should have expected nothing less from you, Izuki-chan. Naruto said with a grin. Damn straight. Izuki said as she grabbed a hold of his member, making Naruto shiver. Damn. I can barely hold this in my hands. Izuki said as she lifted her hips up and positioned Naruto's member underneath her entrance. Once it was below her at the exact right position, Izuki slowly came down as Naruto's member started going into her. Izuki's eyes twitched as she gritted her teeth a bit. Despite having it in her no less than 2 to 3 minutes ago, it still felt a bit strained to have it re-enter her, but it then was being replaced with electric-like pleasure. Taking as much as she could, Azuki started moving up and down as she bobbed up and down Naruto's member. Azuki smiled as she slid up and down Naruto's member, feeling the pleasure of his member coming in and out. So good. Azuki thought with a delighted and slightly perverted smile. Naruto gripped Azuki's waist, with his fingers pressing into her butt cheek. Then a thought came to mind as she rode Naruto. Naruto, when did you start having feelings for me? Azuki asked, surprising Naruto. I'm not sure. It feels like I've liked you forever. Naruto said. Just try your best to think. Azuki said. Does it really matter? Naruto asked. Azuki then came down and gave him a deep kiss, with her tongue exploring every inch of his mouth. Once she separated, Naruto had wide eyes and a blush. I really can't remember, but I realized how important you were to me after our fight. You know, when I took on Kuragasa. Oh. Azuki said as she suddenly stopped. You were the only subject on my mind. How far I went to protect that bear I got for you. I guess I just fell hard without knowing it. Naruto said. Azuki then smiled as she locked lips with Naruto again and continued grinding against him, feeling his member go deep inside her. Azuki then sat up and moaned as she rode him. Naruto thrust up, pumping his member deep into Azuki. Azuki panted as she felt Naruto go deeper into her. It felt so strange having it in her and so pleasurable. Azuki increased her rate of speed, feeling great pleasure as Naruto went in and out of her. Naruto then brought his right hand around towards her frontal lower rein, then inserted his thumb straight in, causing Azuki to cry out with pleasure as she came, drenching Naruto's member and crotch area in her love juices. You really are sensitive. Naruto said. You Urusai. Azuki shouted. Suddenly Naruto sat up, alerting Azuki as he then grabbed hold of her waist and rear tightly as he stood up on the bed. Naruto then started to ram his hips forward, causing Azuki to moan with pleasure as he thrusted into her. He pounded into her with strength and power, letting his member go in deep. Naruto held onto Azuki tightly, squeezing her rear tightly, causing her to give noises of pleasure as he then increased speed a bit. Then in one strong thrust, his member broke right through the entrance of her womb as now the tip was inside it, making Azuki cry out in both pain and pleasure. Naruto increased his speed as he thrust into Azuki, causing her love juices to drip out with each thrust. Naruto then started thrusting faster into Azuki, causing her to pant faster. Azuki moaned as Naruto thrusted faster and harder into her, making her toes curl from the pleasure. Naruto groaned as he filled Azuki with his long gift from above. Azuki grabbed his arms, trying to gain some leverage up, but his movements were so strong that all she could do was hold on, her nails digging into Naruto's skin. Naruto then increased his speed, causing his hips to blur, which caused Azuki to pant and gasp from the strength and speed behind Naruto's thrusts, her tongue out. Naruto wrapped his arms around Azuki's waist, bringing her in closer as he pounded into her, causing her love juices to spill out and droplets to fly from each thrust. Naruto gritted his teeth as his muscles tightened, his blood pumping faster through his veins. Naruto's member twitched inside of Azuki's sex, her inner walls constricting his shaft. Naruto groaned through his gritting teeth as he then came inside of Azuki, causing her to cry out with pleasure. Naruto held Azuki in his arms as his fluids filled up Azuki. Azuki panted with her tongue out, her head leaned back as she gasped for air, feeling her innards fill up with Naruto's fluids. Naruto suddenly took Azuki's left nipple into his mouth, thrusting a bit into her as his fluids came out and fill up inside her. Azuki was making acking noises as she felt herself get filled up while she was being pleasured at the same time. Once Naruto was done filling Azuki up, he let her fall. Once Azuki's back hit the bed's surface, Naruto's fluids came out of her majesty. Azuki panted from the experience, but then suddenly Naruto grabbed her and turned her body around so now she was lying face first against the bed. Naruto knelt down as he grabbed Azuki's behind, raised it up, positioned himself and rammed his member straight back into her majesty. Azuki cried out with pleasure as she felt Naruto thrust more into her. Naruto held Azuki's bottom with his strong hands, gripping and squeezing her buns as he thrust his member into her over and over again. Azuki head shot back every time he thrust into her, her love juices pouring down her leg as he rammed her. Droplets squirting out every time he thrust into her. Azuki panted and made noises as Naruto filled up her sex with his long, strong member. Naruto humped Azuki with strength, grunting as his tip went into her womb. So good. I never thought that I'd ever be so lucky to do this with Azuki-chan. Naruto thought with gritting teeth as he thrust hard into Azuki's sex. Azuki's head hung as she panted, feeling pleasure with each thrust. Such strength. Such an electric feeling. Naruto bent over and bit Azuki's trapezius muscle, causing her to cry out with a mix of pain and pleasure as she felt a burning heat from the bite, as it then felt that all her nerves were feeling power all at once, electricity shocking every single sensation in her body. Naruto wrapped his arms around Azuki's body as he then increased his tempo, causing Azuki to gasp with every thrust now as she felt Naruto's strong arms wrap around her body. Naruto increased speed and power, causing audible smacking noises to echo within his room. Feeling Azuki's love juices cover his whole member, made it easier for him to thrust in her. The way her juices felt, her inner walls and the feeling of entering her womb, all felt electrifying. Naruto's body then glowed gold, as he now produced heat, causing Azuki to feel an aura of tender warmth to cover her body, and what more is that she felt that warmth within her through her strange. Azuki panted from the feeling of heat entering her body. It felt so foreign and yet sun-welcomed. Naruto's fluids were coming out, warming her insides even more. God, was this heat driving her crazy. Naruto sucked on her neck and trapezius muscle, causing hickeys to form on Azuki. Nice warm hickeys that elicit excitement into her very being. Naruto groaned as his hips hurried, causing now warm juices to flow out from Azuki, her insides heating up. Naruto banged Azuki hard and strong, until he then groaned, leaning back as he grabbed hold of her buns tightly and then started thrusting so fast his hips became a blur and his power to increase, causing red marks to form on Azuki's behind from the force she felt of Naruto's hips smacking into her. Azuki groaned with gritting teeth as tears formed from her eyes. The heat, the pressure, the strength, the power, the speed, the intensity. She was going to explode. Iku tilde tilde tilde. Azuki then exploded with an orgasm, which led to her letting out an audible cry of pleasure. Azuki calmly lied against the bed, her breasts pressed against the surface. Naruto then came up from behind, and started kissing her back. Azuki shivered from the sensation. Now you're doing foreplay? Azuki questioned with a small smirking grin. Just easing things, till the next round. Naruto said as he continued kissing. Next round. Geez, don't you ever stop? Azuki questioned as Naruto kissed up to her neck. Only when the ladies can't take it. Naruto whispered. I can take it. Azuki said as her pride got the better of her. Naruto smirked at hearing this. Let's prove that then. Naruto said as he lowly started inserting his member into Azuki's entrance. Azuki gave a small moan of pleasure as she then shut her lip and closed her eyes tight as Naruto's member went deeper and deeper into her. Once he was all the way in, Azuki gave a pleasure-filled cry as Naruto rested himself onto her back. Naruto then slowly thrust in and out of Azuki's majesty. Azuki closed her mouth as her lips quivered from feeling the sensation of Naruto thrusting. Naruto then started kissing the nape of her neck, causing her to open her mouth and make squeaking noises. Naruto then slapped his hand onto her left butt cheek, causing Azuki to moan as he squeezed her bun. Azuki panted as she felt Naruto slowly, but tenderly making love to her from behind. The feeling of his hard, strong muscles against her back, his sexy pecs, his perfect abs. Such the feeling delighted her. Naruto placed his hands atop of the back of her own, grasping them tight as she made her hands into fists. Azuki moaned as she felt him filling her up. Her walls had tightened around his member, causing Naruto to groan as he felt his cock be smothered by Azuki's inner walls. You feel so good, Azuki-chan. Naruto said. Quit it with the sweet talk. Azuki said with her eyes closed shut. Now why can't I spell a little truth? Someone like you deserves to hear how good she is, in beauty, personality and performance. It's something I can help, but tell. Naruto whispered into her ear and then he bit her earlobe, causing her to cry out in pleasure as she orgasmed, covering his still thrusting member into her. Azuki panted as he heart raced a bit from the orgasm. She was feeling too good. Naruto, please, just come inside me already. Azuki begged. Naruto smirked as he heard her begging him to release. I do as I'm commanded. Naruto whispered. Then with a few more thrusts, Naruto gave one final pump as his fluids rushed straight into Azuki, causing her to moan as her upper body leaned up along with Naruto doing the same, but his hold on her hands tightened as he released himself into her. After what felt like 1,000 years for Azuki, she fell forward, panting as Naruto finished filling her up. Naruto moaned with a widening smile. He then pulled back, as he grabbed Azuki's legs and then flipped her over onto her back, and then he immediately inserted his member back into her, causing her to moan and bring her head back. Naruto came down and started leaving kisses onto Azuki's collarbone. Azuki panted as she felt him pumping into her again. Naruto then grabbed her breasts and started groping them, which increased the pleasure. You know I would have killed to be in the position we are in now. Naruto said. Pete pervert. Azuki said, but then Naruto pulled on her breasts making her give an audible moan. You're a pervert too, Azuki-chan. After all, you said you wanted this. We're here because of you. Naruto said. I know. Don't rub it in. Azuki said as her eyes were closed from feeling the enticing pleasure. Suddenly Naruto's mouth took in her right nipple making her cry out in pleasure. Naruto sucked on her nipple, licking it, as he also pinched the other nipple in between his thumb and index fingers. Azuki's feet were pounding against the bed sheets as her toes curled up from the pleasure of having her breasts groped, sucked and pinched and her entranced, penetrated by a thick member. Naruto now increased the speed of his hips, causing Azuki's body to move in rhythm with him, shaking the bed a bit. Naruto groaned as he sucked on Azuki's nipple, increasing the tempo. Azuki was now making noises of surprised pleasure. Naruto increased his speed and power, causing the whole bed to shake rapidly while he pumped his member into Azuki. Azuki moaned and groaned with her mouth opened and tongue out, feeling the immensely amazing pleasure. Naruto then separated his mouth from her breast with an audible pop as he reeled back. Now gritting his teeth, Naruto held Azuki's hips in his hands. Azuki-chan, say it. Naruto groaned out. What? Azuki questioned. You know what? Say it. Naruto ordered. I don't know what you're talking about. Say it now. Naruto exclaimed as he then started banging into Azuki hard, causing her inner thighs to hurt. Azuki moaned as she felt Naruto pound at her relentlessly. Every thrust, every slapping occupied her hearing. She was about to explode. Naruto, Azuki stuttered as he increased his speed. Naruto. Naruto increased his power, causing her legs to go numb as now her whole body was being affected by his massively powerful thrusts. Naruto. I love you. Azuki cried out, then she gave a yell as Naruto gave one final thrust and came inside her, hard. His fluids covering her insides in its warm liquid. Azuki's cries of pleasure the only thing to be heard as Naruto held her in place within his strong grip. It has been hours since they had started their love-making. The two hadn't left the bedroom since. Right now they were still going at it. The two were under the covers, Naruto atop of Azuki, thrusting into her, while she laid back against the bed, with her head atop of a pillow. Azuki panted as Naruto thrust into her. Her arms wrapped around his neck, while her legs around his waist. It was a simple love-making, but it was oh so welcome to the two. Azuki moaned with a smile as Naruto pumped into her. Oh, so good. Azuki said as Naruto picked up the rhythm. Azuki moaned as she wrapped her legs tighter around Naruto's waist, as he pumped faster and stronger. Naruto's muscles then flexed as he groaned and came in Azuki again. Azuki held Naruto tighter as he continued to release his fluids into her. Azuki moaned as she felt his fluids continue to flow within her. Once done, Azuki's hands trailed down Naruto, her nails digging into his skin, leaving claw marks on him that immediately healed. Lemon scene over. Azuki now laid completely exhausted. Naruto rolled off her and was now lying on his back. Naruto sighed as he handed his hands behind his head with a satisfied smile on his face. Azuki then found a little bit of strength to lay her head on his chest along with her hands. Now I understand what they mean about how this makes you feel like a real woman. Azuki managed to breathe out. I'm glad I made the experience that great for you. Naruto said with a smile as he looked down at her. I just wished I could have done the same for you. Azuki said with mock disappointment as she looked up at him with her lips eyes and half-lidded eyes. I could help with that. A voice was spoke making the two turn. There standing at the doorway was Cha-Cha in her black nightgown. Room for one more? Cha-Cha asked with a wink and sideways peace sign over her open eye. Hell yeah. Naruto cheered with a toothy grin. Hell no. Azuki shouted with an annoyed anime-styled face. A little later, Naruto, Azuki, Cha-Cha and Kimi sat in the den while the others were in their rooms. They were busy discussing things. Oh come on Tilda. It would have been fun Tilda. Cha-Cha whined. She and Kimi sat side by side. Yeah right, you pervert. I don't see how people would be okay with something like that. Azuki said with her arms crossed. She sat beside Naruto. Are you kidding? Cha-Cha then appeared in between Naruto and Azuki as she then wrapped her arms around their necks. Got the hunkiest man alive with his amazing steel-hard muscles on one end. Cha-Cha said with a grin making Naruto blush and rub the back of his head. And a hot woman with nice breasts to play with on the other. Nani. Azuki exclaimed with a red blush and wide eyes as Cha-Cha then looked to her with seductive eyes. Listen, if this is about that kiss, I never What the hell are you doing? Azuki exclaimed as Cha-Cha then started groping Azuki's breasts as she rubbed her cheek on the redhead's chest with a grin on her face. Get off. Anyo, I have something that I've been meaning to ask. Kimi said earning the attention of the other three. When I first mated with Naruto-kun. The word mated made all, except Cha-Cha, blush red. He released himself inside of me. Kimi said as her eyes then sparkled. Does that mean I am pregnant? Kimi asked with shining eyes. Her roommates had wide eyes at the declaration. Hey yeah, are we? Cha-Cha asked, turning her head to Naruto. Well. Hooray. I'm gonna have a baby. Cha-Cha cheered with a grin. My parents are gonna kill me. Azuki whined with scared and teary anime eyes. A baby, I'm going to be a mother. Kimi said as her whole face turned red. Hold on. None of you are pregnant. Naruto shouted getting their attention. Kurama had taken control of my bodily functions so that when I released, my sperm wouldn't get mixed in. All that went in you was that fluid that makes them go in easier. Naruto explained. Oh thank God. Azuki said with relief. Tilda, I wanted a baby from Naruto-kun. Cha-Cha whined. I don't think I was ready for that responsibility anyway. Kimi said, now thinking logically over the idea. Wait, but if that's true then, there's no consequences to consider. Cha-Cha cheered with a new grin. Naruto-kun. Do me now. Cha-Cha cheered as she shed off her clothes so she'd only be in her underwear. Cha-Cha. Azuki exclaimed her friend's name. No worries. I could, anytime. Kimi said as her whole face glowed neon while her eyes were swirls. All the while Naruto stayed silent before sighing. Yar days. The next night, the teams had been broken into two-person teams as they explored the night for any strange activity. Nigaru da yo. Run for your life, Naruto screamed as he sped through the forest with Kengo following behind, screaming as he held his training katana. Suddenly bursting through the trees, tearing them down was a giant monster that seemed to be made of black wood, with green energy pumping through it like veins showing off a glow as well, with its head having a crown at the top and had sharp wooden teeth while its eyes glowed green. It moved with large arms, but its lower body was large vines and roots making it look like the tentacles of an octopus. How the hell did we end up finding this thing? Kengo shouted with wide anime eyes. I blame you. What for? Naruto shouted with an annoyed anime face. Wherever you go, excitement follows. I hate it. The two continued to run with the monster hot on their trail. Let's turn back the clock a bit. A test of courage. Yup Tilda. I heard there's all sorts of demons that haunt this island. The most famous one is the Seiko. I heard some look like kids with one giant eye and some only have one leg. I heard they look so cute you just want to pinch them Tilda. And I heard they don't like sardines. Yuka said with her usual smile. The locals believe that this forest is full of them so they're too afraid to come near it. So that's why we'll go in groups Tilda. Everyone, have fun demon hunting Tilda. Then everyone was getting pieces of paper with different colors at the end of them. Mine's red. Anaho said with a cat-like smile. She had manji on her head. Mine too. Looks like we'll be partners Tilda. Haruko said with a smile. While everyone got their paper, Naruto was shaking with wide anime eyes. Demon, children, with one giant eye, and one leg, what the fuck? Naruto thought as he shook like a leaf. He wasn't the only one. Himegami was frightened as well from hearing the story. Naruto. Naruto looked to see Furin extending a basket to him. He reached in and took a purple one. Whoever has that color is your partner. Furin explained. Okay. Naruto said, still holding some fear. What's with you? Furin asked. Demon children, scary. Naruto said. Don't tell me you're afraid. Uruchi said. Demon children, with one big eye and leg, Naruto responded. You have a demon sealed in you. Uruchi argued. He's a giant fox with 9 tails who was behind a cage. Nothing to be too afraid of. We're hunting demon children with one big eyes, and one leg, different. Naruto responded. Well, hopefully you'll have someone with you to protect you. Uruchi teased with a grin. Damn it, Tilda. I got Naruto. I wanted Yuka-chan tilde tilde. Kengo whined. Never mind. Uruchi said with a dull look. Hey. I'm strong. Kengo shouted. Sadly, he's not wrong. Azuki said with some shame that she was technically weaker than Kengo. Oi. Don't worry Naruto-kun. Just scream and Cha-Cha-chan will come running to protect you from any demon. Cha-Cha said with a grin. Like from that one. She pointed towards a shadowy figure. Naruto and Himegami screamed in fear as they then hugged each other out of instinct. Oops. Wait, that's Takaru. Cha-Cha said as she got a better view of the reddish-haired teen, who was seriously beaten up. Damn you Takaru. Don't scare me like that. Himegami shouted as she punched the top of Takaru's head. The hell happened to you? Naruto asked. Tilde. Takaru was standing across the waterfall of where he was training. Minori stood atop of a stalagmite while Aki was on standby, ready to heal Takaru. I'm not comfortable with this. Takaru said. What? You're not gonna give me that crap about I don't hit women, are you? Minori argued. No, well I do feel like that, but also, if I hit you, then Naruto might get pissed. Takaru said. He, like a real man, understands the value of training and will understand any injury I sustain. Minori said. I can be a real man. Takaru muttered as he aimed a dull glare to the side. You're the one who asked me to make you stronger, remember? If you want to stay the weakling that you are then that's fine with me. I'm not that weak anymore. Takaru thought as he stared at Minori with a dull stare. But if you're serious about becoming stronger then I want you to show me. I'm not worried one bit. After all, a weakling like you will never be able to lay a finger on me. Minori said. Fine, Takaru said as he untied his weights. I'll show you how serious I am. Takaru screamed as he dashed at Minori at a blinding speed, leaving a small crater and a cloud of dirt from the force behind his leap. Wow. Minori said with a smile as she leapt away from Takaru, who broke right through the waterfall, leaving a crater into the wall and a large hole in the waterfall from the force, causing Aki to gasp at the strength Takaru had achieved, and was shocked that Minori was able to dodge the attack so easily, and from that kind of speed. Takaru then leapt back at Minori sending blinding fast punches that Minori was dodging with ease. Not bad. You're pretty quick. Suddenly she appeared behind him. But, Minori then kicked him in the back, sending him crashing into the water below. Minori then landed on a rocky wall, her feet slammed into the wall so she could stand on it, as then Takaru burst from the water and rocketed towards her. Your approach is still sloppy. That's sloppy. Aki thought with disbelief. You're hesitating too much. He is. Aki thought with even more disbelief. Very well. I guess I'll offer some special service to help motivate you. Minori then gained a seductive smile. If you hit me even once, I'll let you fondle my breasts tilde. Minori said seductively as she gestured to her breasts. Takaru's eyes widened anime style as he then slowed down his momentum as he screamed and hit the wall, missing Minori, who looked surprised with Aki. Takaru then fell to the water, before he burst out and ran along it, speeding to shore as he then hid behind Aki, confusing the two ladies even more. Are you crazy woman? Naruto will kill me. Takaru shouted with fear as he shook like a leaf and sweated bullets. Seriously? Minori questioned with a dull look and raised eyebrow. Yes. If he hears that I touched you like that, he will break my bones, pound me with his fists and golden asuras, then he'll bend me into a pretzel where he'll then throw me like a frisbee. Takaru said. He'll do that? Minori questioned as she landed onto the stalagmite. You do not know how precious you are, you him. Takaru said, still in fear. Minori blinked for a moment, but then she had a dreamy smile as she held her blushing cheeks. I'm really that important to him. Oh, this is too much. Minori said as she looked to the side with a pure joyous smile as her cheeks got hotter. Aki whined as she looked to the floor with a melancholic expression. Crazy woman. She's a complete fangirl. Takaru muttered. What? Minori screamed, making Takaru flinch, but then suddenly she was in front of him with Aki pushed to the side. You think I'm a useless fangirl? Minori yelled with fire in her eyes. No. I never said useless. Takaru quickly said with new fear and his hands up in defense. Well, congratulations. You just bumped up to expert level. Minori said with a sadistic grinning smirk as she cracked her knuckles. Takaru shook even more as he was in for one hell of a beating. Let's just say, I screwed the pooch. Takaru said. Naruto and Kengo just turned to each other and shrugged, accepting it, while the girls were still confused. So what are we doing? Hunting for demons. Kengo said. I'm with Naruto. Takaru said. Too late. It's a random chance system. Plus he's scared shitless. Kengo said. You would too if you're hunting horrifyingly deformed one-legged demon kid with one huge eye. Naruto argued with a glare to Kengo. I never said they were deformed tilde. Yuka chimed. No demon naturally looks adorable. Not even Kurama. He's more frightening with the permanent glare. Naruto said. I don't always glare. Well, they don't know that. Naruto mentally responded. Kurama-kun doesn't always glare. Kimi said. Shit. Kurama-kun. He's also pretty cute. Cha-cha said. Nevertheless, it's alright for strong people like myself to be a bit shaken by the thought of spooky demons and apparitions. I mean, just look at Himegami Imouto. Naruto said, earning an electrocution from Himegami. The taller blonde, however, just had dull eyes despite being charred for the moment. Furin then walked up to Takaru and handed him the last paper slip. I'm surprised you're cool with handing this to me personally. Takaru said. I've learned to adapt, thanks to Naruto. Furin said with closed eyes as she turned and walked to Yuka. Takaru looked at his slip and looked at the others to find that he was in the same group as Haruko and Anaho. Well, I'm not with Naruto and Kengo, so this won't be a Fantastic 3 adventure, but I'm in the same group as Haruko and Anaho-chan. Which means, a double-breast sandwich. Takaru thought with a cheerful grin. There's absolutely nothing to be afraid of, you two. I'll chase away any demon that appears. But if you'd like, you can hold onto my arms. Takaru exclaimed with new bravado. Let's get going. Leave all the fighting to me. Anaho exclaimed with new vigor and determination. I'm really excited. Haruko said with a grin, but then she noticed the look on Takaru's face. Huh? What's wrong, Take-chan? Haruko asked. Nothing. I'm crying because I'm excited too. Takaru said as he turned away with anime tears going down his eyes. But I'm worried since it's Yuka-senpai. You're not planning any surprises, are you? Azuki questioned with suspicion. Geez. I can't hide anything from you. Yuka said with a caught smile. The truth is that there's a lot of people who went into the forest and have gone missing. They are missing. A frightened and shaking Himegami asked. A local asked me if we can investigate the forest and find out what could have happened. Yuka finished explaining. HMPH. Kengo looked away with annoyance. What's with you? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm not bothering. Kengo said. Huh. I'm not soft-hearted enough to put myself in danger for someone who hates me because of what I am. Kengo said with indifference. Naruto looked to him, understanding where he's coming from, but still. So you're going to abandon innocent people. I didn't take you for the cold type. Naruto said with half-lidded eyes. Don't lecture me. You know exactly where I'm coming with this. Kengo said. It's true. In this world, those who possess extraordinary powers like the members of Maken are feared and most likely hated, just like how the villagers treated him, only he knew a lot of people hated him. True, but I never abandoned people. Naruto shot back. You almost abandoned Iruka. Kengo responded. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kengo, annoyed at bringing up old history. Almost, but I didn't. I know that if I did abandon him to be killed by Mizuki I would have regretted it for the rest of my life, and I know you will regret this if you walk away. Naruto said. Difference man. I'm not you. Kengo said. The two silently glared at each other as a dark aura surrounded them, giving everyone the chills, while Takaru remained calm with his hands in his pockets, acting like nothing was happening. Yar yar. You're being a real pain in the ass. For sticking up for myself and my views. You really are just trying to be the perfect Boy Scout. Watch it Usui. Naruto was starting to get pissed. Listen, just because you had worse treatment than what we get, doesn't give you the right to tell others right and wrong, making their morals seem meaningless you ignorant prick. Kengo shouted. Aura. Naruto shouted as he punched Kengo square in the face. Yaro. Kengo shouted as he sent his haymaker to Naruto's face. The two then growled with gritted teeth as they then started punching and kicking each other. Oh my god. Naruto. Kengo. Stop it. Haruko shouted as she was about to break the fight up, but Takaru extended his arm as he stopped her from pressing forward. Let it be. This is normal. Takaru said with a dull look. This is normal. Haruko shouted. Yep. Best to stay 10 to 12 feet away. Takaru said nonchalantly. So you just stand on the sidelines while these two duke it out. Some friend you are. Himegami said with her arms crossed. You clearly don't know guys. Takaru said earning an annoyed glare from Himegami. Someone please stop them. They're scaring Matabi-chan. Kimi said with a sad frown as she held the blue flaming kitten. Meow. Matabi gave a worried meow. Alright, that's enough you two. Furin shouted, interrupting Minori. Naruto and Kengo stopped as they looked at Furin. You both are acting like fools. Naruto, despite not liking Usui's point of views, he is right. You do not determine what is right and wrong when it comes to other people's personal opinions. Usui has the right to hate anyone he wants. Kengo, despite understanding how you feel, don't let your personal views get in the way of such things. You are Maken key, like the rest of us. The club was founded to protect the peaceful lives of everyone. Even those who will hate us in the end, we will not abandon them. As the president, I take great pride in being part of this amazing group known as Maken Key. Furin proclaimed with pure conviction. Alright already. If you're gonna say all of that then I really don't have a choice. Kengo said with a bored, yet defeated tone. Naruto then lightly slugged him on the arm having a smile on his face, with Kengo gladly returning one of his own into Naruto's arm with his own smile. Guys, please stop fighting. Anaho said with worry and concern. Easy Anaho-chan. They made up. Everything's fine. Takaru said with a small smile. Huh. Anaho looked to him with anime eyes and a cat-like confused smile as she then turned back to Naruto and Kengo who were laughing with toothy grins on their faces. You guys are so weird. Anaho said with the girls nodding in agreement, confused on how the two could make up like that. Like I said, none of you will ever understand guys. Takaru said with a smirk. Alright, let's just get this thing over with. Kengo said unenthusiastically as he turned to a random direction. Oh Usui-kun tilde. Yuka chimed making Kengo turn as she came up to him. Just to give you extra motivation. Yuka leaned in and whispered something into Kengo's ear making him develop a wide toothy excited grin that went from ear to ear. Come now. Let us valiantly rescue these captured innocents and bring them back to their families. Make haste. Kengo exclaimed with a heroic voice as he had a determined look on his face and his training sword out and extended forward as he picked up his pace. Yuka giggled while Naruto sighed. All she needs to do is promise him some sex and he'll do just about anything. Naruto said dully as he followed Kengo with a dull look and his hands in his pocket. Once they were gone, everyone remained in the same spot in silence for a few moments. So how do you think they're gonna last? Azuki broke the silence. They'll be fine. They might argue and uproot some trees, but it's normal. Takaru said with a shrug. You guys are a bunch of weirdos. Azuki said with half-lidded eyes. Let's go Kimi. Azuki said as she went in another direction. Hi. Azuki ne sama. Kimi exclaimed with a salute making Azuki blush. Matabi was rested atop of Kimi's head, giving an agreeing, meow. You don't have to add the sama. We're sisters. Azuki said. Really? Kimi asked with sparkling joy-filled teary eyes and a joyous smile. Why yeah. Just keep up. Azuki said with a blush as Kimi picked up her pace. Naruto and Kengo were walking through the forest trying to search for any suspicious activity. So far they had found nothing. So, seriously, you'll do just about anything for Yuka? Naruto asked. Yes sir. Kengo said with pride. What is it do you see in her? Naruto asked. My other half. Kengo said with a happy smile. Whoa, that's deep. Naruto said with surprise. He figured Kengo would say something that would sound a lot, but this was a response you'd expect from a married man. So Tilda, if you had the choice, would you marry her? Of course. We're already living together and we're so used to it we can't imagine being in the same home together. Kengo said as if it were obvious, a smile etched on his face. You know I have the exact same thoughts when it comes to the girls. I mean I already live with them. I cook for them, I clean for them before they get the chance to do so themselves, I even watch those dramas and soap operas with them. Naruto said. It's a pain what we do to keep our ladies happy, huh? Kengo said with an empathic smile. Amen to that brother. Naruto said with a cool smile. As they walked for a while, Kengo had the urge to tell Naruto something. Hey dude, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Kengo started. What? Ever since that battle atop of Amanohara, you know after you woke up and exploded with power, Yuka and I have been feeling kind of tingly. Too much information. Naruto shouted with his eyes closed and gritting anime teeth with his hand up. Not like that. Kengo shouted with annoyance. What I mean is, we think that, your chakra went into our bodies. Kengo said as he and Naruto stopped. All of ours. Have you noticed any changes in the others? Kengo asked. Now that you mention it. Naruto thought over about his girlfriends having more strength and energy than usual and Haruko does have more strength and power than before they came to the island. Suddenly the two sensed a flash of energy. You sense that? Naruto questioned as they turned towards where they sensed the energy source. Sadly. Kengo said as he rested his hand on the pommel of his training katana. Kengo then heard a noise making him turn his head to see a root moving. Naruto. Kengo said making Naruto turn as Usui pointed to the root. Golden Asura. Naruto said with a stoic yet ready expression as Golden Asura appeared, dashed over and grabbed hold of the root, pulling it. Aura. Golden Asura shouted as the spirit pulled the root, only to cause a loud roaring sound to follow. Kengo and Naruto's eyes were wide anime-styled. What the hell was that? Naruto questioned as his anime eyes blinked. If I say nothing, will it not be real? Kengo questioned. Suddenly another large root came swinging horizontally at Golden Asura, who grabbed it then gave a loud aura, as it tore off both roots from whatever it was connected to. A growling roar was heard making Naruto and Kengo gulp. Suddenly they noticed a glow within the shadows afar. Slowly coming out, standing taller than the mansion they built was a giant beast made of wood and trees. It had a jaw that looked like a mix between Golden Asura's and Isobu the Sanbi's jaw, while it had spiky wood atop its head making it look like it had a crown. Its muscles were roots, its skin was tree bark, its claws were spiky roots of uprooted trees, and its lower body was just numerous roots that acted as tentacles. Two oaks stood out of its shoulders. It was all black, but it through its body were vein-like marking that glowed green, no doubt of elemental Maken energy. It was what I guess you could call a tree ogre. Sort of. Golden Asura is not going to be enough to be it, is he? Kengo asked. I don't think so. Naruto said. Aura. Golden Asura said before he vanished. So, any backup plans? Kengo asked with his voice cracking a bit in fear. Only one I can think of. It's a secret technique of a legendary lineage that I take to heart, respecting its effectiveness in the battlefield. Naruto said with a serious stare making Kengo look to him. Which now led to this. Nigaru da yo. Naruto and Kengo were running for their lives as the giant monster gave chase. Seriously. A Joseph Joestar. Kengo yelled. It's keeping us alive, isn't it? Naruto shouted back. For how long? Kengo screamed with an angry anime glare. Then they noticed their path was going to end. Cliff. Naruto's ears twitched as they heard a certain sound. Running water. Leap of faith. Now. Naruto shouted as he picked up speed. Oh goddammit. Kengo shouted as he picked up the pace. The two then jumped off the cliff as they then were speeding down to a large lake. Splashing into the water, the two were down deep in the water, feeling they had lost the creature. 31 flavors of wrong there. The beast had followed them into the water. Diving deep into the water, causing a large shockwave, making waves that took Kengo and Naruto away. Once the two slowed down a bit, their eyes widened as they saw the monster roar as it swam to them. They immediately started swimming fast, leading them up to the surface of the water where they then started running on the water, as the tree ogre's head came up and roared as it swam after them. It can swim. It can swim. Kengo screamed. I noticed. Naruto shouted. What are we going to do? We can't lead this thing to the others or the villagers. Kengo shouted. Get to shore, I'm calling help. Naruto said. Once they reached land, Naruto immediately turned around and glared at the beast with gritting teeth. Matabi. Naruto shouted. Suddenly blue flames came rocketing into Naruto as Naruto transformed into his Nibi state. Naruto raised his hands up high as he then concentrated. Kengo watched as a blue ball of fire appeared over Naruto, then grew as it started transforming. Suddenly the wind around them became harsh as the ball transformed. Holy! Kengo gaped as he stared at the jutsu. Gigante ao high shuriken. Giant blue fire shuriken. Mixed some Spanish in there. Naruto shouted as the giant flaming blue fireball that looked like a giant blue flaming Rasenshuriken was over Naruto's head. Naruto then roared as he threw the flaming ball at the creature, hitting it dead on as the shuriken exploded, engulfing the creature. Alright. Kengo cheered with a grin and his fist pumped. Naruto smirked as he watched the creature burn and fall apart. Both he and Kengo watched as now scattered wood floated on the lake. However, they gained worried expressions as the lake glowed green. Suddenly new roots came from the lake as it came together, becoming black wooden trees, built by strong roots. The tree ogre roared as it was now resurrected. Its roar was so loud that it created a shockwave that created new waves that had now overshadowed the two male Maken key members. Oh she! Before Kengo could finish that sentence, both he and Naruto were hit with the wave. They managed to stay on their feet, but now they were wet with Naruto's hair being down while a shivering Matabi stood atop his head. The water was cold. Matabi hated cold water. Now what? Kengo asked. Matabi, go back to Kimi-chan. Get everyone together. Understand? Naruto said with a calm yet serious tone and look. Meow. Matabi responded before she rocketed away in a ball of blue flame. What do we do? Kengo asked. We get it into an open area and finish it there. I have a plan. Naruto said as he and Kengo started to run again with the tree ogre resuming the chase. Once Matabi made it back to Kimi, the petite girl ran up to her and knelt down with Azuki by her side. Matabi-chan, what happened? What happened to Naruto-kun? Kimi quickly asked with new worry and fear. Matabi meowed as she gestured for them to follow. Kimi and Azuki followed her, making sure they keep a close proximity with the little flame kitten. But this isn't the way she went before. Kimi said. She's probably taking us to regroup with the others. Whatever Naruto must have found has to be really bad. Azuki said. Soon enough the pair met with Cha-Cha and Fu. What's up? Fu greeted. Naruto-kun's in trouble. Kimi exclaimed. What? Where is he? Cha-Cha quickly questioned with new fear and worry. The kitten here knows. Naruto told her to regroup everyone first. Azuki said. How can you tell? Fu asked. Intuition. Azuki said. Imouto. Use your awesome powers of flight to go into the sky and look for our friends. Cha-Cha gave the orders, taking new command as she had a look of determination on her face. I Nei-chan. Fu said with a salute as she then sprout her insect wings and flew into the sky. Fu scouted the area to find everyone. Locked on everyone's coordinates. Keep up. Fu shouted as she then flew off. The girls below followed her at top speed. Don't worry Naruto-kun. Kimi shouted. Your girls are coming. Cha-Cha shouted with determination. Hell yeah. Azuki shouted in agreement. Down in the underground, Takaru, Haruko, Anaho with Manji and the innkeeper's daughter, Kuuna had landed in an underground lake. Takaru had done a moment where he accidentally pulled down Haruko's shorts when trying to get to shore, earning a kick across the lake. Once coming back, he was forced to look away as the girls started taking off their now wet clothing and damaged clothing so they could dry it. So what you're saying is in order to cushion the fall of me and Haruko-senpai, you positioned yourself under us while we were falling? Anaho asked, making sure she got everything. Is that true? Haruko asked. Next time I won't be so considerate of you too. Takaru said, still sore about earning a kick to the face for protecting Anaho, Haruko and Kuuna. He was currently sitting lotus style. We should hurry and find a way out of here. It'll be dangerous if the ceiling collapses while we're still here. Anaho said as she squeezed the liquid from her clothes, but then she realized something. I just realized this is all my fault, so I'm really sorry tilde. Anaho said with anime tears, referring to when they faced a monster made of wood up above and her Kamuto had slammed into the ground leading them to these caverns. Don't worry about it, Haruko said, trying to comfort Anaho. The two then noticed that Takaru was taking off his shirt. They stared attentively until he shed the top to reveal his now muscular form. The pair had wide shocked anime eyes as their cheeks blushed red. All that training he did with Naruto and Kengo did wonders for his body as he was not scrawny anymore. Kuuna stared at the two girls with confusion. She didn't understand what was up with them. The blonde boy they hang out with looked way more better looking. I'll go explore the cavern. You three should wait here for me. While we were fighting that monster above, I couldn't find its element. It'll be better if we defeat it first before returning. Takaru then pointed towards a passageway. I can sense that its element is somewhere deep inside these caverns. Takaru said, surprising the others. Can you sense its element? Haruko whispered to Anaho. No. Anaho replied. You and the brat will stay here, Haruko. Anaho-chan will stay here to protect. You, Kuuna then kicked Takaru's bottom out of annoyance at being called a brat. Hey. Takaru rubbed his bottom. It didn't really hurt, but it annoyed him. I'm coming along with you, ugly face. Kuuna shouted. It's too dangerous. Wait, who the hell are you anyways? I've seen you sneaking around before spying on us, but why were you outside again this time? I forgot your name. It's Kuuna. Kuuna Suginoki. I'm a third grader from Okino Elementary School. I'm the one who asked Maken to investigate the forest. I was trying to find you guys to make sure you were doing your job. Kuuna then started to tear up. I was with my friends before, but they've already been missing for a week. I knew it was dangerous for normal people with abilities will be alright, that's why I asked. But I didn't know if I could trust you, so I. Suddenly Takaru placed his hand atop of her head. We're going to be moving quickly, so try to keep up, Kuuna. Takaru said. Thank you, ugly face. Kuuna said with teary eyes of joy. Stay calm. Remember what Naruto said. Brushing off stuff like this makes you look more mature. Takaru thought as his eyebrow twitched. Wow. I really thought Take-kun was going to argue with Kuuna. Haruko thought. Guess he really has matured. Kuuna. Let's get something straight. My name is Takaru Oyama. Not ugly face. Just call me Take for short. Takaru said in a calm manner. Alright ugly face. Kuuna said. Damn brat. Takaru thought with annoyance. Allow me to wring the clothes dry before we get going. Anaho said, but she wringed them too hard as they tore up a bit. Huh. Well that happened. Takaru said. Turn around. Haruko said threateningly. Haruko, I've seen you in your underwear before, just cover yourself the best you can. It's no big deal. Takaru said with a calm look. Haruko was actually shocked by his calmness, and he did have a point. Haruko turned to Anaho. They might be a little snug. Anaho said as she showed what was left of their clothes, making Haruko shake with despair. I wonder how the others above are doing. Takaru wondered. What the hell is happening? Azuki shouted as Maken were battling living roots. Oh tilde. Where are you, Takaru-kun tilde? We finally got to see each other after so long tilde. Syria cried with sadness, as she stood in the middle of a small crater with destroyed roots and branches around her. Why did you leave me tilde tilde tilde? Her photoshoot staff panting as they caught up to her and started taking pictures. You can't just run away from photoshoots, Syria-san. But that look. That expression. It's perfect. Her head of staff said as they all took pictures of Syria's distress. A section of the forest was singed, burned by major heat. Roots and branches were charred. Suddenly a foot stomped on one of the roots, turning it into a cloud of soot. You think this has anything to do with the disappearances? Minori asked Aki, who was wearing a two-piece bikini and her doctor's coat. Damn it, there's too much forest. Kengo yelled as he and Naruto continued to run from the tree beast chasing them. Just keep running. Will all those nights with Yuka, you should be able to run for days. Naruto shouted as the two continued to run. Not gonna lie, I actually agree with you there. Kengo exclaimed as the monster roared and the two increased their speed. Hopefully they're fine. Takaru thought. Hey Haruko, Takaru tried to turn to her, but she pressed the end of her Baken against his cheek, making him look away. She, Anaho and Kuuna were now forced to wear the shredded clothing, which revealed much to the imagination with the Tutenbi students, and she didn't want Takaru to go perv out at the sight. Damn, the path splits here. Haruko cursed. Why don't we divide into pairs and search both of them? Anaho suggested. Then let's meet back here in 30 minutes, okay? Takaru suggested. K tilde. Anaho chimed as she picked up Kuna, with the young girl now sitting on her shoulders. Anaho and Kuuna walked into one passageway while Takaru and Haruko went the other. Wow. It's so dark in here. Kuuna said as she and Anaho walked deeper into the passageway. Yup. Anaho agreed. It's only going to get darker the further in we go. Oh, duck down would you? There's a rock over there. Anaho said, referring to a stalagmite, which Kuna luckily ducked under. But I don't see anything. Kuuna said, rubbing her eyes. That's because your eyes haven't adapted to the dark. What? Maken users are able to adapt to all environments. Anaho said with pride as her eyes momentarily glowed. So you're an ability user? Kuuna asked. You don't like people who can use Makens? Anaho asked. No, it's just that everyone on the island says that people with abilities are dangerous. That's all they ever say. Kuuna said. Anaho then laughed a bit. That makes sense. Who wouldn't be afraid of a girl who can split the ground in two, right? Anaho said with a cat-like smile. Well, Kuuna took Manji, who was atop of Anaho's head, and started scratching his chin. Not me. What was that? No, it's nothing. Hey, can I ask you something? What is it? So what part about that ugly face, I mean Takaru, do you like most? Kuuna asked. What? How did you know? Anaho shouted with a shocked anime face. It's so obvious tilde. Kuuna said as she giggled. Watch it. There's a boulder in front of you. Takaru said. Oh, thanks. Haruko thanked Takaru as she walked around a boulder in the path. Haruko then gave a sigh as she wiped some sweat from her forehead. You alright? Takaru asked. Yeah, just a little warm. Haruko said as she continued to follow, although at a slower pace. Are you sure? You're sweating a bit and your pace is slower. Takaru said. I'm fine. Haruko said as they continued on. Takaru couldn't help but glance at Haruko. Something was up, he could feel it. Plus, her energy pool seemed different. Haruko then misstepped as she was about to fall over, but Takaru quickly caught her. You're not fine. Takaru said with a calm, yet serious demeanor. Haruko stared at him, before he then put her on his back, carrying her piggyback style. Takaru. Just relax. Let me be the pillar you can lean on. Takaru said. Haruko's eyes widened, but then they softened as she blushed. I'm sorry. Haruko said. Huh. Takaru looked to her. Right now, I'm being a burden to you. Haruko said. Takaru blinked his eyes before he started to laugh. What's so funny? Haruko shouted. You. A burden. Please. You could never be one. After all the things you've done for me, this is fine. Takaru said with a smile. Haruko looked to him with wide eyes, but then they softened again. Take. Haruko then suddenly nuzzled into his neck, wrapping her arm more around his neck, hugging him close. Haruko. Takaru looked to her with a blush. Put me down. Haruko said. Huh? Takaru questioned. Haruko then moved as she got down and then suddenly wrapped her arms around Takaru's arms, pressing her breasts against his arm. Takaru shivered as his blush deepened. Is something wrong? Haha Haruko. No. I just felt like doing this, that's all. I want to stay like this, at least until we regroup with the others, Haruko said with a small, bashful smile. Takaru's heartbeat increased as he felt Haruko get real close to him, her breasts pressing against his body. Takaru tried to calm himself down. This was a lot for him to take in. Haruko willingly wanted to be this close to him. She wanted. Haruko, why is that? Takaru asked, surprising her. Well, you've always been so, I can't really put it into words, but I've always wanted to be this close to you, ever since we were kids. Haruko answered softly. Why? There's never been anything special about me. Takaru said. Why do you always have to do that? Haruko asked. Huh? Takaru turned to her. Why do you always have to put yourself down like that? You're perfect the way you are. You're strong. Caring. Whenever someone's in danger, you jump in without a second thought. Like that time you saved that kid from drowning when we were younger, even though you didn't know how to swim yourself. You still remember that. I haven't thought about that in years. Takaru said. It's one of my most precious memories. It's one of the things that helped me realize why Haruko then stopped, causing Takaru to stop and look at her. Haruko looked to him with a soft smile and blushing cheeks. Take. Haru. Takaru stared back at Haruko with his own blushing cheeks. Suddenly Haruko started leaning in. Takaru's eyes widened as she then placed her hands on his chest, leaning closer with her lips out as she leaned closer to his face. Takaru's eyes widened as his heart raced 1,000 times a second. Is Haruko Amaya, about to? Takaru remained frozen as her lips inched closer to his own. Take. Haruko whispered as she leaned in to finally connect their lips, but suddenly a ray of light hit them. Haruko stopped what she was doing, with her whole face turning red, as she turned towards the light. Oh. Light. Looks like we finally found a way out. Haruko said as she quickly made her way towards the light, but she stopped as she turned back to see Takaru frozen in place. Take. Haruko made her way back to him and shook his shoulder. Takaru, wake up. She snapped her fingers in front of him a few times, but when that didn't work, she slapped him in the back of the head. Huh? What? Takaru turned towards Haruko. Look. Haruko said, pointing to the light at the end of the tunnel. They headed forward as they exited the passageway. It's so bright. Takaru said as the two walked towards the light. Haruko immediately latched her arms right back around Takaru's arm, making him blush red again as they continued forward. Takaru-sama ... Haruko-senpai ... Anaho called out, making them turn to see her. Kuuna and Manji come out of a tunnel. The paths led to the same place. Takaru said as he waved to the others, with Haruko immediately releasing him. Thank goodness, right? Haruko quickly said out of embarrassment, but then they all turned to see what looked like a tree with fruits coming from them. What is that? There's some kind of fruit hanging from the roots. Takaru said. Upon closer inspection they noticed something, one of the fruits. Is that a person in there? There's an animal in that one. Haruko exclaimed, pointing to a specific one. Mori. Kuuna shouted as she jumped off of Anaho's shoulders and ran towards the tree. Mori. Takaru questioned. The one that's trapped inside there is my friend Mori. Kuuna exclaimed as she ran towards Mori, but suddenly the roots of the tree sprang into action. Watch out! Takaru shouted as he and Anaho hurried to save Kuuna. Maken knuckle. Kamudo. Anaho shouted as she summoned her Maken, but before she could call out an attack, Takaru had already destroyed the roots. Takaru-sama. Anaho stared at Takaru in amazement. He's so fast and strong. We have to destroy its real body. Takaru shouted as he charged at a high speed, destroying numerous roots at a breakneck speed. Amazing. Anaho cheered with sparkling eyes. You've gotten so strong. Haruko thought with amazement. I'm going for the black element. Takaru shouted as he ran up the bark of the tree. Black element. Anaho questioned. The roots kept coming at Takaru. He was punching them, but there were too many keeping him from advancing further towards the black element in the tree. Anaho then developed new determination as she charged at the base of the tree and punched it with Kamudo. Mitsuka-sen. Anaho sent a blast within the tree that rotated within it and created a spiraling shockwave. The tree screamed, shockingly, as its roots then focused on Anaho, allowing Takaru to destroy the few in his way as he advanced towards the black element. Anaho felt dizzy however. I always feel this way whenever I use Mitsuka, but why does it feel different this time? Is something wrong with me? Anaho wondered. Anaho. Haruko shouted as the roots closed in. Suddenly Kuuna quickly dove at Anaho, pushing the both of them to the ground, while Haruko intercepted the roots, meeting their impalement with her Baken and destroying them with a mighty swing. Kuuna, Haruko-senpai. Finish it, Take-chan. Haruko shouted. Takaru then made it to the center of the tree, finding the black element as he then went to grab it, but suddenly wooden spikes shot out of the tree and stabbed at Takaru's body. Take! Haruko shouted as the girls stared in shock. That little brat put herself in danger to save her friends, there's no way in hell, I'm going to lose to her. Something like this won't stop me. Takaru shouted as he grabbed the black element as his hands started to glow. Maken overblow. Blood duo. Takaru shouted as the whole tree suddenly glowed green and in an instant it disintegrated, along with the fruits, releasing the captives. Mori. Kuuna cried as she dashed and slid, catching Mori in her arms before he met the ground. Mori. Mori. Are you alive? I promise I'll take you to a doctor so please hold on. Kuuna said as she hugged Mori close. Haruko and Anaho smiled at the sight. Suddenly Takaru landed in front of having all the other civilians over his head. So how'd I do? Takaru asked with a grin. You were amazing. Anaho cheered with sparkling eyes and a cat-like smile. You've definitely gotten stronger, Take. Haruko said with a proud smile. Takaru blushed at the praise, but then he looked down to see Kuuna smiling up at him. Thank you ugly Takaru. Kuuna thanked young teen with a smile. Anytime. Takaru said with a smile. Suddenly the roof over their heads broke apart, leaving a large hole. We better take the direct route before the entire place collapses. Takaru said as the place was starting to cave in. They all managed to get out safely. That was everyone, right? Haruko asked as she turned to Takaru, to see him gently put the pile of people down onto the ground. Yeah, I double-checked. Takaru said. Mori. They all turned to see Mori was awake in Kuuna's arms and licking her fingers. Ah ha ha. That tickles. Kuuna laughed, happy that Mori was alive. He looks like he'll be okay Tilda. Anaho chimed. Yeah, we can play together again Tilda. Kuuna exclaimed with joy as she got teary-eyed. Kuuna, thanks for saving me back there. Anaho said with a smile. Not just me. It was me and Mori that saved you. Don't see how the cat helped when it was still captured. Takaru thought. Anaho, can you stick out your right hand? Kuuna asked as she wiped away the tears. My right hand. Anaho questioned as she then brought Kamudo up. Like this. Kuuna then grabbed onto one of Kamudo's digits. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Kuuna said with a smile. Manji's already grown so fond of you, so there's no way you're a scary person. Manji, sitting next to Anaho, purred in agreement. Anaho, your right hand, I finally understand that it's something you use to protect the people you treasure. Thank you. Anaho chimed with a smile. Thank you too, Haruko, and thank you, Takaru. Kuuna said turning towards the other two. Don't mention it kid. It's what people like us do. Takaru said with a smile. There they are. They all turned to see the rest of Maken, Minori and Aki walk towards them. Hey Take, Himegami paused as she stared at Takaru with new fear as he looked like a Siko with his face bloodied and the night shadowing him. What? Takaru questioned. Himegami then fainted out of fear. Kodama. Minori exclaimed as she went to the side of the unconscious Himegami. Kodama-senpai. She fainted. Yuruchi shouted. Huh. Takaru said, but then he noticed they were all down 2 members. Hey, where's Naruto and Kengo? Takaru asked. They're in trouble. We were looking for you, see we could all go and save them together. Cha-Cha quickly answered. Wait, all of us? What's so dangerous that it would require Naruto and Usui to need backup? Takaru questioned. You can ask them yourself. Minori said, pointing behind Takaru as she helped up Himegami. They all looked to see Naruto and Kengo running out of the forest with worried looks on their faces. Hey guys. Why'd you need backup? Takaru called out. Then suddenly a loud roar was heard, making everybody flinch and awaking the rest of the civilians. What's happening? A man questioned. Suddenly bursting from the forest behind Naruto and Kengo was the tree ogre, making everyone scream in new fear. Everyone, get behind us. Minori ordered as the civilians followed suit. Eat this. Minori shouted as she thrust her fist, sending a concentrated current of heat that hit the monster, burning off its face and upper body. Hey, piece of cake. Minori said with a grin as she gripped her bicep in pride. However, the roots leaked green liquid onto the ground, causing new roots to quickly emerge and immediately recreate the beast's upper body as it then roared. What? Minori questioned with wide eyes and a shocked anime grin. We're in an open space. What now? Kengo asked. Large hole. Jump. Naruto shouted. They too quickly gave a great leap, managing to leap over the hole, as the monster jumped at them, only to fall into the hole, but its jaw and arms hit the edge, causing the floor to crumble. Everyone, run! Naruto shouted as he and Kengo started to run from the crumbling floor. Grab the civilians! Minori shouted. The students quickly grabbed the civilians and started to run. Come on, Kuuna! Anaho said as she went to grab the girl, but the floor beneath Kuuna gave way, making her and Mori fall back to the caverns below. Kuuna! Anaho screamed. Kuuna was screaming as she was falling, but suddenly a pair of arms grabbed her bridal style, making her look up to see it was the blonde she spied on before. You alright? Naruto asked. His eyes calm as his went down hair moved a bit in the wind. Kuuna said with a nod as she stared at Naruto with a blush on her cheeks. Naruto quickly bounced off a series of falling rocks as he managed to get back up to the surface as the ground finished collapsing. Kuuna! Anaho shouted as she ran up towards Naruto and the girl in his arms with Mori in her arms. Are you alright? Anaho asked. Kuuna didn't respond as she continued to stare at Naruto, but she managed to get out of her daze as she realized what she was doing. Yes. I'm fine thanks to. Kuuna looked back up to Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto's the name. Naruto said with a smile. Kuuna's cheeks heated up, but then she noticed the sly look on Anaho's face, making her turn away as her cheeks heated up more. Suddenly the tree giant's hand appeared over the three, shocking everyone. Naruto! Anaho! Kuuna! Haruko cried with fear. Golden Asura! Naruto said with a calm demeanor and half-lidded eyes as his spirit came out and started punching the hand. Orao rao 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 ra! Golden Asura shouted as he punched the entire giant tree hand into oblivion with his countless barrage of punches. It was an amazing sight. Ever peace, even tiny ones unseen by the normal eye were obliterated by Golden Asura's punches. Once done, Golden Asura vanished as Naruto calmly made his way towards the others with Anaho following, Manji on her head. So cool. Anaho, Kimi, Cha-Cha and Fu said in amazement. Did you see that? A male civilian asked. Yeah. Some creature came and protected them. I've never heard of that before. Another male civilian replied. Suddenly the monster burst from the hole as it roared. Back for more I see. Naruto said, not turning to the beast. I'll handle this. Kengo shouted as he gripped the handle of his training sword, sending his elemental energy into the blade making it glow. Time to show you the power of Usui Kengo. Kengo shouted as suddenly he slashed so fast, that the monster was instantly split apart into several pieces before falling back into the hole. With the training katana secured to his belt, Kengo pointed his finger up to the sky with his left fist to his hip. Let that shine the truth on the fruits of Usui Kengo's training. Kengo cheered with a grin. Nice Kengo. Naruto said as he put Kuuna down next to Haruko. More than nice. I deserve a freaking award for a feat like that. Kengo said with a smirk as he held his chin with his index and thumb. I can think of something. Yuka said with a smile as she wrapped her arms around Kengo's body. Suddenly the ground shook as the monster returned from the hole. It even has a new arm. Anaho screamed. How does it keep coming back? Uruchi cried. It's blood. Naruto said, earning everyone's attention. The green stuff glowing inside it. It regrows the thing every time it meets the ground. Oh tilde, so that's it. It explains the glow in the lake and coming back to life. Kengo said. Well, if that's all. Minori said as put Dragon Ace on, and then she disappeared and reappeared far over the beast. Takaru-kun tilde tilde tilde. Syria called out as she charged and hugged Takaru from behind. We're finally together again. Syria said as she embraced Takaru close, but then her eyes widened as she noticed that he was shirtless, exposing his strong muscles. Oh tilde tilde tilde, what a powerful body tilde. You really have been working hard, haven't you? Syria said with a seductive smile, but then she noticed him staring up with a serious expression. Syria looked up as her photoshoot people caught up in time to see Minori readying a move as her whole fist was surrounded by spiraling heat energy. Goon Ryu. Roaring dragon. Minori cried as she thrust her fist forward as a large dragon made of thermal energy went flying down, striking the beast and taking it into the caverns as the hole exploded with a plume of thermal energy. Everyone stared in shock and amazement as Minori landed in front of the plume as it then diminished. And that's another chapter of the legend of Minori finished. Minori said as she turned to them with a grin and wink as she gave a victory hand sign. Suddenly the beast burst from the hole, fully formed, roaring. Minori slowly turned around to see the monster roaring. Ah tilde tilde. But I burnt it to a crisp. Minori screamed. Its blood is more potent than I thought. Naruto said. Suddenly a giant spirit arm came out of Naruto and grabbed Minori, then pulled her away. So we have to beat it without letting its blood leave its body. Furin said. And I have the solution. Naruto exclaimed as Golden Asura's enormous arm released Minori and vanished. Distract it. Naruto shouted with two tiny scrolls in his hand before he vanished. Jiko Chu no Iko. Kiji. Running migration. Pheasants, Uruchi shouted with her Maken glowing as lightning bolts came out, taking the form of pheasants and hitting the monster directly into the eyes, making it roar with pain. Haruko and Kengo sent element to their weapons and slashed at the monster. Azuki appeared above the monster's head while Cha-Cha was underneath it, both with their Maken glowing as Azuki sent a dive kick down to the monster with Cha-Cha's fist enlarging as she sent an uppercut to its chin, both sandwiching its head. Everyone joined in, keeping the monster busy. Unless you all want to die. Move. A voice shouted. Suddenly a plume of sand erupted from below, grabbing hold of the beast, taking it into the air and then slammed it back into the ground. The monster roared as it was being buried by sand. A loud maniacal laugh was heard, making everyone look to see Naruto in Shukaku mode. Die. 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 Shukaku Naruto screamed with delight as the monster gave a final roar as it was completely buried alive. My turn. Everyone looked to see another Naruto in Matabi form was over the monster. Fire covering its hands while his chest expanded, as then fire shot from his hands and out his mouth, completely covering the sand covering the monster, until it became solid glass with the monster encased inside. The two Naruto joined the others as they all stared at the being. So it's over? Anaho asked, but then the glass started to crack. Oh, Haruko said. Don't worry. The boss has it covered. Nibi Naruto said as he jabbed his fist up as everyone then looked to see Naruto high into the sky. Alright, let's hope he's not too shy. ISOBU. Naruto screamed at the top of his lungs. Suddenly a red-violet beam of light came charging at Naruto as it then hit him square in the chest. Naruto growled as his teeth got longer, spikes came out his jaw and a spiky gray shell came out his back, tearing the back of the shirt he was wearing apart. A shot in the dark, but worth the risk. Naruto said as he then started flipping in the air, with his arms holding his knees. Suddenly he sent Muko energy to his body, increasing the rate of spin, making him into a wheel of death as he then fired down towards the creature, becoming a giant wheel of fire. Everyone get behind us. Nibi Naruto ordered. Everyone listened as then Shukaku Naruto summoned a wall of sand in front of them all, and Nibi Naruto sent fire to it, hardening it into a semi-dome of glass. The next moment, Isobu Naruto crashed into the glass-encased monster, causing it to shatter upon impact. Glass flew everywhere, but luckily the others were safe thanks to the glass semi-dome sending the glass shards bouncing off it. Once the storm of glass was over, Shukaku Naruto buried the glass semi-dome into the ground below as everyone else stared in awe at the crater and glass-covered area. Furin walked over to a shard and picked it up, seeing a piece of the wood monster inside it. You encased the beast in glass. Sure did. Furin turned only to scream in fear and disgust at the sight of Isobu Naruto. That form did not suit him at all. Luckily Naruto reverted back to his normal self as Isobu appeared in his arms. The little guy did great here for his first try. Naruto said as he petted Isobu, making the turtle eye smile with joy. But how is this possible? The science should say that the glass should work as a cocoon. None should have been inside the beast as well. Furin argued, not finding the logic in the plan. Shukaku's sand is special. My clone over there concentrated on having sand enter into the monster's body as well, so both its insides and outsides were covered in sand. My other clone cocooned it in place and the impact of the fire wheel attack me and Isobu here performed, causing enough heat that when broken apart, the inside had become encased in glass from the fiery shockwave. Naruto explained as both his clones and the other two baby Biju separated. Oh man, using Shukaku sure tires a man out. Mentally that is. One of the clones voiced. I didn't say anything that offended anyone, did I? Clone Naruto asked. Is everyone alright? Naruto asked, more specifically the civilians. Yes. Thank you for saving us. One of the male civilians thanked as he and the others were grateful for Makenki's generous rescue. Anytime. Takaru said with a smile. Well that's all good, but now the mess. Minori said as everyone looked at all the glass shards everywhere. I did not completely think this through. Naruto said not taking into account what to do with the mess. Naruto, you clean it. What? Naruto and his clones exclaimed. It was your plan. Besides you can clean all this easy with your clones. We'll get everyone back to their homes. Minori said as she and the others walked off leaving an annoyed Naruto. Well, she wasn't wrong. Naruto said with a sigh. A few days later, Naruto was busy cooking breakfast in the kitchen. Thankfully with the help of his clones, he managed to clean the mess from his plan and get his required amount of sleep. Although it wasn't really a problem. The guy's energy comes back so fast that the sleep he takes is now considered oversleep to him. Morning Naruto-kun. Haruko said as she tied on her apron. Morning Nei-chan. Naruto said, but then he noticed some sweat on her brow. Are you alright, Nei-chan? Naruto asked as he put his hand on Haruko's head. You're burning up a bit. Naruto said. I'm fine. It's just an effect of being in the natural spring for far too long yesterday. Haruko said as she pushed away Naruto's hand from her forehead. By the way, I'm surprised that you and the boys paid no mind yesterday when you three were playing through. The girls were all relaxing in the new natural hot spring they had found. Anaho was playing with Manji. Aki was giving Haimgami a massage since Aki said that a nice massage can increase breast size. Haruko and Yuruchi were talking and Cha-Cha and Azuki, well. Cha-Cha, let go. Azuki shouted as she tried getting Cha-Cha off her back. Oh come on Tilda. Let me get a quick feel Tilda. Cha-Cha chimed with a grin as she tried to get a hold of Azuki's breasts. Cha-Cha Nei-chan can be so embarrassing. Fu whined as her body was immersed into the water that it stopped at her bottom lip. It can't be helped. Cha-Cha is enthusiastic and passionate about things and this is no different. Kimi said to Fu with a smile. Got him Tilda. Oh Tilda, they feel so soft Tilda. Cha-Cha chimed. Let go, you perv. Azuki shouted as Cha-Cha was fondling her breasts. So embarrassing Tilda. Fu whined as the rest of her head went down into the water. So should we worry about Yusui and Takaru since they weren't home when we left? Yuruchi asked. Not sure. Although it's worrying me, since those two along with Naruto could be anywhere. I don't feel comfortable with them running around while we're here taking a soak. It would have been much better to tie them up. Haimgami said. But Naruto-kun's not a peeping Tom. Kimi said, defending her boyfriend. And Yusui-kun isn't like before. He only has eyes for me now. Yuka said, also defending her own boyfriend. All I'm saying is it would have been better to know where they are instead of them popping up out of nowhere. Himegami said. As if the kamis were listening, Naruto landed on the water, standing on its surface, creating a bit of a wave. Naruto. What are, but before Haruko could finish, Naruto blocked a strong punch from Takaru with his forearm, creating a shockwave that forced the girls to cover their faces. Naruto and Takaru jumped out of the hot spring as they started meeting one another with fast, powerful strikes. The girls blinked in surprise that the two ignored their naked forms. Suddenly quickly jogging along the surface of the water, Kengo was hurrying towards the other side with a hand over his eyes. Excuse me. Sorry about the intrusion, Kengo said as he then got to the other side and lunged at Naruto and Takaru. The three then engaged in a deadlock of high-speed clashes as they disappeared into the forest. The girls stared where their forms had once been with bewildered looks upon their faces. Those three had just passed by them in a hot spring naked, and yet they paid no mind. See. Yuka gently clapped her hands as she smiled. I told you Yusui-kun wouldn't dare to look at other women. Yuka said, feeling proud of her boyfriend for staying true to his word on never looking at another physical woman naked again. Take cared more about his training than looking at us. That's good, since now he's getting stronger and more focused. Haruko thought, surprised and amazed by Takaru's dedication. But, does that mean he doesn't find me attractive? I can't believe I care about him staring at me like a perv. Haruko thought with a frown and anime tears going down her eyes. Haruko-senpai, are you alright? Yuruchi asked as she shook Haruko's shoulder. Yeah, we've come a long way. I guess we each just think of how important it is to get stronger to protect what we love too much. Naruto said with a smile. I never thought I'd see the day where Take matured. I guess you three have cleaned up your act. Haruko said with a small smile as she helped with the cooking by getting a pot ready to make some okayu. Well, I don't know about Kengo, I mean he has sex with Yuka like every night. Naruto said. I wish you hadn't told me that. Haruko said as she filled a measuring cup with water. Ah, Haruko-ne, you're sweating. Naruto said. Oh. You know how hot water is, especially when it's making steam. Haruko said as she panted a bit. But, you haven't started boiling it in the pot. Naruto said. He noticed Haruko's chest was heaving a bit as she panting silently. Haruko-ne, I think you need to lay down. Naruto said as he grabbed her arm when she was putting the water in the pot. No, I'm fine. Haruko said as she panted a bit. Oh Kami. Naruto's head turned towards the stairs. Yuka-chan. Huh. Naruto's eyes widened, hearing Kengo's cry. What was wrong with Yuka? Suddenly Haruko's head fell onto Naruto's chest making him look down at her to see she was unconscious. Haruko-ne. Naruto shouted in distress. Naruto. Naruto looked up to see Kengo come down with Yuka in his arms, bridal style with a blanket covering her. Something happened to, oh no. Kengo noticed Haruko unconscious in Naruto's arms. Suddenly Takaru came downstairs. Guys, I saw Aki-sensei unconscious in front of her room. Takaru said, but then he noticed Haruko. Haruko. Takaru shouted as he ran to her, taking her from Naruto's arms and holding her in his. Not you. Please not you. Takaru said feeling scared at the thought of losing Haruko. Haruko-ne-chan, Yuka, Aki-sensei-chan, wait. Naruto's eyes widened as he then ran upstairs. When he got upstairs, in each of their rooms, he found Furin, Cha-cha, Kimi and Azuki unconscious on their floors. What the hell is going on? Naruto thought as his heart rate increased in fear of losing his girls. Laying them in the infirmary room, yes the boys made an infirmary room, since they always get banged up in their training, the boys stared at the girls, wondering what's been going on. Any clue what's been going on? The boys turned to see Himegami and Fu at the door. Cha-cha-ne-chan. Fu shouted her sister's name with fear as she ran to her side. Stay strong Ne-chan. Don't die on Fu tilde. Fu cried as she held Cha-cha's hand. Don't worry Imouto, I'll pull through, just you watch. Cha-cha said weakly as she gave Fu a tired smile. Ne-chan tilde. Fu whined with teary eyes as she rested her forehead against the back of Fu's hand. So nobody knows what's going on. Damn it. I wish Aki-sensei wasn't affected too. Takaru said. But what could affect most of the members of Maken along with Principal Minori and Aki-sensei? That's it. Kengo shouted, gaining everyone's attention. Naruto, remember that question I asked you before we found the monster yesterday? Naruto was silent, but then he remembered what it was. My chakra. Naruto said with wide shocked eyes. Huh. Takaru was still confused. Remember atop of Amanohara, when Naruto woke up to beat Wabisuke, his whole body exploded with energy. Kengo said. I see. The explosion of both elemental and chakra energies, or as Naruto would call it, Muko energy, consumed the entire mountain top along with all of us in it. Haimgami said. But that doesn't make sense. What about us? Takaru questioned, referring to the 5 of them not in a sick bed. I have a theory. I figure it's because you two perverts have your unique abilities, via Blood Pointer and the Sasori Seal, while Naruto and Fu already had both powers in their system courtesy to Mayanaka Moon Shikai, and myself, well since I technically don't have a physical body, I won't have the consequence of any sort of fatigue or sickness like them. Haimgami explained. Say, wasn't there something like this in your anime Naruto? Chakra sickness I think. Kengo said. Don't say that. That's a horrible disease that has no cure. Naruto shouted. Naruto-kun. Naruto turned towards Aki, making his way to her and kneeling next to her. Yes, Aki-sensei. It's not the same, but, there is a flower that can treat something similar to this. Aki said with all the strength she had left. There is? Naruto asked as the others listened in closely. It's a rare flower that only blooms in places with dense element. From what it feels like the chakra we absorbed is overpowering our elemental energy. It might work. Aki said. Is there anything in your record books of an image? Naruto asked. Third shelf. Sixth from the left. Aki said. Kengo immediately appeared in front of the shelf and took the book, and appeared next to Aki and Naruto, giving Naruto the book. Naruto skimmed through the book with Aki looking at the pages to confirm. That's it. Aki said. Naruto looked at the flower. I know where this is. Naruto said. You do? Kengo asked. Yeah. Naruto vanished then reappeared with his Hitai-8 and then pulling out the small map from within the cloth through the hole made inside it. It's near here. Naruto said pointing at the secret place marked on the map Wabisuke left for him. And how would you know? Kengo asked with a raised eyebrow as Takaru leaned over Naruto's shoulder. I sent a few clones to scout the area. Naruto said as he put the map back inside his Hitai-8 and then tied it around his forehead. Let's head out. Naruto said with a serious demeanor. But what about, before Takaru could finish, a few tiny scrolls hit the floor and then clones of Naruto appeared. Take care of them until we arrive. Naruto said. Hi Taiko. The clones said with a salute. A room full of Narutos to heal me, this is a dream come true. Cha-Cha said weakly with a smile. Ikuzo. Let's go, Naruto said as he, Haimgami and Fu left, while Kengo and Takaru said their goodbyes, but hopefully not their final ones. Kengo appeared by Yuka's side as he knelt down next to her and grabbed her hand. I'll be back Yuka-chan. I promise I won't stop until you are healed. And if worse comes to worse, I'll walk in the steps of Izanagi and walk through the underworld just to bring your soul back. Even if I have to fight the death goddess, Izanami. Kengo said. Yusui-kun. Yuka smiled at her boyfriend as he kissed her hand. I couldn't ask for a better boyfriend. Takaru stared down at Haruko who had her eyes closed as she breathed slowly. Take, Haruko whispered. Takaru then took her hand and gently squeezed it. I promise I'll be back Haruko, and you'll be back to your normal self again. I'm not going to let you go like this. Takaru said with a determined expression. Haruko gently smiled and blushed at his words. Takaru then released her hand and walked to Anaho. I'll get the cure for you too Anaho. Just hang on for me, alright. Hi, Takaru, Sama. Anaho said weakly with a smile. The two then left the infirmary and met the others at the front door. Ready? Naruto asked. To go to the depths of hell and back. Kengo said with a serious expression. With our knuckles burning white, ready for a fight. Takaru said with his own serious expression. That's the way we live as legends. Naruto said with a smirk. Fu and Haimgami couldn't help but smirk. Well, let's get a move on. Haimgami said. To where? The five turned to see Kuuna staring up at them. The five members of Maken and Kuuna, who had been filled in on the situation and decided to join in for her new friends, being too stubborn to accept a no from them, were making their way towards the spot where Naruto found the flower. I've heard of that flower. Kuuna said. I also heard of stories about dead spirits and monsters wandered around there. Naruto and Himegami shook with fear and wide fearful anime eyes. Oh come on, you're the most dangerous thing on this island and you're a sort of ghost yourself, what's with the crap your pants feelings, Kengo said with a dull look. Nani? Kuuna questioned with wide eyes at the sort of ghost part. Ghost or freaky, Ibeo. Naruto defended himself. And it doesn't matter. If there are monsters there then who cares? Himegami said trying to put on a brave act. Ah, you two apparently. Kengo said with dull anime eyes. Shut up. We just need to focus on obtaining the Sakuyabime flower quickly and leave. Sakuyabime. Himegami immediately freaked out as they all turned to see a well-dressed man with long blonde hair and a monocle. Who are you? Kengo questioned with narrowed eyes and grabbing the hilt of his training sword. Forgive me. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but when I heard you say Sakuyabime I. Funny how you're dressed walking through this island, old man. Naruto said. People have their tastes. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kirishima Hakuto. I am a wandering botanist. The man now known as Kirishima introduced himself. Our young group remained silent as they stared at him, not trusting the man. I mean what kind of botanist wanders around an island used by ability users and owned by Kamigari? What do you think, Naruto? Takaru asked. Naruto noticed the slight twitch at the side of Kirishima's mouth. Let him come. Naruto said, making Kirishima's smile widen. Naruto and the others turned back as Kirishima started to follow them. Everyone stay alert. I sense a lot of negative emotions and some sadism, along with a source of elemental energy within him. I think he might be with Kamigari, so don't let your guard down. Naruto whispered to the others, getting a nod from them. Kuuna shook a bit, but Takaru placed his hand atop her head and smiled down at her, easing her nerves as she smiled back, but when she turned to see Naruto smiling at her, she blushed as her smile became bashful. The others noticed this. Takaru and Kengo looked at each other before they snickered in amusement at Naruto's luck, while Himegami shook her head in amusement with her fingers pressed against her forehead and Fu grinned in amusement. All the while, Naruto was confused by their reactions. What? Kirishima stared at Naruto with interest as he sensed the blonde's overwhelming power. So that is Uzumaki Naruto. Incredible. Holy shit. How are able to do that? Naruto screamed with amazement and a grin. The group was walking alongside a cliff. The boys were walking on the side of the rock formation, with Hakuto tied to rope that was tied to Takaru for support as the blonde walked along a ledge of the cliff. Fu obviously was using her wings to fly, but Himegami was walking on air like she never left the ground, while at the same time concentrated her element to levitate Kuuna into the air. You mean this? Just a simple trick. Himegami said nonchalantly. You have got to teach me that. Everyone would be so jealous back in Konoha to see me walking on air. Naruto exclaimed with an enthusiastic grin. Teach my idiot brother a new trick and being praised as his master. Why not? Himegami said with a smirk. Damn it. Well, guess being treated like a lap dog will be a price to pay in order to walk on air, I mean come on. It's walking on air. Everyone would be so jealous. Hey Kengo, how are you able to walk along the cliff's wall? You don't know how to use chakra like Naruto and you don't use your physical to stick your feet into the wall. Takaru questioned. Remember when I clicked the back of my shoes back there? All my footwear is now modified with spikes inside them to cling to any surface, courtesy of Tomiko-sensei. Kengo exclaimed with a proud smile. Oh man, Tomiko-sensei, I almost forgot about her. Where'd she go? She had to head back to Tenbi. I miss her. Kengo said with a pout, missing his teacher and big sister figure. But you're super happy that your sex with Yuka won't be interrupted. Naruto stated with dull eyes. Love making. And yes. Yuka-chan and I finally got to do that position we have been talking about back on the boat when getting here. Kengo exclaimed with pure joy and enthusiasm as he smiled with his fist shaking with excitement and vigor. Kengo. Fu punched him in the back of the head. There's a little girl here. Fu whispered, pointing to Kuuna. Oops. Kengo said, realizing his mistake. What position? For what? Kuuna started asking questions. Don't worry about it. Naruto said with a smile making Kuuna blush. Okay. Kuuna said as her cheeks were heating up. Say, has anyone heard of this exhilarating monster story? Hakuto asked with a smile. No, and please don't tell us. Naruto said. I think he means the Seiko. Takaru said. The same one Mayuka-chan spoke of. Kengo said with a smile, but then he started to cry. Yuka-chan, I promise I will save you. Normally they only play pranks on people who wander by, but on this island it's different. The story is that a girl wandered around and got lost in this island. After wandering deep into the forest, she began hearing a voice calling out to her, and when she turned around to see where the voice was coming from, something grabbed her leg. Come into the ground, and then it pulled her into the ground, and she was never heard from again. Hakuto told the story with a smile the whole time. Kya! Himegami screamed as she started running around with Kuuna spinning above her, like an invisible tether connected her to Himegami. Ha ha. It's only a story that the locals tell. I made half of it up anyway. Hakuto said with a smile. I think it just made her even more scared. Takaru shouted, referring to Himegami. Ah, we can see it now. It's probably around the forest over there. Hakuto said pointing towards a forest over yonder. He was referring to the flower, but to Himegami, she thought he meant the Seiko. I'm getting dizzy. Kuuna said with a dizzy frown and swirls for eyes. Suddenly a large hand gently grabbed her body and separated her from the hysterical Himegami. She looked down to see the golden giant that protected her a few days ago. Aura. Golden Asura said as he gave her a thumbs up. Arigato. Kuuna said as she looked to the giant. She then looked to Naruto who was calm, walking along the wall with his arms crossed and his eyes shadowed. He's so calm, and cool. Sugoi tilde. Kuuna thought with a blush. Iya tilde. Yaro tilde. Scaring me with that damn story. Naruto thought with wide, scared eyes that the others didn't see. They finally made it to the forest on the other side. Golden Asura handed Kuuna to Naruto before vanishing. You okay? Naruto asked as he put her down. Uh-huh. Kuuna said with a nod. You're really brave. Naruto said with a smile making Kuuna blush at the compliment as she smiled at him. Kuuna then noticed Hakuto kneeling down, doing something. What are you doing? Kuuna asked. Planting seeds. Hakuto answered. No. It's to commemorate the wonderful land that's around here. Commemorate. Ha ha, allow me to explain. In order for plants to grow up healthy, they need a destiny. Hakuto said with a smile, but then he turned to Kuuna with a knife in hand and a scary glint in his eyes. A destiny, to be damaged by the wind and rain. A destiny, to be stepped upon by a passing creature. A destiny, to wilt from disease. All living things have a destiny. I'm sure your destiny needed me to help you fulfill your own, so I planted a new life to commemorate our meeting. Kuuna was shivering in fear as the man stared at her disturbingly with his knife out. Oi, Oji-chan. Naruto stood in front of Kuuna. There's something I've been meaning to ask. How come when you saw our powers you weren't shocked? Naruto asked as Hakuto looked to him. If you're supposed to be a normal wandering botanist, how come you know about our abilities? I thought only other ability users and the people of this island should know. Naruto said with calm, stoic eyes as his left index finger nonchalantly pointed towards Hakuto while his other hand was in his pocket. Naruto had a good point. The others looked to Hakuto, expecting to hear his answer. Ah, that. I wondered if you all would ever ask. You see, I've visited Tenbi before a few times and heard some stories of ability users. I saw a pair fighting in an alley and was amazed by what they could do. I passed by the academy to see more of your kind and found a few scuffles, although I only saw young women fighting. Did you recently become co-ed? Yeah. Pretty smart aren't you, mister? Naruto said with a calm smirk. I try my best. Hakuto said with a smile as he put away the blade and walked away. Kuuna sighed with relief that he was gone. You okay? Kuuna-chan. Naruto asked looking down at her, making her cheeks heat to red from the chan added in her name. She nodded in response. Good. Let's go, Nay. Naruto said as he started taking a couple of steps toward the others. Naruto, Kuuna started making Naruto turn to the little girl. What do you think of flowers? Kuuna asked, surprising Naruto. I think they always stand for something. Naruto said with a smile making Kuuna blush more. What do you mean? Kuuna asked as she started walking by Naruto's side. Well, flowers are always like people, or more specifically, like girls. They're beautiful, strong seeing as they're able to withstand harsh conditions, and they can help people, even save their lives. Although they can't last forever, but that's what their children are for. Children. The pollen they make. It's their children. Bees, when they land on a flower, take some of that pollen with them which leads to repollination and birthing of a new flower. Like everything, nothing lasts forever, not even people, but like us, flowers and all other plant life leave behind a legacy. So even though they wilt, a piece of them still lives on, and all that flower will ever want is for its offspring to grow up strong and healthy. Hell, just being born is more than it could ever ask for, Datbeo. To me, a flower's destiny is to grow and create. Just like any other person. Naruto said with a smile. He then looked to Kuuna to see her and Fu staring at him with shining eyes in awe. So cool tilde. Fu and Kuuna thought. They all then noticed that they were all surrounded by a fog. Fog. Takaru wondered what was up with the mist. Yeah, this fog is actually a barrier. Himegami said. Naruto, did your clone see this before we came here? Takaru asked. Naruto blinked as he recalled a memory. Clone Naruto was scouting around the area, but then he walked into a fog. What's with this fog? The clone wondered. Leave. Huh. The clone looked around. Leave. Clone Naruto looked up only to become completely white, paling in fear. Leave. Clone Naruto screamed in fear before disappearing via cloud of smoke. Nope. Naruto said with his arms crossed. Leave. Oh shit. Naruto thought knowing what happens next. Leave. Everyone looked up to see a large shadowy silhouette in front of them. Leave. The large shadowy figure shouted as a soul large eye glowed in the center of its head. Ah. Okay. I wanna leave. Kodama screamed with fear. Calm down. That shadow and the voice is just part of the barrier. It's a low-level barrier so I'll break it in about 5 or 6 minutes. Kengo said as he held Himegami, making sure she didn't flee. I can't wait that long. Break this barrier right now, Naruto. Himegami ordered, but when she looked at Naruto, he was frozen in place with wide anime eyes, sweating a bit in fear. Break it Takaru. Himegami ordered. Me. How? Takaru asked. Use your fighting spirit. Fighting spirit. Well, I'll give it a shot. Takaru said. He then sent element to his fist and slammed his fist down to the ground, causing a shockwave of power to explode from Takaru's fist. The fog disappeared to reveal a meadow of the flowers they were looking for and that the shadowy figure was a unique rock formation. You did it. Himegami cheered. I'm sure of it. These flowers are Sakuyabines. Hakuto said as he knelt and held one. Hell yeah. Takaru cheered. Are you okay Naruto-kun? Kuuna asked the tall blonde teen, noticing him frozen in fear earlier. Yeah. Just got a little shaken up. Naruto said sounding calm with a stoic expression on his face. So cool tilde. Kana thought as she stared at him with sparkling eyes. So that big figure from before was this big rock, huh? Kengo said. Oh obviously. I knew it was a rock all along. Himegami exclaimed with a cocky expression as the boys and Fu gave her a dull look. Right, anyways, let's get some flowers and hurry back. Takaru said. Ha. That monster story was nothing. Kengo said as they all collected flowers, with Naruto collected a good chunk thanks to sealing some away in the seal on his stomach. Of course. Monsters don't exist. Himegami said, still acting tough. Naruto smirked, but then he noticed 2 shadowy figures atop the rock, and one had a single eye. Naruto stared at the 2 with wide fearful anime eyes, before he summoned Golden Asura out of instinct. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura screamed as he punched the two figures repeatedly, faster than the eye could see as they were then launched, sent flying far into the sky with a horrifying, shrill-like scream as they faded out. Everyone stared at where the two figures had been sent flying, with shock evident on their faces and wide eyes, except for Haimgami who had a fearful anime face and Hakuto who blinked in surprise. What the hell, we those things? Kengo asked, breaking the silence. Kya. Yar days. Naruto said as he adjusted his forehead protector with his eyes being shadowed, all the while Haimgami was scurrying around in fear after seeing actual Siko. Suddenly a loud roar was heard, making them freeze and turn to the direction of the roar to see a flock of birds flying away. What the hell was that? Kengo questioned with new fear. Sounded like a dinosaur. Takaru said. Let's head back. We got what we came for. Naruto said with his hands in his pocket as he then turned and started walking away. Don't worry Yuka-chan. Your warrior of love is coming. Kengo cried as he sped past Naruto. TCH. Naruto said with a smirk. Making it back to the manor, Takaru screamed as they were at the front door. What's up? Haimgami asked as they all looked at him. I just realized. Team Venus was with us on the mountain too when Naruto exploded. Takaru shouted. His fellow Maken key members' eyes widened at the realization. Well, either way, we're here to help Yuka-chan and the others first. That's what matters. Kengo exclaimed as he opened the door and ran inside, heading to the infirmary. Yuka-chan tilde. Your hero has arrived with the remedy to save you from your illness. Kengo cheered as he ran into the infirmary, getting on one knee when entering as he extended an arm holding a Sakuyabime, but his eyes widened when he noticed everyone was up and fine, with some like Anaho and Cha-Cha jumping on their beds. Oh Yusui-kun. You're back. Yuka said with a smile as she sat at the edge of her bed. Yuka-chan tilde. Kengo cheered as he ran over and hugged her close. You're in perfect health. I was so worried. Never get sick again. Kengo exclaimed with anime tears of joy. Oh Yusui-kun. Yuka said, touched by her boyfriend's sympathy. Here. Kengo got on one knee and extended the flower to her. Let it be a token of my love for you. Kengo said with his other hand over his heart. Oh Yusui-kun. Yuka said with shimmering eyes as she took the flower and then the two locked lips. It wasn't a passionate make-out session, but it did hold passion as they softly kissed. What the hell? You're all better? Takaru questioned, in disbelief as he and the others made it to the infirmary. Yeah. Apparently our bodies had gotten used to the chakra. In fact, it looks like we officially have both energies into our system. Haruko said with a smile. Didn't Naruto tell you after his clones vanished? All eyes were now on Naruto who looked side to side. I may have missed it. Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head and blushed in embarrassment. The memories came to you when you got scared in the mist, didn't they? Takaru questioned with dull eyes. I wasn't scared, I was shocked. Naruto said as he childishly defended himself with his arms crossed and looking to the side. Takaru then walked up to Haruko, making her look at him, before he suddenly hugged her, shocking her and others. I'm glad you're safe now. Takaru said with a smile. Haruko's eyes were wide, but then they softened as she smiled with a blush on her cheeks. I'm happy that I have someone like you looking after me. Haruko said as she hugged him back. Yuruchi was in tears, but then she got angry as she made her way over. Nei-chan tilde. Fu cried as she ran over Yuruchi and jumped into Cha-Cha's arms and started to sob. I thought I was going to lose you tilde. Fu whined as her tears were like a river and some snot came down her nose. Don't worry Imouto. Remember. I said I'd pull through. Cha-Cha said with a grin as she hugged her sister. Well, looks like we wasted our time collecting those flowers. Haimgami said with her arms crossed. Not true. Now we have some new ingredients to use as remedies. Naruto said with his arms still crossed. And how do you propose we use them without them wilting on us? Haimgami questioned with a raised eyebrow. You know, we asked Tengoku no Mon for some sort of stasis container. Naruto said, coming up with the idea off the top of his head. Really? Haimgami questioned with dull anime eyes as Naruto chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. I'm happy you're alright now Anaho-san. Kuuna said. Me too. Now we can keep playing together. Anaho said with a cat-like smile as she and Kuuna cheered, holding each other's hands as Kuuna bounced up and down. Naruto smiled as he stared at everyone, now completely fine. Thank Kami. I thought I was going to lose them, my family. Say, where's Kirishima-san? Takaru asked. Who? Haruko questioned. I think he's still outside. Haimgami said. Naruto, Takaru and Kuuna walked to the front door, exited the manor in time to see Hakuto about to bury Mori with a small handheld shovel as the kitten laid in a small hole. Mori. Kuuna shouted as she ran to her best friend. What are you doing? Kuuna shouted at Hakuto. I was sure that his soul had already been called to heaven, so I. What are you talking about? He's obviously sleeping, you idiot. Kuuna yelled. Idiot. Are you referring to me? Hakuto questioned in an eerie voice. Of course I am. I understand, a human, looking down on me, this is why, humans are, helpless to me. They're, not, needed. Hakuto went to stab Kuuna with his small handheld shovel. Naruto quickly appeared between them and grabbed Hakuto's wrist, crushing it, forcing him to release the shovel. Takaru was in mid-punch as he stared at the two, happy that Naruto intervened quicker than him. Forgive me, it seems but before he could finish, Naruto sent a shockwave of killer intent his way, making Hakuto sweat as he stared at Naruto with fear. Takaru felt the ki, but it was mainly directed at Hakuto, and Kuuna didn't feel an ounce of it. Let's get something out of the way. I knew this whole time you weren't a botanist. I knew you were with Kamigari, and to be frank, the energy I sense within you is pretty damn ugly. Naruto said. Ugly. Ugly. Hakuto screamed with new rage. Does this look ugly to you? Hakuto screamed as his hand morphed into a creepy gray-green 3-digit claw with his other hand doing the same, but it was a 5-digit claw. Hakuto tried to slash at Naruto with his free 5-clawed hand, but Naruto head-butted him, sending him flying back, and skidding against the ground. You pompous little brat. Do you know whose energy this is? This power was given to me directly from Master Oken. I was nothing, but hideous before he gifted me with his power. These hands, are the apex of beauty. Hakuto yelled. They look pretty fucking ugly to me. At least I know Oken being a nasty pig wasn't far from the truth, spreading his disease without a care in the world. Naruto said calmly with a stoic demeanor and his hands in his pockets. Pig. You dare call Oken-sama a pig? Hakuto screamed. I'll kill you. Hakuto leapt at Naruto as half his face turned gray with his left eye becoming black with a white pupil, his claws aimed to tear Naruto apart. Golden Asura. Naruto said calmly as the large and muscular spirit appeared from Naruto's body and roared its favorite word, aura, before it let Kirishima have it. Aura rao 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 ra. Golden Asura cried as he repeatedly punching Hakuto with blinding fast punches, and then sent a hard haymaker straight to the face, sending the Kamigari agent, flying into a multitude of trees. Naruto gave a low growl as Golden Asura then vanished. Hakuto panted as he felt his body was broken from the punches. Such force, such power, such precision and speed, so this is a spirit. Hakuto said. Hakuto slowly got to his feet as he stared at the teens with half his face still gray and his left eye still all black with a white pupil. Truly, you deserve your reputation as the devil child for such strength. Hakuto managed to heave out as Naruto stared at him stoically, seemingly unaffected by the statement. I am one of the 4 Shishigami that serves directly under Emperor Oken, Kirishima, the Phantom, Hakuto. Please remember it for the next time we meet. Hakuto officially introduced himself. The area was silent, with the wind blowing being the only noise made. Suddenly Naruto slowly brought his right hand up and pointed at Hakuto. I don't give a damn who you are. Next time I see you, I'm going to throw 1,000 punches your way. Naruto said calmly and coolly with his stoic expression. Hakuto gulped at the proclamation. Kuuna stared at Naruto with shining eyes and hearts and stars appearing around her head while her hands were interlocked. Now get. Naruto ordered. Hakuto, despite not wanting to give the younger blonde the satisfaction, his body in turn listened instinctively as he turned and walked away, his changed body parts reverting back to normal. Naruto put his hands in his pockets as he stared at Hakuto's retreating form. What a nut. Naruto said. You alright Kuuna? Naruto asked turning to the young third grader. Uh-huh. Kuuna said with a dreamy tone as she nodded with some drool going down her open mouth, grin and stars in her eyes and Mori in her arms. Naruto blinked his eyes, wondering what was up with the girl. He then heard a dreamy sigh to see the other staring at him in amazement, while the girls who like him looked at him with arousal. He's so manly. Cha-Cha said with a dreamy smile with drool on the side and her hand on her right cheek. Naruto blinked in surprise, before tilting his head down with a smirk on his face. Yar days. The time was night. Everyone had just enjoyed their dinner. The others had been filled in by their conscious friends at the time of their sickness about their journey for the flower and about Hakuto. Who knew Siko were real? Now everyone was in their rooms, getting dressed for bed, except Naruto who was finishing up cleaning the dishes. There. Naruto said as he put away the last plate. Once done, he made his way up the stairs and towards his room, but he heard the sound of struggling making him turn to see Azuki in her room, only dressed in her underwear, trying to get her bra unhooked. Damn it. Azuki cured. Need some help? Naruto offered as he walked into the room. No, I got it. Azuki said as she turned her back to him, trying to unhook her bra, but she then felt a pair of hands over her own, grabbing the hook. Naruto. Azuki turned her head to the blonde. Who else would it be? Now hold still. Naruto said as he then unclipped the bra. Thanks. Azuki said as she folded her arms over the bra to keep it from fall as she turned to Naruto, but as she stared at the blonde, she decided, what the hell? Whatever. You've already seen them. Azuki said with a small smile as she unfolded her arms to reveal her breasts in all their glory. Huh, I think they've gotten bigger. Naruto said. Really? They look the same to me. Azuki said looking down at her bust. They sure look bigger to me. Naruto said as he leaned in closer to the bust. Tiny lemon scene. Really it's short, not much to see, but a quick turn on. Azuki, lying on the bed, was giving cries of pleasure as Naruto, standing at the edge of the bed, pumped his member into her with her leg over his shoulder as he fondled her breasts. Azuki-chan, you feel so warm Naruto said. Shut up. That feels so embarrassing. Azuki whined. Her cries then started to get louder as Naruto increased speed of both his thrusts and fondling. Azuki screamed, louder, louder, louder and now in a high-pitched voice. She was over the edge. Azuki then screamed as her breasts lactated from being fondled so much and powerfully. Naruto quickly took one of her breasts into his mouth, sucking up the substance that came out. Naruto sucked and licked both of Azuki's breasts of the milk that came out. Azuki milk. I like it. Naruto said with a seductive smile. Don't say the tilde. Azuki complained. After going into numerous positions, the two were now on the bed, Azuki on all fours, with Naruto tightly gripping Azuki's buns as he thrust into Azuki's majesty at a face pace. Azuki panted as Naruto rammed into her. He was so fast and at the speed he was going, her rear had a tint of red from having her bottom being slapped by his pelvis over and over again. Azuki-chan, grunt here I come. Naruto said as he increased speed. Azuki made noises of pleasure as he was pounding into her so fast his hips were blurring. Oh god Azuki thought before Naruto gave one last hard thrust, sending his ejaculation into Azuki. Tiny lemon scene over. See I told you. Azuki moaned loudly as she felt Naruto fill her up. She then fell forward, with her chin against the covers and her breasts squished against them. Naruto then leaned over and lied atop of Azuki's back with his head on the right side of Azuki's. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Naruto said with a smile. Please. You're so chock full of energy that it probably wasn't enough to fully satisfy you. Azuki complained with a pout as her eyes looked away. Naruto looked to the side with half-lidded eyes and a nervous open-mouthed smile. Then allow Cha-Cha to help. The two turned to see Cha-Cha at the door in her nightwear. Cha-Cha-chan. Naruto exclaimed nervously as he sat up. Azuki shrieked as she exited Naruto's member from herself and covered her form with the covers. What the hell, you perv? Azuki shouted. If Naruto-kun needs satisfaction, then Cha-Cha-chan will be there to fulfill his wish. Cha-Cha cheered as she threw off her nightgown and underwear and jumped into bed getting busy. Ah! Let go of my breasts. Azuki shouted as Kimi entered the room. Don't forget me. Kimi exclaimed as she ran over. Kimi. A love-making session with only your roommates. Azuki looked to see Furin and Minori at the door. That seems a bit unfair, don't you think? Furin questioned as she took off her glasses. Miss President. You too. Azuki whined with disbelief. Yosh. Don't go thinking you're all experts through one night. Let me show you how a real woman does it. Minori proclaimed with a grin and gripping her flexing bicep before she kicked the door close as she and Furin joined in. How the hell did this happen?